Biyu looked somewhat helpless, a trace of muted resentment glimmering in her eyes. Honored guest, with me already at your side, you still wish for Yinger to join us as well. Do you feel that having only this humble woman is not enough for your enjoyment? She leaned closer, the rims of her eyes tinged with rosy pink, making her seem indescribably alluring. Yet the words she spoke were utterly shocking. Chen Feng merely smiled, lifting her chin with one hand as he gazed into her eyes. What do you think? Beast. She cursed him under her breath, then in the end still allowed Shang Guanying, who had been waiting nervously outside the door, to come in. Yinger greets the honored guest. Chen Feng smiled and gestured for her to sit. No need to be so restrained. He glanced into the young girl's eyes, a hint of contemplation flickering within his own gaze. He laughed softly as he poured the wine. As the liquor cascaded down, an exceptionally dense spiritual energy rose from it. Merely catching its fragrance cleared the mind and lifted the spirit, bringing a sensation akin to drunken qi. Biyun's eyes flashed with surprise. Such spirit wine is rarely seen. You are truly willing to part with it. He replied with a smile. Why would I begrudge it? Only this wine is strong. For Miss Yinger, a single cup will already be enough. Yinger understands. Gazing at the exquisite nectar before her, feeling the pure spiritual energy wash over her, her beautiful eyes rippled slightly. At these words, Biyun no longer hesitated. She took up her cup, lightly clinked it against the one before Chen Feng, then tipped back her head and drained it in one go. In an instant, a rosy flush surged across her delicate face. She appeared even more enticing. Biyun herself felt somewhat intoxicated. When compared with the Biyu drunk she had personally brewed, her own creation was completely outclassed. Even she, in the late nascent soul stage, found it hard to dispel the wine's effect. Yinger, you may only drink half a cup of this wine. Otherwise, once the drunkenness surges up, you will fall asleep on the spot. Biyun turned to Shang Guanying, who was lifting her cup and about to drink, and spoke. Upon hearing this, Shang Guanying's hand paused. She turned to Chen Feng and offered him a slight smile. Honored guest, this humble woman toasts you. After the clink of cups, she tipped back her head and swallowed it in one draught. The spiritual energy contained within the wine spread outward, cleansing her 5 viscera and 6 organs, scouring her meridians and golden core. Soon after, the drunkenness surged up. Within mere moments, her pretty face had turned crimson, followed by a wave of intoxication and dizziness. Honored guest, this humble woman will. Before she could finish, she toppled straight toward Chen Feng, collapsing bonelessly into his arms, her breathing already even and steady. Chen Feng's brows lifted slightly. He knew well enough the potency of the wine he had brewed himself. Yet to fell a golden core cultivator in an instant was still somewhat excessive. This little lass. Chen Feng did not push her away, simply allowing her to lie in his embrace. Biyun murmured softly, Honored guest, your wine is far more effective than certain medicines. What now do you intend to claim both of us? A blush colored her cheeks, and there was a hint of playful charm in her expression. Chen Feng did not answer. Instead, he freed one arm and drew her toward him. I did not cultivate to become a fool. Do you truly think I can't see through anything? Her expression changed abruptly, the crimson deepening as her whole body trembled, her figure suddenly going weak. A hint of surprise flickered across Chen Feng's face as he looked at her and teased, as the mistress of Biyu Pavilion, you truly have scarcely tasted carnal experience. Tisk tisk. Chen Feng chuckled. Robes fluttered away, and in the next instant everything shifted. They had already moved onto the bed. She did not choose to resist, merely closed her beautiful eyes in silence. What followed was left unspoken. In a half-dazed, half-dreaming state, Shang Guanying heard sounds enough to make one's face burn with shame. Suddenly the sensation of movement beside her vanished. The rest remained for the imagination alone. The next day at dawn, throughout the imperial capital there echoed from its very heart a peal of 9 ancient heavy bell chimes. Even across several hundred li one could still hear the bell's resonant sound. Countless streaks of flowing lights swept across the edge of the sky. Ritual music began to play. The enthronement ceremony was about to commence. Chen Feng slowly awoke upon a beauty's couch. He selected a set of luxurious, imposing garments after donning a jade coronet and arranging his attire neatly. He pushed open the door and stepped out. Outside, Chu Qianyun had long been waiting. Upon seeing Chen Feng emerge, he first offered a slight formal salute. As one of the royal clan, etiquette was something that could never be neglected. Previously, he had voiced his own views, yet gained no result. Thus he no longer spoke of them. Everyone's principles differed. Reign Marquis, let us be on our way. With the change in form of address, his expression eased. He nodded and led Chen Feng away. After Chen Feng left upon the bed, a faint gaze fell upon the place where he had lingered. Jinan King, this time the new emperor will further reward your merits. For Chen Feng's contributions, pacifying the chaos domain, and in the national war finally slaying 2 kings and 1 emperor. He had behind the scenes also shared a close bond with Chu Tianhuan, offering much assistance. Because of Chen Feng, even the Grand Minister who had never chosen a side publicly declared his support for the second Prince Chu Tianan. Chen Feng's prestige within Great Chu was at its peak. Outside the doors a Yao Beast carriage had long been prepared. A Yaopeng in the early nascent soul stage stood in harness magnificent and divine. Upon the carriage was a shaft of pure purple gold. On one side was engraved a large Chu character, on the other a gilded Chun character, unabashedly ostentatious. Throughout all Great Chu, among the many nascent soul clans and the 3 ministries and 5 kings, only Chen Feng alone enjoyed such an honor. Under the attentive gazes of countless onlooking citizens, he entered the carriage. Chu Qinyun, the reign marquis of Great Chu, merely sat outside the carriage, assuming the role of driver. The Great Peng spread its wings and soared into the skies above the imperial city. As a restricted flight zone for such a carriage to appear so high profile drew every gaze. Seeing the banners, many instantly realized who sat within. The Jinan King of Great Chu, Chen Feng. Such honors left many powerhouses overwhelmed with envy. The Great Peng cleaved across the sky and in but a moment arrived within the imperial palace. As Chen Feng alighted from the carriage, he at once enjoyed the glory of being the focus of all eyes. On the vast square before the palace stood all the prominent figures of Great Chu. Ritual music played on. As the protagonist Chu Tianhan had not yet appeared, many people were still arriving on the scene. We greet the Jinan King. A few steps ahead, a nascent soul cultivator from the Ziyun domain, once under Chu Tianhuan's command, came forward smiling, clasping his hands in salute. Nascent soul experts who had participated in the national war gathered around one after another. Chen Feng smiled and nodded in response to each, feeling an unrestrained ease for a time. Jinan King, come over to my side. A voice of authority rang out, and the crowd parted to open a path, allowing Chen Feng to see Jinshan King at the far end. Beside him stood the Grand Minister Qiu Lingzuan. Chen Feng smiled in greeting and walked out from the crowd at an unhurried pace. I have seen my 2 fathers-in-law, he said with a laugh. Both men nodded, patting his shoulder. Today do not call us fathers-in-law here. Address us by our official ranks. At these words Chen Feng nodded, then looked around at the surroundings once more. Today, for the enthronement of Great Chu's new emperor, any citizen of Great Chu could come to witness the ceremony, though only from the outer ranks. Golden core sovereigns were but minor embellishments among the crowd. Jinan King, Chen Feng answered gravely. The other replied with a smile and a nod. The inner circle was reserved for the highest echelon of Great Chu, the patriarchs of the great clans, the leaders of the sects. Even the immortals of the Xianmen had sent many to attend the ceremony, and the imperial clan had come in full force. There were more than 50 nascent soul cultivators present. Among them, over 30 were old monsters at the late nascent soul stage and above. Chen Feng estimated that throughout the entire Great Chu the number of nascent soul experts must exceed 100. Yet many of those experts would never show themselves. Some were secluded in deep cultivation, some wandered the clouds, and some were practically nailed into their coffins, unable to leave. Golden core cultivators, however, were numerous. More than 200 were present at the ceremony. Across an entire dynasty, including itinerant cultivators and those who hid their strength, the number of golden core experts surpassed 500. Even so, the golden core cultivators here were arranged only on the relatively outer tiers, barely qualifying to step into the inner circle. Chen Feng stood in the most central area. Before him rose the high platform where the enthronement would take place. This must be the king of Jinan, I presume. Your fame resounds like thunder. Seeing you today, you are truly as stunning as a heavenly being. A voice of praise sounded behind him. A formidable figure stepped forward, clad in a mountain andriver python robe, a faint frost lingering upon his brow. Chen Feng greeted him with a warm smile. Noting the python robe, he immediately understood this was one of the other 4 kings. This is the king of Jinhai. The voice of the king of Jinshan sounded in his ear. Chen Feng cupped his hands and said with a smile, King of Jinhai, I have long heard of you. You have guarded the borderlands for many years. Your reputation has made me admire you from afar. Of the 5 kings of Great Chu, apart from Chen Feng, all were members of the Chu clan. Each was a sovereign at the peak of nascent soul, overseeing a region of the realm. Jinhai Wang guarded the Zhe Yunyu of Great Chu, watching over the coastal territories. Following the arrival of Jinhai Wang, the other 2 kings also appeared before Chen Feng in succession. They were the youngest princes of Great Chu, and in 1,000 years the only king of a different surname was Chen Feng himself. Shanhai Wang was a female cultivator at the peak of nascent soul, her appearance heroic and valiant, possessing the bearing of a legendary woman general. Her true age had already exceeded 1,000 years. In the world of cultivation, one could not define a person by mortal years. Shanhai Wang also guarded 2 regions, having established the Shanhai royal residence in both Zhe Yunyu and Qianmingyu. She had slain innumerable foreign races and invaders. Her strength was fearsome, and among the original 4 kings of Great Chu, she was the only female cultivator. The last of the 4 was Ming Wang, who sat in command of Qian Ming Yu, suppressing the more western Yao tribes. Among the 4 kings, Ming Wang was the strongest, with a considerable chance of breaking through to the divine transformation realm. He had once been heir apparent to the throne, but relinquished that position and instead chose to guard the borderlands. As for the southern domain, it was nominally under the guardianship of Jinshan Wang, though he remained in the imperial capital at all times. The other 3 kings also held Chen Feng in high esteem. King of Jinan, once the enthronement ceremony concludes, you must drink with us properly. Ming Wang, bold and forthright, issued the invitation to Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded his agreement. Within Great Chu, there were still many matters he did not yet understand. Building a good relationship with these 3 kings was naturally an excellent thing. In addition, Chen Feng met members of the other 2 great clans. From the Wang clan appeared a nascent soul late-stage cultivator whose gaze toward Chen Feng was exceedingly strange. Chen Feng also saw the current representative of the Sikong clan. That man's strength was slightly inferior to Qiu Lingzuan's at the late nascent soul stage. Rumor had it that their clan harbored an even older monster, though that elder now lay upon his board, rarely showing himself. That ancient monster would not reveal himself lightly. Just then a figure flickered within the crowd, and in a breath appeared before the assembly of high-ranking figures. I greet the honored kings and the 3 dukes. We greet the sect master. Both sides exchanged formal courtesies. The newcomer was none other than the master of the Tianyu Immortal sect, Yu Mingli. 2 more figures appeared in quick succession, 2 peak nascent soul experts stepping into the center of the square. They were the 2 protectors of the Tianyu Immortal sect. Nearly all of Great Chu's topmost powers, the absolute pinnacle, had gathered here today. Aside from a few who could not come, everyone of significance was present. In total, 8 peak nascent soul experts were present. With the arrival of the Tianyu sect master high above in the sky, 2 divine transformation ancestors descended and quietly took their seats. Chu Tianhun made his entrance wearing imperial robes and exuding an immensely robust aura. A sovereign's might emanated from him as he gazed over the world like a tiger watching its prey. After appearing, he ascended the high platform. In that instant, heaven and earth seemed to change color. A colossal illusory dragon emerged, coiling above the imperial palace and letting out a resounding dragon roar. With a slight lift of his hand, an enormous seal surfaced from the void, its ancient characters bearing a single large Chu character. This was the imperial seal of Great Chu. Chu Tianhun received the imperial seal with both hands, his entire aura trembling, as imperial Dao Qi surged forth from his body, making him radiate awe-inspiring majesty. Below, innumerable subjects offered their congratulations, and the powerful clans voiced their blessings. Chen Feng and the others also cupped their hands and offered heartfelt congratulations. A vast map of the realm emerged from the void hanging there. It displayed the more than 30 cities won from the 3 dynasties' battlefield, as well as over 50 cities of the former chaotic lands. The territories were all unnamed. Chu Tianhuan's voice rang out as he declared when the national war ended, Great Chu obtained 38 cities in new territory. In the southern domain, King of Jinan led an expedition that incorporated the chaotic lands into our Great Chu territory, securing 54 cities. Today, these 2 tracts of land shall be established as new domains. The 38 cities from the national war shall form Ziyunyu. And from Chunjun to the former chaotic lands of 54 cities, we shall establish Chinchuyu. As the 2 domains were named, the Dragon of Fortune and midair shuddered, growing by a full third in size, its might becoming even more terrifying. Within the imperial city, the concentration of spiritual energy doubled. Chu Tianhuan's body trembled, as well his aura surging several levels higher. After the joy came waves of shock from the masses below. South of the southern domain, the newly named Chen Chuyu was the highest honor Great Chu could bestow upon Chen Feng. Chen preceding Chu was the greatest acknowledgement of his contributions. Countless people were filled with envy. During the subsequent grand rewarding of all sides, the boons bestowed upon Chen Feng would likely be beyond imagination. Chu Tianhun turned his gaze to Chen Feng, smiled, and nodded slightly, then continued in a deep voice, Great Chu's King of Jinan slew the Azure Dragon King of Dayun during the national war, winning 3 cities for our realm, and killed the White Crane King of Dayun, gaining 5 more cities. And in the end, King of Jinan even slew the sovereign of Dayun himself, shaking the 4 directions, and earning 15 cities. The 54 cities of the chaotic lands were likewise captured under his command. Chu Tianhun articulated each word clearly, and the expressions of the countless people present were filled with astonishment. Even hearing it a second time, the crowd remained utterly shaken. Chen Feng was, after all, only how old now? Slightly over 300 years perhaps. Against the 2,000-year lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator, he was still in his youth. Yet he had already wrought such feats, leaving others pale in comparison. His renown thundered across the surrounding dynasties, fearsome beyond measure, and he was honored as the strongest king of Great Chu. With a light motion of Chu Tianhuan's hand, Xinjun the former, Yanjun, and the 54 cities of the chaotic lands were connected upon the floating map of the realm. 3 bold characters were inscribed Qin Chuyu. Upon the territories of the 3 dynasties' battlefield, another 3 characters appeared Ziyun Yu. With a grand wave of his hand, Chu Tianhun had the banner of the Chun clan planted over Qin Chuyu. The crowd was utterly aghast, pupils contracting sharply. Everyone understood what Chu Tianhun intended to do. Below the platform, the 2 divine transformation ancestors lifted their eyelids slightly before returning to their calm composure. The 4 kings, 3 dukes, and the 3 nascent soul elders of the immortal sects were all profoundly astonished, their hearts surging with countless emotions. Chen Feng was also astonished, never expecting that Chu Tianhun would act this way. From today onward, the Jinshan Wang clan shall govern the entire Qinshu domain autonomously for eternity. Permission is granted to establish a shogunate and build a royal city. They may also expand at their discretion, with the Great Chu intervening minimally. As these words were spoken, countless individuals' pupils shrank. This matter was monumental. Chu Tianhun intended to bestow the entire Qinshu domain to Chen Feng, making him a nation within a nation. Numerous powerful factions envied this, while a few expressed dissatisfaction. However, no one dared to voice their opposition. To speak against it would mean opposing the new emperor and the strongest Prince Chen Feng. Was that not akin to an old man eating arsenic, tired of living? The royal family had yet to speak, and they could only suppress their discontent. As they watched the Qinshu domain branded with the Chun clan's name, countless gazes turned envious and spiteful. The 4 kings and 3 dukes were equally astounded. Had it not been for the ongoing distribution of rewards, Chen Feng would have been besieged by numerous ancient figures coming to congratulate him. Furthermore, Chen Feng could openly form an army and expand his territory. As long as he broke through to the transformation god stage and engaged in a contest of strength with the forces connected to the Qinshu domain, it would be entirely normal for him to become the ruler of a dynasty. This was a grand gift given to Chen Feng by the royal family, or rather by Chu Tianhun. After rewarding Chen Feng, Chu Tianhun began to bestow honors upon others and their factions. Some received territories, while others were granted spiritual veins, spirit stones, and pills. In the end, those in the top 10 for contributions can select a treasure from the royal treasury. This was a significant announcement. The royal treasury of the Great Chu dynasty housed countless treasures and rare items. With a heritage of 10,000 years, the items within could only be imagined. Once this statement was made, the coronation ceremony and bestowals came to an end. Of course, the so-called top 10 contributors were merely the 5 kings, 3 dukes, the master of the Tianyu immortal sect, and 1 fortunate family. It was completely monopolized. The master of the immortal sect was even qualified to select 3 items. Within the treasure vault, countless treasures sparkled, and there was an abundance of magical artifacts. As the principal contributor, Chen Feng could also choose any 3 items. He casually selected a few which appeared to be of ancient origin, but were practically useless. Knowing when to stop, he had already received the fief of a domain. He had become the most powerful vassal in the entire Great Chu, and many were green with envy. To take more valuable items would seem ungracious. Seeing Chen Feng pick some useless items, Yun Jia was somewhat perplexed. He chose a broken sword hilt, a fragmentary ancient book, and a seed that appeared to serve no purpose. Ultimately, the seed caught Chen Feng's interest the most. Within it resided a dormant fiery power, clearly indicating it was not an ordinary seed, but something that belonged to a spiritual plant. Being able to enter the royal treasury, no matter how useless it was still incredibly precious. I didn't expect the Lord of Zhen Nan to choose this seed. Beside him, the king of Shanghai strode over with an impressive demeanor. Looking at the seed in Chen Feng's hand, he was somewhat surprised. Do you recognize it? Chen Feng glanced at her, thinking that she must be an ancient figure of the royal family, and perhaps familiar with some items in the treasury. She nodded slightly, and said, "It is said that this was brought out by the ancestor of Emperor Chu Ming from a realm suspected to be a fairyland. He said this is the seed of the fire spirit tree, but our royal family has nurtured it for over 1,000 years without it sprouting, so we eventually gave up and placed it in the treasury." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's ears perked up. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and he felt somewhat astonished. The more peculiar the item, the more likely it was to be extraordinary. Just this alone was a gain for him. The royal family couldn't make it sprout, but he could. Since that is the case, it's also good for collection. I have great admiration for the predecessor Emperor Chu Ming. Chen Feng smiled as he carefully stored the seed of the fire spirit tree. Then what about this fragmentary ancient book and this broken sword, eh? The king of Shanghai looked at Chen Feng with some astonishment, her expression quite odd. Lord of Zhen, Nan, do you enjoy collecting these strange items? Or are they old artifacts? Chen Feng smiled indifferently. I am indeed very interested in these ancient objects. Does the king of Shanghai know the origins of these items? She shook her head saying, I don't know about these, but these two items have existed for at least 10,000 years. Perhaps only the ancestor knows their origins. Upon hearing this, a hint of regret flashed in Chen Feng's eyes as he stored them and thanked her. Thank you, king of Shanghai. No need. She shook her head, but seemed to be hesitant to speak further. Chen Feng looked over and asked, Does the king of Shanghai have something to say? She nodded, saying, Seeing that Lord of Zhen Nen enjoys these ancient items, you could go to the Ziyun region's Lan City. Recently a labyrinth was discovered there, and many ancient artifacts have been excavated. Chen Feng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Do you know the origins of this labyrinth? Perhaps it was another legacy. She pondered for a moment, then covered her forehead, and said, This matter is related to you, Lord of Zhen Nan. How so? Chen Feng immediately became curious. He had never been to the Ziyun region, so how could it be connected to him? Her expression was somewhat strange as she scanned Chen Feng, and said, Do you have a son named Chen Chud? He has a rather round face and is somewhat impudent. And a grandson who talks big and likes to act profound. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng was taken aback. Soon countless pieces of information flooded into his mind. Gently rubbing his forehead, he asked, Did they excavate it? Yes, she nodded. Chen Feng's expression changed, his face showing faint discomfort. I must trouble the king of Shanghai to take care of them. She waved her hand, looking somewhat curious. There's no need to take care of them. They've even helped me a bit finding an ancient method for me. I was quite surprised, and it has clarified my path ahead. At that moment, Chen Feng did not want to speak, moving a chair for himself and leaning back. These two brats had good things, and yet never thought to share with him. It was a waste. Chen Feng felt a wave of headache. Those two mischievous kids had traversed from the Tianling dynasty to the Ziming region. Their luck truly was immense. If they are still in the Ziyun region, I must trouble the king of Shanghai to look after them. Their ability to stir up trouble is strong, and I am also quite troubled by them. The king of Shanghai nodded, rest assured. Soon after, several princes also selected their items, each with a hint of joy on their faces. Looking at the two people conversing at the entrance, the Ming Wang laughed heartily. Lord of Zhen, Nan, little sister, since you've made your selections, let's go drink together and have a good exchange. Chen Feng glanced at the king of Shanghai, then at the Ming Wang, and immediately understood a bit more. He smiled and left with the four kings. In the midst of the journey, a loud and hearty laugh echoed from above the imperial city. Congratulations to the emperor of the great Chu dynasty on his ascension to the throne, truly a moment worth celebrating. The Qianjun Immortal sect congratulates the emperor of the great Chu dynasty on his ascension. Within the palace, the expressions of the four kings momentarily stiffened. Countless nascent souls were shaken, and within the depths of the palace, Chu Tianhuan, who was receiving the officials and assigning duties, also narrowed his eyes. Then an overwhelming aura erupted, and a colossal dragon of fortune coiled above the palace. In midair, another laughter rang out as two powerful figures clad in grand purple robes descended, showing no concern for the pressure of the fortune dragon. The two from the Great Yin stood opposing each other, one from the south and one from the north. Congratulations to the emperor of the great Chu dynasty on establishing his reign. The 10,000 Beasts Immortal sect congratulates the emperor of the great Chu dynasty on his ascension. 4 divine transformation beings. Chen Feng's expression darkened. Would 4 divine transformation beings come just to deliver congratulations? In midair, Chu Yunjia and Hua Yu also appeared on the scene. Their faces were not looking good. The ascension of the emperor of the great Chu dynasty had nothing to do with them. Moreover, these two families had always been at odds. During the reign of Emperor Chu Ming, they had caused the enemy's imperial city to fall. How could the divine transformation beings sincerely come to congratulate? Furthermore, this was deep within the palace, an act tantamount to provocation. Boom! Deep within the palace, a pale yellow grand formation unfolded. In the sky, the dragon energy surged, and the figure of Chu Tianhun manifested above the palace. With the dragon of fortune entering his body, his aura instantly reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. A grand seal revolved above his head, creating an overwhelming presence. Chu Tianhuan, there is no need for such hostility. We are merely here to offer congratulations. With the royal aura entering your body, you have yet to enter divine transformation. Be careful of backlash. At that time, falling from your realm would be a minor issue, and what if? Qi Yinbin said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, his gaze fixed intensely on him. Leave? Do you intend to start a war with my great Chu? Chu Tianhun said in a deep voice, drawing his sword towards Qi Yanbin and the others, while holding a spiritual treasure inscribed with the words Tianhun. The gazes of the others lingered on Chu Tianhun's spiritual treasure for a moment. Instead of looking into his eyes, they turned their attention to Chu Yunjie and the others. Do not be so hasty. We did not come here to provoke a war with the great Chu. What do you seek? Chu Yunjie's eyes darkened as he stared at the four divine transformation beings. Great Yun had fought a considerable number of battles against Great Purple, and their relationship was not exactly friendly. Now the four divine transformation beings had entered the imperial city together. Whatever transaction was happening behind the scenes was hard to say. Your southern king of the Great Chu has gone too far, taking our Great Yun's national treasure without returning it. We have come only to reclaim the treasure and the items belonging to my child, he said with a smile that was not a smile. Impossible. Chu Tianhun was the first to respond. There are regulations for national wars. All spoils belong to the victorious side. Are you trying to provoke the Tian'an Pact? You cannot make the decision. Daoist Yunjie, what do you think? His gaze turned to Chu Yunjie. Chu Yunjie's expression was extremely grim. This was the reason they could summon the two divine transformation beings from Great Purple. This reasoning was too far-fetched, wasn't it? I do not believe you have come merely for a single treasure. Chu Yunjie's gaze flickered slightly as he scrutinized them. At this moment in the Ziyun domain in Shanghai City, Great Yun Dynasty, do you wish to declare war on my Great Chu? On the city walls, a nascent soul general of the royal family looked down at the black mass of the Great Yun Dynasty's army below, his expression extremely grim as he shouted angrily. Our emperor died at the hands of the southern king. We seek revenge for our emperor. We will flatten your Great Chu to honor our national tragedy. The defending general of the Great Chu's eyes were about to burst with rage as he shouted, that was a loss during a national war. So what? A peak nascent soul prince from the other side casually replied. All they needed was a reason. The city defense formation shook as countless streaks of light bombarded the Shanghai City formation. The grand formation swayed on the verge of being breached. In the Qianming domain, in Zhima City, a beast surged forward, a flag obscuring the sun, with the words 10,000 beasts shining brilliantly. Boom! The formation trembled, and within the city a furious lord of the Great Chu roared, 10,000 beasts, immortal sect, do you intend to violate the agreement? In response, only the roar of beasts echoed from the sky, shaking the formation. Old ancestor, do not waste words with them. The entire imperial city is covered in formations. It is treacherous. Chen Feng's voice rang out, and Chu Yunjie's eyes flared with anger as he prepared to unleash a powerful strike. In a fit of rage, he attacked. Seeing this, Chu Tianhun quickly dodged. Within the palace, the formation shook, blocking the residual waves. Without a second thought, Chu Yunjie launched an attack, catching Qi Yanbin off guard. Beside him, Hua Yu also heard Chen Feng's voice and erupted into action. In an instant, the ground trembled. The other side did not expect that Chu Yunjie and his companion would strike directly. Old Qi, didn't I say it wouldn't take long? Just kill those two. The voice of ZT rang out, and she also launched successive attacks. Chen Feng's face was grim as he looked at the anxious four kings beside him, and said, "Four friends, let us break the formation surrounding the imperial city together." Hearing this, the four nodded repeatedly. In the sky, the battle of divine transformation erupted. Had it not been for the protection of the grand formation, the palace would have been destroyed in an instant. Within the palace, 5 peak nascent soul strikes attacked 5 different directions. Another formation flag flew out. In the sky, a nearly transparent wave of light cracked open. In an instant, the expressions of the four kings changed. Within the palace, the sound of a great bell echoed constantly. The four received the message. At the borders, 3 cities had been captured in a short time. In the vast desert, a beast king led a tide of beasts to assault the borders. Great Purple and Great Yun both launched attacks against the borders connected to the Great Chu. Since most of Great Chu's powerful beings had come to the imperial city to offer congratulations, the defenses were weak, leading to countless casualties. Chu Tianhun descended, his expression extremely grim. This was the first day of his reign, and the 2 great dynasties had torn up their pact and led their armies to attack Great Chu. Above the palace, the battle of divine transformation erupted, leaving him in a daze. Uncles, I beg you, the borders need you. Chu Tianhun was able to ascend the throne due to his keen mind and decisive actions. In the battle of divine transformation, no one could offer assistance. However, at the borders, the cities of Great Chu continued to fall. Without strong beings stationed to resist, it would not take long for the enemy to advance straight into the Chu domain. At that time, it would truly be the enemy at the gates. The Great Chu would not be far from annihilation. The 4 kings nodded solemnly and shouted angrily, battle. Zhou Lingzuan also erupted, his voice echoing throughout the imperial city. All forces under the Grand Commander's command rushed to the borders. The Grand Commander, who already controlled numerous troops, shouted, and several army camps quickly began to mobilize. Dozens of nascent souls within the imperial capital were summoned by Chu Tianhun and dispatched to the frontier under the command of the four princes. Chen Feng, however, remained behind in the capital. Brother Tianhuan, this matter originated with me. I shall resolve it myself. Chen Feng cast a glance at Chu Tianhuan, then rose into the air. In his hand, a token bearing the faint aura of Sheng Linmei and a violet spirit leaf talisman vanished into the void. Brother Chen Feng, a divine transformation level battle is no place for you. Chu Tianhun raised his hand and spoke solemnly. Chen Feng's action was tantamount to walking straight into death. Countless citizens across the imperial capital gazed toward the imperial palace, struck with awe and terror as they sensed the titanic clash unfolding above its rooftops. I have my own plan. Do not forget, I severed a peak cultivator's life while still at the late nascent soul stage. Now I stand but a single step away from divine transformation. Why should I not dare try? I wield one sword, capable of slaying a divine transformer. His voice thundered like celestial drums, shaking the entire imperial hall. At that moment, Chen Feng bore more the majesty of an emperor than even Chu Tianhun himself. Golden radiance enveloped him, his ceremonial robes fluttered violently as unshakable confidence blazed in his eyes. A shimmer of light danced along the blade he held. With a burst of force, he shattered through the palace roof and shot upward, straight into the midair battlefield where divine transformers clashed. Chu Tianhun watched Chen Feng's retreating figure, his heart trembling with profound shock. Letting out a furious roar, the imperial dragon of sovereign Dao coiled and surged forth. As sovereign of the great Chu Empire, he could not simply await doom. Midair Chu Yunjie and his companion fought desperately, each locked in combat against two divine transformers utterly drained. Their bodies were lacerated with wounds. Qi Yinbin, if it were merely unknown, how could you ever match me? Nonsense. Qi Yinbin scoffed, his palm flashing with light as he effortlessly deflected Chu Yunjie's blow, a colossal hand blotting out the sun, piercing through layers of ancient prohibitions. ZT seized the opening and struck Chu Yunjie squarely. Boom. Blood erupted from Chu Yunjie's mouth as he unleashed a searing orb of pure soul force. Vast and overwhelming. He had now resorted to his ultimate trump card. Rage burned white-hot in his heart. Hua Yu fared no better. Outmatched in a Tugigan stone duel, though marginally less battered than Chu Yunjie. Among the three immortal sects, his cultivation was unmatched. Yet even he could not withstand the combined might of two divine transformers. In single combat, the two divine transformers of Great Chu would dominate across neighboring dynasties. Old Ghost Yunjie, if we delay any longer, we're doomed. I know. Chu Yunjie gasped, barely evading another strike, as he turned back to reply. Fury churned deep within him. Must I truly invoke what the Grand Ancestor left behind? His expression darkened, hesitation warred with desperation. Suddenly, the elder patriarch of the 10,000 Beast Immortal sect wheeled about and struck Chu Yunjie without warning. Caught off guard, Chu Yunjie was blasted from the sky. One arm severed, his plight grotesque and harrowing. Old Ghost Yunjie. Hua Yu's eyes bled fury. He flashed forward, scattering the encircling foes with a thunderous shockwave and dragging Chu Yunjie to safety. The tide of battle had now fully turned against them. Beast King, do not wait. Strike now. The elder patriarch of the 10,000 Beast Immortal sect commanded the void with grave authority. 30 cities. A voice fierce and unyielding reverberated from the void, shaking every soul present. From the shimmering expanse stepped a colossal iridescent tiger, each pawfall resonating like a tremor of fate. Its power was terrifying, surpassing even Hua Yu's. Tiger Marsh, Beast King, you dare interfere in human affairs. Do you fear no reckoning from the Tianan Immortal Alliance? Oomph. Chu Yunjie swallowed a pill, his pupils contracting sharply as he beheld the monstrous arrival. So it was true. Qi Yinbin and his allies had prepared meticulously. They had even conspired with outsiders, intent on eradicating the great Chu Empire entirely. Agreed. ZT and Qi Yinbin nodded in unison. Tiger Marsh sneered. This invitation came directly from your own human elders. I violate no rule. Besides, would the Tianan Immortal Alliance truly wage war against the 10,000 Beast Hall over a mere mortal dynasty? Preposterous. With a contemptuous snort, his aura erupted, the roar of a celestial tiger echoing across the capital. Terror gripped countless cultivators. Beneath that oppressive might, they collapsed to their knees trembling. A Beast Clan divine transformer had entered the fray. Midstage divine transformer. Chu Yunjie's face twisted with despair and burning indignation. Unworthy descendant Chu Yunjie hereby invokes the Grand Ancestor's legacy. A jet of blood erupted from Chu Yunjia's mouth, transforming into radiant light as it sped deep into the palace. A tremor shook the imperial compound. An ancient, terrifying aura stirred, and the great Chu imperial seal began to vibrate. Chu Tianhuan, who had been rushing toward the divine battlefield, instantly lost the sovereign aura's blessing. The great Chu imperial seal soared into the heavens. Grand Ancestor. Chu Tianhuan's pupils quivered. He, as sovereign of great Chu, knew every secret of its hidden reserves. Has the situation truly deteriorated to this extremity? Grief and fury contorted his features as he watched Chen Feng vanish beyond his sight. Worry flickered raw and urgent across his heart. I hadn't expected the soul seal to survive in your lineage. I assumed Emperor Chu Ming had exhausted it long ago. ZTI's pupils contracted slightly, then relaxed. After all, he stood beside a mid-stage divine transformer beast king. A mere soul seal. Insignificant. Who dares invade the great Chu Empire? A thunderous roar erupted from the palace depths. A cascade of rosy light pierced the heavens, hurtling toward the battlefield. Let the dead remain buried. What business have you returning to the living world? Tiger Marsh roared, intercepting the surge. Instantly the battle intensified, more ferocious, more cataclysmic. Even the palace's grand formation trembled, on the verge of collapse. Qi Yanbin and his allies exchanged glances, relief flickering in their eyes. Thankfully they had invited a Demon Clan expert. Otherwise, if Chu Yunjia had unleashed this final reserve without opposition, the outcome would have been uncertain, and one among them might well have perished. They had felt the tremors of that distant clash with chilling clarity. Tiger Marsh was being relentlessly overwhelmed, yet his opponent's strength waned rapidly. He could not hold out much longer. When Tiger Marsh finally raged, Chu Yunjia and his companions would likely be torn limb from limb. Ha ha ha, Chu Yunjia, your last resort has been blocked. Any final words before you ascend? Qi Yimin laughed, mocking him openly. Oomph. A subtle ripple of spiritual sense brushed Chu Yunjia's mind. In that instant he exploded into fury, his very soul force igniting in white-hot conflagration. Qi Yimin, I will die with you today. One of us must fall. What madness is this? Chu Yunjia's sudden frenzy left Qi Yimin staggering, unable to parry the frenzied, devastating blows. Assist me now. He snapped his head around, shouting. ZTI's expression hardened. With a cold snort, he finally moved, launching an attack. Qi Yinbin's death would bring him no advantage, not yet. The divine transformer clash reignited in full fury. Hua Yu struck repeatedly, summoning a massive imperial seal that hurtled toward the elder patriarch of the 10,000 Beast Immortal sect. Hua Yu, Chu Yunjia suddenly bellowed. A sphere of purple light coalesced in hand, instantly enveloping Zeta. Hua Yu immediately took action, pressing a great seal against the two powerful entities before him. An attack surged towards Zeta. Kill the gods. From below, an enraged shout echoed. A golden spear sliced through the air, carrying an intent to kill. The four powerful entities shuddered in shock. Surrounded by two foes, Zeta suddenly sprang up, attempting to escape. That spear had locked onto him. If he didn't flee, being entangled would lead to severe injuries at the very least. Feeling the terrifying pressure from above shook his mind. Stun the gods. Hua Yu formed a hand seal, causing ripples to spread in the void. Zeta suddenly froze in place. The elder of the Beast Immortal sect roared, trying to break the great seal to rescue him. Too late. In that moment of distraction, the spear pierced through Zeta's body. A scream echoed as the divine being fell, his primordial spirit extinguished. The energy contained within Zeta rapidly overflowed. Fearing that a spiritual vein might ignite, he panicked at the thought of all the spiritual energy leaking out. Collect. Chen Feng's figure appeared before everyone, instantly absorbing Zeta's physical body. Holding a sword gleaming with a cold light, his demeanor was imposing and his aura was overwhelming, shining brightly like a true deity. This left Qi Yanbin and others in shock. Zeta, my friend. The Tianyu Great Seal shattered, and the elder of the beast sect howled in immense pain. Chen Feng. The opponent resembled a wild beast, his gaze ablaze with a terrifying red light. Your grandfather is here. Chen Feng laughed in response, deducting 20,000 legacy points as a pill fell into his mouth. His aura surged violently, stepping half a foot into the realm of divine transformation. His nascent soul completely transformed, evolving into his primordial spirit. He is about to break through. No, something is off. Qi Yanbin frowned at Chen Feng's aura was unfathomable. It was caught between a critical point, yet did not break through. Chen Feng, you are extremely bold to dare to kill the great Zeta. Do you wish to oppose the world? The elder of the Thousand June sect scolded angrily, his power surging as he sought to seize the opportunity to ambush and slay Chen Feng. On him, the elder of the Thousand June sect sensed a threat. He knew the opponent was merely an alien king of the Great Chu. The last time they met, he was only at the mid-nascent soul stage. Now in less than 10 years, he was nearing the level of divine transformation. This was terrifying. He must be eliminated. The three divine beings instantly understood this. Chu Yunjiks and the others were equally astonished. They looked at Chen Feng with complex expressions. What are you waiting for? Kill them. The elder of the beast immortal sect roared fiercely, taking the lead in the attack. A clown, Chen Feng said solemnly, his aura trembling. Elders, I never thought we would have a day to fight side by side. Chen Feng laughed heartily, brandishing his sword to meet the attack. Previously, he had killed a divine being by surprising 3 foes together. Now, however, he was facing the elder of the divine transformation directly. Once entering divine transformation, the difference between cultivators and deities becomes vast. Compared to this, it was a chasm. 10 peak nascent souls would not stand a chance against a divine being. At this moment, Chen Feng greatly refreshed everyone's understanding. Today I, Chen Feng, have a sword that can slay divine beings. His voice rang out like thunder, echoing throughout the imperial city. It struck heavy on the hearts of countless people. This declaration left many in the Great Chu utterly astounded. Slash. A booming sound erupted as Chen Feng's aura skyrocketed, his spirit and energy unifying, the power of his bloodline boiling. The mountain-splitting slash activated, showcasing an unstoppable momentum. Friends of the beast sect, retreat quickly, Qi Yanbin shouted, sensing the terrifying peak of Chen Feng's build-up. Boom! Chen Feng's body trembled, and he swung his sword forward with fierce intent, unleashing an unstoppable aura that seemed like a true god, shocking everyone. The elder of the beast immortal sect trembled, his entire power surging as he formed a shield in front of him, runes glowing. Boom! The incredible light flashed as if space itself was cleaved in two, yet Chen Feng's momentum was rapidly declining. Golden blood dripped from his right arm, staining the rusty sword. Even if he executed the 3 slashes to ascend to the heavens and pushed through to the peak, forcing a reversal against a divine being with a nascent soul body, still inflicted tremendous backlash. The backlash was immense. Puff! The elder of the beast immortal sect's eyes dimmed, life force fading, seeming to be divided in half. Without warning, he coughed up blood, his form splitting apart. The blood of the divine being rained down from the sky. A small version of his primordial spirit shattered, appearing extremely ethereal. With one strike, the opponent's physical life force was severed, and his primordial spirit was damaged at its roots. Even if he were to reclaim his body, he would never recover his realm in this lifetime. Chen Feng, the small primordial spirit, glared with fury, shouting, "Devour!" A tremendous suction force swept over the opponent. In an instant, Chen Feng bit down, completely obliterating the opponent's primordial spirit, converting it into abundant spiritual power. The Southern Bright method is truly terrifying. Chen Feng licked his lips, his spiritual power restored, his strength increased by half. He utilized the Southern Bright Immortals' teachings, which included the principle of devouring primordial spirits, to refine them into pure spiritual power. However, some methods were indeed demonic. Demonic techniques. Chen Feng, you are actually one of the demonic cultivators. Qi Yanbin roared angrily, watching the blood rain and the rapidly devoured primordial spirit. Fear flickered in his eyes. Hey, if there are demonic cultivators in this world, then we are all demonic cultivators. Cultivating immortality inherently opposes the heavens, so how can there be a distinction between righteous and demonic? Chen Feng sneered. The other party fell momentarily silent, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Meanwhile, deep within the imperial palace, a presence rapidly dissipated, accompanied by Huze's roar. The sound of the tiger's roar reverberated throughout this world. So terrifying. Haha, the dead should lie still, why stir up trouble? A great seal flew swiftly into Chu Yunjik's hand, covered in cracks. The hard-won joy on Chu Yunjik's face faded once again. The power of the soul seal dissipated, and Huze broke free. You are Chen Feng, right? Quite interesting. In the air, Huze suddenly appeared before Chen Feng, sizing him up. In his gaze, a hint of admiration emerged. Kid, are you interested in joining my beast hall? Although you are of the human race, with your talent you would undoubtedly attract the pavilion master's attention. His gaze fixed upon Chen Feng, extending an olive branch. This left the on-guard Chen Feng momentarily stunned. Tiger King, isn't this inappropriate? Qi Yanbin interjected, his eyes revealing dissatisfaction. The other party was a mortal enemy of theirs. What did it mean to recruit him? Humph! Huze snorted coldly, his primordial power radiating, causing Qi Yanbin's expression to darken suddenly. He fell silent. Chen Feng looked at Huze, whose flesh had been partially revealed, and his expression also darkened. Do not accept his offer. The beast hall is not a good place. I don't know how many human powerhouses have been. A roar split the air. Do you seek deaths? Huzhe bellowed, vanishing in an instant as a claw descended upon Chu Yunzi, who had just spoken. The other man was sent hurtling backward as blood of a Hua Shun transcendent stage sprayed out. Old Chu, Hua Yu flashed forward, a pair of power-forged wings unfurled behind him as he swiftly caught Chu Yunji. A spurt of crimson escaped his lips. His body, already wounded, worsened. Do not worry. Chu Yunji drew a breath and stood firm in midair. Chen Feng, do not go. Last time at Buxa Mountain, I heard from the elders of Tian and Xianming that the Wanshou Jianhao Lord is cultivating a perverse art. He steals the spiritual roots of our human cultivators to fuel his practice. It even provoked the alliance leader to intervene. Chen Feng paused at the words. I think you want to die. Huzhe thundered. At first he had no desire to kill. This was after all human territory. Even if a human powerhouse invited him, slaying a single Hua Shun would have dire consequences. But Chu Yunji's remark was tantamount to ruining the plan, and Huzhe, stung by shame and anger, was enraged. Stop! Gold light erupted around Chen Feng as a golden spear materialized in his grasp. He clutched the spear, gaze razor-sharp, his intent fixed upon Huzhe. If you make a move, I will not hesitate to burn my life to strike you down with a single sword. Chen Feng said in a low voice, his eyes laced with menace. Huzhe stared in astonishment. The golden spear bore a terrifying energy, a current of annihilation swirling within. Even he could faintly sense the threat it represented. Huzhe chuckled, an angry glint in his tiger-like eyes. How amusing, he declared. His Hua Shun power flowed, and his momentum surged in an instant. His aura towered above everyone present. Chen Feng remained composed, the golden spear shimmering and light cascading from its shaft. God-slaying spear, immortal sword. What have I, Chen Feng, to fear from you? He laughed, his gaze profound as golden light flared around him and his innate human bloodline boiled. The might of that blood coursed outward, pressing upon heaven and earth. Huzhe trembled slightly as he felt Chen Feng's surging aura, anger rising in his eyes. Young one, your talent is indeed great, but your years of cultivation are far too few. Huzhe took measured steps in the air. With every tread his presence grew. 2 pairs of golden wings sprouted from his back as his tiger gaze fixed upon Chen Feng. So what of it? Chen Feng held spear in one hand and sword in the other, standing proud in midair, tall and resolute. Within the imperial city, countless eyes shone with admiration. Long live Jin Nan Wang! Someone shouted, and a chorus of voices rose. The crowd fell into a hush, astonished by what they witnessed. So it would seem, murmured another. A pity, still not nearly enough. Huzhe, enraged, leapt forward. Hua Shun midstage power rolled outward, and the scene fell deathly quiet. Even Qi Yanbin and his companion looked uneasy. Yet they would welcome the fall of a prodigy like Chen Feng. The opponent before them was truly terrifying. A nascent soul who could cut down a Hua Shun. It was no less than a mortal slaying a god. In a blur, Chen Feng struck. His golden spear flashed, rending the sky, driven by a surging torrent of murderous intent aimed straight at Huzhe. Huzhe roared as his wings trembled. Clouds follow the dragon, wind follows the tiger. The saying manifested fully. A hurricane swept forth blades of wind like countless knives. They sought to shear the golden spear apart, but the harsh screech of blades did nothing to stop it. The spear's thrust made Huzhe feel the edge of peril. Vanish! An incantation slipped from Chen Feng, and the might of his spirit rippled outward. The other felt a stab of pain, and his action slowed a fraction, yet he still twisted aside, and the golden spear tore through his lower left leg, sending crystalline beast blood spilling. A furious roar erupted from him as terrible energy churned in his maw. Slash! Open! Chen Feng raised his sword, and with one hand cleaved. A long sword wave trailed a burning tail, carrying an utterly fierce essence as it cut. For a moment, heaven and earth shuddered. 3 ascension slashes, an opening like a mountain-cleaving stroke. The supreme sword art matched to the blade in his hand magnified the strike. The force seemed intent on cleaving all things. The void undulated, and the blade left a visible scar in the air. Huzhe howled as the blow landed. One of his tiger legs was severed and fell through the sky. The few Hua Shun assembled held their breath, shocked beyond measure. Agony contorted Huzhe's features as the gathered energy in his mouth detonated toward the firmament. The heavens trembled. His visage was wretched, and his heart burned with fury. He could not believe a junior no higher than a peak nascent soul had injured him so grievously, severing a leg. Even when confronting the soul imprint of the great ancestor of Chu, he had not suffered such a fate. If Chen Feng were to break through into Hua Shun, would he then be doomed? Rage gripped him. The sky's clouds roiled, and he hurled himself at Chen Feng with a titanic roar. His momentum was horrifying. Huzhe struck with a power none could withstand. After 2 exchanges, Chen Feng slipped into a period of weakness. He quickly swallowed a yulong fruit and flashed to the side. Another sword came down, the beast cried out in pain as a claw missed. Chen Feng dove into the void and appeared beneath its belly, his blades sweeping across. A fresh crimson wound opened as the beast in rage counterattacked. Chen Feng's figure vanished like a specter. Roar! Kill! Tiger might trembled. Within a radius of dozens of li, a hurricane domain formed. Countless wind blades slashed outward like sharp knives. The attack was indiscriminate. Wherever Chen Feng might fall, he would be assailed by wind blades, allowing the foe to pinpoint his position. High above, Chen Feng parried the wind blades and looked down upon Huzhe. He had sensed that the familiar aura bearing news would arrive here shortly, no more than half a coup at most. In that instant, Chen Feng acted. Another golden spear flashed into being in his hand, and he hurled it at Huzhe. In an instant, the beast's whole body shivered, and its breath faltered. His bloodline power receded, returning to its calm state. Huzhe's back had been pierced, a woeful sight. He swore he had never fought with such difficulty in his life. That a mere peak nascent soul like Chen Feng could wear him down to near serious injury was too terrifying. If spoken aloud, few would believe it. Assume the return to void stance. Yet you must die, he roared, sensing Chen Feng's decline. Now was the moment to finish him. With a beat of his wings, he pierced the horizon. Hua Yu! Zhen! Hua Yu shouted, and a trail of bloody tears slid from his eyes. Huzhe halted as Chu Yunjia and another ascended to surround him. Young friend Chen Feng, leave what follows to us old ones, one of them said. They exchanged a glance. Two great seals rose and pinned Huzhe inside an absolute space. Chu Yunjia then turned and shouted, Chen Feng, my young friend, take Tianhun and Mingli and leave. The two old men had evidently made up their minds. Chen Feng displayed a level of power that was inconsistent with this realm. Now, as long as Chen Feng could escape with the two most important people, one from the royal family and one from the immortal sect of Dechu, he would be able to return once more. At the very least, the incense was preserved. Tianhu and Mingli, you two go with King Zhennan and bring Yusun along. Chu Yunjia added, appearing as though he was prepared to face death. Chen Feng's mind shook, and he chuckled lightly. These two old men. Hold him for at most half a moment. Someone has already come to help. Chen Feng's voice echoed in the ears of the two men. Their pupils clearly widened in shock, followed by a look of joy. Chen Feng truly was the lucky star of Dechu. Since young friend Chen Feng has said so, we two old fellows will do our utmost to hold him for half a moment. They said solemnly, their divine power instantly igniting, greatly enhancing their restraints. In the absolute space, the explosive impact of Huzhe could not break through for a moment. After all, he had been beaten by Dechu's founding ancestor, and then slashed by Chen Feng several times, pierced by a few spears. His state was far from its peak. He was suppressed, and could not break free for the moment. What are you two doing? These two old things are completely focused on holding me. They can't spare a hand. Now is the perfect time to eliminate them. The duo from Diyun, who had been idly watching, suddenly got fired up. Looking at Chu Yunjia and his companions with sly smiles, they said, ha ha, Chu Yunjia, Hua Yu. You two will ultimately die by my hand. Qi Yinbin laughed loudly, his arrogance reaching its peak. He activated his magical powers, unleashing his divine energy to strike down his two rival elders. For a moment, his emotions surged. Bastard! Chu Yunjia shouted angrily. Currently, he truly could not make a move. You must think clearly, our mutual conflict is an internal affair of the human race. If you kill us for the sake of an alien race, the Tian and Immortal Alliance will undoubtedly execute you. At that moment, Qi Yinbin paused, as if realizing the truth in those words. Seeing the other party's intention, Hua Yu continued, you should understand this Tiger King was sought by the 10,000 Beasts Immortal sect and has nothing to do with you two. We will not pursue this matter. If you leave now, we can consider this as if nothing happened, and all of the territory of DZ can be given. As soon as this was said, the two men were instantly intrigued. It seemed that it was indeed the case. Are you two fools? My lord said that your human race is exceptionally cunning, yet I didn't expect you to be this stupid. If you do not kill him now, when the people from the Tian Immortal Alliance arrive, you will still die? It would be better to kill him now, and then deal with the newcomers together. This way the territory will all belong to you, and I will take the blame. Huzhe immediately spoke up, cursing the two men in his heart for being fools. How could they become the ancestors of a dynasty? He also felt some fear, for he had heard what Chen Feng had said. If the arriving enemy was a great cultivator not weaker than himself, paired with Chen Feng, who possessed strange methods, he might very well fall here. This could lead to serious trouble. The two men instantly understood and no longer hesitated, unleashing their attacks. This path is blocked. Chen Feng descended, swallowing several fruits, and then downing another immortal ascension pill without harm. Following that, he forced the activation of his bloodline power against the attacks of the two men. He battled against the two men. For a moment, the battlefield became tense. A peak nascent soul faced off against two transformation gods. Although these two were not at their peak, they were still formidable transformation gods. Their power was incredibly terrifying. King Zhun Nan is invincible. Within the imperial city, the sound of waves crashing resonated, invigorating the spirits of those present. Even the power of the emperor seemed to swirl and rotate in the air. Go lend us your strength, great King Zhun Nan of Dechu. The voice of Chu Tianhun echoed from above the palace. The immense dragon of fate soared into the air, fully merging with Chen Feng's body. Instantly his aura surged, fatigue dissipating. His mind was exceptionally clear. Chen Feng was also pleasantly surprised, realizing that he could now fight evenly against the two men. After being empowered by the dragon of the emperor's way, he stood firmly in the upper hand. Perfect timing. Chen Feng let out a hearty laugh, reveling in this feeling of enhanced power. With boundless strength, fighting against such powerful beings as transformation gods brought immense satisfaction. Now Chen Feng was not thinking about killing the two men. Instead, he sought ways to enslave them. He lacked two transformation god henchmen. After his strength increased, his ambitions also swelled. He became much bolder. Ocean cover seal. Heaven turning seal. The two seals struck out, pushing back the Diyun duo. Another surge of magical energy rolled forth as he slapped out a palm. With the rise and fall of tides, a massive force surged forth, dyeing the sky blood red. In his hand, lightning flickered. He unleashed his ultimate moves as if they cost nothing, leaving the two men somewhat overwhelmed. Boom. A fierce punch struck out, falling like a meteor, terrifyingly powerful. Chen Feng stepped through the void, exuding a powerful aura that shook the entire imperial city. You two, if you surrender here, I will grant you a chance to live. Chen Feng spoke lightly, a hint of indifference in his expression, his entire being radiating scorching light. You are insolent, you are merely a junior. What if you possess the strength to temporarily rival us? Dream on. The two were enraged and surged forward. Two great spirit treasures were summoned, attacking Chen Feng. Boom. The magical treasures shattered the void, colliding violently with the long sword in Chen Feng's hand, instantly showing signs of damage. Chen Feng stood firm, watching the opponent's broken treasures with calm indifference. His hair was blown away by the shockwaves, his long black hair flying, as his entire body radiated brilliant golden light, resembling a divine deity. Suddenly the dragon of fate roared, and Chen Feng acted decisively. Great might, heavenly dragon. At this moment, this immortal technique erupted once again in perfect harmony with the dragon of the emperor's way. Roaring, it soared through the air, charging towards the two transformation gods of Diyun. Kill. Chen Feng suddenly stepped forward, his body vanishing into the void before reappearing. A punch struck the ancestor of the Qianjun immortal sect, the imprint of his fist sinking into the flesh, a pitch-black object, pulsing, merging into his body in an instant. Boom. Qi Yinbin erupted, sending Chen Feng flying. His spirit treasure launched a fierce attack, his divine power burning fiercely as he unleashed the momentum of heaven and earth. Fire soared through the sky. Another lightning dragon flashed by, engulfing the flames of the enemy. A golden flame lotus danced in midair. In that instant it exploded. The flames blossomed and boundless thunder erupted. The two transformation gods were immediately left with ashen faces, charred by the lightning. Chen Feng's strength once again shocked the entire imperial city. Boom. You cannot hold me. I am out. Die. Huzhe broke free from his restraints, roaring as his figure seemed to flicker like an afterimage, rushing towards Chen Feng to bite. A smile appeared on his face as he sensed a magic seed of his quickly approaching. Dare to touch my man. You must be tired of living. A clear and crisp voice echoed, accompanied by a human presence. A giant palm engulfed in purple flames struck towards Huzhe. Another large hand lifted the two struggling transformation realm experts, gripping them tightly. Purple demon flame. Saintess of the Tianma sect. Huzhe was sent flying, his face a picture of embarrassment, a large patch of his fur singed. There was a hint of terror in his eyes. In the void, a stunning face appeared, followed by a flowing purple celestial dress. For a moment the world fell silent. Sheng Linmei arrived and struck Huzhe down to the ground, firmly pinning it down to prevent any movement. She also captured Qi Yinbin and the other two, exuding an aura of immense terror. Meyer. Chen Feng smiled at her, his eyes reflecting surprise. The opponent's strength had grown tremendously in just a few years. Miss Sheng Linmei. Chu Yunjie recognized her, his eyes filled with disbelief. Looking again at Chen Feng, the terror deepened. What did she just call him? Chen Feng referred to her as Meyer. He was momentarily confused. This is the territory of the Tianan Immortal Alliance. People from the demon sect should not appear here. The captured Qi Yinbin was equally terrified by the power emanating from her. She was far stronger than Huzhe. What does it matter to you what happens with our human affairs? She said, coolly, exerting more pressure, causing the two to feel their organs and even their souls being crushed. Unable to break free, they were in immense pain. Feng Lang am late. Sheng Lin Mai's eyes softened as she looked at Chen Feng. She scrutinized him, worried he might be hurt. Not late, just on time, Chen Feng replied with a smile, walking beside. Mid-transformation realm now. Chen Feng's eyes widened in astonishment at her ability to suppress. Huzhe with a mere gesture indicated she was certainly stronger. After all, even though Huzhe wasn't at his peak, his realm was still there. The two initial transformation realm experts had barely managed to suppress her for a moment. Yet Sheng Lin Mei easily subdued him. From a build-up before an explosion, she said, a hint of pride shining in her beautiful eyes as she raised her head. Chen Feng walked over and wrapped his arm around her waist. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. What was happening? Sheng Lin Mai's face revealed a hint of longing, and her gaze at Chen Feng bore a hint of reproach. It's been so long since you came to see me. Chen Feng replied, I was planning to find you after breaking through to the transformation realm. He showed a hint of regret on his face, glancing at the few below who dared not speak. Can you capture them? It's best to leave them without the strength to resist, and hand them over to me. Of course. Sheng Lin Mei smiled, and regarding what Chen Feng planned to do, she did not ask further. You dare? I am the enforcer of the 10,000 Beasts Hall. So what? In front of outsiders, Sheng Lin Mei regained her lofty demeanor, her gaze icy. If it weren't for Chen Feng needing them, she would have killed this tiger demon already. Damn it. It roared angrily, its divine power boiling over the wind, rising as it tried to break free from its bonds. Crack. Sheng Lin Mai's power surged, an overwhelming pressure descended, and a three-headed, six-armed demon god materialized behind her. The demon god struck down upon the opponent. In an instant, the opponent was left in a woeful state. The demon god's fists pounded mercilessly, possessing the power to break through laws. Even their divine sense was being shaken. Puff. The sound of flesh tearing echoed. The demon god was terrifying, its demonic energy eroding the opponent's mind. Blood flowers accompanied the disintegration of flesh. Boom. With a tremendous sound, Huzhe abandoned its physical form, attempting to escape, yet was captured by the demon god, forcefully thrust back into its body. A demonic sound echoed as Sheng Lin Mei struck. A gentle palm landed on the tiger's head, and the light in its eyes dimmed, falling silent. All done. Sheng Lin Mei smiled. This smile appeared to the several transformation realm experts present like a demon god emerging from the abyss. Coupled with the purple aura emanating from her and her stunning beauty, Qi Yen Bin and the other two struggled violently, while Huzhe was toyed with in her grasp like a mere insect. Let alone them. We are the TNN Immortal Alliance. Boom. Chen Feng couldn't bear to watch any longer. Why hadn't they said anything when they first arrived at the Imperial City? He unleashed punch after punch, lightning crackling around him. In an instant, the two turned pale, also struck by Chen Feng's divine annihilation technique. They fell into a deep unconsciousness, their state pitiful. Chen Feng gathered the three nearly dying experts, effortlessly placing them into a universal storage ring. He then turned to Sheng Lin Mei, revealing a gentle smile. It's resolved. Thank you, Meyer. The other party's eyes held a hint of resentment as she approached softly. You've already said thank you. Our relationship is truly making me sad. This demoness. Chen Feng welcomed her with a smile, embracing her. How could it be? He then glanced at Chu Yunjie and the others, who looked like they were in a daze. Elders, I'll take my leave first. With the two major dynasties' transformation experts fallen, it's the perfect time to expand. Chen Feng waved with a smile, leaving without a trace, taking Sheng Lin Mei with him. Having not seen each other for many years, they naturally had to exchange insights. This. Chu Yunjie and the others exchanged glances, shaken by Chen Feng's words. Taking Chu Tianhun and the few strong experts left in the Imperial City, they all hurried towards the border. The Imperial City became instantly desolate. However, no one dared to cause trouble. The name of the southern town, King Chen Feng, could intimidate all. Today's events were also chronicled by the historians of Dechu. It became a stunning chapter, and the legendary exploits of southern town King Chen Feng began to spread widely. This is what it means to be a man. With a nascent soul physique, a transformation demoness obeyed his every command like a docile kitten. In an instant, Chen Feng became an object of admiration for numerous male cultivators. The name of the ancestor quietly spread. Shanghai City, as a royal city, had formidable defenses. Even in the absence of the Shanghai king, it held strong for 2 hours. Now the city had fallen. The army of the Daoist dynasty surged in with countless soldiers and citizens of Dechu fighting fiercely. Inside the lord's residence, a fat man and a thin man, one cunning and one astute, listened to the sounds of battle throughout the city. Their expressions shifted constantly. Shanghai City had been breached. The Shanghai king has treated us while defending us multiple times. Oh, we should do something. Cheng Chud's expression changed as he looked at the blazing royal city. We are merely at foundation establishment. Going would be tantamount to seeking death. Cheng Mu's face was not pleasant, filled with anger and sorrow. Who said we are going to seek death? Joining the fray now would waste our talents. We should take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the Yun Imperial City. They have emptied their nest. Their defenses must be weak now. Let's strike when the iron is hot. Cheng Chud declared firmly, and the two exchanged knowing glances, nodding heavily. In an instant they burrowed into the ground, disappearing from the Lord's residence. In the heavenly spirit dynasty within the Imperial City, a powerful voice shouted, "Hurry, don't let her escape." Two streaks of light darted forward, one trailing the other. The foremost light was that of a woman in azure robes, seemingly floating like an immortal. Sensing the presence behind her, a flicker of purple light flashed in her eyes. She vanished into thin air, only to reappear behind her pursuer. "You should not have died." Her voice was as cold as ice as she thrust her sword, severing her opponent's head. At that moment, several powerful auras rushed toward the sky. Among them, one emanated the aura of a nascent soul powerhouse. The leading nascent soul was furious, glaring at the azure-robed woman and roaring, "Don't let her escape. Whoever dares to disrupt our grand scheme must be killed." "A vampire." She exhaled a breath of cold air, her gaze growing even colder. "Master," she murmured softly. In an instant, a stunning woman in a red flowing dress appeared as a phantom behind her. "This can only be done this once in a short time, otherwise your body cannot withstand my pressure of law." Moments later, the azure-robed woman was engulfed in flames of red. With a wave of her hand, the surroundings instantly transformed into a sea of fire. All those being pursued were instantly consumed by the flames. Even a corner of the distant city wall saw countless guards annihilated. "Oomph." A cold snort escaped as the azure-robed woman waved her hand and instantly vanished from her original spot. A breathtaking light shot up into the sky from the Imperial City. A beam of white light rushed from the Imperial City. Transformation into God. If it weren't for my disciple's body, it wouldn't be wise to keep my energy for too long. The azure-robed woman let out a light hum, flames erupting in her palm as she vanished into the void. "Bastard." Moments later, the powerful figure arrived, feeling the intense heat of the firewall before him, his face twisted with rage. "Where did this transformation into God come from, daring to wreak havoc in my Imperial City? Truly underestimating my Linghuan Tian." The powerful figure was enraged, with a bagua appearing in his hand as he continuously calculated the direction. "Found it." A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he leaped over the firewall, speeding westward. He showed no restraint in his pressure, causing all who passed to tremble in fear. Deep within the Yuhai Immortal Gate, an old monster's expression shifted in disbelief as he looked toward the Imperial City. How did the old ghost of Huan Tian break through? He grew tense, his thoughts racing. In the air, the atmosphere was being violently torn apart. The woman who had just leaped through suddenly felt a surge of inspiration. With a strand of silk spinning in her hand, her expression changed. How could the dragon-seeking technique of the Bagua immortal sect appear in this little place? Damn it! She was startled and once again vanished into the void. Above the sky, a golden runic leaf tore through the void, speeding northwest. "Old ghost, you really think I'm afraid of you?" In the Chuling mountain range, two powerful figures clashed. "Are you from the Great Chu?" The Great Chu truly has not given up their thievery. Linghuan Tian's anger intensified, blood energy swirling around him. "Your strength is quite superficial. It seems it is not truly yours." Kik, the maze of souls, what a heavenly blessing. Linghuan Tian's expression changed as he probed with his divine sense, excitement blooming in his eyes. Overjoyed, he looked at the woman as if she were an unparalleled treasure. "By absorbing you, my primordial spirit will become more complete, perhaps allowing me to glimpse higher realms." Linghuan Tian's face was filled with joy as he focused on the woman. The secret technique of the swallowing evil clan. The woman frowned, speaking sternly as a fire arrow formed in her hand. Slapping her hand in the air, a tremendous wave surged forth. The fire arrow plunged into the water, instantly transforming into a sea of flames with scorching heat. In an instant, the surrounding area of dozens of miles became a desolate wasteland devoid of life. "You actually know about the swallowing evil clan. You cannot be left alive." Linghuan Tian exploded like a tiger whose tail had been stepped on, his expression twisted as a drop of crimson liquid dripped from his bared teeth. The opponent had revealed his hidden heritage, a secret known to no one. It was also his greatest trump card that allowed him to quickly break through since transforming into God. "Die!" He roared, his ears sharpening as he revealed a row of jagged teeth dripping with crimson liquid. "The swallowing evil clan actually has a heritage in Lingwendao Prefecture. This is serious." The woman frowned, feeling her body violently reject something. Her expression shifted as she murmured, "Chen Feng, I hope you arrive quickly before my energy is reclaimed." Boom. The battle erupted with raging flames engulfing the mountains and plains like flames from hell. Ling Huan Tian unleashed blood light from his hand accompanied by countless terrifying shadows of demons. A primary bloodline inheritance, thank goodness. Hua Qingwu relaxed a bit, feeling somewhat fortunate. What primary inheritance? Despite the battle, the opponent's senses remained incredibly sharp. Hearing the opponent's murmurs, he shuddered all over. Primary inheritance indeed. Illusory killing arrow. Hua Qingwu's figure flickered, revealing a beautiful phantom with a smile. Her ethereal hand gently lifted and hundreds of miles of magical energy were instantly drained, forming a sharp arrow that shot through the air. A fierce flash illuminated the valley, turning the pitch-black night into day. Countless demons fell to the ground in fear. A large portion of the demons began to retreat deeper, afraid of being caught in the aftermath of the two. Slash! Another blade of red flames shot forth, and in the next moment, all was silent. Ling Huantian was cleaved away, instantly losing his target. Seek! He dared not delay, as this was related to whether his inheritance would be exposed. Using his bagua, he found no trace of the opponent. For a moment, he was perplexed, continuously calculating in place. In the void, a crack tore open, revealing Chen Ruoshi in azure robes, her consciousness hazy. She fell from midair. Ruoshi! A furious shout rang out as Chen Feng arrived. He caught Chen Ruoshi in his arms, his expression pained. It seems she has unleashed some secret technique, forcibly enhancing her strength. Fortunately, this technique only utilizes external energy, otherwise your daughter would have exploded and died by now. Beside him, Sheng Linmei surveyed the surroundings, and after confirming there was no danger, returned to Chen Feng's side. She immediately recognized the cause of Chen Ruoxi's weakness. Chen Feng was well aware of this. His gaze fell on the bracelet, casting a deep look before he gritted his teeth, and said, "Follow me back to the clan." Sheng Linmei could see that Chen Feng's anger flared up in an instant before being forcefully suppressed. They knew not who the enemy was, rather than aimlessly searching outside. It would be better to wait for the person involved to awaken. You finally agreed to let me return to your clan. Sheng Linmei thought to herself, feeling a hint of sweetness. Looking at Chen Ruoshi, she sensed the lingering, terrifying aura on her, and frowned slightly. A supreme powerhouse has appeared, and the aura emanating from her is even more formidable than her father's. What exactly has happened? There can't be such a powerful existence in the southern region. Sheng Linmei's eyes quickly revealed a look of confusion as her mind raced to deduce the situation. Let's go. Chen Feng's magical power pulled her, and they vanished from the spot, leaping madly toward the clan. In the depths of the Chu Ling mountain range. Inside the underground palace. You possess the aura of an immortal. A strangely shaped bird landed on Chen Chuhang's shoulder. Chen Chuhang did not dare to move. His body was utterly stiff solely because of the bird on his shoulder. The aura it radiated contained a magical power that evoked an involuntary fear within him. It felt like even the slightest movement of his flesh would be a great disrespect to it. Senior. Chen Chuhang struggled to move his body, his facial muscles tightly clenched. He squeezed out two words. Goo goo goo, I forgot. The strange bird tilted its head, and the pressure on Chen Chuhang instantly vanished. He gasped for breath, looking at it in horror. The bird's feathers were somewhat ragged, with 3 strands of hair on its head. Its eyes showed no signs of uniqueness, merely a vacant and foolish expression. However, the aura it emitted and the sense of oppression it brought were utterly real. What kind of bird is this? Chen Chuhang's eyes flashed with vigilance as his mind raced. The aura of an immortal. He was also curious about why this seemingly foolish bird claimed that he had the aura of an immortal. That's right. The strange bird flapped its emaciated wings, resembling a featherless rooster. It circled around Chen Chuhang again and again. You have a wave that feels very familiar, but the aura of an immortal is not within your body. It flapped its wings, approached Chen Chuhang's chest, focused on the storage ring he was wearing, and pointed at it. Inside here. Inside here. Chen Chuhang's heart skipped a beat. He recalled the precious gift his father had given him when he was 12. It was said to be extremely valuable, and it could not be opened casually. It was only to be opened when the right time came. Could it be that the aura of an immortal that this bird speaks of is inside? He was filled with astonishment, even though he was only at the foundation establishment stage. His knowledge and understanding were still quite broad. The initial generation of the Chen clan, as well as some of the clan members after them, had to read a book called Immortals, Mortals, and the Heavens. Inside it recorded countless short stories and was Chen Chuhang's favorite storybook from childhood. It contained accounts of immortals. However, it seems you can't open it. Goo goo goo. The strange bird flapped its wings and flailed. Chen Chuhang tilted his small head slightly, holding the storage ring in his palm, but he couldn't perceive anything. Can I go with you? I've been in this dark place for a very long time, and many bad people have come to pluck my feathers. But I've scared them all away. You have a familiar aura, so you definitely won't pluck my feathers. The strange bird perched on Chen Shuhang's shoulder, staring at him with wide eyes. Chen Shuhang was taken aback for a moment, then felt a surge of joy. This little creature had many extraordinary traits, even though it looked quite disheveled. But it wasn't bad. Sure. Chen Shuhang nodded and was about to turn to leave. Where did this golden phoenix come from? Get away from my brother. A small voice rang out, and looking down he saw a young boy holding a stick inscribed with unknown runes pointing at the strange bird. For a moment the strange bird looked somewhat stunned, and a ripple of surprise flashed in its gaze. Golden phoenix, are they talking about me? Feels so familiar. Xiao Fan, it's fine if this bird wants to follow me, so there's no danger. Chen Shuhang pointed at the strange bird on his shoulder, revealing a big smile. Chen Shuhang was somewhat dazed and didn't quite believe it. He glanced at Chen Shuhang with suspicion, and a thought surfaced in his mind. He then settled his heart, thinking, the golden phoenix recognizes its master. My brother is not simple at all. This family is not simple either. He added in his heart, and accepted this reality. He packed countless items, and left the cave with Chen Shuhang, leaping onto the back of a seemingly plump rhinoceros, slowly heading north. Brother, I told you not to keep feeding this beast. Oh, look how fat it is now. On the back of the rhinoceros, Chen Shuhang looked resentfully at the beast beneath his feet. This creature, when he first had an impression of it in his childhood, was still quite robust and vigorous. But as the diet improved, the entire beast had grown several sizes. Isn't it still not full? Since it's following me, I won't let it starve. Oh, what's wrong with feeding it some food? What else can we do? Chen Shuhang covered his face, not wanting to look at his brother. If it gets fatter, we can just kill it and eat meat later. After these words, the rhinoceros paused, sensing a chill run down its spine. Chen Shuhang laughed heartily, giving the rhinoceros a solid pat on its back. Hurry up and move. If you slow down more than before, I'll kill you and eat your meat. With Chen Shuhang's words, the rhinoceros suddenly felt the presence of death looming. Its master indeed meant what he said. Immediately its plump rear began to wiggle, and its belly nearly touched the ground. It ran quickly, fearing that if it paused for even half a second it would be killed and eaten. Ha ha, brother, look how scared it is. On the back of the rhinoceros, Chen Shuhang laughed uncontrollably. He couldn't stop grinning. Chen Shuhang smiled, and waved his hand quietly, gazing into the distance. Suddenly he felt the ground shaking. In the distance a great battle erupted, and the entire mountain shook. What's that noise? Chen Shuhang's face showed a look of shock as he gazed at the energy fluctuations rising into the sky in the distance. There must be powerful beings clashing. It's likely at least a transformation stage. Chen Shuhang spoke gravely, displaying a mature demeanor for his young age as he commented on the situation in the distance. After a moment, he felt the ground shaking again. In the distance, it seemed something was rushing towards them. The trees swayed, and suddenly a thicket of trees was dust flew everywhere. Underfoot, the rhinoceros began to become agitated and terrified, starting to low. Roar! Roar your head! Just after it roared, Chen Shuhang struck it on the head. However, his expression was also somewhat tense. As someone who had spent years training outside, he had seen this kind of scene many times. The beast tide has arrived. The fluctuations from the battle of the strong ahead have stimulated these beasts, causing them to flee inward. This has gradually triggered a large-scale beast tide. Chen Shuhang could sense that among the beast tide there were quite a few golden core stage beasts. If he and his companions stood in their way, they would likely be trampled into meat paste in an instant. Run! Chen Shuhang shouted sternly, turning his gaze deeper into the mountain range. There it could be said to be the forbidden area of the entire Chuling mountain range. Inside there exist nascent soul beasts. At his current strength, even encountering a golden core beast would be life-threatening, let alone a nascent soul. However, if they do not head deeper into that area, no matter whether they go east or west, they will still be affected by the beast tide. Moreover, they are still part of the human race. The beasts, already frightened, would only become more agitated upon sensing the presence of humans. Boom! The rhinoceros beast, receiving Chen Shuhang's command, turned and stomped the ground, quickly heading deeper into the mountain range. Behind them, in less than a moment, countless beasts surged forward like a stampede of horses rushing inward. Time passed, and the fluctuations from the strong battling came to a halt. Yet these beast tides showed no signs of stopping. Small groups of beasts continued to converge, trampling mountains and blocking rivers. Deep within the mountain range, several waves of nascent soul energy fluctuated as a few nascent soul beasts flew out. Roar! A wolf beast howled, and several nascent soul beasts roared in unison. It seemed the beast tide received a command or guidance, and began to change direction, heading further north. Over there lies the southern county of Dezhou. This is not good. The beast tide has changed direction. That is towards Dezhou. Chen Shuhang gritted his teeth and urged the rhinoceros beast forward towards the territory of Dezhou. The territory closest to the Chuling mountain range belongs to his own family, Nanyulian County. In the Chun County, under the water spirit tree, Chen lay quietly beneath the tree, absorbing the rich, wandering power of water. The water spirit tree, what a grand method. Shenlin Mei looked at the water spirit tree amazed. Such a thing is rare, even in the heavenly sacred sect in the vast southern prefecture. Having one is even a rarity. Unexpectedly, her husband's family grows one, and its age is not low. It is sufficient for a few nascent soul cultivators, primarily of the water attribute, to absorb. It's just luck, Chen Feng said casually, putting a few Tianqing fruits into his precious daughter's mouth. The surrounding magical power circulated to refine it. Why is the consumption so direct? Chen Feng felt a bit uneasy. Besides the energy within the golden core, even his blood energy had been consumed considerably, reaching a limit. This is too abnormal. Although Chun Rox's strength is only at the peak of the golden core, the magical power contained within her is already close to that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. It's terrifying. Being able to exhaust her to this extent likely means she has fought against someone above the nascent soul stage. Earlier in the southern region, there was a powerful energy fluctuation. Do you think it could be related? After saying this, Shenlin Mei instantly regretted it. The little girl before her merely at the peak of the golden core, what qualifications does she have to participate in that battle? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng began to deduce. He did not rule out this possibility. Is there anything in the store that can help restore and nurture souls? Ding, yes, categorized into methods, pills, array formations, and talismans. Chen Feng searched, combining his remaining 80,000 inheritance points in exchange for a bottle of completely snow-white potion. Nurturing Spirit Liquid, a 5th-tier pill that can solidify the spirit and nurture the soul, accelerating soul repair. After deducting 15,000 inheritance points, Chen Feng felt a slight twitch in his heart. Taking out the Nurturing Spirit Liquid, Chen Feng dripped the potion onto the bracelet. In an instant, the bracelet absorbed the potion, appearing to have no unusual appearance at all. However, the recent events could indeed signify something. Another bottle of Nurturing Spirit Liquid entered his hand. Magical power explored the edges of the bracelet, and a piece of information flowed into it. What is happening? This was Chen Feng's first question. Within the bracelet, the figure of Hua Qingwu appeared somewhat ethereal, absorbing the energy of the Nurturing Spirit Liquid. Hearing Chen Feng's thoughts, she showed no surprise. With what Chen Feng had done, her ethereal heart felt somewhat warm. The Heavenly Spirit Empire has connections with the Tungxi clan. Capturing the ancestor of the Heavenly Spirit dynasty, he knows a lot. After receiving this information, Chen Feng only felt that the enchanting voice disappeared. He did not continue to disturb her, feeling a slight heaviness in his heart. Heavenly Spirit Dynasty. Tungxi Clan. Chen Feng's eyes flickered slightly as he pondered. Meyer, do you know the Tungxi Clan? Upon hearing this, Shenlin Mei raised an eyebrow surprised, and asked, you also know about the Tungxi Clan? Chen Feng upon hearing this frowned slightly, and closed his eyes. The clear voice echoed in his mind, and upon opening his eyes again, countless bits of information filled his mind. Yes. In our Lingwen Dao state, does the Tungxi clan still have any inheritance? None, she answered decisively, having heard this information from her father. How strange. Chen Feng, combining the information from his daughter's elderly guardian, looked at her very seriously and said, I suspect that the ancestor of the Heavenly Spirit dynasty obtained the inheritance of the Tungxi clan. As soon as he finished speaking, Shenlin Mei's expression changed slightly. If that is the case, then I must return to the holy sect and bring people to thoroughly eliminate these bastards, she said angrily. In the immortal spirit continent, countless races coexist. The human race is merely one of these races, just slightly ahead. The Tungxi clan is one of those races. Their power surpasses that of the human race. They are terrifying, and most importantly, they love to seize the bloodlines of the human race, often massacring an entire region of human beings. This has enraged the powerful among the human race, leading to a great battle with the Tungxi clan. In the end, the human race's geniuses emerged, defeating the Tungxi clan and eradicating most of their inheritance. The remaining clansmen fled into small worlds. Only a small portion remained undiscovered. Shenlin Mei, as a direct descendant of the Tianma sect, was somewhat aware of these matters. Chen Feng nodded slightly. That could very well be the case, but it's uncertain. You should accompany me to investigate. If it is true, then return and bring reinforcements to kill him. If not, then we will still kill him. Chen Feng's voice was cold, a red glow suddenly appearing. When shall we leave? Shenlin Mei seemed anxious, looking at Chen Feng. After pondering for a moment, Chen Feng spoke. Now. Since they were going, they must do so, while the opponent has not yet completely concealed themselves, directly exposing him. Two powerful auras ascended into the sky. In the air, one blue and one purple, two beams of light streaked through Chan County, heading towards the Chuling mountain range. Roar! My! Halfway there, Chen Feng halted, releasing his divine sense. Below, countless beasts surged heading towards a specific direction. At the forefront of the beast horde, a rhinoceros beast was frantically dashing forward as if its life depended. Power feigner. Chen Feng paused in midair, his magical power transforming into a large hand that lifted the two. Father, they exclaimed in unison. What happened? Chen Feng looked at the two, frowning as he asked. A horde of demon beasts is rushing in this direction. It would surely cross the mountains and attack the nearby cities of the southern region. That place is the core territory of the Chen clan. How could we allow such damage? In the distance at the edge of the mountains, there are powerful beings battling, scaring these demon beasts away. Within the mountains, there are several nascent soul demon beasts directing these creatures towards the southern region. We must hurry back to inform everyone. After speaking, Chen Shuhua noticed a woman in purple beside Chen Feng. His gaze flickered as he swept over his father's companion for a moment. Father, who is this? He was well aware of his father. Looking at the numerous ladies in his backyard, he remarked, Call her my mother. Father, you are quite impressive. A silly bird chirped twice nearby, and Chen Shuhua gave Chen Feng. This woman is much stronger than his father. My mother. However, it was Chen Shufan who spoke first, revealing a cute expression. Hello, my mother. You are truly beautiful. Chen Shuhua quickly chimed in with sincere compliments. Shenglin Mei covered her mouth and laughed, saying, You have such sweet words. In her hand, a black jade talisman fell into the hands of the two young boys. This is a meeting gift from my mother, please accept it. She bent down and smiled. The two boys felt a bit shy while Chen Feng's expression darkened. Just take it. These two boys are truly skilled at acting thick-skinned and cunning. Especially Chen Shuhua. Let's go back. For the time being, do not come to the Chuling mountain range for training. We should head north. The Great Shu is currently annexing two major dynasties. Although it is chaotic, it is also a good place for training. After saying this, before the two could respond, a golden talisman in Chen Feng's hand transformed into a flying carpet wrapping the two like rice dumplings. They swiftly flew toward Qin County. Roar! Below, the rhinoceros beast saw its master being thrown away, weakly glancing at Chen Feng and letting out a low roar. Its source of food had left. What was it to do? At this moment, it just wanted to say, I haven't even gotten on the carriage, how can I leave? It became a bit anxious. Sorry, I forgot about you. Chen Feng's slightly apologetic voice appeared behind the rhinoceros beast. With a single step, the beast transformed into a shooting star, accurately landing in a certain direction. Done. Chen Feng clapped his hands and waved. Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, blocking the horde of beasts. Feng laying that bird on your offspring's shoulder was rather strange. Shenglin Mei landed beside Chen Feng, her delicate hand resting on his shoulder as she softly spoke. I sensed it. But what of it? Chen Feng replied indifferently. If that bird harbored any malice, Chen Shuhua would certainly not appear as he does now. Furthermore, he still had Chen Shufan by his side along with the precious gift he had given. It would be difficult to fall. Those who leap over the ice wall shall die. Chen Feng opened his hands, cold air spreading for 100 miles, transforming into a towering wall of ice. In an instant, he had consumed more than half of his magical power. A dragon fruit entered his stomach, rapidly replenishing his energy. Above, thunderclouds gathered, bringing down divine punishment. Within the beast horde, chaos erupted. Roar! The beast herd was thrown into disarray, terrified. Countless demon beasts turned to ashes in an instant. Shenglin Mei made a bold move, radiating brilliant light that enveloped a portion of the beast swarm, exuding a terrifying aura. In this realm, all beast roars ceased, leaving only the thunder still descending. Before him, tens of thousands of demon beasts turned to char or vanished into nothingness. Deep within the mountains, it was eerily silent. Chen Feng's divine sense swept through, and he could not even find the few nascent soul demon beasts hidden within. Watching the vitality extinguish, Shenglin Mei appeared with a blood-colored energy orb in her hand. Chen Feng fell into a brief silence. For you. The light orb flew over, and Chen Feng caught it. Feeling the dense power of blood energy within, he was somewhat moved. What is this? Chen Feng looked at her, his eyes glimmering. The method of deprivation, a plunder of some life energy. Since keeping these demon beasts is a calamity rather than killing them and wasting their lives, it is better to let them burn their remaining vitality. Shenglin Mei smiled slightly, looking at Chen Feng as she said, Can you not accept it, Feng Lang? There was a cunning light in her eyes. Chen Feng smiled and accepted the blood energy orb. How could I refuse? You are absolutely correct. Feng Lang practices both martial and magical arts, right? Her gaze was fixed on Chen Feng, as if she believed she had seen through everything. Chen Feng nodded with a smile. Indeed, and among my family this you gave me is very useful. Shenglin Mei laughed, and said our heavenly sacred sect is called the Heavenly Demon Sect in Lingwen Dao Prefecture because of these. As long as one can ascend to immortality, what does it matter which means one uses to walk the path of ascension? As long as one can ascend, even if they do not comprehend in the end, they will still be praised by the world. Chen Feng nodded gently. What she said was true. Maintaining one's Tao heart regardless of the means of cultivation is essentially the same. The path of cultivation is fundamentally about seizing the world's fortune and achieving one's destiny. Since we are all thieves, believing ourselves to be pure is an extreme flaw. Shunlin Mei laughed happily, taking Chen Feng's hand. I knew it. Fenglang is different from others. Our heavenly sacred sect will not take action against the human race. We cannot act against the human race, though otherwise our inheritance would have long been extinguished. Here, a flash of light in her hand revealed a jade slip, which she handed over to Chen Feng. What is this? Chen Feng took it and looked at the jade slip. The sacred decision of fortune is also a secret of our heavenly sacred sect. Chen Feng was taken aback, quickly pushing the jade slip back. I am not from your heavenly sacred sect. How can I accept your teachings? This cannot be accepted blindly regardless of the sect. For cultivation methods, one must be exceedingly cautious. To seize another's method is akin to severing their lifeline, obliterating a sect. Why are you not from my heavenly sacred sect? Shunlin Mei smiled, puffing out her chest. The implication was already quite clear. Chen Feng was momentarily stunned, shaking his head and smiling. Perhaps. Thus he did not refuse further and accepted the jade slip. The sacred decision of fortune is a sacred decision for the human race, capable of seizing the fortune of heaven and earth of all races to achieve oneself. Those who enter my Tao must adhere to their bottom line and not punish the good and promote the evil. Among it there is a teaching, a piece of cultivation text. After reading the teaching, Chen Feng gained a new understanding of this text, created by an immortal during the weary times of the human race. It also propagated a novel path of cultivation. Or rather, it pointed out the general way of cultivation. System: how many inheritance points are required to elevate the creation sage art to perfection in ending. This is only half of the technique. To obtain the complete version, 20,000 inheritance points are required. Chen Feng's breath hitched. Instinctively he knew. And such a heaven-defying cultivation method could never be simple. And the creation sage art did not prescribe a fixed path to immortality. Rather, it guided its cultivator to forge a unique Tao, a personal path to transcendence. At the very least, it qualified as an immortal tier legacy, its mastery entirely dependent on individual insight. And above it, additional techniques of creation were inscribed. In how many inheritance points are required to elevate this section to perfection? In 5,000. Chen Feng drew a deep, steadying breath. He currently possessed only 7,000 inheritance points. And after this expenditure, only 2,000 would remain. Elevate to perfection. Chen Feng silently commanded. In an instant, a profound, ineffable resonance shimmered around him. Ni's entire being sank into sudden enlightenment. Golden lotuses bloomed beneath his feet, radiating the sublime aura of great creation. Yet such a phenomenon manifested upon a nascent soul cultivator, an occurrence so staggering it defied belief. And beside him, Saint Lin Mei was utterly stunned. She had heard rumors of Chen Feng's state. Na, revered ancestor of the celestial sage sect, once attained sudden enlightenment upon comprehending the creation sage art, ascending to immortality within a mere millennium and leaving behind countless legendary tales. Was Chen Feng following the same path? Not a single moment of enlightenment. In her expression hardened with solemnity, her divine sense swept across the mountain range like a sovereign edict. And with a flick of her wrist, spiritual energy coalesced into a translucent barrier, enveloping Chen Feng completely, to contain his creative energy, preventing even a trace from leaking outward. And meanwhile, her inner world churned violently. Chen Feng's innate talent was terrifyingly extraordinary, and he might well ascend to immortality itself. Even if he fell short of that zenith, reaching the apex of Lingwen Dao Prefecture would be effortless. And after a long silence, Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes. Ni's command over his own body, his blood-chi's spiritual energy and physical essence, had reached a terrifying level of precision and mastery. Within him, his bloodline power surged fiercely. Previously, his entire bloodline had been replaced. Now, even his tendons and bones were being refined, his physique gradually transforming toward that of a primordial human. It may be plundering, or it may be creation. Chen Feng murmured softly, then raised his hand. And before him, the charred wasteland burst forth with vibrant life. From the scattered bones, rare spirit herbs sprouted in abundance. The scorched earth blossomed into a boundless sea of flowers and verdant flora. Then what of plundering? Chen Feng's gaze drifted toward the deepest recesses of the mountains as he smiled at Lin Mei. May er accompany me? She nodded silently and followed Chen Feng as they strode through the air, swiftly closing in on the mountain's heart. Na bestial roar echoed across the peaks. A shimmering radiance erupted around Chen Feng. Na wolf beast disintegrated, its form dissolving into countless motes of light coalescing into a brilliant white sphere pulsing with blood qi and spiritual energy. Feng Lang, have you fully comprehended the creation sage art? In awe rippled endlessly across her features. The power of plundering, capable of utterly stripping this wolf demon of every essence, was beyond terrifying. It was horrifying, beyond comprehension. And even she, having attained modest mastery, reaped immeasurable benefits. Yet her own plundering could extract only a fraction of blood qi, still a feat deemed monstrous. Chen Feng nodded, gazing into the void. And, however, one must not overplunder. In all things abide by karmic law. To strip another entirely leaves no energetic feedback to return to heaven and earth, disrupting the natural balance. Such excess would inevitably sow chaos. And Chen Feng opened his mouth and swallowed the luminous orb. Tingling warmth surged through his limbs and meridians. Yet upon closer introspection, a faint sting lingered. Sharp reminder that unlike system-bestowed cultivation, even flawless plundering yields energy that is not truly one's own. One must never succumb to greed. Chen Feng sighed faintly, regret coloring his tone. And had he devoured 10 more latest-stage nascent soul-level demonic beasts, he might have shattered his current realm outright. Yet this single orb demanded prolonged refinement before full integration. And the next ingestion would require at least 6 months preparation. Still, such power was profoundly heaven-defying, an effortless acquisition of strength. In all things bear duality, Chen Feng understood with absolute clarity greed would be his undoing. A terrifying orb of condensed energy materialized in his palm, the energy drawn precisely half from the wolf demon's essence. In with a single strike he hurled it toward the faint aura deep within the mountains. Boom! And the mountain range fractured, all life fell silent. Chen Feng's voice resonated across the desolation. And, though you are demonic beasts, not of our kind, I spare your lives, acknowledging the arduousness of your cultivation. Should you dare violate human territory again, your end shall be certain and absolute. In from the depths of the ancient forest, several subdued roars echoed in submission. Chen Feng gave a slight nod and turned away. Let us go. St. Lin Mei glanced back. She had assumed Nei would proceed to plunder and consume all the nascent soul-level demonic beasts. She had even prepared to caution him such rapid ascension carried perilous consequences. Yet unexpectedly Chen Feng had spared them. Truly worthy of being the man I chose. Her eyes crinkled with delight as she slipped her arm through his. And together they stepped lightly through the air, entering the domain of the Tianling dynasty. Beyond the imperial borders, within a secluded wine villa, Chen Feng and Lin Mei shared a quiet drink. And suddenly a streak of light pierced the courtyard. A daoist priest clad in emerald robes bowed deeply before them, voice reverent and Bummy pays homage to Lord and Lady. Chen Feng lifted a hand slightly and regarded him. How far has the preparation advanced? The sovereign emperor has abruptly entered a life-and-death seclusion, entrusting regency to Ling Rapai. That is the imperial heir we have supported. A life-and-death seclusion, he has only recently broken through to the peak of the nascent soul realm. Why enter such seclusion so soon? Bummy hesitated, then shook his head. This servant knows not. Enough. I summoned you here for a critical task, one requiring the full deployment of our hidden reserves. My lord, please speak. Bummy clasped his hands and bowed low. Investigate the imperial clan's elder ancestor. I suspect he cultivates a forbidden art. Should you uncover even the faintest trace, you are to act under the banner of restoring imperial legitimacy, securing Ling Rapai's throne irrevocably, then ushering us in a forbidden art. Bummy's face paled, he nodded sharply. This servant understands. It is also time to replace the Grand Commandant. Chen Feng said quietly. Who? You. Chen Feng smiled, handing Bummy the blood orb Lin Mei had gifted him. Several pills appeared in his palm. Merely restore your divine sense and replenish your energy. You will break through again. These are grade 4 spirit-nourishing pills, more than sufficient. No further words are needed. Thank you, my lord. Bummy's eyes gleamed with gratitude as he prostrated himself. Consume them here. We shall stand guard for you. Chen Feng spoke with quiet authority. St. Lin Mei watched with quiet curiosity. This Bummy was in truth a transcendent soul elder who had seized another's body through soul replacement. Most astonishingly, he served her Feng Lang. Does Feng Lang intend to seize the Tianling dynasty? I require a domain, truly my own. Lin Mei nodded, watching Bummy swallow the pills. Chen Feng extended his hand. Creative energy flowed across Bummy's form like liquid gold. Absorb the blood orb's power. In Chen Feng commanded voice resonant. Bummy obeyed instantly, and under their joint guidance his divine sense began to stabilize and strengthen. His physical aura too rose steadily, renewed, refined, and ascending. With the assistance of the two, the primordial spirit of the indestructible daoist began to recover and stabilize. The aura of his physical body also gradually increased. Chen Feng spoke softly, his magical power surging. The indestructible daoist absorbed the energy from the blood orb, enhancing his physical body and refining his magical power. In less than half an hour, he effortlessly reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Indestructible, I thank you, Master. I am willing to die for you. The indestructible daoist performed a bow, paying the highest tribute. Chen Feng waved his hand, as if to say it was unnecessary. In this life, if he wanted him to die, then he would go. Go ahead. With that, Chen Feng took the hand of Sheng Lin, roaming through various places in Tianling. In the imperial city, the Grand Marshal died mysteriously, and a new Grand Marshal was appointed by the regent. Countless officials and powerful factions were well aware of this matter. The new Grand Marshal possessed formidable strength, having reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Before long, he organized his troops and army. The regent's faction became even more stable, with no one able to shake it. Outside of Dechu, within the imperial city of the Daoyun dynasty, two sneaky young men broke through the restrictions and entered the burial grounds of the emperors from various dynasties. And the treasures inside are dazzling. Mu Li, let's dig out these bones and let them bask in the sun. Chun Mu Li's eyes sparkled as a drill appeared, and the two of them descended underground. On the battlefield of the two great dynasties, the Chun clan's descendants moved out. A large flag fluttered in the air, embroidered with a magnificent Chun, the Ziqingshan city. This was one of the important passes leading to the interior of Dazi. That's the flag of the Southern King. Damn! The general guarding the city was withdrawn from the front lines. Stationed at this vital point, he watched the approaching army and the fluttering flag in the distance. His expression changed slightly. The name Chen Feng was like thunder. Both of the great transformation ancestors of his dynasty had been slain by the Southern King of Dechu. This made many in Dazi tremble with fear at the mention of Chen Feng. General E, let's retreat. No one can withstand the Southern King of Dechu. Crack! General E crushed a magic sword in his hand. Clenching his teeth, he looked at the grand passage behind him. Further back was a vast plain with no more defenses to hold. They could only rely on the formations within the major cities. But what good would that do? Damn! He felt a surge of anger and was about to turn away. Wait, the approaching figure is not the Southern King of Dechu. Beside him, an old man spoke. He seemed to be a military strategist possessing a perfected golden core cultivation, yet his vision was keen, and there was a glimmer of light in his eyes as he observed the changing scene. Having cultivated a certain eye technique, his vision surpassed even that of General E. What a... General E suddenly turned to look at the old man. The old man said seriously, indeed, this is not the Chen Feng we saw that day, the Southern King of Dechu. The man at the forefront seems quite unfamiliar, and the flag they carry is the royal banner of the Southern King. There are also many people behind dressed in clothing with the Chen character. They seem to be cultivators from the Southern King's family, and the Southern King is not present. The Southern King is not here. General E's eyes brightened at this. That's right, the leader is a muscular man somewhat resembling Chen Feng, but I am certain it is not him. So it seems these are all members of the Chen clan. General E was somewhat excited, almost wishing to dig out the old man's eyes and place them in his own. That's right. Great. General E laughed heartily. Dechu had killed too many of his relatives and friends. Today he would slay the strongest of Dechu, a descendant of the Chen family. He could not believe there were so many freaks in this world. Moreover, he had heard some tales about the Chen clan. The Chen clan was merely a family established for less than 300 years. Aside from Chen Feng, who else could be a strong figure? Perhaps Chen Ruoxi from over a decade ago, the top-ranked prodigy. However, even a genius could not possibly break through to the nascent soul stage in such a short time. Warriors, follow me out of the city to confront the enemy. After General E recounted the situation regarding the Chen clan, many faces were filled with excitement. The fact that Dazi had fallen into this state was mainly due to Chen Feng. Many in Dazi, rooted in their family powers, wished to devour Chen Feng's flesh and drink his blood to relieve their hatred. Grandfather, do you think the people in the city ahead dare to fight us? Excitement flickered in Chen Xingxing. We will know when the time comes. Chen Chu Wu radiated a fighting spirit, followed by hundreds of Chun clan disciples advancing toward the cultivators under the Chun clan's jurisdiction. None were below the foundation establishment stage like a sharp blade. They are coming. In the midst of laughter, General E led hundreds of warriors to confront the enemy. Behind, a great army was advancing. Are they from the Southern King's residence, the Chun clan? General E said solemnly, fixing his gaze on Chun Chu Wu at the forefront. His eyes were somewhat excited. The opponent was merely in the early stage of the nascent soul. All these were military achievements, even if the Z was currently in decline. In the royal family, military achievements equated to everything, allowing one to exchange for things previously unobtainable. Moreover, killing them would also vent his anger and avenge his friends and family. Chen Chu declared from the southern king's residence, Chen clan, Chen Chu. Indeed it is. General, he laughed, his spear flashing. Then died. He roared, and the 10 or so golden core cultivators beside him all erupted into action. In an instant, brilliant lights flashed, and countless violent magical powers tore through the air. Chen Xingxing faced a golden core latest-stage commander battling fiercely with no clear victor. Kill. Chen Chu waved his hand, and the Chen clan disciples behind him raised their weapons, unleashing a torrent of strikes upon the enemy that surged like a tide. Boom. The spells of dozens of golden core cultivators collided in this valley, creating a blinding flash of light. Within the valley, it seemed to have been reinforced by Zis strong figures. For a moment, it was not destroyed by the residual energy. People of the Daichu Chen clan die. Someone shouted angrily, wielding a long spear and lunging at the nearest Chen Shuling. Both sides launched fierce attacks, with Chen Chuyan also wielding a massive sword, wildly hacking at the enemy before him. Like wolves among sheep, many fell in an instant. Those below the golden core stage, all of you retreat. A commander stepped forward, wielding a spear to block Chen Chuyuan's massive sword. Rays of light flashed and figures intertwined. Someone in Zis defending army exclaimed. In the distance, an explosion sounded. A battered figure was sent flying, crashing hard against the wall of the valley. General, how is this possible? How could the Chen clan possess such a strong figure? Aside from the southern king, shouldn't they all just be insignificant characters? The crowd was astonished. In their impression, the Chen clan existed solely because of the prestige of Chen Feng, relying entirely on their ancestor for development. Nearby, a Chen clan disciple resembling a human-like ferocious tiger was attacking their general. This was utterly inconceivable. Die. With another roar, the brilliance of magic surged through the air, and yet another golden core leader fell. It seems the Chen clan is not what we imagined. A renowned commander, fear evident in his eyes, had his arm severed by Chen Chua's blade. Boom. The true clash began as the two factions engaged in a fierce battle within the valley. In an instant, magic was swirling chaotically, and terrifying dragons and tigers appeared repeatedly. Who are you from the Chen clan? The general, was sent flying by a punch, leaving a ghastly imprint on his chest. I am Chen Chu. Chen Chu spoke softly, the bloody gauntlet in his hand radiating a menacing aura. At that moment, in the distance, a long spear shot through the air, aimed at Chen Chu, its overwhelming magical aura rippling like the vast Yangtze River. In an instant, the battlefield was divided into 3 sections. Its blood spear ho. Great, this thief from the Chen family is doomed. Among the guards of the Great Purple, some showed exhilaration on their faces. As the long spear approached, Chen Chu had no choice but to change his attack direction and engage in battle with blood spear ho. King Tianpeng said there were suspected members of the Chen clan here, so I came to investigate. Upon closer inspection, it truly is. The spearhead in his hand was deep red, seemingly stained with endless blood, a mark that could never be polished away. The ominous aura was overwhelming, blood-red magic rippling across his body as the spear struck out. It was terrifyingly powerful. Even someone as formidable as Chen Chu momentarily fell into a disadvantage. General, he also burst forth from the rock layer at this moment, and the two joined forces. At that instant, Chen Chu found it hard to counter 4 hands, and was forced to retreat continuously. Looking ahead, they were about to reach the Chen clan's territory, a domain of Foundation establishment cultivators. He roared, knowing that if he retreated any further, countless lives would be lost. The aftershocks from the clash of nascent soul cultivators were beyond what they could withstand. They could only divert their core towards the outskirts of the main battlefield. Open. The bloody aura surged violently, the martial essence erupted, and the runes in his body surged, affecting many in that instant. The powerful gust of wind forced many weaker factions to meet their demise on the spot. Third uncle is truly terrifying. Chun Muyun struck a ball of light from his hand, blasting the enemy before him into fragments. Feeling the gradually shifting battle of the nascent soul, he was filled with horror. This was the first time he had experienced the battle of the nascent soul up close. If he got any closer to the core of the conflict, he would surely meet a grim fate. Watching Chen Chu, whose entire body erupted with runes as he struck out with both fists, he suddenly gained the upper hand against the 2 nascent souls. Third uncle has gone all out, it's over. If outsiders looked on, they would see Chen Chu overpowering both opponents, but core disciples like Chun Muyuan knew better. This was not his uncle dominating. He was merely forced to unleash his trump card. If he couldn't quickly eliminate someone from the opposing side, waiting for the eruption to end would surely spell disaster for Chen Chu. In the heat of battle, Chen Chu understood that he had to break through. He unleashed all his power, disregarding the attacks from Blood Spear, trading injuries for injuries as he fought against the weaker generally. He struck so fiercely that bones were exposed, creating a scene of utter carnage. Chen Mian was extremely worried, waving his hand to eliminate a guard who attempted to launch a sneak attack beside him. Looking in the direction of reinforcements, he muttered, "When will they arrive?" Chen Chu, your strength is indeed formidable, but it is impossible for you to fight against two alone. To die by my Blood Spear House hands is considered an honor for you. Blood Spear Ho roared, the spearhead gleaming coldly as he transformed into a shadow, dancing with the long spear and stirring the winds and clouds. With immense force and terrifying magical fluctuations, he aimed to take Chen Chu's life in one blow. Break! Chen Chu's muscles bulged like coiled dragons, the runes shining as his vital energy burned. Instead of waiting for this lethal strike to arrive, he stepped forward, reaching out to grasp the spear. What courage! Under such a crisis, Chen Chu dared to reach out to grab the spear, which was tantamount to seeking his own death. But in reality, the magical armor on his right knee exploded, blocking the spear's trajectory at the critical moment. The spear's sharpness sliced upward, opening a bloody gash in his chest. Nevertheless, Chen Chu's right hand firmly grasped the spear, a smile appearing on his face. His right calf, infused with martial essence, snapped forward to kick. The opponent's focus was entirely on the spear, and in a moment of carelessness he was kicked. Blood Spear Ho let out a muffled groan as his lower abdomen was pierced, yet he still clung tightly to the spear. He had stubbornly endured this strike. What a man! Chen Chu said indifferently, blood dripping from his chest as he leaned forward, turning to deliver an elbow strike. The opponent had no choice but to free one hand to block. Hiss! Blood Spear Ho felt his forearm shatter, his face paling drastically. If he abandoned the spear, he would surely die. Yet if he kept it, he would lose the magical weapon he had nurtured for years. Without the spear, Blood Spear House combat effectiveness would diminish greatly, and he would lose the absolute suppression over Chen Chu. After all, this person's power was exceedingly terrifying. If they continued to drag this out and reinforcements from the Great Chu arrived, it would only lead to a dead end. Die! In the distance, a wave of light exploded, and a long spear soared through the air, aiming to pierce Chen Chu. Boom! Chen Chu stood up, having no choice but to abandon his attempt to seize the spear to evade this strike. His expression turned somewhat grim. The opportunity was lost. Slash! General E, not knowing where he got a long sword, swung it towards Chen Chu. With each inch of length comes greater strength. Having exhausted too much energy, he could only temporarily evade. Surround and kill him. Blood Spear Ho, holding the spear in his left hand, charged in together. The runes were somewhat dim, and the blood dripping from his chest could not be replenished due to constant fighting. It even caused the wound to widen. General E continued to attack the weak points, making the situation even worse. Chu Yuan, let's join forces for a single strike. Meanwhile, Chen Shuling had slain the commander he was fighting and came to Chen Chuan's side. Good. Chen Shiyuan first joined forces with Chen Shuling to eliminate their enemy. The two joined forces, their hands glowing as their seals combined. They aimed at the nascent soul holding the blood spear in the distance. Boom! The combined seal struck at Blood Spear Ho, who was focused on battling the formidable Chen Chu. Caught off guard, he was struck by the seal, sending him flying, blood and flesh flying behind him. Damn it! He roared as Chen Chu broke free, withstanding General Yi's sword strike and delivering a punch towards him. This forced him to hurriedly respond, only to be struck in the lower abdomen by another punch. Instantly, blood and flesh exploded, and several bones shattered, creating a ghastly sight. Boom! Once again, it was an exchange of injuries. The blood spear marquis pierced through his chest with a single thrust, and in return a punch struck the opponent's head. Before the skull shattered, Chen Chu still caught a glimpse of the terror in the other's eyes. You have no nascent soul. The nascent soul of the blood spear marquis flew out, filled with dread. He had believed this strike would shatter Chen Chu's nascent soul. Yet to his surprise, the opponent had none. Instead, his flesh and bones were extraordinarily powerful. Runes sparkled like stars. He did not resemble a cultivator at all, let alone a martial practitioner. Die! The opponent revealed Chen Chu's greatest secret as runes continually erupted from his body and martial energy transformed into a dragon that devoured the blood spear marquis' nascent soul. From behind, a cold sword struck. Injured Chen Chu had become weary in his reactions. Even as he struggled to evade, one of his arms was severed. Go! Below, Chen Chuling bellowed, rushing into the sky to catch Chen Chu's arm. Again he shouted in a roar. Chen Chu waved his right arm, shook his head, and turned to continue the battle. Flesh continued to tear apart, and joy appeared in General Yi's eyes. He was about to die. He was finally going to die. He became somewhat frenzied, burning his nascent soul power, determined to kill the opponent. Damn it. Chen Shuling looked down at the battlefield. The Chen clan had already gained an absolute advantage with only 3 commanders left desperately holding on. Foundation establishment cultivators were exceedingly rare. It was a scene of overwhelming victory. However, as long as Chen Chu fell, the enemy's general would not be restrained. Then all of this would be for naught. Even with his severely injured nascent soul, he could still force them back, let alone kill them. Dragon Dance. Chen Shuling also went all out. His golden core burst forth, and his entire magical power transformed into a massive white dragon swallowing the golden core, suspended in midair. With immense power it roared as it charged at General E. Little Jier. General E, somewhat deranged, looked at the charging silver dragon with disdain, not believing that a golden core would dare to attack a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator like himself. Even in a severely injured state, he was not something these mere ants could touch. Ignorant of death, he repelled Chen Chu's strike and punched at the silver dragon. Boom. Something's wrong. His expression changed as the silver dragon was blasted apart halfway. However, the remaining energy still managed to wash over him, leaving him dazed for half a second. In an instant, he spotted the golden core within the belly of the silver dragon. What audacity! He suddenly understood the cause and effect, using his own golden core as a sacrifice to reinforce this strike. I underestimated you. With a strike unleashed, he aimed directly at the dragon's belly golden core. Boom. Chen Chu also noticed the oddity, and his eyes instantly changed. Seizing this moment, he delivered a blow. Puff. General Yi's strike was hit by Chen Chu, causing it to go off course. However, the aftermath still spread cracks across the golden core. In midair, Chen Chuling spat out blood, her vision darkening as she began to fall. In the air, the cracked golden core also drilled into his body. Chuling. Chen Chuyuan shouted loudly, pulling away from the battlefield to catch the falling Chen Chuling. This way is blocked. As Chen Chuyuan departed, a momentary gap appeared as the 3 remaining commanders were besieged. One of the enemy commanders attempted to break through, but Chen Mu Yuan stepped forward. Wielding all his energy, he struck out, forcing the opponent back. He was also struck down by Chen Xian's sword. The remaining 2 commanders were also overwhelmed and swiftly fell. From then on, the defenders were annihilated. Only in midair remained the severely injured Chen Chu and his battle with General Yi. This was indeed the final battle. Countless people felt a wave of anxiety. Rather than waiting for death, it's better to assist. Chen Chuyun shouted, and despite the immense exhaustion from a fierce battle, he charged into the sky without hesitation. Even though he was merely in the golden core realm, his strength was vastly inferior to his opponents. Yet he felt no fear, seeing his brother falling into a disadvantage and ultimately facing death. He would rather take the risk. In the Chen family, there were no cowards. Charge! Chen Xingxing roared, the ground cracking beneath his feet as he shot forth like an arrow. Several cultivators of the Chen clan ascended into the air, followed by the golden core powerhouses under the Chen clan, all heading towards the aerial battle of the nascent souls. Seize the city, plant the flag. Chen Mu Yuan bellowed. As a peak foundation establishment cultivator, he couldn't even intervene from the outskirts of this battle. A grand Chen clan flag appeared in his hand as he waved it and charged towards Qingshan City. A massive head flew horizontally. Chen Mu Yuan stood atop the city while the flag waving. Several cultivators of the Mu clan joined in the fray, with the few remaining defenders on the wall. Ultimately, at the highest point of the pass, the Chen flag fluttered. 14 golden core cultivators from Chen Chu's side joined forces, delivering a combined strike that forced General Yi to retreat. Ants! He roared, swinging his long sword at the group of golden cores. Ants can still threaten a giant dragon. Chen Chuyun bellowed, unleashing a seal. Chen Xingxing's martial energy surged, and a blood-colored dragon soared into the sky. Again they combined their strength for a massive strike. Ha ha, well done. Chen Chu trembled all over, and another rune exploded as he punched out. It merged with the intertwined rays of light in the air, creating an overwhelming momentum. General Yi let out a muffled groan, wielding his magical power to defend. Under the combined strike of the crowd, he was sent flying, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth as he fell into the valley below. Die! Chen Chu shouted, transforming into a stream of light as he pursued, hoping to seize this opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. A dying struggle, is that all you've got? The flying General Yi steadied himself, flipping over to counter. And I am here. Behind him a roar erupted as a golden dragon charged toward him with an intact golden core resting within its belly. Up! A scream rang out. He was caught off guard from behind and instantly lost strength. His chest caved in from the impact, and Chen Chu's left arm was also shattered, enduring the excruciating pain as he rammed his head toward the opponent's skull. With a headbutt, the opponent's skull burst open first. The nascent soul attempted to escape, crying out in terror, "You are all mad." He was frightened. Oh, what kind of reckless fighting style was this? He had never seen anyone sacrifice their golden core to unleash a powerful strike, and here was a near-destroyed body using a headbutt to collide with him. A bunch of lunatics. He retreated, rolling up his spatial ring, his nascent soul bursting forth as he fled into the distance. At this moment, none of the others could catch up to him. Thus, he vanished on the horizon. The numerous cultivators felt a sense of loss, having failed to completely capture him. Nonetheless, it was still an incredibly successful achievement to force a nascent soul cultivator to abandon his body and escape. Suppress. In the distance, an icy chill illuminated the air, a sense of extreme cold surging forth. Has father arrived? King of the South. No, this fluctuation belongs to Xia Jianyang. In the Chen clan, only a very few possess ice attribute powers. When they realized it was Xia Jiao arriving, a sense of disappointment flickered in everyone's eyes. Currently, if Chen Chua's condition were to be attacked by a golden core from the Great Purple, no one would be able to stop it. Xia Jiao's arrival was also a significant morale booster and support. However, the people of the Chen clan appeared quite invigorated. We managed to hold off that useless Tianpeng King for a while. At least we weren't late. Xia Jiao's voice resonated as she appeared before the crowd. In her hand, she held a large frozen human head, her robes stained with blood. Clearly, she had encountered a fierce battle on her way here. In the end, the Tianpeng King fell. What is this? The powerful ones present were astonished. They were aware of Xia Jiao's strength, but did not expect her to be capable of slaying the Tianpeng King. The feeling of disappointment was swept away as it seemed the opponent's strength was also formidable. Behind her, a somewhat battered figure appeared before the crowd. In an instant, many recognized this powerful figure. It was a strong presence from the guard hall with a latestage nascent soul strength who had previously made an appearance in various battles in the chaotic lands. Xia Jiao's aura seemed to be no less than his. This indicated that the two had joined forces to slay the peak nascent soul monarch. This was still quite terrifying, as there is a significant difference between the peak and latestage nascent soul. The prince has more pressing matters to attend to. Leave this place for me to guard. Xia Jiao's aura erupted, resembling a queen. In an instant, countless people lowered their heads. Xia Jiao, representing Chen Feng, stationed herself at the Chen clan's expeditionary army, preparing to battle the Great Purple. Send the order to prepare at Qingshan Pass for 3 days. Upon her arrival, she saw Chen Chua's tragic appearance, as well as Chen Chuyuan, who was unconscious beside him. She issued her orders. In her hands, bottles of elixirs were produced along with several sky-blue fruits, which fell into Chen Chuan's hands. The item given to Chen Chu was a red box. In the Great Cloud, faction turmoil erupted within the imperial city. A section of the royal palace's rear courtyard collapsed. The supporting king was furious, with numerous powerful individuals pursuing the culprit within the imperial city. During this tense period, many were thrown into panic. Numerous troublemakers spread terrifying rumors claiming that the transformation god of the Great Chu had invaded, causing the imperial city to collapse, and that the regent had died. At that moment, many small families migrated overnight. Bastards, bastards. What use are you to me? With such a huge commotion, how come no one has found them? What did all the guardians of our Great Cloud's previous emperors rise from the dead? In the royal palace, the supporting king raged and roared in the grand hall. Below, several nascent soul cultivators wore extremely grim expressions. Supporting king, we truly saw it. It was a fat man and a thin man. Shut up. The supporting king's eyelids twitched, nearly kicking the speaker away. Let me be quiet. In the grand hall, no one dared to make a sound. In the depths of the Great Cloud royal tomb, Chen should struck a shovel against a coffin made of high-quality, refining jade. The restrictions on the coffin were triggered, bouncing the two away. Muli, I tell you, there must be a great Zongzi inside. It might just be the ancestor of the Great Cloud. Shall we? Chen Shud's gaze fell on Chen Muli, revealing a cunning smile. Don't even think about it. I know you want to take my... Chen Muli glanced at him. 2 drops of liquid poured from a jade bottle, and he pointed in the void. A rune was drawn and struck the coffin. Moments later, the restrictions stopped activating. What a treasure, truly a treasure. Chen Shud stared intently at Chen Muli, putting away the jade bottle. Don't even think about it. Chen Muli cautiously stored the jade bottle, glaring at Chen Shud, who was nearly drooling. Haha, how could that be? I am your uncle. Why would I covet the treasures of my junior? Chen Shud feigned an upright demeanor, straightening his back and laughing. I merely thought that such a precious item might break if you accidentally drop it. That would be unfortunate. Get lost. The coffin was pushed aside, and the two stopped their bickering, focusing intently on the inside. Hiss! Chen Shud inhaled sharply, both of them revealing expressions of horror. Empty. Chen Muli said in a deep voice, searching around with his eyes. Apart from some scattered burial items, there was nothing else. A resurrection? Or did the master inside escape? Chen Shud took out a bagua compass from his bosom, muttering incantations. It is indeed empty. Something is strange. I suspect the person inside is not dead at all. Chen Shud and the others retreated, moving away from the coffin. Their gazes remained fixated on the bottom of the coffin. Both sides could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. Did you notice too? There is treasure energy inside. They exchanged nods, deciding to push the coffin open and see what was inside. What if it resurrects? Chen Muli expressed some concern. Don't be afraid. Don't forget the treasure we picked up last time. Chen Shud pulled out a somewhat rotten rope from above. An unbearable stench wafted out. Why did you bring this back? Don't come near me. Chen Muli looked. TCH, what do you know? This thing can suppress souls. It's a good treasure. Chen Shud paid no mind and kicked the coffin over. Blood began to seep from below. The two frowned. I have a bad feeling. Chen Muli's expression changed as he looked at the bloody opening below the coffin. Me too, but we've come this far. Once the coffin is moved, the treasure energy will be undeniable. It must be a spirit treasure. Chen Shud gritted his teeth, looking at Chen Muli. Shall we take a gamble? Chen Muli hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Let's go. You go first. After saying this, he kicked Chen Shud down and followed behind. May Star to the Immortal bless us with fortune and treasures without danger. Chen Shud murmured, raising a divine token he had pulled from who knows where in front of him. Shut up, keep it down. What if there really is something inside? Wouldn't you wake it up? Chen Shud immediately fell silent, still holding the divine token high, walking forward. The passage was quite narrow, and the blood scent grew stronger the deeper they went. The two felt nauseous and had to seal their mouths and noses, relying on their internal energy to navigate through. It seems this is the true tomb. Looking at the murals in the passage depicting an extraordinarily divine emperor, life experiences, and past events, the two gradually realized this was the tomb of the Great Cloud's founding ancestor. They had arrived at the right place. However, what was the source of the bloody scent from below the tomb? To enter quietly, they did their best not to disturb whatever might be inside. The two of them concealed their presence and cautiously moved forward. They did not know how long they had walked before arriving at an opening. Ahead, the view suddenly opened up. However, the scene before them nearly made both of them gag. Even having witnessed numerous grand spectacles, they had never encountered anything like this. What lay before them was a vast great hall. At the top of the hall, a dazzling bloodstone illuminated the space, exuding an eerie aura. Within the hall, countless skeletons were sprawled in various corners. Many of the bones had been refined and transformed. At the very least, they belonged to golden core cultivators, with quite a few being those of nascent soul cultivators. There were both demon beasts and humans among them. According to logic, the flesh of these powerful beings should not decay after death, lasting for at least 1,000 years. Yet the corpses before them were all stark, white bones, utterly horrifying. In the center of the hall was a blood pool, within which surged a pool of crimson blood. Above the blood pool was a grotesque creature resembling a massive meatball, with countless tightly shut human faces quietly absorbing the energy of the blood below. Atop the meatball sat a head that exuded an overwhelming pressure identical to that of the great ancestor depicted in the murals. This scene was something both of them found hard to accept. Over there. The two exchanged glances, spotting a large platform in the corner of the hall. Various treasures were casually placed on top. There were even 3 spiritual treasures. Holding back their nausea, they circled around the platform. After confirming there were no prohibitions, they took all the treasures on the platform. The secrets here were equally shocking. The two exchanged glances, estimating that these items were likely the contingency plan of the great ancestor. He wanted to be resurrected. We agreed to expose all the emperors of the great Yun to the sun. Having cooperated for years, they instantly understood each other's intentions. One person approached the passage and started inscribing a formation. The other, with a pained expression, produced a blue-green talisman, with a drop of crystalline liquid being consumed by the talisman. The talisman fell into the blood pool. The two exchanged hand signals. Run! Suddenly Chen Mu took off in a wild sprint. The formation inscribed by Chen Shud erupted with a dazzling light, and their figures instantly vanished. Roar! Within the hall, the meatball emitted a piercing sound. It sensed that the blood pool below had mixed with other energies. Explode! Boom! The blood within the blood pool exploded, and the violent energy caused the entire imperial city to tremble. The protective formation of the imperial city automatically activated. This was of no help. The ground cracked open. Countless buildings were reduced to dust. What on earth? The king of the mountain, still quietly observing in the hall, narrowed his pupils sharply. In the imperial tomb area, the explosion struck. The ground was blown away. Even the imperial palace shook violently. Has someone from the transformation god intervened? At this moment, he was thinking about this. Immediately, he fled in a panic, wanting to preserve the royal bloodline. The explosion continued, and half of the imperial city collapsed, as if something terrifying was awakening beneath the ground. In an instant, the previously clear sky was suddenly shrouded by dark clouds, as if some monstrous entity had descended upon the world. Roar! A sharp roar echoed from below, carrying an incredibly terrifying aura. Countless low-level cultivators and some mortals exploded in that instant. Just from that one roar, nearly half of the population in the Imperial City perished. Great demon! A great demon has invaded. The king of the mountain could no longer sit still, transforming into a streak of light as he fled. From beneath the ground, a shadow that obscured the sky, resembling a massive mountain, crawled out. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a mountain of flesh with countless human heads writhing atop it. The wails of vengeful spirits were horrifying. Many low-level cultivators were left stunned, their bodies rendered immobile. Within the Imperial City, countless people abandoned the city and fled. Even the king of the mountain abandoned everything at the first opportunity, fleeing towards the outside. This was definitely not a transformation god, but a far more terrifying existence. In an instant, bloodlight surged into the sky, shrouding the entire Imperial City. Moments later, all living beings within the Imperial City disappeared without a trace. The mountain of flesh seemed to grow even larger, with more arms and heads added atop. A chilling aura enveloped hundreds of miles. What on earth have we unleashed? Outside the Imperial City, Chen Feng and his companion fled frantically. Even after leaving the Imperial City for 100 miles, they could still see the monstrous entity resembling a mountain. Both were horrified, and another green talisman appeared in their hands. In a flash, they quickly departed. That mountain of flesh seemed to have also detected Chen Feng and his accomplice. It crawled towards them, screaming. Behind it, 1/10 of the area had been destroyed, a truly terrifying sight. In the southern region of Dahu, Chu Yunza, who was observing the battle, suddenly felt a chill run through his body, his heart racing. From the direction of the Great Yun Imperial City, the overwhelming wave of energy and the ominous black light was discernible even from afar. What kind of monster? The sharp howl echoed in his mind. Go quickly. All cultivators of Dachu retreat immediately. Immediately, Chu Yunji roared, using his transformation god power to separate the battlefield. Many were still in shock from that piercing scream. They all heard it clearly. Chu Yunji appeared terrified, his face as pale as a sheet. This expression also caught the attention of the cultivators present. What kind of existence could terrify even a transformation god like this? The people of Dachu were equally alarmed, all hastily fleeing towards the direction of Dachu. In an instant, those still engaged in life-and-death battles were left with the bewildered cultivators of the Great Yun. My lord, what should we do? Is that howl related to us? The noble of the Great Yun was also gripped by fear. The higher one's cultivation, the more one could sense the terror. His face was pale, and he shook his head, still somewhat in shock. I don't know, but I feel we shouldn't stay here, we shouldn't remain in the Great Yun. Instantly, he made a decision. Something that could scare off a transformation god did not exist in their Great Yun. Perhaps something unexpected had occurred, and he gritted his teeth. Looking towards the Imperial City, he fled further inland. The others exchanged glances, and many powerful figures followed the noble's escape. If even the king of the Great Yun could be frightened enough to abandon his homeland, what about them? Something has happened, something has happened. Among the sea tribes near the Great Yin Sea area, many cultivators sensed something was amiss and ordered a retreat of 100 miles. What exactly had happened in the Great Yun? At this time within the Great Z dynasty, a talisman fell before Hua Yu, and his expression changed dramatically. He looked towards the direction of the Great Yun with disbelief. Even across thousands of miles, or even further, he could vaguely sense a terrifying entity awakening over there. The weather has changed, he murmured softly. In the Imperial City of the Tianling dynasty, a talisman appeared before Chen Feng, and a message materialized in his mind. Suddenly his expression changed. Run! The spirit boat soared, crossing the sea and heading towards the Great Cloud dynasty. Why are they still chasing us? Chen Feng also wore a face of terror. He sensed that the creature was relentlessly pursuing them. Fortunately, despite its terrifying power, its movements were relatively slow. Don't head towards the Great Chu. Behind them, Chun Yu's voice rang out as he clearly sensed the destruction of the Great Cloud Imperial City in an instant. Such terror, what would it be like if they went to the Great Chu? Absolutely not. Gritting their teeth, the two suddenly changed direction. Let's go to the Lanyu dynasty. The two altered their course, heading towards the eastern territory of the Great Cloud, where there was a colossal entity. Surely it could withstand this terrifying monster. At this moment within the Lanyu dynasty at the Huaxian sect, an old Taoist suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils contracting. Looking towards the direction of the Great Cloud, he murmured, "This shouldn't be happening." A moment later, the sound of breaking air arose, and a middle-aged man in a dragon robe, hands clasped behind his back, looked towards the area of the Great Cloud dynasty with a serious expression. "Old man, you sensed it too, right? The middle-aged man said with utmost seriousness. The methods of the devouring evil clan. The blood evil. The old Taoist said in a deep voice, a hint of apprehension in his gaze. Beside him the sound of a blade being drawn echoed as the middle-aged man gripped his long sword with great authority. You are no match for it. Not even with my help. Call for aid. The old Taoist sighed as the great formation of the Huaxian sect suddenly activated and began to operate. A beam of rainbow light shot up to the heavens, piercing the sky. In an instant, everyone in the Tian'an Immortal Alliance area saw this rainbow light. Something has happened in the southern province. In Wenzhou, the nearby powerful family closest to the southern province, the leader's expression darkened as he saw the soaring light. That old ghost Lin Xing, so vain, actually sent a signal for help, indicating that the situation must be serious. Ancestor, are you going? An old man with white hair holding a dragon head cane looked towards the southern province with great concern. That old ghost is my Dao friend. I must assist in times of trouble. Having said that, he soared into the air and instantly vanished. Southern province. The man said solemnly, looking towards the source of the radiant light, revealing a thoughtful expression. The events in that area have indeed become increasingly strange in recent years. In other provinces, beams of light continued to streak across the sky. On an overseas island outside the Tian'an Immortal Alliance, a purple glow flew by heading towards the southern province. Fellow daoists, suddenly at the Huaxian sect, 4 powerful cultivators arrived. Oh! The old Taoist looked towards the horizon as another beam of light descended. Saint Qing, what are you surprised to see me arrive? A woman with a veil and a graceful figure stepped out of the mist. At once everyone gasped in surprise. The leader of the family said, Saint Qing, but do you truly have such a kind heart? What is fellow humanity? Isn't it natural to help in times of need, oi? Unlike your so-called Immortal Alliance, where so many family sect members have perished, only 4 have come. And you speak of a common destiny, why not join my Tiansheng sect instead? At this the family leader's face stiffened. The Lanyu Emperor stepped in to ease the situation, saying with a smile, Saint Qing, what you say is true. As fellow humanity, why shouldn't we help each other? Thank you for your assistance, fellow Daoist. No problem. Saint Qing waved her hand, casting a glance at the family leader. Oomph. The family leader turned his head away. What she said was true. The Tian'an Immortal Alliance had indeed scattered, each acting on their own. Unless it was a major event, the leader would rally them, otherwise they all did their own things. It is the blood evil. Seeing that no one had arrived, the light beam in the sky ceased. The few exchanged simple words. How could the methods of the devouring evil clan come to my Lingwen Dao province? One of the female cultivators from the Xianbing Immortal sect spoke. Everyone present was at the returning void realm, possessing greater knowledge of the world and many experiences. Hearing the term blood evil, their expressions all shifted. Who knows? That repugnant race that was nearly exterminated by the various immortal alliances has now resurfaced in my Lingwen Dao province. The old Taoist from the Huaxian sect also spoke, slowly shaking his head. Fortunately, the opponent has not yet matured into its complete form, otherwise it would be disastrous. The family leader sighed. Why discuss this so much? What we need to do now is to slay it. Since it has been exposed, we must kill it, or it will harm countless lives further. This is our human territory. Saint Qing waved her hand, stopping the discussion among the few. Rather than discussing here, let's eliminate it first to spare the flora and fauna of our human territory. Fellow Daoist Saint Qing is right. The Lanyu Emperor suddenly stood up, a hint of worry in his eyes. The blood evil was getting closer to their imperial territory. In the southern province, his Lanyu Emperor was the most powerful force among humans. Then let's go while the blood evil has not yet fully matured, slay it, and then search for clues. The old Taoist was also impatient. The Huaxian sect was close to the Great Cloud's border. When the blood evil entered, it would be the Huaxian sect that suffered the most damage. How could he afford to wait? After saying this, he stepped onto his flying sword and headed towards the blood evil. This old Taoist is still as impatient as ever. Fellow Daoists, let's go. Saying this, the middle-aged man also soared into the air and vanished in an instant. We're doomed, it's getting closer. Chen Shud and the others also wore expressions of panic, their speed increasing as they fled. We're close, it's only 500 miles to the Lanyu Emperor's territory. Once we get there, I don't believe the cultivators of the Lanyu Emperor won't intervene. Suddenly a great sun appeared in the sky. Dispelling the black mist, a lightning bolt erupted. Powerful magical energy surged and pressure descended upon this realm. Oh! In Chen Shud's mind, a thunderous sound echoed. Once again the world spun, and the two found themselves beside a middle-aged cultivator. Fifth-tier talisman, are you disciples of the Immortal Talisman sect? Daoist Lanyu. From a distance a voice called out. The middle-aged man had not finished speaking when he waved his hand. The two were lifted by a cloud of condensed magical energy and flew away. I have old ties with your immortal talisman sect, so let me send you a ride. Before they could comprehend what had happened, they were whisked away by a mighty figure. By the time they reacted, the massive flesh mountain was already out of sight. They could only feel the earth trembling and the sun's light being overshadowed. A dazzling light slashed through the sky, causing the heavens to tremble. The ground was crushed down, and beyond that they could see no more as the scenery around them kept changing. The return to void cultivators stood at the pinnacle of the Lingwen Dao prefecture, their immense strength unmatched, with only a few in the southern province able to rival them. Now 7 return to void cultivators had gathered, causing the land within 100 miles to tremble. What is this? Chen Feng, following the guidance of the talisman, arrived at the scene and gazed in awe at the distant flesh mountain. Blood evil, Sheng Linmei said in a solemn voice, recognizing this entity before her as one recorded in the scriptures of the heavenly holy sect. It resembled a mountain of flesh, as if countless malevolent spirits had transformed into it, instilling fear. The battle ahead, is it truly something that can be caused by a mere transformation of spirit? Chen Feng looked at Sheng Linmei beside him, speaking in a grave tone. He understood that no one among the transformation of spirit could unleash such a level of conflict. Indeed, return to void. MHM. Sheng Linmei nodded, her expression surprised as she sensed a familiar aura from afar. Watching as the flesh mountain diminished under the onslaught, another cultivator transformed into a gigantic dragon, crashing into the flesh mountain, scattering it to pieces. Then a sword formation arose, unleashing a deadly force upon the world. Too far away, Chen Feng could only vaguely sense the aftermath of the clashes and the destruction they wrought. It seemed that this area of the Great Cloud Dynasty would soon become a desolate wasteland. In the sky, it seemed as if the great sun was falling from the heavens, engulfing the flesh mountain and emitting a chilling, mournful wail that sent shivers down one's spine. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, his soul had gained considerable knowledge. However, this was the first time he encountered such a bizarre and sinister entity. Perhaps it was due to Chen Feng's seclusion, focusing solely on expanding his territory. Otherwise, had he been aimlessly wandering, the Chen family would not have developed into its current formidable state. That is an old daoist from the transformation of immortals sect, utilizing their ultimate secret techniques. Sheng Linmei looked at the great sun, feeling utterly astonished. It was incredible that the blood evil could force the old daoist into such a state. After all, there were 7 return to void cultivators present. It was simply terrifying. Could such a thing as blood evil also exist in the heavenly spirit dynasty? Chen Feng spoke, gravely recalling the last message conveyed to him by Chen Ruox's elderly guardian. It was to inform him that there were remnants of the devouring evil clan in the heavenly spirit dynasty. Surely anything capable of forcing such an ancient monster into slumber could not be simple. Sheng Linmei also felt a sense of dread as she gazed toward the battlefield, observing the group of great cultivators, and spoke. Once this is over, I will inform my mother so that she can take us both away. If there is blood evil in the heavenly spirit dynasty, we would not face death. Chen Feng nodded slightly. Fortunately, he had not acted recklessly during his time in the heavenly spirit dynasty. Instead, he had sent the indestructible daoist to investigate, for otherwise he might have stirred up some monstrous calamity. It was indeed challenging to endure. The aftermath continued to spread, and Chen Feng witnessed the giant dragon being shattered. The sword formation was blasted apart, causing tremors that could be felt even from 100 miles away. The great sun was extinguished, and another towering 3-headed demon appeared, engaging in battle with the flesh mountain, only to dissipate after a brief struggle. Though the flesh mountain had shrunk significantly, its ferocity remained undiminished, showing no signs of fatigue. However, the major cultivators were different. The powerful techniques they employed consumed vast amounts of spiritual energy. They are at a disadvantage now. The blood evil has yet to fully mature. If it does, it would likely require the combined efforts of the leader of the Immortal Alliance and our sect master to suppress it. Sheng Linmei's expression was serious as she spoke softly. I suspect that other foreign forces have interfered. Otherwise, why has no one detected its presence in the Great Cloud for so long? Or perhaps the Great Cloud royal family is merely a puppet, having nourished the blood evil for 1,000 years. Chen Feng's expression also shifted slightly as he perceived the 2 transformation of spirit masters from the Great Chu arrive, gazing at the fractured earth in the distance, where spiritual energy surged like a tempest. For a moment they fell into silence. Daoist Chu Yunjia, has there been any unusual activity from the Great Cloud royal family in recent years? Nourishing the blood evil requires an immense quantity of blood. How could it remain undetected? Chu Yunjia furrowed his brow slightly and shook his head slowly. I am unsure. The Great Cloud's strength is formidable, and I have not had the opportunity to investigate. Moreover, we cultivators generally pay little attention to mortals. Suddenly a radiant light illuminated the area, and an altar appeared in the heavens. Countless twisting characters emerged in the space between heaven and earth. Sacrifice, someone shouted, causing the blood evil to tremble with newfound power, its form continually enlarging. Its aura became increasingly terrifying. You treacherous scoundrel. Another authoritative male voice rang out, and a colossal face appeared in the sky. An enormous hand descended from the heavens, crushing the altar, subduing the blood evil with ease. Duga Tian, you are but a shadow, unable to stop me. Your pathetic heavenly peace immortal alliance shall crumble. Offer the sacrifice. Instantly the world turned white as the suppressed blood evil broke free, unleashing black mist that enveloped the 7 return to void cultivators. The situation shifted dramatically, with the figure confronting the projection in the void. For a moment neither side could gain the upper hand, while the blood evil rampaged without restraint. The 7 return to void cultivators were utterly unable to withstand it. This is bad, someone has indeed interfered, Sheng Linmei said gravely as the force of destruction surged wildly. Lan Yu the Emperor erupted with fury, his form expanding as he was entwined by an azure dragon engaging the flesh mountain in fierce combat. Boom! The clash was incredibly intense. Before long the Eastern family's ancestors spewed blood sent flying by the countless ghostly hands of the flesh mountain, injuring his vitality. Saint Qing'er, it's your turn. The giant was forced back. Plunder. Sheng Qing'er snorted coldly, descending like a divine being. The flesh mountain was drained of energy, rapidly shrinking. Oomph! From afar a cold snort echoed. The people of the heavenly demon sect should refrain from interfering in this matter. The man battling the void projection coldly snorted, causing Sheng Qing'er to instantly lose her strength. A mouthful of blood was spat out. The affairs of the human race are also the concerns of my heavenly holy sect. A bright and hearty male voice resonated from a distance as a giant hand seized the still cawing man. I thought who it was, turns out it's just you little shrimp. The owner of the giant hand had yet to reveal himself, but he lifted the man as if he were a chick. The demon lord. An exclamation of shock escaped the man's lips, cold sweat pouring down as he hadn't even considered fleeing, knowing full well that escape was impossible. Dugation, you owe me a favor. The giant hand swept through, suppressing the once mighty flesh mountain, which was now like a small pebble vanishing into thin air in an instant. All that remained were the shocked expressions of the crowd, and Sheng Qing'er, whose eyes held a trace of resentment. In the sky the enormous face swirled for a moment before disappearing without a trace, and the sky returned to normal. All that was left was a nearly 100-mile-wide abyss, and the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from above, proving that all of this was no mere illusion. The crowd stood in shock, frozen in place. The demon lord of the Tianma sect has made his move. This was the first time Chu Yunjie had seen the demon lord. Even the leader of the Tianan Immortal Alliance was a first for him. Although it was merely an avatar, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. These were among the most formidable beings in the entire Lingwen Dao state. He had thought that the gap between the transformation stage and the return to void stage was not substantial. However, seeing it now had greatly reshaped his understanding. The power of the return to void could effortlessly obliterate a transformation stage cultivator. And the composite body cultivators were countless times stronger than those in the return to void stage. Even with 7 supreme return to void experts battling blood evil was still at a disadvantage. He was being taken away without any resistance, as if he were a mere chick in their hands. In the midst of the shock, a purple light soared from afar. In an instant it arrived before Sheng Linmei. With a gentle smile on her lips, her appearance bore some resemblance to Sheng Linmei. Chen Feng held his breath while the 2 transformation stage cultivators beside him clasped their hands in a bow, saying, "Greetings, senior." Sheng Linmei, however, took a few small steps forward, linking her arm with the other person and revealing a faint smile. "You must be Chen Feng, right?" Sheng Qing'er asked with a smile, her eyes scrutinizing Chen Feng as if she were assessing him. "Senior, that's me." Chen Feng bowed, understanding somewhat, while directing his gaze towards Sheng Linmei. She chuckled softly and nodded slightly. "Not bad indeed, as Meyer described, very young and quite powerful. However, our Tiansheng sect does not adhere to those decayed rules." At this point Chen Feng was slightly taken aback. He felt a weight in his heart. The absence of rules was the biggest rule. He saw her retract her smile and look at Chen Feng with a serious expression. "Since Meyer likes you, and you have greatly aided her, we will not act to thwart your romance. However, in this world strength reigns supreme. You are currently only at the nascent soul stage. Even if you break through to the transformation stage, it won't suffice. Unless you join our Tiansheng sect." Stop. Chen Feng raised his hand and spoke, "Senior, rest assured I will break through to the transformation stage and then come to your esteemed sect to marry Meyer." "You have spirit," Sheng Qing'er nodded, and smiled. There are many who admire Meyer within our sect. You need to be cautious. While I can suppress them if you join our Tiansheng sect outside of it. She did not finish her words, but the implication was clear. The rules of the Tiansheng sect were few, with strength being paramount. For a mere nascent soul cultivator like Chen Feng to seek to marry Sheng Linmei was akin to dreaming. Within the sect, there were countless strong heirs keeping an eye on the direct descendant Sheng Linmei. Thus, he would unwittingly acquire more romantic rivals. Beside them, the two transformation stage cultivators looked at Chen Feng with astonishment. Their gazes were filled with admiration. Chen Feng dared to pursue the sect's direct daughter, and had even succeeded. Though his life was indeed somewhat tumultuous, his interests were no secret. Within the great Chu, who did not know what Chen Feng loved. After 300 years, just look at his over 100,000 offspring. Everyone was well aware. Impressive. The two exchanged glances, their views on Chen Feng having changed. Truly, he was terrifying. As long as you can ensure that a powerful figure like you stands up, the other juniors, though lacking, can still handle things. Chen Feng smiled lightly, the firelight flickering in his gaze. I like juniors with such vigor. I will keep the other elders within the sect in check, so you can rest assured about that. So will you come back with me, or stay here? She asked, glancing at Sheng Linmei. Sheng Linmei, who had been unable to interject, shook Sheng Qing'er's arm, and said, Mother, no need to rush. Wen Lang and I discovered something in the Tianling dynasty. You might need to intervene. Is that so? Her beautiful eyes sparkled with interest as she glanced at Chen Feng, who was smiling faintly in the distance. Seeing her daughter call him Wen Lang made her frown involuntarily. However, looking towards the Tianling dynasty, if it required her to intervene, it naturally went without saying. Let's go then, Sheng Qing'er said, waving her hand to envelop the two, turning to azure smoke and vanishing. The two transformation stage cultivators from the Great Chu were left staring at each other. Old Chu, did you hear that? Do we need to go to the Tianling dynasty? Why, you asked? Chu Yunjie shook his head, gazing into the distance. No need. Looking at the splendid territory of the Great Yun and the neighboring Great Purple dynasty, he continued, Chen Feng has helped us far too much. How much time has he even experienced? Only 300 years. Chu Yunjie sighed softly, his face filled with emotion. What was he doing at 300 years? He had only just broken through to the nascent soul stage and was hailed as a genius. He stood alongside Hua Yu of the Tianyu Immortal sect as two of the Great Chu's most outstanding talents. Now, having lived for over 2,000 years, he was still stuck at the initial stage of the transformation stage with no progress. In contrast, Chen Feng at merely 300 years had slain a transformation stage cultivator. He had accomplished so many great deeds, even breaking the record that the revered Emperor Chu Ming of the Revival could not achieve. The two formidable enemies, the Great Purple and Great Yun, had become non-existent with their annexation, merely a matter of time. The Great Chu had also leaped to become the second largest force in the entire southern state. Now Chen Feng was merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and it was believed that it wouldn't be long before he broke through to the transformation stage. A transformation stage cultivator under 400 years of age could not be compared to the leaders of the Tian'an Immortal Alliance or the Tiansheng sect's Demon Lord. Old Chu, are you thinking? Hua Yu understood instantly and looked at him. Chu Yunjie nodded. Once he breaks through to the transformation stage, the Chen clan will also leap to become a major force, a transformation stage family. We know a bit about Chen Feng. He won't be satisfied confined to just the Great Chu. The golden scales are not meant to swim in a small pond. He is different from the old fellows of the previous three great families. If he desires, he could establish a kingdom, a dynasty, or even control a territory, becoming a transcendent family. Hua Yu looked southward and said, what about the Tianling region? Yes, that place is close to the southern region. To the northwest of Tianling is the Wenyu mountain range, and beyond the mountains is Wenzhou. Over there is where he should go. Lurking in shallow waters won't sustain a true dragon. Chu Yunjie clasped his hands behind his back, quietly gazing at the vast world, deep in thought. Indeed, the southern state is still too small, with only a sixth-tier spiritual vein and a major force in the return to void stage. Hua Yu also felt a sense of melancholy. It wouldn't be long before he would have to address Chen Feng as a fellow daoist. Perhaps soon he would even have to call him senior. Old Chu, we need not be so pessimistic. If we consolidate the spiritual veins of the Great Purple and Great Yun in one place, we might have the chance to ascend another level. Perhaps in the future, there will be even more opportunities to interact with Chen Feng, my young friend. Hua Yu stepped forward and patted his shoulder. The two old men stood side by side, gazing into the distance. In the Tianling dynasty, the imperial city was shrouded in bloodlust. Countless powerful beings trembled in their hearts, hastily fleeing the city. Near the Tianling imperial tomb, the immortal daoist transformed into a streak of light and darted away, his face filled with sheer terror, for he was an ancient being who had lived for nearly 10,000 years. His mindset had long been firmly solidified, maintaining a nonchalant heart towards all matters. Until today, he received news from Sikong indicating that they had found the matter he instructed them to seek. Moreover, he learned a terrifying piece of news: the emperor was dead, reduced to a mere corpse. Just as he sought to investigate, an upheaval ensued. He discovered that within the royal family's forbidden ground in the vicinity of the royal tombs, there was actually a prison housing countless mortals and cultivators. From deep within, a strong stench of blood wafted out. Being exceptionally sensitive to souls, he sensed something unusual. A remnant soul whispered to him that the royal family's ancestor had gone mad and was devouring people. Even the emperor had been devoured. Ling Huantian, you little brat, how dare you claim that while I was alive, even your ancestors had to kneel before me? As the immortal daoist urged his primordial spirit's power to escape, hearing those words ignited the fury within him. His immortal sect had once been immensely powerful with 3 divine transformation experts. Even the royal family had to rely on them. Who are you? Ling Huantian felt a familiar aura, and his expression changed unpredictably. In the royal treasury, some techniques still remained left behind by the Xianling immortal sect, many of which he was extremely familiar with the attributes and aura of these techniques. The remnants of the Xianling immortal sect. He roared, his entire body radiating bloodlight. I will take revenge on your ancestor. The immortal daoist turned back to curse, his heart filled with shock. His skills in escaping were not weak, otherwise he would have perished in the battle when the Xianling sect was destroyed. Now he was fleeing, yet could not shake off Ling Huantian behind him. He even sensed the other party drawing closer. This was terrifying. He prided himself on being faster than any mid-stage divine transformation expert. Indeed, he has cultivated primordial spirit power, transforming it into my nourishment. His pupils contracted and a murderous aura leaked out as he quickened his pace. Fortunately, his speed was not high, and he couldn't catch up to the immortal daoist for a moment. Hearing this, the immortal daoist accelerated, even burning his primordial spirit power. They circled above the dynasty. Within the Yuhai immortal sect, the divine transformation was awakening. With an astonished expression, he muttered, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Ling Huantian have broken through again? There must be something amiss. He shouted, his expression somewhat tense, sensing that he was pursuing someone and momentarily lagging behind. His expression changed as he looked towards the imperial city. Gritting his teeth, he commanded everyone from the Yuhai immortal sect retreat to the ancestral grounds. He understood Ling Huantian's character all too well, especially since his good fortune had been disrupted by the royal family. Worrying in his heart, he noted Ling Huantian's breakthrough to the late divine transformation stage. There was a high possibility that he would strike at him, aiming to completely control the entire Tianling dynasty and its leading sect. He also recognized the resources and minds that his sect possessed. After giving his orders, he soared into the air, flying towards the imperial city to investigate. He did not believe that Ling Huantian, with a talent and resources similar to his own, could reach the late divine transformation stage without a sound. There must be some twists and turns. The fact that the other party had left the imperial city to pursue someone gave him the chance he needed. Little did he know his journey would be one of no return. Even the Yuhai immortal sect would become someone else's garment. Above the imperial city, a flash of light appeared. 3 figures emerged above the imperial city, the void refining cultivators' spiritual senses sweeping over the entire city. Damn it! Suddenly Sheng Qing'er furrowed her brow and scolded. Another flash, and the 3 appeared within the imperial city. The so-called prohibition seemed utterly inconsequential. Sensing the strong stench of blood, Chen Feng felt a presence beyond the stone gates. There were countless fluctuations of life forces along with an exceedingly evil aura. The swallowing evil clan, it's the swallowing evil clan again. Sheng Qing'er snorted, coldly scanning with her divine sense, but failing to locate any strong members of the royal family. Open! A mountain rose from the ground and was flung far away. In its place was a prison made of countless metals inscribed with some ghastly crimson characters. Twisted like a contorted earthworm. Good, very good. Countless mortals cried out in despair, while many cultivators appeared utterly spiritless, their complexions pale. Among them there were even a few nascent souls ensnared by threads. Where the threads connected was a single-eyed evil god statue. The evil god statue opened its fearsome maw, continuously swallowing blood that fell into a small pool in front of it. Beside the evil god statue was a desiccated corpse covered in threads and devoid of any aura. Even the fluctuations of its soul were completely absent, as if everything had been devoured. The emperor of the Tianling dynasty, Chen Feng, approached and saw that the figure wore imperial robes and the surroundings bore fresh traces. As the ruler of a dynasty, his cultivation was not weak. Even though everything had been drained, the dry, wrinkled skin still bore some characteristics. Chen Feng concluded that he must have perished no more than 3 months ago. This coincided perfectly with the time given by the immortal daoist. So ruthless. Chen Feng was immediately filled with a sense of urgency, realizing that the other party was willing to kill even their own descendants to become stronger. Looking down at the cultivators and mortals being continuously drained of their blood and vitality, he couldn't help but feel anger rising within him. He prided himself on not being a saint, but he could never commit such atrocious acts. Killing was merely a matter of striking down, even if it meant annihilating a city or dynasty. However, treating one's own kin as livestock, incessantly draining their blood to feed oneself, this was something he could not and would not do. Damn it. A rusty sword appeared in his hand, brimming with the intent to sever mountains, and he drew the sword to strike. The sword wave trembled, its sharpness boundless. Let me handle this. A soft sigh resounded in his ear. Sheng Qinger waved her hand, sweeping away Chen Feng's sword aura, then pressed her hand upon the sword. What you do can indeed free them. However, that is true liberation. Many still have vitality left and can live for some more years. Sheng Qinger sighed, having committed her share of city-slaying and clan-exterminating acts, yet her conscience remained untainted. In an instant, many pale-faced cultivators began to recover their state. The mortals recovered rapidly. In the distance, they were about to catch up with the elusive daoist immortal. Suddenly, their expressions changed dramatically, filled with immense anger. They glared fiercely at the daoist immortal and retreated swiftly. The daoist immortal saw them turn around and only stopped after running hundreds of miles, devouring spiritual items to restore physical strength and magical power. That old ghost suddenly left. It must be because the master has arrived. A hint of joy appeared on his face, and after a brief recovery, he detoured towards the imperial city. Indeed, something is amiss, such overwhelming energy. In midair, the ancestor of the Yu-Hai immortal sect descended, sensing the power radiating from the luminous rain. His expression was somewhat excited. Suddenly, it seemed he saw something. His face turned as pale as a ghost, and he transformed into a startled swan wanting to escape. Please spare me, Senior. Hai Wudi flitted about in the air like a headless fly still stuck within the royal tomb's vicinity. He could only hold his head in despair, landing on the ground like a grandson bowing low. This left Chen Feng extremely astonished as he looked towards Sheng Qing. Senior, do you have a grudge against him? Just a glance at Sheng Qing sent him into a panic, completely losing his composure. This was too unbelievable. Chen Feng didn't believe there wasn't some hidden secret. Sheng Qinger spoke lightly. Just a minor transformation realm cultivator. What qualifications does he have to bear a grudge against me? He was simply deluded and attempted to forcefully intrude on my cultivation island, and I sent him flying with a slap. Chen Feng's lips twitched slightly as he glanced at the trembling Hai Wudi. He had to admit, this guy truly, if anyone dared to invade the Chen clan, Chen Feng would definitely turn them into a demonic puppet. Looking at it this way, Sheng Qinger's temper was quite good. What should we do? Kill him? Sheng Linmei looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng shrugged. This was something he could decide. However, in front of them was a transformation realm cultivator. Capturing him to form a demonic puppet would also be quite good. With him added, he would possess 4 transformation realm-level demonic puppets. Let's first ask him for some information. Sheng Qinger seemed unwilling to take action herself, so this task was left to Chen Feng. He stepped forward and began to inquire about the Tianling dynasty. He learned that 50 years ago Ling Huantian was merely at the same cultivation level as him. His strength had inexplicably soared to the late transformation realm. He asked about some details regarding the disappearance of mortals and cultivators. The other party seemed unaware, or perhaps simply unconcerned. Meyer. After the inquiry, Chen Feng turned his gaze toward Sheng Linmei. She immediately understood his meaning and paid no attention to Sheng Qinger's gaze. Taking 2 or 3 steps forward as he subtly manipulated his magical power, the other party's consciousness became dazed. His primordial spirit was sealed. Chen Feng casually tossed him into the universal storage ring to keep company with the other 3 unfortunate souls. Once he broke through to the transformation realm, he would proceed to plant the demonic seed. Otherwise, executing it now would consume too much of his lifespan. Let's go. The scene shifted abruptly as Sheng Qinger finished speaking. The 3 appeared outside the imperial city. Suddenly, a blood-red rainbow flashed above, and a skull opened its mouth, coming towards the 3. Subdue. Sheng Qinger showed no change in expression and issued her command. The blood-red rainbow was captured, and the skull vanished without a trace. Impossible! How could there be a returning void cultivator here? A terrified voice echoed from midair. Moments later, it fell silent as an old man devoid of breath was brought down sealed. It was none other than the ancestor of the Tianling dynasty, Ling Huantian. A transformation realm cultivator in Sheng Qinger's hands was utterly insignificant. The chasm between high-level cultivators was vividly evident at that moment. No matter how talented one was, fighting across realms was akin to a pipe dream. Even using some treasures wouldn't make it feasible. Chen Feng understood this perfectly, the rusty sword in his hand. Even now he couldn't unleash its miraculous powers. Yet it was terrifying beyond measure. No spiritual treasure could compare to this sword in his hand. However, this was also the limit of what he could unleash. As for activating its true power, it was a thought he dare not entertain. If he could truly activate it, he would likely be instantly drained dry. At the very least, it was a life treasure of a loose immortal. Wanting to fully activate it was impossible even for a returning void cultivator. Senior, do you need me to assist you in interrogating him? Chen Feng looked towards Ling Huantian. Sheng Qing'er shook her head. My Tiansheng sect has its own methods to extract memories from his soul. At this point, Chen Feng's expression changed. A surge of killing intent erupted in his heart, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Sheng Qing'er noticed Chen Feng's abnormality and slightly furrowed her brows. It's nothing. I have a grudge against this old man. I long to slay him myself. Chen Feng was startled, secretly thinking it was bad, and reined in his expression, glaring fiercely at Ling Huantian. The other party paid no mind, scanning the area with his divine sense. After finding nothing, he looked towards Sheng Linmei. Come back with me. Sheng Qing'er glanced at Chen Feng. Meyer has stayed too long in the nascent soul stage. She still has an infinite opportunity for improvement. During this time, quickly enhance her cultivation. After you break through to the transformation realm, you can come to the Sheng Ling Immortal Island. After finishing, a token fell to the ground, and Sheng Qing'er did not wait for Sheng Linmei's reply. She grabbed the other party and took him away, heading east. Chen Feng's face bore a hint of bitterness. I hope the other party doesn't notice. Chen Feng spoke in a deep voice. After all, Chen Ruoshi, or rather the old lady who accompanied him, had crossed paths with the other party. If the memories within the soul were retrieved, they could find the segments of the battle with Chen Ruoshi. Master. In the sky, a flash of light appeared as the daoist immortal landed steadily before him, bowing down. Chen Feng looked at him and said, the two major transformation realm cultivators of the Tianling have been eliminated. First, subdue the Yuhai immortal sect. I will assist you. It's time for the Tianling dynasty to change its master. The daoist immortal shuddered, a hint of joy appearing in his eyes. Within Chen County, two late nascent soul cultivators appeared in the Tianling. Many descendants of the Chen clan arrived from the chaotic land into the Tianling dynasty. In an instant, the Tianling dynasty was in turmoil. A new emperor was established, and the Grand Chancellor took over. The Yuhai immortal sect was slaughtered overnight, and all high-ranking elders either defected or were killed. A force called the Sheng sect took over all territories and islands of the Yuhai immortal sect. The royal family was dissatisfied and raised doubts, only to be driven out by the Grand Chancellor. In an instant, voices of dissent erupted everywhere. One after another, flags calling for the cleansing of the imperial side were raised, causing chaos. After a few days, when the major lords of the royal family gathered to besiege the imperial city, two princes of the Tianling rebelled. They immediately killed one of the princes, and several marquises surrendered. It seemed that the turmoil had settled down. Only in Dechu did Chu Yunjia and his companion understand the situation perfectly. It wouldn't be long before they heard the news of the Tianling's collapse overnight. At this moment, in the great purple imperial city, Hua Yu stood tall in the sky above the imperial city, having obliterated the opponent's defensive formations. From this point onward, the great purple had no grounds left to defend. The stubborn elements were still desperately resisting. In midair above the royal family, a breath revived and clashed with Hua Yu in a battle of magic. Above the main gate of the imperial city, the great purple sovereign, the lord of the myriad beasts, immortal gate, and the two remaining kings all wore expressions of despair. The army was at the city gates. This was the first national crisis faced by the Great Purple since its establishment. Friends, those who wish to survive should leave through the side door. The Great Purple Sovereign opened his eyes, looking at the dozen or so nascent souls that remained around him. He did not refer to himself as this sovereign, but instead called everyone present friends. Those who had managed to stay until now, whether they had not fled or had turned traitor, could be called loyal. However, most were strong members of the Great Purple royal family. Not leaving. Those who could remain here had naturally made their final decision. Beast Wu Dao, you are not leaving either. The Lord of the Myriad Beasts' immortal gate smiled, his expression revealing a glimmer of brilliance. At Qingfeng Pass, I reached a stalemate with Yu Mingli today. I wish to determine a victor with him. Also, life and death are at stake. I want to prove that among the three immortal gate lords, I am the strongest. Ha ha ha. The Great Purple Sovereign laughed heartily, looking at the crowd around him. What about all of you? My battle with Qiu Lingzuan is not yet concluded. How can I leave? A burly man dressed in tiger skin laughed as he downed a gulp of strong liquor. Then let's fight. This is the path we have chosen ourselves, and it is also the path chosen by the two great ancestors. Victory or defeat is not shameful. Having held high positions for so many years, it has been a long time since things have been this thrilling. Another king stepped forward, sweeping away the despondency and revealing a carefree smile. Observing this, the great purple sovereign also smiled, glancing down at the disciples of the great Chu. He glanced again at the remnants of his ancestors' soul battling Huayu in the air. He proclaimed, "Let me be the sovereign of the great purple's final chapter. Fight!" As soon as his words fell, he soared into the air, striking directly into the enemy camp below. As soon as he landed, he encountered the mountain and sea king. In an instant, the area before the imperial city was in turmoil. What a man! The mountain and sea king praised, initially thinking the opponent would avoid battle or retreat to safety, leaving only the green mountains. Unexpectedly, he chose to face the battle heat-in. Behind him, another great battle erupted. "Leave the purple cloud king to me." On the side of the great Chu, there were also 4 peak nascent souls. Just as the opponent's purple cloud king was about to strike and the mountain king wanted to confront him, Xia Jiao boldly made her move, freezing the area for miles. Chen Chu activated his bloody gauntlets and joined the fray. They aimed to slay another king, announcing to the world that the Chen clan's people were not as they thought. They were not merely a family relying on one person's burden to move forward. Many were daring and capable of battle. The Chen clan erupted, and even Wan Wutian had already joined the fight, battling alongside a nascent soul from the opposing side. On the other side, in the Great Cloud Dynasty, with the fall of the imperial city, the blood evil was unleashed. Among the powerful cultivators of the Great Cloud, those who should flee had all fled. Leaving behind some weaker families, they faced no pressure in taking control of the entire territory. The Ming sovereign looked towards the Great Purple and spoke solemnly, "It should be coming to an end soon. As long as the Great Purple annexes the lands of the 2 great dynasties, it could expand into 8 more domains, equivalent to almost 2 great Chus. Finally consolidating the resources, it is possible that someone in the future could break through to the void. The Purple Cloud King has fallen." A roar filled with anger spread across the battlefield, a sense of sorrow enveloping the air. The Chen clan is truly terrifying. The Mountain King also looked towards the Chen clan side, where Xia Jiao and another had combined to slay a peak nascent soul. The golden core cultivators among the crowd wreaked havoc, a sight to behold. Time passed little by little. Within Qin County, another wave of troops quietly moved towards the south. 5 to 7 nascent souls were stationed in front as guardians. Chen Ruoshi and other outstanding members of the Chen clan led the team. Among them was also Chen Shuhua. Chen Feng quietly trailed behind. Another month passed. Reports of great victories from the lands of the Great Cloud and Great Purple came in. The Great Chu had completely annexed the territories of the 2 great dynasties. It took 8 months. On the other side, after the reports of victory, the royal family of the Heavenly Spirit Dynasty announced overnight. The Chen clan was submissive, and the Heavenly Spirit Dynasty fell apart overnight. It was divided into 5 major guardian houses, and all territories of the Heavenly Spirit Dynasty were classified as the Heavenly Spirit Domain. A dynasty slightly smaller than the Great Chu, with dozens of fewer cities, was thus captured. When the news reached the Great Chu, the entire court was in an uproar. In the Great Chu Palace, Chen Feng stepped foot, here once more accompanied by his offspring and wife. The grand ceremony was held at the place where Chu Tianhun ascended to the throne, an incredibly grand occasion. Even some ancient figures lying in their coffins all opened their coffin lids to witness this grand event. Chu Tianhun's status among the past sovereigns of the Great Chu was raised to an astonishing height. Even some well-off mortal families rushed from all over the Great Chu. It was spring, the season of revival. Long live our emperor! A resounding voice echoed from all around the square, emanating from within the imperial city. Chu Tianhun was also filled with excitement as he ascended the high platform. Looking at Chen Feng, who was seated on the throne, and smiled at him, Chu Tianhui also smiled knowingly. His expression was filled with sentiment. In the sky, the luck dragon of the Great Chu was incredibly powerful. Even the arrival of the divine transformation would not be able to appease it. A gigantic map appeared standing tall in the air. Above, nearly twice the territory had been added. Next came the naming, dividing these regions into one area after another. Interestingly, the territory of the Heavenly Spirit Dynasty did not appear on this map. As it progressed, Chu Tianhun spoke with some excitement. The luck dragon above let out a long howl, its powerful roar resonating through heaven and earth. He flew into the air and declared aloud, "The war that lasted for 8 months has concluded, and our Great Chu has achieved a great victory, unifying the lands of 3 dynasties." Below, countless people were invigorated. The Great Chu was strong. As core citizens, they also enjoyed the blessings. Countless people shared in the joy. Chu Tianhun continued, "In this battle, the southern king Chen Feng is the greatest contributor. The cultivators of the Chen clan have also made immense contributions, being the first in merit for the Great Chu. The Southern King severed the two divine transformations, suppressing the purple and demon clans, three divine transformations, eliminating the most powerful enemies for our dynasty. This was the premise upon which we achieved victory, and countless cultivators of the Great Chu fought bloodily, expanding our territories. This has resulted in our vast fields today. With a grand wave of his hand, a golden seal engraved with a gilded character for Chen slowly descended into the hands of the attentive Chen Feng. Since the establishment of the Great Chu dynasty, only the King of the South has achieved such merit. After discussions with the two elders, it has been decided. The title of King of the South is hereby revoked, and the title is conferred as Chen. The entire southern region, Chen Chu region, will henceforth be under the control of the Chen clan for all territories they expand. Certain taxes will be waived, and all garrisons in Chen's territory will be withdrawn, with everything in Chen's land to be managed by the Chen clan. A series of rewards were issued with a name, but no title, and just the character Chen signifies an infinite possibility of nobility. Even if Chen Feng wished to become an emperor, he could. This is no longer a matter of envy among the people of Great Chu, but rather astonishment. However, Chen Feng wore a faint smile on his face, seemingly unconcerned about all this. Or perhaps he anticipated the actions of the royal family. He had already been conferred all that could be conferred. The southern region, Chen Chu region, and the heavenly spirit region are now entirely under the control of the Chen clan. The scope of governance is much larger than that of the previous Great Chu. However, Chen Feng had no desire to establish a nation, as there was no need. Cultivating immortality and refining one's skills is the true path. No matter how high your status, what does it mean to be an emperor for a day? When faced with a nascent soul realm cultivator, any casual divine transformation elder would make you bow your head and act subservient. Unless one's strength is unparalleled, otherwise these are mere empty talks. The system of garrisons is already sufficient to control the territories under command. The master of the Chen clan, Chen Feng. His status is equivalent to that of the emperor, the elders of the royal family. After Chu Tianhun finished speaking, he gently addressed Chen Feng, saying, "Friend." "Friend." Chen Feng chuckled, clasping his fists in return. "Friend." The two divine transformation elders did the same, all under the watchful eyes of everyone present in Great Chu. This placed Chen Feng on the same level as these peak figures of Great Chu. Following this, Chu Tianhun looked at the people Chen Feng brought and continued to speak. In the sky, a golden giant screen soared. Above, names shone brightly. Xia Jiao conferred as King Ice. Chen Chu conferred as King Martial. Chen Chuling conferred as Marquis Spirit. Chen Chiyun conferred as Marquis Flowing Cloud. A total of 2 people from the Chen clan were conferred as kings and 5 as marquises. The titles of king and marquis were conferred, making others envious. This was recognition of the strength of the Chen clan's first and second generation descendants, a sign of respect for the people of the Chen clan. After the grand conferral of kings from the Chen clan, the awards for other families began. Looking at the shining titles displayed above, everyone felt the honor. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Within the clan, a ranking could be established to motivate these youngsters. The population of the Chen clan was about to surpass 200,000, with nearly 2,000 disciples possessing spiritual roots. Such a frightening number also raised the demand for resources. Chen Feng planned to re-establish the dragon and tiger double rankings. In his mind, a blueprint began to take shape. However, although the Chen clan's population appeared terrifying in comparison to those true aristocratic families with thousands or even tens of thousands of years of history, it was still quite small. For example, the Chu family's royal lineage, including side branches, numbers over 10 million. Before this conference concludes, after careful consideration, we have decided to establish a friendly relationship with the master of the Chen clan. My royal family will marry 31 princesses to the Chen clan. Next, Chu Tianhun made another astonishing announcement. The upper echelons of the surrounding prominent families suddenly realized, and their thoughts ran wild. Feeling the intense gaze from those around him, Chen Feng knew that after today his Chen residence would become lively. Chen Feng revealed a bitter smile. "The emperor has honored me, Chen Feng. How could I be that kind of person?" Chen Feng feigned a heartbroken expression, occasionally sighing. Chu Tianhun understood the situation and laughed, saying, "Friend Chen Feng, there is no need to decline. Our two families should forge a lasting bond, which would be a great good." Indeed, indeed. Senior Chen Feng, a world-renowned hero, a great cultivator, even if he were to marry 100, 1,000, or 10,000. Stop. Chen Feng's expression darkened as he looked at the not so serious Chu Tianhuan, who was grinning mischievously and could only helplessly accept. After this, the conference was completely over. Great Chu turned a new page. The Chen clan's group was filled with joy, all immensely satisfied with their titles. Their fondness for Great Chu also increased significantly. The Chen clan. Another clan meeting was held. Nearly 200,000 people from the Chen clan attended, creating an enormous spectacle. The venue for the Chen clan meeting was also expanded, capable of accommodating 1,000,000 people. It appeared spacious and vast. Everyone looked respectfully at Chen Feng, who stood with his hands behind his back in midair. He is their common ancestor. Descendants bow to the ancestor. A wave of cheers erupted, and Chen Feng felt as if he was bathed in a spring breeze, raising his hand slightly. He first announced the importance of clan strategies and clan laws again. Then he re-established 3 10-year plans to step out of Chen's territory and out of Great Shu, to reach the various regions of Lingwen Daozhou. He also solemnly announced the 2 kings and 5 marquises of the Chen clan. This left countless Chen clan disciples envious. I declare that starting today, the Chen clan establishes the Heavenly King Hall. Anyone who makes significant contributions or achieves great accomplishments can be ranked in the Heavenly King Hall, conferred as Marquis or even King. Chen Feng's voice spread throughout the venue. It stirred a wave of excitement, and countless Chen clan disciples were filled with exhilaration. Those who did not have the chance to participate in the grand battle and did not obtain noble titles were also thrilled. This is a symbol of status, and even more so a symbol of strength. Most importantly, the prestige is here. Under Chen Feng's guidance, a biography titled The Northern Xian Cultivation Chronicles became the favorite reading material for the people of the Chen clan during their leisure time. In addition, the selection of marquises can be determined through combat once every 100 years. Chen Feng said solemnly, his gaze sweeping over the younger generation. 100 years. Chen Shuihao and others looked somewhat bitter, appearing reluctant. Chen Feng also noticed the expressions of those present, thinking it was a joke. 100 years was already too long for him. Otherwise, if marquises filled the skies, it would lose its value. The first grand competition will be held in 10 years, divided into 3 levels: Qi, Refining, Foundation, Establishment, and Golden Core. After stating this, Chen Feng continued, for each level 10 final winners will be determined, with a total of 30 people participating in my final assessment. After finishing, it was settled just like that. As soon as these words were spoken, many of the younger generation were excited. 10 years is not long. The Chen clan now has nearly 20 Golden Core cultivators and over 200 Foundation Establishment cultivators. As for Qi Refining, there is even less to say. This foundation is truly astonishing. In the future, the number of cultivators will only increase until most become cultivators or martial artists, rather than the current situation where only a few people can cultivate. Within the Chen clan, the prevalence of mortals has always been a headache for Chen Feng. Fortunately, with the improvement of the descendants' strengths, his own strength as the ancestor also rises. In the new generation, the probability of spiritual roots appearing is increasing. Moreover, all 3 10-year plans will be implemented. Chen Feng said solemnly. All of this will be entrusted to the members of the Clan Affairs Pavilion to carry out. Underneath, several hundred members of the Clan Affairs Pavilion, as well as 30 elders who had been promoted, respectfully replied, "Understood." After giving some further instructions and making minor adjustments, Chen Feng announced the end of this clan meeting, and the younger generation began to take on their respective duties. Afterward, the Chen family hosted a grand banquet for the wedding. Chen Feng's grandeur was undiminished from his earlier days, as he took in 31 princesses from the royal family all at once. This caused quite a stir, but the subjects under the rule of the Chen clan were living in peace and comfort far better than before. After the arrival of the Chen clan, the waterways were cleared and the troubles caused by the beasts were resolved. Many mortal towns began to adapt to the term Chen land. People built temples to honor Chen Feng and many of the Chen clan disciples who ventured out to slay demons and monsters, singing praises day and night with endless incense offerings. At first, Chen Feng was quite interested in the matter of incense offerings. However, he later realized that it was of little significance. It was naturally beneficial for some minor cultivators. But as his own power increased to his current level, the way of incense held no meaning. It was better to focus on refining his skills. As the living environment improved, the probability of mortals manifesting spiritual roots also increased. In the spring of the second year, Chen Feng approached the Clan Affairs Pavilion. In every major garrison established the Chen Academy to recruit some talented mortal offspring as students. As the Chen Academy was established, the songs of praise among the populace grew even more fervent. Although I am a mortal, my child can aspire to become an immortal. The governance under Chen's rule increasingly resembled a prosperous era with fewer constraints compared to dynastic management, allowing for greater room for development. Under Chen Feng's planning, a safe road was opened within the Lingshu mountain range, equipped with prohibitions. This road directly connected to the largest mountain range in the southern province, the Wenyu mountain range. After personally slaying a transformation deity demon king, Chen Feng opened up a route from the southern region across 2 major mountain ranges straight to Wenzhou. This allowed for trade between the 2 provinces, and many of the Chen clan's disciples embarked on even more distant journeys. Brother, how are we really going to such a far place to other continents? Chen Fan felt a bit hesitant, after all the cultivation environment in the core area of the Chen clan was quite good. The spiritual stone mines of Tianling and Yuhai Xianmin had been drawn over. There was also a 5th-grade spiritual vein from the island of scattered cultivators in the South Ming, plus 2 4th-grade spiritual veins. In total, there were 3 5th-grade spiritual veins, and 2 4th-grade spiritual veins releasing an incredibly rich spiritual energy. With the great formation set by Chen Feng, cultivating here to the level of transformation deity was not a problem. It was more than enough for several transformation deities to cultivate and sustain thousands of cultivators. Father once said that flowers in a greenhouse are too delicate to become strong. To become a supreme being, one must not only have unlimited opportunities, but also venture out into the world to witness more things and challenge more formidable opponents. Only by teetering on the edge of life and death can one become strong. Chen Fan thought to himself, feeling that he didn't need all that. He could simply cultivate earnestly. Once his strength grew stronger and he could cultivate some secret techniques, he would have the ability to protect himself before venturing out. However, how could he oppose Chen Ho? Being dragged along, he was told that as his elder brother, he must become strong, otherwise he would bring shame to him. Thus the two embarked on a tumultuous journey, causing trouble everywhere. That night, spring thunder roared in the sky. The demon thunder tree also erupted, with fluctuations devouring the spring thunder in the air. Next to the water spirit wood, Shun Ruashi absorbed the rich water spiritual energy, achieving a perfect golden core in an instant. Chen Feng and Xia Jiao were also nearby, protecting her. Suddenly her golden core broke through and a small figure radiating golden light, resembling an infant, appeared in the air. It seemed to find it amusing, circling in the air before landing on Chen Feng's shoulder, swinging its little feet. Alright, you've all broken through to the nascent soul stage, yet you're still acting like a child. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with doting affection, and Xia Jiao beside him felt the same. The nascent soul child stuck out its tongue and returned to the body of the girl sitting under the tree. The Chen family gained another nascent soul. Unlike Chen Chu, who was a martial artist understanding the true self, on the martial arts path transcending to the heavenly man stage was a significant watershed. Currently, there were only 5 heavenly man warriors. The talent required was astonishing and the resources needed were terrifying. Although within the Chen clan there was no need to worry about resources for cultivation in the future, it would be easy to be limited by talent. This led to Chen Feng's perspective. The next one likely to understand the true self was only Chen Xingxing. Not bad. My Ruashi is also a great nascent soul cultivator, a true ancestor. Chen Feng said with a smile, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Chen Ruaxi's breakthrough to nascent soul happened more than 100 years earlier than his own. Although she had a close elder, her talent and aptitude were still astonishing. You are the true ancestor. Chen Ruashi puffed her cheeks in annoyance, as she was still a blossoming youthful beauty. Being called an ancestor was hard to accept. However, upon reflection, she realized her father seemed to be right. It appeared that she really was an ancestor. Within the family, the 7th generation's offspring had already grown up, and there were quite a number of the 8th generation, even some from the 9th generation. By the time it got to her, she truly was an ancestor. For a moment, she felt a bit disoriented. All of this stemmed from Chen Feng's encouragement of reproduction plan. I'm not talking to you anymore, father. Chen Ruashi turned her head away and playfully held onto Xia Jiao's hand. Grandma, father is bullying me, quickly teach him a lesson. Xia Jiao thought, teach him a lesson. If not, she would be the one being taught a lesson that night. After all, he was a man-eating demon. He was quite mischievous and held grudges. However, in front of her granddaughter, she couldn't lose face. How could she not fulfill such a small request? What kind of elder would that make her? Originally, she had always doted on Chen Ruashi the most. With that thought, Xia Jiao put on a mother-in-law's demeanor, feigning a fierce expression, and grabbed Chen Feng's ear. You wretched creature, bullying my precious Ruashi. Just wait until I properly teach you a lesson. Chen Feng looked helpless in front of Chen Ruashi. He had to give Xia Jiao some face. He scanned her graceful figure, her alluring peach blossom eyes, and her icy demeanor. Chen Feng thought, let you be arrogant for a while. Determined, he began to cooperate with her act. Both of them were well aware of it. This made Chen Ruashi burst into laughter. Father, I have broken through to the nascent soul stage. I want to see a larger world. After laughing, Chen Ruashi seemed to have made a decision, looking at her father and grandmother. Since the establishment of the Great Chu dynasty, only the king of the south has achieved such merit. After discussions with the two elders, Chen Feng laughed heartily. Alright, the child has grown up and should leave the protection of her old father to soar high. Go ahead, I support you. If you face bullying outside, remember to tell your father, and he'll smash their dog's head. Chen Feng said seriously, his eyes filled with a mix of pride and deep-seated reluctance. Xia Jiao, on the other hand, was filled with sorrow as her precious granddaughter was about to set out. If you go far away to train, how can I rest easy? Ruoshi, I won't stop you. But the outside world is dangerous, so I will go with you. No need, Grandma, I am very strong. As she spoke, she blew on her bangs and smiled sweetly. Moreover, I have already mastered the void secret technique. If I can't win, I can always run away, though I'm not foolish. Well, Xia Jiao wanted to remind her, glancing at Chen Feng, intending to warn her about bad men outside, advising her not to be deceived. Chen Ruo, she puffed out her chest and took out her pink spirit treasure hammer. I know what you want to say, Grandma. I don't like those scummy men. If they dare to have any improper thoughts about me, they'll smash their dog's head. Xia Jiao felt a bit flustered and shot a resentful glance at Chen Feng, seemingly blaming him for how he raised his daughter, her granddaughter. Chen Feng secretly gave her a thumbs up. Chen Ruo, she was very pleased and kissed both Xia Jiao and Chen Feng on the cheeks before soaring into the air. Waving her hand, she said, Father, Grandma doesn't need to send me off. I will return in 9 years. With that, she transformed into a streak of light, disappearing from their sight. For a moment, Chen Feng felt a sense of melancholy. His offspring had been leaving one after another, heading to different places for training to enhance their strength in preparation for the Tianwang Hall selection in 9 years. Chen Feng lost himself in thought for a while. His good son also set sail, claiming he was going to continue understanding his true self. The once noisy Chen residents had become much quieter. Chen Feng turned to Xia Jiao with a mischievous smile and said, Jiaoer, just now your little beast was making quite a noise. He walked over with a grin and picked her up. Continuing, he said, You see, now that the children have left, the Chen residence is much quieter. Why don't we add a bit more liveliness? Chen Feng's hands began to wander. Xia Jiao exclaimed, Aren't you already noisy enough in your backyard? You're almost at the level of a harem. 0. Then it was a matter of avoiding the deities of censorship. Here thousands of words are omitted, feel free to imagine. As spring blossoms, numerous families come to Chen land, bringing their daughters and offspring with them. The following year, the Chen residence celebrated amidst colorful lights, and Chen Feng couldn't recall how many he had married. It seemed that every prominent family in the Great Chu had ties to him. In no time, the Great Chu was filled with in-laws, and the atmosphere became much more amicable. There were fewer conflicts and more care and consideration. The end of the second year. As the thunder of late winter echoed, a long-lost prompt sounded in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having over 2 million offspring, rewarding 500 years of cultivation, 2,000 years of any skill cultivation, and 500 inheritance points. Congratulations to the host for having over 2,000 offspring with spiritual roots, rewarding 500 years of cultivation, 2,000 years of any skill cultivation, and 1 town clan holy temple Tianwang Hall. The system truly understands me. Chen Feng wore a satisfied expression, initially pondering what to build Tianwang Hall with, and what unique aspects to include. Unexpectedly, the considerate system had already prepared everything for him. System, my child truly understands me. Chen Feng sighed, standing with his hands behind his back, adopting a deep demeanor. He admitted that he had become a bit arrogant. However, it seemed that this unfortunate system was indifferent to such matters. Suddenly, another prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! Main quest released. Break through to the transformation stage and establish a top family in the Great Chu. Reward inheritance points. Final beast control technique 1. Oh! Chen Feng was once again surprised. The system's action was akin to providing him with inheritance points and benefits. Beast control technique. Upon seeing the last item, Chen Feng's eyes lit up. This item was just perfect for him. He had long wanted to tame a magnificent beast as his steed. That would be truly impressive. Now, as long as the main quest is completed, he would be able to possess 100 inheritance points. This was an absolute pinnacle for him. Receive cultivation. As Chen Feng's voice fell, pure cultivation filled his body. He consumed a few dragon fruit, which were considered sacred fruits that outsiders could hardly obtain. In his hands, they were no different from ordinary spirit fruits. He could eat them whenever he wanted. If other cultivators saw this, they would look at Chen Feng as though he were a sworn enemy, crying out about his wastefulness. His body, already at its peak, transformed into a nascent soul figure. Now Chen Feng was just a step away from the threshold, needing only some foundational essence. Now the cultivation provided by the system fully supplied his foundational needs. He began to transform his physical body into divinity, his spirit into divinity, merging soul and nascent soul to become a new entity. His power was growing exponentially, his bloodline was awakened, and his physical body underwent a thorough cleansing. His bones were altered, and he was just a step away from fully transforming into a congenital human. Thinking of this, Chen Feng felt a surge of excitement. The awakened bloodline powers were already incredibly terrifying. Once fully awakened, having a few more divine powers would be simply marvelous. It's done. Chen Feng's nascent soul emerged bathing in heavenly thunder extraordinarily refined. He shed his mortal form, and his skin radiated divinity. At this stage, if combined with the offspring he fathered, they would at least have dual spiritual roots. However, after transforming into divinity, it would be difficult for his wife to conceive. His divine nature was now different. But who was Chen Feng? With mastery over the room's techniques, he had a 100 success rate for seeding, drawing countless aging divinities to suffer and seek to worship Chen Feng as their ancestor. In the void, Chen Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his black hair billowing and divine light radiating around him. He looked down at the Chun County, his divine sense sweeping across the area. Feeling the prosperous environment under his rule, he exclaimed, "Heavenly thunder." Chen Feng shouted lightly, and the demonic thunder tree atop the immortal ascension peak rumbled. Striking towards Chen Feng's nascent soul figure, the thunder roared continuously. If Chu Yunjie and others saw this, they would surely be shocked, admiring Chen Feng's boldness. Using divine thunder to refine his soul, making his nascent soul's strength even more formidable. This was something they dared not attempt. No matter how powerful the nascent soul, it could not withstand excessive heavenly thunder strikes. Otherwise, in the end, one would meet a fate of utter annihilation. The soul fears thunder. The damage inflicted by thunder methods on the soul multiplies, only achievable upon reaching the state of return to void. Only then can the soul and body be indistinguishable, fearless of the unique properties of divine thunder. The primordial spirit is born with a masculine nature. Of course, these are all matters for later. Currently, Chen Feng's mind is shaken, filled with immense joy. Facing the wildly dancing thunder in the sky, he looks down upon the world with pride. In the land of Dechu, he has no rivals. Even the entirety of Nanzhou pales in comparison. The members of the Chun clan also hear Chen Feng's laughter. They gaze at him in the sky as if a true deity has descended, filled with reverence. The ancestral figure has broken through to the transformation god stage. Countless people are ecstatic. The clan has ascended to a new level, reaching heights they once admired and dared not even dream of. Convey my orders, prepare a grand banquet for the transformation god, and announce it to the entire Qin territory and the land of Dechu. Chen Feng's voice carries widely, and in an instant countless lights soar into the sky, rushing in all directions. Let me test the great power of the transformation god. Chen Feng, filled with excitement, looks toward the distant rivers. With a wave of his hand, a torrent of immense power surges forth. The rivers roll, and in an instant change course, flowing past the lake of water spirit wood. His mighty force impacting the water spirit wood makes it feel as if it is in its element. The speed at which it absorbs spiritual energy has increased, and it becomes even more diligent. This is merely the power of a single thought, capable of redirecting rivers. Truly terrifying. With that thought, Chen Feng's anticipation grows even stronger. In the realm of heavenly dragons, a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar echoes. Forests are destroyed, rivers are interrupted, and mountains collapse. A giant dragon, entirely crimson and purple with wings resembling cicada wings, is pulled by Chen Feng, its fiery tail smashing into the ground wildly. Too weak. The opponent emits a desperate screech, pinned under Chen Feng's foot. The mid-stage transformation god dragon beast is no match for him. Of course, this is due to him unleashing his full strength and activating his bloodline power. However, it is still immensely terrifying. For high-level cultivators, even a slight drop in realm can be as insurmountable as a chasm. Many are trapped for a lifetime. Yet Chen Feng, having just entered the transformation god stage, can easily pin down a dragon beast that is a small realm above him. It must be noted that this is not an ordinary beast, but a descendant of the dragon race that possesses dragon blood. Beasts with dragon blood are among the strongest in the beast race. Their combat power is formidable. Yet now they find themselves subdued by Chen Feng. I haven't even used the beast control technique. Can you handle it? Sensing Chen Feng's disdain, the dragon beast trembles. Suddenly, it drastically shrinks, transforming into a dragon-human hybrid with a delicate tail and a small dragon horn atop its head. A female. Chen Feng is taken aback. The creature he had been mercilessly beating was actually a female dragon beast. Though her eyes hold a hint of resentment, she remains obedient, bowing before Chen Feng, swearing her loyalty. The beast race, including the proud dragon clan, is a group of species where strength is revered. A dragon from the heavenly dragon realm, now subdued and beaten by Chen Feng, chooses to submit. Looking at the half-dragon figure before him, filled with charm and exotic beauty, it is infuriating that she is also swaying her tail, flaunting her rear. Chen Feng falls into deep thought, feeling a surge of anger. This seems to be a unique way of the beast race, a privilege for the strong and a display by the weak. The opponent carries an innate wildness. You really infuriate me. Yet Chen Feng, he is not a stallion. How could he just act on impulse? Chen Feng values his bloodline greatly. He grasps the opponent's jaw, staring deeply into her eyes. With the technique he has honed over 4,000 years, the beast control technique activates. Her eyes whirl like a vortex, and she too falls into a daze. Moments later, she extends her pink tongue and licks Chen Feng's hand, emitting a melodious voice reminiscent of a young girl. Master, Chen Feng is taken aback, withdrawing his hand, feeling the connection established between them. Unlike the Dao Heart Seed demon, the beasts bound by the beast control technique have their lives entirely dependent on him. Modifying the will of the opponent with a mere thought, he can take her life. It is indeed terrifying. Moreover, unlike the Dao Heart Seed demon, the beast control technique does not require any lifespan methods. However, given Chen Feng's current spiritual power, he can bind at most 3 beasts. Any more, and his spirit would not be able to bear it, resulting in fragmentation and death. From now on, you will follow me. Chen Feng pats her shoulder. Looking down, the half-dragon girl is already a striking beauty among her kind. Yet Chen Feng is not in the mood to admire her beauty. He pulls out a female cultivator's robe from his storage ring and drapes it over her. From now on, when you transform into human form, you must wear clothes. As you command, master. She replies, seriously nodding earnestly. Chen Feng watches, feeling a bit of a headache. After taking this unfortunate dragon out, he will have to find his wives and teach her the rules and etiquette. After breaking through to the transformation god stage, the authority he can wield has increased significantly. He can sense the positions of all beings throughout the heavenly dragon realm. Deep within a volcano in the heavenly dragon realm, several ancient dragons are still in slumber. There are also a few other secluded places where ancient dragons are likewise sleeping. Chen Feng does not disturb them, as these ancient dragons might just be gifts left by Ao Tian for the future realm master. There are a total of 9 transformation god dragons. Among them, the one he has subdued is a standout in terms of strength. The most powerful transformation god among the dragons is merely at the mid-stage of transformation god. This causes Chen Feng to lose interest. They are all a bunch of pigs calling themselves dragons. They might as well be called dragon pigs. With such a great cultivation environment, the dragon race also enjoys an innate long lifespan. Yet not a single one reaches the peak or even late stage of transformation god. Their combat power is pitifully weak, able to scare off those who intrude into their secret realms, but nothing more. He simply cannot allow himself to excessively bully them. From now on, I'll call you Zihua. Chen Feng praises his naming skills, giving himself a perfect score. However, the creature does not object to the name. She seems quite pleased. Chen Feng returns to his clan, bringing back a girl who appears to be part of the beast race. Though she attracts attention, there is no explanation needed. Everyone in the Chun clan is well aware of their ancestor. This also piques the curiosity of Xia Jiao and the others, who marvel at Zihua. Under Chen Feng's instruction, they begin to teach her the rules. Meanwhile, Chen Feng has more important matters to attend to. Inside the all-purpose storage ring, a person and a sword enter. Then a tiger's roar resounds, and the sound of the sword pierces the air. Moreover, talismans soar through the sky. Not bad, this is powerful enough. Chen Feng praises several times. For a dragon pig like Zihua, the beast king born from the bloodshed in the West Desert, whose combat power is not just multiplied, it far surpasses that of Zihua. The white tiger is the master of slaughter. The killing power of the tiger clan is outrageously strong, and the power of Jin Geng is even more terrifying. In a moment of combat, the opponent unexpectedly does not fall into a disadvantage. Open, Chen Feng said in a deep voice as the power of his bloodline surged. His combat power instantly doubled, overwhelming his opponent. Submit. Chen Feng shouted hoarsely, a fierce light erupting from his eyes. The opponent remained unyielding, unwilling to submit. The other 3 transformation realm beings also joined forces, helping Huzhe to slay Chen Feng. Get lost. Chen Feng punched out his magic, transforming into strands that wrapped around the 3 transformation realm beings like rice dumplings. He punched them away, sending them to a quiet place to lie down. Humans, don't be delusional, you are nothing to me. What about you? Chen Feng erupted, his martial essence boiling, and his figure surged to twice its size. Capturing the opponent resulted in a brutal beating that was exceedingly savage. The other 3 transformation realm beings did not even dare to glance at it, fearing they might also be struck by such powerful fists. Watching Huzhe beaten to the brink of collapse, Chen Feng called out, receive. The beast-taming art was activated. The opponent immediately ceased struggling and let out a low, affectionate growl. Learn to meow like a cat. Seeing the opponent enslaved, Chen Feng felt a wicked amusement. What would it be like to hear a majestic striped tiger king emit a cat's meow? To Chen Feng's surprise, the opponent let out an incredibly robust cat's meow. This left the several transformation realm beings stunned. Although the sound was not pleasant, it still carried a hint of majesty. But this was a tiger king at the mid-transformation realm, surrendering so easily, without any dignity. The transformation realm beings were immensely shocked, their eyes reflecting fear. This was terrifying. If even the Tiger King could be treated this way, then what about them? Would they still be themselves? Very good. Chen Feng stroked the tiger's head, a beaming smile on his face. From now on your name will be Huda. Roar. Huda was quite excited, showing immense satisfaction with all of Chen Feng's decisions. Their awareness was quietly being altered. This change left the three major wrong parties behind him utterly dumbfounded, their eyes barely able to contain their fear. This was the most terrifying thing they had encountered since breaking through to the transformation realm. Chen Feng's power exceeded everyone's imagination. The techniques he possessed firmly planted seeds of fear in the hearts of the several transformation realm beings. After subduing Huzai, Chen Feng felt a flicker of wicked delight. Looking at my left dragon and right tiger, a small plan was solidified in my mind. Gathering the 4 spirit beasts. At that time, with the 4 beasts pulling the cart, the prestige would break through the skies. Next, it's your turn. Chen Feng turned and smiled, black mist flashing through his eyes as it entered the noses and mouths of the 3. Their breaths surged, and the 3 were enveloped in black mist. They struggled for a moment before suddenly rising as if resurrected. They bowed down to Chen Feng, pledging their loyalty. Very well, from now on you will be called number 9, number 11, and number 12. Chen Feng said with a smile. Thank you for the names, master. After implanting some additional information, Chen Feng brought the tiger and the 3 to the Chen clan, handing them over to the guarding hall. From then on, the Chen clan gained 5 more transformation realm powers. They looked down upon the land of Dechu, becoming a top existence even among the transformation realm families. With a flip of his hand, annihilating a nation became effortless. From that point on, the Chen clan entered a phase of rapid development once again, with their members increasingly intermarrying with external families. The birth of spirit-rooted offspring accelerated significantly. In the 5th year, the number of spirit-rooted disciples broke through once again, reaching 3,000. The total population reached 230,000. This time the system did not reward cultivation, it only raised the techniques, and granted an additional 50,000 inheritance points. Now the inheritance points reached a staggering 170,000. Looking at the magnificent plaza built at the waist of the Immortal Peak, as well as the vast road behind it, Chen Feng arrived at this location. It's time, Chen Feng said in a deep voice, a flash of light appearing in his hand. Several majestic heavenly king halls appeared out of thin air, standing in the empty area at the mountain's waist. Towering and magnificent, the imposing aura was overwhelming. For a moment, the Chen clan was set ablaze with excitement, all marveling at the might of their ancestor. Looking at the towering heavenly king halls, countless people instantly understood their desire to have titles of kings and lords within the clan intensified. At the edge of Chen territory, at the end of the former dominion of the Yuhai Immortal Gate, a striped tiger and 3 daoists destroyed an underwater city, plundering countless treasures and 2 5th-grade spiritual veins. In an instant, the land of Dechu trembled, and even the Lan Yu dynasty heard of it. A sizable race in the sea was completely slaughtered by the Chen clan's cultivators. They killed the 3 transformation realm beings of the opponent and plundered countless resources. In an instant, the name of the Chen clan resounded throughout the near-sea region. Just as Chen Feng landed at the entrance of the Heavenly King Hall, eager to enter and take a look, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. Set sail in the vast sea, intimidating the sea tribes to ensure the safety of the clan's offspring. At sea, reward inheritance points, 5,000. Map of the North Sea 1. Got it. Chen Feng relaxed inwardly. The current direction of the Chen clan's development encompassed both the sea and land. Ideally, they would cross the deep areas of the North Sea and reach other states. However, this difficulty is immense. After showcasing their prowess, at least in the near-sea region, no ignorant races would dare to spy on the Chen clan's ships. There is only so much I can do for you. Chen Feng held the scroll of the sea chart, gazing in the direction of Wanghai City. At this moment, Wanghai City had become the largest city in the Chenchu region, even more prosperous than the location of Chenchu's garrison. It opened up trade with the sea races, becoming the first city to do so in the land of Dechu. Countless sailboats and large ships set out to sea, navigating smoothly. In the center of Wanghai City, the towering statue of Chen Feng stood there with Chen Mu worshipping in front of it. As he expressed some trivial matters in his heart, suddenly the statue glimmered with spirit light, and its lifeless eyes regained vitality. A sea chart floated in the air, landing before Chen Mu. This is the sea chart of the North Sea. It will help you. Chen Feng's voice, as gentle as a spring breeze, echoed in the other's ears. Chen Mu was somewhat excited, holding the sea chart in both hands. He bowed to Chen Feng, saying, Don't worry, Grandpa, I will definitely not disappoint you. I am destined to be the man who will become the Sea King. He revealed his classic big white teeth, smiling at Chen Feng, exuding a youthful and passionate spirit with an unwavering will. Chen Feng nodded, secretly feeling very gratified as he said a word of praise. A jade talisman fell at his feet, and the statue's spirit faded away, leaving only a sentence echoing in the air. Grandpa will always be behind you, your strongest support. The sudden appearance of the Heavenly King Hall drew the attention of Xia Jiao, who stood beside Chen Feng looking at the magnificent building with some surprise. This place is much more luxurious and grand than the Chen clan's main hall. You're just in time, let's go in together, Chen Feng said, gently taking her hand, indicating for them to enter. The Heavenly King Hall was it, as he imagined. Upon entering the first grand hall, he found it to be the assessment hall, testing the willpower of challengers to determine their qualifications to become the nobles worshipped within the Heavenly King Hall. Further inside lay a mesmerizing secret realm, testing the challengers' state of mind. As they walked further in, there were a total of 9 challenges. These were refining heart, refining wisdom, refining body, refining soul, refining will, refining courage, refining good and evil, refining self, and refining Tao. Those who completed all 9 challenges could be conferred as kings. Those who completed 7 challenges could be conferred as nobles. These were no ordinary nobles. Observing the 9 refinements, Chen Feng was also deeply impressed. Those who could finish all 9 challenges were all exceptional talents. The achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. Even those who completed 7 challenges were treasures and prodigies. This piqued Chen Feng's curiosity about how many would pass 7 challenges in future assessments, or perhaps none at all. At this moment, Chen Feng's mind changed. After the selection, he planned to make some adjustments. First, he exited the Heavenly King Hall and enveloped the square in front of the hall with fog. Within the fog was an illusion set up by Chen Feng, merely a challenge of strength. As long as one could pass, they would not be too weak, preventing a group of people from storming through directly. If a large number of people were eliminated, it would be too embarrassing. Settle. As a 5th-tier formation master, Chen Feng meticulously set up this formation, linking it to several 5th-tier spirit veins in the clan. Only then did he complete the setup. In the future, those who can enter the Heavenly King Hall will have free access to all the ultimate techniques of the Chen clan. Chen Feng made another decision, deciding to package all his ultimate techniques. Let's continue, he said, leading Xia Jiao as they passed through the assessment area. They entered a vast cultivation area where the environment was beautiful, and there were Tao patterns above, allowing for better meditation without external disturbances and to refine their Tao through the Tao imprint. It was an excellent place for seclusion. Upon entering, Chen Feng fell in love with the place. In the future, those who could be conferred as nobles would definitely benefit immensely from cultivating here. This also made Xia Jiao fond of the place, her curiosity about it intensifying. They walked into a huge hall, seemingly the center of the Heavenly King Hall. Here, ancient totems were carved, adding an air of solemnity. In the center of the hall there were 7 plaques, inscribed with gorgeous characters above. Above, the information of the 7 individuals was recorded. They were the 2 kings and 5 nobles of the Chen clan. However, at the end of the information, there were 2 hidden characters. Before the plaque, there was a candle emitting a peculiar wave. Soul candle. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised as he recognized this item. It seemed to be prepared for the nobles in the Heavenly King Hall. If an accident occurred, one could know here. Additionally, in the center of the hall, there was a huge copper mirror. It was also some kind of peculiar treasure. The candlelight has not been lit. Chen Feng looked up deep in thought. At that moment, a wave of thought entered his mind, causing Chen Feng to suddenly pause, a hint of surprise appearing on his face, which soon turned into a smile. At this time, Xia Jiao was also examining her surroundings near her throne. There seemed to be some kind of response in the air. Jiao, do you know why your soul candle hasn't been lit? Why? Xia Jiao was also curious, feeling that this position belonged to her, but she couldn't sit on it. It seemed to be rejecting her. That's because even though you are conferred as a king and are the royal of the Chen clan, you have not gained the recognition of the Heavenly King Hall. Are you saying I haven't passed the external challenges? Xia Jiao suddenly understood, but still asked Chen Feng to confirm. Yes, Chen Feng nodded, his smile growing wider. He was immensely satisfied with the Heavenly King Hall. Xia Jiao was somewhat stunned, clicking her tongue in amazement. It really is incredible. If you don't challenge, the Ice King's position will always be reserved for you, but you will never be able to sit on the throne. If you challenge and do not pass the 9 challenges, your kingship will be erased, Chen Feng reminded her. Xia Jiao waved her hand, a confident aura spreading as she glanced at Chen Feng, and said with a smile, You really don't believe in me. But what difficulty is there in just 9 challenges? Xia Jiao smiled carefree, her own talent was not weak. With Chen Feng's assistance, she progressed. Regarding these challenges, even if Chen Feng didn't mention it, she wanted to challenge them and see how far her talent could take her. After saying this, Chen Feng smiled lightly. Then he'll wait for you. He'll be back soon, Xia Jiao said confidently, a circle of ice blue light illuminating her. Suddenly her entire being vanished. After Xia Jiao left, Chen Feng began to study the Heavenly King Hall. This thing was incredibly sturdy, especially the copper mirror within the hall. It could be activated to connect with nobles no matter where they were, reflecting the occurrences in the area. This place was excellent for selecting potential talents for the family, and also for screening prodigies. After mastering the authority of the Heavenly King Hall, Chen Feng gained another power. He could confer kings and nobles at will without needing to pass the 9 challenges. This also fulfilled Chen Feng's grand ambition to make significant contributions to the family and confer kings and nobles. As time passed, the candlelight in the hall suddenly ignited. The 2 big characters, Ice King, also shimmered with golden light. Xia Jiao had successfully been conferred as a king. Having passed the 9 challenges left Chen Feng quite astonished. Xia Jiao's talent was indeed remarkable. The returning Xia Jiao exuded an ethereal aura. The last 2 of the 7 challenges were the most difficult. One was to comprehend oneself, and the other was to realize one's own path of cultivation. Xia Jiao had already accomplished both. Her aura had stabilized significantly, likely not far from a breakthrough to the peak. As for the 8th challenge, it would not be difficult for Chen Chu. The nascent soul realm corresponding to martial arts was the true self. Breaking through the true self was no different from the 8th challenge. If one could transcend the true self, it meant they had understood themselves and could see through the true self. At the very least, one would be a martial noble. Let's go. Well, return in 5 years, Chen Feng said, leaving his secret techniques in the deepest part of the Heavenly King Hall as he took Xia Jiao away. Waiting for the family battle to confer kings and nobles 5 years later. Wenzhou Xinfu sect. I heard that ancestor Wenheng has taken disciples, and they are 2 cultivators from outside the states. Is that true? Can ancestor Wenheng really take disciples? The sect is located among one mountain after another, enveloped in immortal aura. Here, among the strongest factions in Wenzhou, they could draw 6th-tier spirit symbols, and it was rumored that a sect had produced an immortal symbol master. At this time, gossip was rampant within the sect. This also proves that as long as one is human, there will always be a heart for gossip, even if one claims to see through the mundane world. I heard that the 2 new disciples taken by ancestor Wenheng are still at the foundation establishment stage, and they caused quite a stir while on the mountain. Tisk tisk tisk. Ancestor Wenheng's extraordinary peak has long been desolate, and has fallen for a long time, but now he's taken 2 troublemakers. Tisk tisk tsk. At this moment, atop the strange peak. I say, master, you deceived. Inside the bamboo pavilion, an old man who could hardly be described as having the demeanor of an immortal was sipping tea. At this moment, atop the strange peak. I say, master, you deceived. Inside the bamboo pavilion, an old man who could hardly be described as having the... Beside him, Chen Li rolled his eyes and rushed over to embrace Chen Chuda. How could you question my master, who possesses an expansive heart and exudes an immortal aura? Becoming his disciple is a joy beyond measure. You deserve to die. As Chen Li scolded and hit him, he stole a sidelong glance at Wenheng. In my opinion, someone like you who betrays your master and ancestors should be drowned in a pig cage. Muli'll strangle you. The 2 began to tug at each other, while Wenheng, the old Taoist, merely looked on with indifference, calmly sipping his tea. Suddenly, outside the bamboo pavilion, a presence approached. The 2 instantly stopped and sat upright. In a moment, a hearty laughter echoed as a brawny man over 2 meters tall walked in, his muscles bulging. Seeing Chen Chuda and the others sitting still, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. These must be my 2 junior brothers. His expression was somewhat excited, looking at the 2 younger disciples with a sense of satisfaction. So it is senior brother. Chen Chuda pays his respects to senior brother. While senior brother, your aura is solid and your magical prowess is vast like the sea. I truly admire you. I too. Chen Li, standing aside, glared at Chen Chuda, feeling at a loss for words as the thief had stolen his line. He could only clasp his fists and feign a simple demeanor. Ning Quan nodded, shifting his gaze from Chen Chuda to the seemingly simple Chen Li. Not bad. Clearly he was unimpressed by Chen Chuda's display, finding it hollow. He felt more fondness for the seemingly inarticulate and somewhat simple junior brother. Is there something wrong? Chen Chuda's face momentarily froze. Good Chen Li, you've managed to trick me. His heart grew increasingly displeased. Not only had he been deceived into joining the Xinfu sect, but he had also become a disciple under the sect's lowest-rated peak master. At the entire strange peak, there had previously been only Ning Quan. Now, with the addition of the 2 of them, there were merely 4 people. What did this clearly indicate? There was essentially no one else here. It was also said that Wenheng had a peculiar temper which made him even more... From now on, this kid will be the second. Wenheng set down his teacup and nodded at Chen Li. He then turned to Chen Chuda. As for you, consider yourself the third. Sometimes having a thick skin is beneficial. If you spend all day catching eagles, you will eventually be pecked by one. One Hung said lightly, recalling how he discovered these two lads while fleeing from a certain divine family. As for the reason, there was no need to elaborate. Pulling someone's ancestor out to bask in the sun was truly defiant. Chen Li pays respects to the senior brother. Once his somewhat cheap master finished speaking, Chen Li immediately clasped his fists and addressed Ning Quan, which delighted Ning Quan, as he was finally not the biggest victim. Someone could share the burden with him. Chen Chuda felt somewhat despondent, having become the youngest amongst them. Thus the two troublemakers took root in the Xinfu sect. That night, in Tianshui City. This is the sacred ground of water in Wenzhou, isn't it? A young woman wearing a veil stepped gracefully into the city. Looking around, she felt the abundant water spiritual energy surrounding her. Behind her followed 3 other young women, each with their own distinctive characteristics. One was somewhat playful, petite in stature, yet possessed great strength. Another carried a crimson long spear, tall and heroic, with her ponytail tied high. The last one wore a light yellow dress resembling a girl next door, radiating youthful vitality. This peculiar quartet entered Tianshui City, drawing many gazes from passing cultivators. Big sister, do you really think there's a water spirit treasure here? Aside from the heavy humidity, it seems there's nothing extraordinary about this place. After speaking, she sensed someone watching from the shadows glared in that direction, and a red light shot forth. A pained cry echoed as the prying gaze vanished. There are quite a few petty thieves. The girl in the light yellow dress spoke, her eyes filled with disdain. Perhaps given the abundant water spiritual energy, there might really be something here. Chen Ruo, she took out a map from her hand which contained information about a certain treasure. It was said to enhance the strength of cultivators who primarily wielded water power. Let's find an inn to stay at first. Chen Ruo, she was the leader of the 3. These 3 were acquaintances she made during her trials, all female cultivators. Chen Ruo, she was powerful and had helped them before. Instantly deciding to follow Chen Ruoshi around for adventures, the danger indeed diminished significantly after the 4 formed a group. In a dim courtyard, someone was covering their blood-dripping eyes as they rushed in. Inside the courtyard, sounds that made one blush were constant, with robes scattered everywhere. Young master, a group of female cultivators has arrived from outside the city, and they all look stunningly beautiful, far surpassing the young ladies within the city. Their aura is also impressive. TSK. As he spoke, the man smiled bitterly. However, among those female cultivators, one of them simply glared at me, and I bled from my eyes non-stop. Outsiders. The young master pushed away the girl beneath him and turned to the somewhat lewd-looking man. Indeed, I even saw one of them, the leader, holding a map as if searching for something. Oh, they must be here looking for the water spirit treasure. A bunch of ridiculous outsiders, how dare they think to touch such secrets? The young master's face emerged from the shadows, revealing a somewhat pale cheek with darkened eye sockets. It seemed he had indulged too much in dual cultivation. Interesting, perhaps they have a single water spiritual root and natural furnace. Keep a close watch on them. The pale young master said, resuming his actions at his waist. As for your injury, just go find Uncle Guan. After speaking, the man exerted a force, pushing the other out. In the courtyard, the nightly revelry continued. That night, in a large courtyard, the women were resting in their respective rooms or cultivating when suddenly one of them woke up. Someone. The voice came from the petite female cultivator's room from earlier. Another tremor shook the ground as a figure was sent flying out in a disheveled manner, transforming into a blur toward the courtyard exit. Thief! A water arrow shot from Chen Ruo's room toward the fleeing figure. A sound of impact echoed. Chen Ruoshi swiftly flashed forward, intending to capture the opponent. Yet upon arrival, she discovered that the figure had already vanished. The aura of powerful cultivators in the city lord's mansion also began to awaken, rushing towards this direction. Chen Ruoshi scanned the surroundings with her divine sense, but found no trace of the person, so she had to return. In the courtyard, a petite girl wielding a black hammer wore an indignant expression. Nearby, the 2 sisters appeared furious. Someone tried to abduct me. Taking advantage of my unpreparedness, I smashed him away with a hammer. Sister Yang Lian, that thief, had someone backing him up. By the time I rushed out, he had already disappeared. Chen Ruoshi entered with an apologetic expression, placing her hand on the other's shoulder. Big sister, this isn't your fault. The opponent is powerful. If it weren't for my vigilance. Yang Lian continued, biting her lip with eyes full of anger. Luo Xiaoxiao was the thief who broke in tonight, the one you intimidated when entering the city. Chen Ruoxi's gaze turned to the girl in a light yellow dress. The girl shook her head. No, the cultivator who came this time is clearly much stronger. He has probably reached the mid-nascent soul stage, otherwise I wouldn't have been unaware of his entering the courtyard. The expressions of the group turned grim, as such unfortunate events had occurred upon their arrival in the city. This is really intolerable. Chen Ruoshi, equally enraged, arranged several formations on the ground with her compass enveloping the courtyard. I have set up a binding spirit formation. If he dares to come again, he will have no chance of returning. Tonight, everyone should go back and rest well. Chen Ruoshi made a quick decision. In the late hours of the night, the door to Chen Ruoxi's room was opened. A petite figure crept in, and the feigning asleep Chen Ruoshi opened her eyes upon feeling the other person embrace her. "Sister, I'm scared." Turning around, she saw it was Yang Lian. A trace of helplessness appeared on her face. "Ooh, what was you, a peak golden core cultivator, are saying you're afraid." However, in the end, Chen Ruoshi accepted it. Suddenly, the door was pushed open again. This time it was the girl with the high ponytail from earlier. Concealing her aura, she cautiously approached the bedside. When she felt two pairs of eyes on her, she froze momentarily. "Xiao Lian, you secretly slept with Big Sister behind my back, and I caught you." Suddenly, she placed her hands on her hips, looking at Yang Lian with an air of righteousness. Chen Ruoshi instantly felt a headache coming on and turned to her saying softly, "Lanshu, Xiao Lian was scared, so I let her sleep with me." "I don't care, I'm afraid too." "Huh." Chen Ruoxi's eyelids twitched as she shifted slightly. "Come on." "All right." Without hesitation, she undressed and got into bed, and the three of them Chen Ruoshi also felt a bit of a headache. Her three little sisters seemed a bit off. However, this was quite normal among women. At home, Chen Jiangjiang enjoyed cuddling with her. Outside, she had made friends with female cultivators of varying charms. After the other lay down, Chen Ruoshi sighed again. With a hint of helplessness, she spoke. "Xiao Xiao, don't hide at the door. Come in and sleep with us." A big sister's perceptive ability is still so strong, my Luo family's concealment technique was useless. Hearing this, Chen Ruoxi's tone became even more helpless. "You call that concealment? A big person like you crouching at the door, not just me, but Shu Shu and the others noticed too." After saying this, the door was pushed open and Luo Xiao Xiao, dressed in loose robes, walked in quietly. Skillfully undressing and getting into bed, she lay beside Lanshu. "Hey, I'm telling you," Shu Shu leaned closer to Big Sister. The night passed without a word, and the cultivator who had tried to abduct Yang Lian did not appear again. Having already made an appearance once, the opponent would certainly be on guard. In the dim courtyard, young Master Tsang gazed at his subordinate, who had blood trickling from his chest, and whose aura was somewhat weak. His expression was quite grim. Is the opponent really that formidable? They're just 4 women. "Young master, you don't know, if it weren't for Elder Guan's intervention, I might have been killed by that leading female cultivator." The man spoke with lingering fear. A single water arrow had severely injured him. Although he had initially taken a hammer blow from that seemingly harmless little girl, the damage was not fatal. Listening to his subordinate's description, young Master Tsang became intrigued. Hearing him describe the 4 remarkable beauties, he licked his lips. "I'm already tired of the women in the city. This is just right. Tomorrow come with me to see what kind of divine beings those 4 female cultivators are. If they come to my Tianshui city, then they have entered the territory of my Tsang family. As the host, I must entertain." Young Master Tsang laughed wildly. Overseas, on a small island the size of a boat, a pine tree stood tall. On the sea, a small boat drifted. The person on the boat also noticed this rocky island that looked like it was overflowing with water. After drifting in the sea for half a year, it was his first time seeing land. He chose to step onto the small island. The moment he did, the colors of heaven and earth changed. The originally calm sea surged with towering waves. In the sky, thunder roared. The ancient pine withered and fell in an instant. In the water, a giant turtle surfaced. Its enormous eyes gazed at the man standing unmoving on the island above. "My master has summoned you. I hope the fated person will follow me." This man was none other than Chen Chu, who had set out to sea 5 years ago to thoroughly comprehend his true self and walk his own path. "Fated person," he murmured, gazing at the giant turtle with an expression devoid of turbulence. "Let's go." Without further inquiry, he jumped onto the back of the ancient turtle. This action surprised the ancient turtle. "Fated person, you truly surprise me." "Ha ha ha." The ancient turtle let out a laugh, finding it quite amusing. The other party did not ask anything, seeing that he showed no signs of fear. Instead, he calmly jumped onto it. Was it confidence or sheer boldness? As the ancient turtle took Chen Chu beneath the sea, the surface of the water returned to calmness. The ominous clouds in the sky dispersed. Meanwhile, that small island and the boat vanished without a trace. "How go are you sure you want to go in? There is great terror within." Chen Shuho and the others arrived deep within a mountain range in Wenzhou, where they encountered a dilapidated nest. Inside, there was also a stone door. Upon their arrival, the door surprisingly opened from the inside, seemingly welcoming them. Great terror comes with great opportunity. Isn't that so? Chen Shuho smiled and stepped inside without looking back. In Tianjue City, within the courtyard of the city lord's mansion, a nascent soul cultivator arrived, carrying a letter at the residence of Chen Ruoxi and her companions. The cultivator said, "For young ladies, the city lord requests your presence." A letter landed in Chen Ruoxi's hand, and the cultivator did not linger, turning to leave. Holding the letter, Chen Ruoxi noticed the first few lines mentioned the water spirit treasure. The words Tianjue Lingzhu were followed by a ripple of water spreading across the next page. This filled Chen Ruoxi with a sense of tranquility and stirred her emotions as the voice of Hua Qingwu echoed in her mind. Indeed, it is surprising that after 10,000 years the spiritual vein in Tianjue City can still produce the Tianjue Lingzhu due to its special environment. Disciple, with the energy from the Tianjue Lingzhu, you will be able to advance more quickly and steadily, initiating the transformation of your water spirit root. I understand. Chen Ruoxi nodded, turning her gaze towards the city lord's mansion. The timing of the energy eruption from the mansion last night was indeed too coincidental. Now receiving this news again, she could hardly believe it was not part of a scheme. Since we've already attracted attention, what is there to fear? Chen Ruoxi thought to herself regarding the strongest in Tianjue City, which was merely a transformation stage. At critical moments, she still had her trump cards to rely on. Thus she spoke, "Sisters, take a look at this." She presented the letter to the three women. Among them, Luo Xiaoxiao, who also needed the Tianjue Lingzhu, wore a face full of suspicion. "Elder sister, I feel this trip is suspicious. How could they know that we are here for the Tianjue Lingzhu?" Yang Lian and the others felt similarly wary after the events of last night. "Elder sister, should we run?" Yang Lian spoke up, feeling an ominous premonition. Tianjue City was a large city, and they were merely nascent soul cultivators. They did not have the qualifications to be invited to the city lord's mansion upon merely entering. In Wenzhou, there were plenty of nascent soul cultivators in large cities. "This invitation is not in the name of the city lord," Lan Shu noted, observing the signature at the end of the letter. It was signed by the third young lady of Tianjue City. "Strange. No need for that, Shu Shu." Chen Ruoxi stopped her, realizing that her companion's abilities were also extraordinary. However, using this 8 trigrams divination would take a toll on her lifespan. "Since we are here, we must make ourselves comfortable." Recalling a saying from her father, she thought, if there was danger, then since we are here, let us bury them here. If there is no danger, since these events have occurred, we must face them calmly. Since the letter has been delivered to us, we cannot discern whether they are foe or friend. Chen Ruoxi still wished to see for herself. Since they had come, what was there to fear? The sisters were convinced by her words, and thus they decided to investigate. Thus the 4 female cultivators set off towards the city lord's mansion after making their preparations. Outside the city, a golden talisman flew through the air. Inside the city lord's mansion, the cultivator who had delivered the letter approached them. "For young ladies, my family's third young lady has been waiting for quite some time." The 4 did not say much, their eyes filled with vigilance. "Is there really a Tianjue Lingzhu?" Chen Ruoxi inquired. "Yes," the other party smiled and gestured for them to enter. "Indeed, you have come for this treasure. My young lady just happens to possess one." Currently, the struggle for succession within the city lord's mansion is intensifying, requiring the recruitment of talented individuals. Thus, the Tianjue Lingzhu has been brought out as a bargaining chip. The cultivator's words were much more pleasant than a song, making it hard to find any flaws in his reasoning. The fight for succession was indeed a common occurrence. Behind the nascent soul cultivator, Lan Shu wore a puzzled expression. With her heightened perception of water spiritual energy, she felt that as they went further in, although the energy was denser, it lacked some of the water spiritual energy. "It's a pity that I did not understand Tianjue City well before coming here." Lan Shu sighed softly, keeping pace with the others. In the shadows, a wisp of divine sense drifted by. "I have noticed it too." Chen Ruoxi's gaze remained unwavering as she focused on the figure ahead, concealing a sword in her sleeve. The further they went, the more she sensed a deviation in direction. Finally, they reached a grand door made of platinum jade. Luo Xiaoxiao spoke up. "This is no longer the city lord's mansion. The formations and methods you set along the way are too crude." Her small face darkened, her eyes turning a pale gold, with spiritual power swirling around her, levitating above the ground. The nascent soul cultivator who was opening the door paused for a moment, and the door that had just been pushed open by a few feet swung wide from the inside. A man dressed in white robes, resembling a scholar, and even wearing traces of makeup, stepped out. From his appearance, he was exceedingly pretentious. Luo Xiaoxiao's expression stiffened as she looked at the man's face, her pupils constricting. Golden light suddenly shot out, transforming into a sharp arrow. At the same time, a cold shout filled with killing intent rang out. "Perverted scoundrel!" Luo Xiaoxiao instantly erupted in anger upon seeing him. Even Sang Zhen was momentarily stunned as a protective barrier formed around him automatically. It blocked the attack. "Is there some misunderstanding?" Seeing the golden light that would cause pain just by being stared at, he was relieved, when it was blocked by his protective treasure. He sighed in relief, seeing the anger on her face, her expression as if she wished to kill him. His mind went blank as he frantically searched for a list of victims. Beside Luo Xiaoxiao, the other 3 women had approached, sensing her fierce reaction, their own spiritual power erupting. 3 nascent souls and 1 peak golden core aura surged, lifting the jade tiles beneath them. Misunderstanding. Luo Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. In Tianlan City, you had ill intentions toward the second young lady of the Zhua family, leading her to self-destruct to preserve her purity. Have you forgotten? Her eyes were filled with immense hatred, pulling her memories back to that distant time. The figure of the second young lady of the Zhua family surfaced in her mind. You are from the Zhua family. Sang Zhen's expression darkened considerably as he was clearly caught in the act. In the courtyard of the residence behind him, 2 poison pearls quietly exploded. In her ear, Hua Qing's voice resonated. Rawashi, what you wrote in your novel should indeed be true. Within this courtyard there are only filth and decay, and in the central garden the remains of many young girls are buried. Hua Qing's voice was low and heavy, clearly striking a nerve with her anger. Upon hearing this, Chen Ruox's expression turned cold. There are no Tianshui Lingzhu here, only 2 fake pearls laced with poison. Hua Qingwu did not reveal everything, and Chen Ruoxi understood instantly. In her hand, a purple talisman leaf soared into the sky. Song Zhen saw a talisman leaf rise and vanish in an instant. His expression was not good. The 4 people before him were surely not ordinary. It was evident that the other side was calling for help. Little one. A long spear appeared in Lan Shu's hand, its body igniting instantly, with fiery patterns bursting forth like magma. Luo Xiaoxiao's expression darkened as she sensed at least 3 nascent soul auras locking onto her. Song Zhen forced a smile and waved his hand, saying, "You must have mistaken me for someone else. You must have mistaken me." She was somewhat familiar with the people from the Zhua family. None of the 4 women belonged to that family. Stop pretending. You didn't expect that Tianshui City would publicize that you fell during your journey outside. Luo Xiaoxiao's aura was still rising, and a mid-sized hammer stood firm in her hand. The 4 women's thoughts intertwined as they slowly retreated. Song Zhen's expression softened, but a murderous intent arose within him. The other party knew too much and seemed to have a close relationship with the Zhua family. You must be mistaken. Song Zhen smiled as he approached. A wave of water blue energy surged from the ground, illuminating the area. A formation. Lan Shu's expression darkened as she slammed her spear down fiercely. The formation shook violently. Before the large gate, an unusual smile appeared on Song Zhen's face. What do you intend to do? Just as the 4 were enveloped by a magical light, it was interrupted by the formation activated by the other party. Song Zhen was not a fool. Since they had come this far, he might as well go along with the mistake. Ladies, why the hurry to leave? This young master invited you here, and you haven't even had a sip of water. He still wore a smiling expression, pointing towards the mansion. Within the city lord's mansion, the city lord, who was discussing matters with the elders, suddenly furrowed his brows, looking towards the back of the mansion with an unpleasant expression. There was also a hint of disappointment. This brat's still unrepentant. Well, let him continue as he wishes. Song Tai was quite troubled by his son. His cultivation was not weak and his talent was top-notch. However, he had developed a bad hobby. He enjoyed frivolous pursuits with women, indulging in useless debauchery. Though he did not oppose such things, his son's reputation was poor, which would affect his inheritance of the vast Tianshui city in the future. The 4 were poised to strike. Tension filled the air. Let us go, Chen Ruoxi said in a deep voice, a chill rising in her heart, her anger flaring. Listening to Luo Xiaoxiao's explanation, her anger intensified. How could such a scourge exist in Wenzhou? Moreover, the other party's power was also considerable, being among the top forces in Wenzhou. In their clan, there were even a few transformation god experts stationed, with the strongest having stagnated in the mid-transformation god stage for many years. Now the probability of breaking through to the late transformation god stage was quite high. Beneath Tianshui City, there were also 3 5th-grade spirit veins, one of which was particularly unique, developed through generations of effort by the Tsang family. Eventually, they researched and produced the Tianshui Spirit Pearl. This object was especially beneficial for nascent soul cultivators, particularly those who specialized in water-based spells. This was also why ordinary transformation god families often lost their lineage after 10,000 years, while Tianshui City remained prosperous. The presence of the Tianshui Spirit Pearl ensured that every generation of the Tsang family had transformation god cultivators. In Wenzhou, they were also quite renowned. Only a few formidable beings with the ability to return to the void could suppress Tianshui City. Stay and have a drink with me, and I will let you go. The other party was somewhat brazen. A bottle of bright red wine appeared in his hand, shaking it before the 4. At this moment, Chen Ruox's expression was icy enough to drip water. Master, how long can you sustain your possession of me? For 5 breaths. During the last battle against that old ghost, it was too exhausting. Chen Ruoshi took a deep breath upon hearing this. That's enough. Her anger could no longer be suppressed in her gaze. She could even discern the scent coming from the wine bottle in the other party's hand. Although she primarily studied formations as the beloved daughter of the versatile cultivator Chen Feng, she was also proficient in alchemy. The hallucinogenic drug was also an aphrodisiac made from the dragon lust grass, which could even take down transformation god experts. A pink giant hammer appeared in her hand, spinning in the air before smashing down fiercely. No wonder you are the big sister, so impressive. Yang Lian's eyes brimmed with admiration, her beautiful gaze filled with awe as she swung the giant hammer gracefully through the air. She felt a surge of excitement. Yang Lian wielded a cold hammer, cheering her on. Bang! The wine bottle in Song Zhen's hand shattered, and a dragon-shaped gas swirled in the air before dissipating. The scattered aroma of the wine made the several women present feel restless. Damn, you died? Star explosion. The giant hammer was imbued with immense magical power, as if carrying a small world within it, the water's force surging like waves. Boom. Song Zhen was also somewhat stunned. He did not expect that the stunningly beautiful Chen Ruoshi would possess such brutal methods. What did this giant hammer signify? The contrast was so striking. You protect Xiao Lian, the opponent is not weak, and the boss must also guard against that cultivator behind the door. I will go help. Saying this, Lan Shu brandished her long spear, igniting flames in the sky. Threads of fire were whipped up, transforming into a flaming phoenix that roared and directly burned through the opponent's gate. A figure clad in magical robes was blasted out with the spear like a dragon, and a flaming phoenix behind it emitted a sharp cry, flapping its wings. Formation activate. Without restraint, Chen Ruoxi's power increased by 3-fold, and the magical energy guarding against sneak attacks was retracted by 8 parts, instantly amplifying her might. At her feet, thorny flowers grew wildly. The thorns twisted and surged towards the surrounding enemies. I like women as fierce as you. Watch me subdue you. Song Zhen's eyes revealed a hint of lewd intent as he quietly formed a seal with his hand. In an instant, the formation's light around the mansion erupted, activating the energy of the underground spirit veins. Subdue. To prevent the other side from activating the formation, Luo Xiaoxiao frowned and pulled out her hairpin, chanting a spell. The hairpin soared into the sky, transforming into a blue jade spike, which plunged fiercely into the ground before her. The formation trembled, and the energy flow was obstructed, with a few connection points being suppressed. This caused the energy to be unable to surge forth. Just a 5th grade Ling formation. Luo Xiaoxiao said contemptuously, channeling her magical power into the hairpin. It's a descendant of the Tian Luo family. I'll quickly suppress her. Song Zhen suddenly erupted with a roar, his tone filled with urgency. Clearly, Luo Xiaoxiao's action had revealed her origins. In an instant, several nascent soul cultivators hiding nearby rushed towards Luo Xiaoxiao, including one who had been harmed by her eye technique. She recognized them at a glance and disdainfully remarked, I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the little thief who was injured by my glare. You filthy woman, die. Seeing Luo Xiaoxiao mention this matter, the anger that had been pent up in his heart suddenly ignited. Roaring, his magical power transformed into a wave of energy that struck towards her. Is this all you've got? She scoffed even more, sending a small banner flying to latch onto the opponent's formation's veins. Instantly, a radiance enveloped them, wrapping Luo Xiaoxiao and her companion. This provoked immense fury from the opponents, and the 3 nascent souls launched a concerted assault on the formation. You have no shame. Yang Lian scolded as several talismans flew from her hand, greatly enhancing the formation's power. For a time, they found it impossible to deal with the 2 within the formation. On the other side, Song Zhen unleashed a condensed wave of water, hiding several small swords within. It was exceedingly treacherous. How dare you show off such trifling skills in front of me? Great divine dragon. Chen Ruoshi observed this with a hint of disdain. Although the opponent's strength had reached the mid-nascent soul stage, she had been taught by Hua Qingwu. Her power was extraordinary. She commanded various formidable spells, including celestial arts. The oppressive force was overwhelming. The black dragon belonged to the water element, and the water spirit power surged vigorously in Chen Ruoxi's hands. Releasing it once only consumed 1/10 of her magical power. The black dragon roared as it charged forward, causing the opponent's expression to change dramatically as they were struck back. All things are born. Illusion. A flash of purple charm flickered in Chen Ruoxi's eyes. Flowers bloomed all around, releasing a wave of fragrance. Instantly, everyone present was drawn into the illusion. In a moment, one person was struck down by Lan Shu. Even the nascent soul was obliterated within. Illusion technique. What a skill! How could the heir of the Tianma sect come to my little Tian Shui city? A light laugh echoed in his ears as a middle-aged man clad in a mink coat clapped his hands, stepping onto the battlefield with a measured pace. With a gentle raise of his hand, the environment suddenly shattered. Song Zhan's gaze became somewhat dazed, revealing his foolishness. The moment he was pulled out of the illusion and met Song Tai's gaze, his sinister thoughts were swept away. His eyes became exceptionally clear. For a moment, he felt frustrated that many of his subordinates were present. How could he maintain his dignity? Directly gathering his magical power, he attempted to strike back, only to be extinguished by Song Tai's raised hand. You are no match for them. After saying this, Song Tai turned to the others and chuckled, the princess of the Tian Luo family. Your illusion technique, should it not belong to the heir of the Tianma sect? Luo Xiaoxiao remained silent. Beside her, the two women revealed expressions that conveyed, indeed, as suspected. You came without any protectors. His gaze was sly like an old fox. Before arriving, he had searched the surroundings and found no other powerful auras. If he couldn't sense their strength, it meant there was either no one or they were all returning to the void. Of course, no returning void cultivator would be so idle as to be a protector for juniors. Such a grand undertaking could not even be accomplished by a sect or a family. This thought was also dismissed by him. What does it matter to you? Chen Ruoshi spoke directly, having noticed several auras approaching them. She began to scan and search. They were not weak, either being old ancestors of the transformation stage. Truly cautious. The actions of the opponent were exceedingly careful. This was a transformation stage cultivator. Squashing them would be a simple task. Yet they did not proceed with such actions. We must leave. Hua Qingwu was reminding her. It was evident that the situation was dire. This was the Tsang family stronghold. Go. Chen Ruoshi was not one to hesitate. She decisively relinquished control of her body to let Hua Qingwu take over. Instantly, Hua Qingwu erupted violently, a thought blossoming. Her aura swept through, causing countless thorny flowers to grow, trapping Song Tai within. She then scooped up her three sisters and flew swiftly towards the city outskirts. Master, head northeast. Chen Ruoxi's spiritual sense communicated with the others. In Tian Shui City, Song Tai's smile suddenly froze. The three other transformation stage cultivators from his family had also arrived, shattering all the thorns around him. Jenner. He roared in anger, his useless son pierced by countless thorns. His magical power had also been absorbed by more than half, leaving his body emaciated. Fortunately, the opponent still had some vitality, and their nascent soul power had not suffered too much damage. However, if they were even a couple of breaths late, the opponent's nascent soul would be drained, turning into a pile of bone powder and dissipating. For a moment, he felt a pang of fear in his heart. Looking towards the area where Chen Ruoshi had escaped, his anger was ignited. He soared into the air, pursuing them. Their strength was exceedingly abnormal, erupting with transformation stage power in an instant. He knew that just moments ago his sensing indicated that the opponent was merely at the early nascent soul stage. There must be some treasure. A glint of greed ignited in his eyes. A treasure capable of allowing a nascent soul to directly leap a major realm would undoubtedly be useful to him. Perhaps he could use it to glimpse the next level. He is pursuing us. Hua Qingwu's voice was somewhat weak, and her speed soared even further as the recovering spiritual power was being frantically consumed. Ruoshi, the next part is up to you. I sensed your father's message. He is only 10,000 miles away from us. After saying this, Chen Ruoshi regained control, feeling an overwhelming sense of weakness. Hua Qingwu was in an even worse state. Had it not been for the need to remain hidden with her current spiritual strength, destroying an entire city would have been a simple task. However, when possessing another, she had to reduce her strength using excess energy to stabilize her physical form and prevent it from collapsing. Even exerting 1,000th of her power was a gift from the heavens. Chen Ruoshi swallowed a spirit-exploding pill and dashed forward for a distance. Big sister. Sensing Chen Ruoxi's aura suddenly plummet, the others were filled with worry. In an instant, they had escaped 1,000 miles from Tian Shui City. The terror of transformation stage was evident. There were still 100 miles to go. Song Tai sensed the opponent's strength suddenly drop, causing him to fall back to the early nascent soul stage. For a moment, he felt a surge of delight. In an instant, he could catch up to them. Go! Gritting her teeth, she surged forward another 50 miles. Formation activate. Seeing this, the others held nothing back, revealing their trump cards. They set up restrictions to slow down the opponent's speed. Transformation stage, how despicable. Bullying the weak, shameless. Luo Xiaoxiao shouted angrily several times. Lan Shu's expression was also grim as a jade pendant fell into her hand, her face reflecting a hint of hesitation. If she were to use it, her journey of trials would come to an end, and she would have to return home with the adults. However, her elder sister had just used her trump card and was still frantically leading them to escape. They were about to be caught. Elder sister Lan Shu must part ways with you now, she finally said in a low voice, glancing at the three with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. What's wrong, Lan Shu? What else can it be? Your friend is about to use the trump card given by her family. She probably snuck out, and will have to return once it's used. Hua Qingwu was used to this and softly explained. Chen Ruoshi remained somewhat silent. The other two also began to realize something. Shushu, there's no need for this. Luo Xiaoxiao spoke up, revealing a golden ancient book in her hand, inscribed with complex characters depicting various spells. Go! The golden book soared into the air with golden runes swirling around like a great river. Another wave of rhythm circled around Song Tai. Watching the golden runes surround him, Song Tai felt a bit dazed. He trembled slightly, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. The spell book of the Tianluo family. You must be the young lady of the Tianluo family, aren't you? Originally, he planned to imprison a few of them. Observing the situation, he noticed there were no protectors present among them. Imprisoning them would sever their connections to their backing. Then he would kill them. Seeing the spellbook summoned, his murderous intent surged. If he couldn't keep them before their elders arrived, it would be troublesome for him. He shouted, "Break!" A longbow appeared in his hand, and he pulled it back to shoot. A blue orb suddenly exploded, and the runes halted midair. Dodge! With one hand forming seals, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire being surged with power, transforming into a streak of blood light rushing forward. A magically conjured hand reached out towards the four girls. The overwhelming magical power slowed the four down. Heart-pounding pressure from a high-level cultivator descended upon them. A streak of light soared upwards, and the magical power exploded in the air. It formed a barrier enveloping them. You can't escape. A spear pierced through the air, standing tall before them. A streak of brilliance attempted to break through the barrier and cry out to the outside world. Too late. Song Tai laughed, his magical power surging as he trapped that streak of brilliance and sealed it in a jade box. You can't get away. Oh, obediently come back with me. Song Tai stepped forward, and the surroundings were instantly cloaked in darkness, as if in another world. Sisters, remember me. Lan Shu no longer hesitated, and was about to crush the jade talisman in her hand. Oomph. Song Tai snorted lightly, his magical power resembling a spider web, and another blue water spell shot through the air, striking Lan Shu's arm heavily. Then the opponent dodged and tried to snatch the jade talisman. It seemed as though she had anticipated this. How dare you show off such trivial skills in front of me? Great dragon of might. As the overwhelming magical power pressed down upon them, the faces of the four girls paled. Suddenly a low shout echoed in their ears. Hearing that familiar low shout, the three girls turned sharply towards Chen Ruoshi. They saw a hint of joy on her face. He has arrived? Suddenly the expressions of the three girls darkened again. Bang! In the air, the black curtain was shattered by a golden dragon, its body indomitable. It coiled around Song Tai, the immense magical power wearing down his divine essence. Father! Chen Ruoshi exclaimed joyfully. I arrived late. At this moment, Chen Feng, shrouded in golden light, stepped lightly in the air. Behind him, a long sword floated in midair. Like a celestial deity, his magical power surged like an ocean, standing tall in the sky. To bully my daughter, no matter what you are, you must die. Chen Feng spoke with imposing authority, rotating 8 attributes in his hand, transforming them into a large seal that smashed down. Arrogant, I thought a senior expert had come, but it turns out to be a small fry like you. Song Tai was initially intimidated, his own restrictions shattered as a divine figure descended. He thought it was an ancestral figure from some family, but he soon realized it was merely an early-stage transformation. He felt a sigh of relief, and hearing the other party's arrogant words, he too launched himself into the air, wanting to kill the opponent. As he took over, the large seal rotated and was instantly dragged into another world. Unknowingly seeking death, Chen Feng said calmly, and another lightning spear appeared in his hand. Diving through the void, he struck the opponent heavily. Annihilate. He suddenly exerted force, and the world in his palm cracked open. A disheveled figure fled, eyes filled with shock. The opponent's strength exceeded his expectations. Without looking back, he transformed into a blood arrow flying towards Tianshui City. Tianshui City. Chen Feng murmured softly, raising a hand. A dragon and a tiger along with 3 true beings appeared in midair. Zihua, carry your young master and her sisters away. In the air, Zihua nodded and descended before the 4. The 3 felt a wave of trepidation. This was at least a transformation-level giant dragon. Judging by its form, the purity of its dragon blood must be quite high. In the Tianan Immortal Alliance region, such a beast did not exist at this level. It seemed to be Chen Ruoxi's father's mount. That was terrifying. Get on. Chen Ruoshi was unfazed as she understood her father's methods all too well. Although it was quite unrealistic, it made sense when it came to her father. Follow me to destroy Tian Shui. Chen Feng's voice came from the air. He was seated sideways on the back of a magnificent giant tiger, 3 transformation-level beings behind him looking very respectful. In the air they transformed into streaks of light as they pursued. Zihua also took to the skies, carrying everyone along. Elder sister, your father is incredible. He has tamed 2 transformation-level beasts as mounts. Yang Lian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she patted Zihua. Meanwhile, in Tian Shui City, Tsang Tai wore a ghostly expression, his face dark as night. Clearly, he hadn't gotten any good out of the Immortal Kingdom in his hands. He had been struck by lightning and was covered in soot. His expression was quite unpleasant as he looked at his unfortunate son, still unconscious. It was a source of great frustration. The city defense formation of Tian Shui City was activated, enveloping the city. Countless cultivators living here had expressions filled with shock. The Tian Shui Grand Formation was activated. In an instant, countless people felt terror in their hearts. Many descendants of the Tsang family all soared towards the city lord's mansion. After a short while, a roar erupted from the Grand Formation outside Tian Shui City. It actually collapsed just like that. Impossible! How could the formation be so easily broken? A voice of shock echoed from the city lord's mansion. In midair, a magnificent giant tiger descended slowly. It's the beast king of the demon clan, oh my. Countless members of the Tsang clan turned pale. In the sky, the sound of thunder roared, and the immense power surged. Thunderclouds billowed ominously. Tianshui City has no reason to exist anymore, echoed Chen Feng's voice as countless bolts of lightning poured down. It resembled the heavens, delivering punishment upon the land. The spectacle was grand. In an instant, numerous buildings were obliterated. Even those made of gold and stone could not withstand such ferocious divine thunder. After Chen Feng's breakthrough to the transformation stage, the might of the thunder he could wield became even more terrifying. A booming sound resonated, shaking the entire Tianshui City. Countless thunderbolts rained down. Who has the city lord provoked? We are innocent. Below, the people of Tianshui City wailed, while the 4 transformation stage beings of the Tsang clan ascended, attempting to stop Chen Feng from casting spells. Huda, go. Chen Feng did not even glance at them, and simply patted Huda. The transformation stage tiger roared, exuding an overwhelming divine might. You are the tiger of the great desert. Tsang Tai recognized the great tiger, his expression turning extremely tense. Could it be that among those he had hunted down, there was someone from the Beast Palace? Roar. In response, a colossal claw tore through the void, reaching for him. The might of the transformation stage was beyond the understanding of mere mortals. Once again, a massive seal descended from the sky. Instantly, the heavens shattered and the earth split as the center of Tianshui City exploded, with countless cultivators desperately fleeing the city. The aftermath of the battle between the transformation stages was something they could not withstand. However, just as they attempted to leave, blinding rays of light erupted from 3 directions of Tianshui City. A blood-colored great formation rapidly enveloped the entire city. Transformation stage. 3 more transformation stage beings transformed into the formation's focal points, stationed at 3 positions, aiming to trap everyone. Tsang Tai's face completely changed as he faced this powerful being. It was a death sentence for Tianshui City. I merely wanted to imprison your daughter, yet you wish to annihilate Tianshui City. Do you not fear incurring the wrath of heaven for such actions? Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. For a brief moment, he doubted whether he had misheard. Is this what humans say? Are there really people like this in the world? I only wish to destroy your Tianshui City, and you claim that I violate the will of heaven. What is your true intent? Cursing me like this, do you not fear divine retribution? Chen Feng responded with a smile, disappearing into the air once more. He reappeared silently behind the other, his voice echoing, as if it were emanating from the depths of a hellish spring. Be careful in your next life. With a single sword strike, he pierced through the opponent's flesh. The technique of annihilating the divine caused their very soul to tremble. Another sword swept through the supreme and unyielding force of thunder, obliterating the opponent's primordial spirit. Just like that, the transformation stage fell, as if it were a mere afterthought. Deep within Tianshui City, another soft rumble was heard as a section of the ground collapsed. A rich surge of water's spiritual power emanated, sweeping away items on the opponent's body as Chen Feng stepped into the sinkhole. Leaving the great tiger behind, 1 tiger battled against 3 transformation stage beings locked in a fierce struggle. Who are you? Chen Feng had just stepped into the sinkhole when he saw a cold pond, its water's spiritual power nearly overflowing. At the edge of the cold pond stood a man covered in blood with numerous wounds perforating his body. He suddenly opened his eyes, seemingly awakened by the collapsing ground. Upon seeing the unfamiliar intruder, he roared in anger. This place was his family's, a forbidden area of Tianshui City. How could an outsider sneak in here? Silence. Just a glance was enough to cause the opponent's soul to disintegrate, and his body quickly decayed into nothingness. The technique of annihilating the divine was astonishing. Truly strange I shouldn't have killed him so early. Chen Feng felt a bit of a headache. Within the cold pond stood 3 large cauldrons capable of gathering water's spiritual energy and nurturing water's spiritual treasures. Chen Feng stepped upon the surface of the cold pond, reaching out to scoop. 2 ice blue orbs fell into his hands, bringing him great joy as they contained exceptionally pure water spiritual power. Within himself, the water attribute mana surged with excitement. After placing down the items, Chen Feng looked back at the cold pond. Below 2 5th-grade spiritual veins coiled around a rather peculiar spiritual vein. A mutated spiritual vein. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. Tianshui City was a major power in Wenzhou, renowned as a sacred place for water cultivation. Now that he had seen it, it was likely due to the spiritual vein's distance. However, to be called a sacred place for water was a bit exaggerated. Chen Feng silently criticized. Feeling the outside world, it was clear that many had already fallen. Chen Feng did not linger, using great mana to excavate all the treasures beneath the ground. Storing them in a universal storage ring, he soared up and left the underground. After Chen Feng departed, the ground collapsed instantaneously. After sweeping through some treasure vaults in the city lord's mansion, Chen Feng finally flew into the sky and left. At this moment, Zihua had also arrived here with a few people. Ruashi, why have you come here? Chen Feng was somewhat curious, knowing that his daughter's personality was cautious. How did she provoke a transformation stage powerhouse? After the other party recounted the events, Chen Feng took out all the orbs from the 3 large cauldrons and waved them in front of Chen Ruashi. Looking for these Tianshui spiritual orbs. Upon receiving the spiritual orbs, the other's face showed signs of joy. There were a total of 51 in stock. Chen Feng took action, allowing the people who had never even seen them to acquire so many at once. As for his daughter, Chen Feng held nothing back. Watching Huda slay the other 2 transformation stage beings, Chen Feng turned to Chen Ruashi. Continue to train, or shall we return? There were still 5 years until the Noble War. Let's return in 5 years, Chen Ruashi replied softly, her gaze filled with determination. Although she had already entered the nascent soul stage, she yearned immensely for the heavenly king hall that Chen Feng proposed. As the foremost figure of the new generation, how could she lack a title? As for her final opponent, she already had someone in mind. Chen Feng did not forcibly take her away, but gently asked, where do you want to go next? Wenqing, huh? Chen Ruashi spoke solemnly, exchanging glances with the 3 women. Wenqing. Chen Feng had heard of the city. It was the largest city in Wenzhou and a sacred place for cultivation across the continent. Let Zihua escort you for a while. If there is danger, remember to find your father. Chen Feng's gentle voice echoed in the ears of the 4. Zihua. As soon as Chen Feng's words fell, Zihua spread his wings and soared out of the city. After Zihua took the group away, the entire Tianshui city instantly transformed into a sea of thunder raging with lightning. Huda also unleashed a flurry of strikes, creating a whirlwind. In the hands of 1 man and 1 tiger, the vast Tianshui city was reduced to ruins in a matter of moments. In Wenzhou, the once renowned great city had turned into ruins. No one survived. After the great formation dissipated, the 5 departed. After half a day only then did anyone dare to come and investigate. Looking at the sacred place for water in Wenzhou, they fell into silence for a moment. After a brief, while countless people surged in, a powerful being had annihilated Tianshui City, but how many people and items were there in Tianshui City? At most, only a few important things were taken away. This ignited a complete treasure-hunting frenzy. Wenqing, Long Riding Trading Company. Our branch in Tianshui has been destroyed. A steward entered a private room. Do we have any enemies? A young voice emerged. The steward respectfully replied, none. The Tsang family merely offended a mysterious force leading to the annihilation of Tianshui City. Miss, should we investigate? After the group of powerhouses destroyed Tianshui City, they seemed to head southeast. A young female voice came from the room. Our Long Riding Trading Company will not wade into this murky water. Let's properly settle the families of those at the Tianshui branch. Various disturbances arose throughout Wenzhou. Many powerhouses arrived at the ruins of Tianshui City. They sought to uncover which force was responsible. In Tianlan City, the Zhou family was in an uproar, bustling with activity. A grand feast was held to celebrate the annihilation of a great menace. At that time, outside Wenqing, a purple dragon soared into the sky and returned home. 4 women disguised entered the city. Just as they entered the city in the northeast direction of Wenzhou, a phoenix's cry suddenly echoed throughout Wenzhou and the surrounding major states. Immediately, a beam of light broke through the heavens as a true phoenix circled in the void. In an instant, countless powerhouses in major cities broke through their barriers, heading toward the northeast. At the western desert border, a terrifying presence descended. Within the great city of the border desert, the very heavens and earth seemed to tremble. A colossal beast 1,000 zhang high slowly advanced toward Wenzhou. Behind it followed countless powerful demon beings. A demon beast, a terrifying demon beast. Someone in the city exclaimed in fear. It's the Fire Crow Demon King and the True Elephant Demon King. One after another, terrifying demon kings emerged from the desert, closing in on the human race's great pass. The guarding soldiers were 3 human cultivators at the transformation stage. They had never witnessed such a scene. The Void Demon King knocked at the gate. A great formation was activated, enveloping the entire border region. In the sky, a flash of light streaked by. An elder clad in a Dan robe with white hair and a youthful appearance descended. Looking at the numerous colossal beings knocking at the gate, he spoke in a deep voice. Wanyao Emperor, you have crossed the boundary. The leading colossal being, illuminated by a radiance in its eyes, gazed at this figure. Danshinzi, you are not qualified to stop me. In the air, the fire crow spread its wings, instantly appearing before Danshinzi, transforming into a figure holding a black feather fan. Yet there was a hint of urgency in its eyes. There is the legacy of my demon race descending in Wenzhou. Dan Kinzi's expression remained unchanged as he quietly regarded the crowd of demon beings before him. This is the territory of the human race. I cannot stop this. The fire crow said coldly, flames igniting on the fan in its hand, a scorching aura swirling in the air. Lonely heaven, I know you are here, do not hide. The Wanyao King suddenly looked up, gazing into the distant void. A streak of light flashed, and a figure appeared before the Fire Crow King in an instant. With one kick, it sent the Fire Crow King flying. I can stop this. The Wanyao King showed a hint of caution in its eyes as it caught the Fire Crow King speaking in a deep voice. We have no intention of waging war against the human race. It is only reasonable for a member of the demon race to go forth as the legacy of our race emerges. That depends on what kind of price you are willing to pay. Lonely Heaven replied, nonchalantly reclining in the void, supporting his chin as he looked at him. The Wanyao King felt insulted. Let's talk privately. On the other side, a nest in the mountains was exposed with a true phoenix circling above. The extraordinary phenomenon attracted many powerhouses. However, they all bore expressions of anger, unable to enter. Ahead surely lay the legacy of a great demon. This made the onlookers grit their teeth in frustration. Just as everyone was pondering within the nest, Chen Shuhang's bald-headed bird was desperately ramming against a large door. With each collision, some power surged forth, causing a tremendous phenomenon in the outside world. The two individuals within were oblivious to what was happening outside. All around, countless patterns were etched, converging into one rune after another, transforming into stars filling the sky. There are good things inside. Suddenly, Chen Shufan blurted this out, drawing in the air with his hand. A bird spread its wings and suddenly exploded in the air. It transformed into countless forms, encompassing myriad wonders like characters just created at the dawn of heaven and earth. They fell upon the myriad patterns below. Suddenly, the bald-headed bird screeched, crashing its head and bleeding. A drop of blood fell, igniting into a strand of true fire, instantly igniting the patterns on the ground. The earth shook as if a divine melody resonated from the world beyond the door. The door slowly began to open, a beam of light shining upon the two. They felt a warm sensation, their magical energy circulating faster. Their bodies also felt inexplicably comfortable. Brother, how recite with me. Initial life of the heavens, true phoenix has a decree creation. Chen Shuhang did not question further and began to recite along with his younger brother. He was well aware of his younger brother's extraordinary nature. Everyone has their little secrets, he wouldn't. As the two began to recite the incantation, the light behind the door was drawn in completely. The blood within their bodies was being sublimated and refined. The same went for their bone structure. Their magical energy was being refined to a purer state. During this refining process, something began to stir and emerge behind Chen Shuang. That's enough. Chen Shufan suddenly awoke, giving a low shout. Calm your mind, refine the excess energy within your body, and store it in your dantian. Do not let this breath assimilate you. Hearing this, Chen Shuhang followed Chen Shufan's guidance. Enough, Chen Shufan softly said, beginning to chant. Suddenly the light was drawn away, illuminating Chen Shuhang entirely. In an instant it transformed into true fire, burning his whole body. Calm your mind, refine your bloodline, and leave the true phoenix's fire seed. At first Chen Shuhang was distracted as he was engulfed in the fierce flames, allowing the true fire to invade, causing chaotic energy within him. A magnificent voice echoed in his ears, instantly stabilizing his mind. He knew that it was Chen Shufan who had intervened. Listening to the other's voice, he began to seriously refine. Outside, the fire crow soared high with a dozen young demon beings following behind. A great demon has descended. Outside the nest, a human cultivator suddenly looked in a direction where the sky was dyed red with firelight. A terrifying aura surged, sweeping over the land and major cities. Countless human cultivators were startled. The Void Demon King of the demon race has entered the territory. Within Wenqing, 2 cultivators soared into the sky riding their swords. The Wanyao King has reached an agreement with your alliance's leader, allowing us to enter. The Fire Crow transformed into a figure of a daoist landing before the nest's entrance. At the same time with these words it landed safely. This is a written message from your leader. A radiant light unfolded in the air as Duga Tian's aura suppressed the land, causing the frowning human cultivators to relax. They looked at the Fire Crow, their hostility undiminished, watching the figure warily. If I don't come, you wouldn't know how to enter the true Phoenix ruins. The Fire Crow daoist smiled, placing the descendants of various demon kings who came with him beside himself. The true Phoenix ruins can only be entered by young demons at the Foundation establishment stage or below, or by human cultivators. Those at Foundation establishment can also enter, but their own realm will be suppressed. The smile on Fire Crow's face did not diminish. The demon race had records of this ruin, but they did not expect it to truly exist. Originally thought to be a fleeting legend. Now, however, it is within human territory, and they can only share it. Upon hearing Fire Crow's words, the group of people had expressions that changed unpredictably. Many cultivators showed hesitation. In an instant, more than half of the cultivators present left. It seemed they were going to seek their own descendants. The news about the true Phoenix ruins was also brought out by these cultivators. As for when it would open, no one knew. However, that did not stop countless cultivators from rushing toward the northeast of Wenzhou. In Wenqing, as soon as the 4 women landed, they heard this news and were all stirred. Let's go. With the eldest sister Chen Ruoxi speaking, the group of women moved forward. In the nest, the main door slowly opened. The bald-headed bird vanished in an instant. Chen Shuhong, like a stone man, erupted with dark impurities as the door opened. In his eyes, the light of divine fire shone. Clearly, he had grasped a trace of true Phoenix fire known as the Nirvana fire. Brother, how we can go in now? Many people have come outside the nest. We have picked up a trace of the true Phoenix's residual aura, which will greatly reduce danger in the space behind the door. People are coming from outside. Chen Shuhang looked at his younger brother. Then we must get in quickly. There must be many treasures inside that we can't leave for them. Let's go. The 2 entered. It was a decayed divine tree standing between heaven and earth. The divine tree was immensely large with its trunk reaching up to the sky. Let's go. The true nest of the true Phoenix is at the top of this tree. Looking at this towering giant, Chen Shufan was also somewhat astonished. At a glance, one could see that this world, or rather the world on the tree. At the top of the tree, a foolish bird was desperately flapping its wings to fly. This place prohibits flying, and one cannot stay in the air. Chen Shuhang tried to ascend, but found that there seemed to be some kind of suppression. That's normal. Chen Shufan looked up at the divine tree, which was already decayed. Its leaves turned yellow. The trunk had lost its vitality. Let's go. There are many good things above. Chen Shufan was the first to climb up. Looking up, it seemed that this divine tree had no top, and one could not see the end. As they climbed up, they discovered many sword and knife wounds on the trunk of the divine tree. On some of the branches above, there were dilapidated wooden houses. On those yellowing leaves lay some beast skeletons. The 2 walked over and picked up a skeletal remains. Chen Shufan's expression grew serious as the beast patterns were already etched into the bone. The divine essence had already decayed. This is at least the remains of a transformation god-level beast, Chen Shufan said in a deep voice, looking up at the ravaged divine tree. Here a great battle must have erupted. To be able to injure this tree, at least a transformation god-level being is required. And here remains were scattered everywhere. On just this one branch, there were at least more than 20 remains. That means these all belong to transformation god cultivators. Chen Shuhang held his breath, his pupils filled with horror. Chen Shufan shook his head and walked into a wooden house buried beneath a pile of bones, searching inside for a while. He held a corpse of a bird in his hand. Judging from its shape, it was only half a meter long. However, compared to Chen Shufan's small stature, it appeared somewhat strange. The tender cheeks showed a hint of maturity, and there was a flicker of light in its eyes. This skeleton is that of a young Qingwan bird. Looking up from below, countless branches crisscrossed. This place must have been ruled by the true Phoenix before, with avian demon races congregating here. Gathered on various branches guarding the nest of the true Phoenix in the divine tree's palace. After saying this, the young Qingwan bird skeleton in Chen Shufan's hand turned to ashes and dissipated. This place must have experienced a great battle. Even this divine tree has lost its vitality. Those races that depended on the true Phoenix might have been completely annihilated. After saying this, Chen Shufan walked out from beside the skeleton and looked up. Let's continue, since this place has been invaded before. There probably won't be any treasures left in this initial area. Even if there are, they would have dissipated with time. Chen Shuhang glanced at the pile of skeletons and followed Chen Shufan to continue climbing up. What exactly happened here? Is this divine tree the legendary immortal tree? The two continued to climb upward, crossing over some small branches and collecting many items. Finally, after climbing a third of the way up, two large branches extended out. The two walked forward. This place was much broader than the previous small branch they had ascended. Though it was a branch, it was still immensely large. The width of the branch alone exceeded half a mile. One could see how astonishingly large this divine tree was. This area was also littered with bones, battered and broken. Walking to the end, one could still see the complete cutting marks, with one end having been severed by a powerful being. There is something here. It seemed that, sensing the aura on the two, a dilapidated ancient house trembled. The already decayed ruins emitted a faint glow. In this world illuminated by the flames overhead, it seemed somewhat insignificant. The two approached, and it was inscribed with words carved in true blood. It was waiting for future generations to come and tell a story. Unfortunately, due to the passage of time, Chen Shufan could not decipher much, only barely recognizing. This was something left by the Qingluan tribe, speaking of a great upheaval. Chen Shuang dug out a few dim stones from inside the house, with faint traces of spiritual energy remaining. After Chen Shufan took a look at them, he slowly shook his head. The beast patterns carved above are already unrecognizable. Chen Shuang felt somewhat regretful and placed the few stones into his storage ring. The two continued to climb upward. The higher they went, the more scars they could see. Many times they had to take detours to ascend. Fortunately, as cultivators, they did not need to truly climb. They only needed to use their spiritual energy to fix their feet on the trunk. They could walk up as if on level ground. Where did the foolish bird fly off to? Chen Shuang looked up at the sky after the bird crashed through the great door, continuing to fly towards the divine tree, leaving no trace behind. It has its own destiny, we shall ascend. Chen Shufan spoke softly, channeling his internal mana as he continued to climb upward. Upon entering this world, his strength was suppressed to the early stage of foundation establishment. Yet he merely at the chi refining stage found himself elevated to foundation establishment. In the realm of the divine tree, time was lost. Now outside the nest, the restrictive powers left by the true phoenix dissipated and the cave entrance opened. Countless powerful beings surged inside, entering the nest and the divine gate, only to behold a withered tree that reached the heavens. My realm. A powerful figure gasped, shocked that his strength had been suppressed to the initial level of foundation establishment. It was utterly unbelievable. Such is the means of the immortals. Outside, some ancient forces lingered at the entrance, hesitant to enter. Junior disciples, go in, this elder shall wait for you outside. The elder of a significant force sent all his descendants into the nest while he waited outside. Oldly, you truly live in the past. Are you not afraid of being suppressed and dying inside? Ha! One person laughed, transforming into a streak of light and diving in. Opportunities without risks. What do you call that? A free gift. Many cultivators were unwilling to give up their advantages by entering. What if they were slain by some prodigies? Thousands of years of cultivation would be in vain. They would not be content and were reluctant to take the risk. They remained at the entrance, waiting to reap the benefits. Among the nascent soul cultivators present, very few entered. Most were sending their descendants inside while they waited outside. Quite a number of golden core cultivators did enter. Look, it's the saint child of the Tianhe immortal sect. In the sky, an old man of the transformation stage descended with several young disciples. Above, a young man with an ethereal appearance looked toward the nest. In just 2 or 3 steps, he entered without a trace. Many outstanding disciples from various sects also entered. At this moment, beneath the divine tree, a significant number of cultivators had gathered. Many individuals climbed upwards from different points. Elder brother, let's ascend. At the top of this tree, there are intense fluctuations of energy. A male and female duo arrived beneath the divine tree, adjusting to the changes in their cultivation. They began to ascend. Suddenly, a whirlwind erupted behind them. A giant rock soared into the sky, spreading its wings toward the divine tree. A flying demon beast. This is the offspring of the demon king from the desert. The male cultivator exclaimed in shock, noting that the avian demon beast was not restricted by the anti-flight barriers and could soar high, causing a wave of frustration for the two. Hurry up, we cannot let the demon race get there first. Behind them, several disciples of the immortal sect looked up, seeing a few demon beasts rapidly climbing. Hostility flashed in their eyes. We the human cultivators are many, let's catch up to these demon beasts and slay them. Someone declared with righteous indignation, stepping onto the tree trunk and hastily making their way upwards. In no time, countless cultivators surged forth. From a distance, compared to the towering divine tree, these cultivators resembled ants climbing upward. Brother, how someone is approaching beneath the divine tree. The two had already climbed halfway when their expressions tightened, sensing the gathering mana fluctuations below. A glint of light flashed in Chen Shuhang's eyes as he smiled, and said, "Then let's give up on the branches and head straight to the top waiting for them." Exactly, gathering them would be too troublesome, let them help us. Chen Shuhang's words sparked excitement in Chen Shufan's eyes. This was to block the entrance. He was not wrong. Go for something big. Yes, go for something big. Chen Shuhang's bloodline power surged, and his eyes sparkled with endless divine light. What was the purpose of his journey? To seek opportunities and battle against prodigies of the same rank. Now within the realm of the divine tree, everyone's cultivation was suppressed to the same level. Was this not a heavenly opportunity? Moreover, some ancient beings were at the same level as him, which thrilled him the most. The combat experience of such ancient beings was immensely rich. The two continued to climb rapidly. "Brother, how activate the step technique I gave you last time?" The other nodded, his footsteps leaving phantoms as he transformed. In just 2 or 3 steps, they covered 2 miles. When they reached 2/3 of the way up, they sensed a gust of wind approaching from below. Something is coming up. They looked down to see a giant rock soaring high. They exchanged knowing smiles, understanding each other's intentions. Their ride had arrived. The two leaped and landed perfectly on the rock's back. Caught. The giant rock's eyes filled with fear as it rolled in the air. It was terrified. Naturally, it intended to leverage its winged advantage to leave everyone behind. However, just as it approached the peak, something landed on its back. Senior, my ancestor was also under the Phoenix tribe. Do not harm me." The giant rock trembled, landing on a branch and quivering in fear. Who knew what great terror had landed on it? The originally proud creature was now nearly fainting from fright, lacking the demeanor of the most outstanding bird among the offspring of the Rock King. On the back of the rock, the two exchanged smiles. Chen Shuang activated his technique, altering his voice. He spoke in a deep tone. "Since you are a descendant of my Phoenix tribe, I shall not kill you. Ascend to the peak of the divine tree with me, and I shall grant you a great fortune." The giant rock nodded frantically. Thank you, senior. It felt no aura from its passengers. Hearing that the other party identified themselves as from the Phoenix tribe, it was also shocked, feeling as if it had seen a ghost. "Let's go." Chen Shuhang patted its head, nearly scaring the creature into losing its soul. With a flap of its wings, they soared toward the peak. With the giant rock carrying them, it was an effortless flight, and their speed increased considerably, being part of a swift demon beast species. In the realm of the divine tree, some dilapidated palaces stood tall above. At the peak of the divine tree, an indestructible phoenix fire still burned, illuminating this world like a sun. Above, a great door stood as the entrance to the palace, with remnants of formations still operating in other areas. Under Chen Shufan's guidance, the giant rock landed at the palace entrance. This place was even more ruined. The towering heavenly gates were broken, with only a remnant of the word Phoenix visible on the door. The giant rock landed before the door, gazing at the decayed and withering scene, its pupils filled with astonishment. Any piece of the ground could be used to refine a priceless treasure. All were rare materials for crafting, yet they were being trampled upon. It was simply extravagant beyond reason. However, Chen Shufan showed no surprise as he jumped off the giant rock. Chen Shuhong, with a hearty laugh, patted the rock's head several times. "Well done." The gaze of the great Peng shifted from terror to confusion and then to an unbridled fury. Before it stood a 7-year-old human child alongside a youth. It was deceived, tricked by 2 human youths who jumped onto its back and rode it up. Damn it. After a brief silence, the great Peng roared, its eyes turning crimson. It had been duped by 2 human youths. Be quiet. The great Peng raised its sharp claws, ready to strike. Although its cultivation was suppressed, its massive size still held terrifying power in its claws. If struck by one of those claws, it would surely be torn apart. Chen Shufan didn't even glance at it, instead surveying the surroundings. This palace had been cleaned. Behind him, Chen Shuiheo intervened, delivering a punch that slammed his opponent to the ground. It was utterly shocking. The great Peng was instantly stunned, having had no time to react before being knocked over by a single punch. It was simply unbelievable. The opponent was yet another human youth. However, within his body existed a vast flow of blood and energy, which the great Peng sensed at the moment of his strike. Its bird-like eyes trembled slightly. Clearly, there was some extraordinary ancient being among them. This also explained why the opponent stood before it. Yet it was still unwilling to concede. With its cultivation exploding forth, the great Peng spread its wings and pushed Chen Shuiheo away. "I am the son of the great Peng King, the young king of the myriad demon palace. Even if you are the strongest human cultivator, you shall not suppress me here." The great Peng was enveloped in golden light, every feather sharp as a blade, its eyes blazing with fiery rage as it proudly looked down upon its surroundings. "Brother, how it's so arrogant, let's beat it up first." Chen Feng glanced at it before silently turning to sift through the shattered treasures from the battle beneath his feet, muttering to himself, "Thank you for the compliment. Oh, I take great pride in being called a strong human cultivator." A smile appeared on Chen Shuihao's face, clearly pleased by the other's words. "Since you've praised me so much, I won't kill you. For now." Whooshed. The great Peng, enraged, moved like lightning, its claws inscribed with runes glowing with golden light, emanating an overwhelming aura. It launched a series of attacks against Chen Shuihao. The man and bird began to engage in fierce combat within the magnificent palace, their powers surging and their might spreading in all directions. The youth countered with both fists, grasping the opponent's claws. The runes on his arm burst forth, his power swelling. He dragged the great prong from the air and slammed it hard into the ground. The ground was forged from the strongest golden stone. The great Peng was smashed down, causing intense pain and breaking several bones. Still not enough. The youth spoke, coolly twisting in the air before descending heavily, his fist carrying immense force. It howled as his fist struck hard against the great Peng's back, momentarily stunning it. The great Peng let out a mournful cry, its eyes filled with deeper hatred. However, it found itself utterly powerless, pinned to the ground, without the strength to retaliate. It could only flail helplessly on the ground. "Peng Yin, I come to save you." Outside the palace doors, a massive bird engulfed in crimson flames screeched sharply. It charged towards the youth. "Be still." Chen Feng sighed with slight irritation as he was about to find some clues when this bird suddenly interrupted him. Who wouldn't be annoyed? He suddenly unleashed his power, sending a massive fist imprint towards the firebird, approaching Chen Shuihao, knocking it away with a punch, spitting blood. "Prison." Chen Feng uttered a single word, and a golden prison suddenly descended from the sky, pinning the opponent in place, rendering it immobile. His power condensed into a small golden sword which plunged directly into the opponent's spine, robbing it of all ability to resist. All of this occurred in an instant. After dealing with the fire crow, Chen Feng walked towards the main hall of the palace. "Brother, how it's your turn from here?" Chen Shuihao was also utterly astonished, having witnessed the young man's swift subjugation of a beast on par with the great Peng. "Subdue." With a punch, he thrust a blood-colored spear deep into the opponent's chest, pinning the great Peng in place. "You are called Peng Yin." The opponent stared wide-eyed, fixated on Chen Shuihao, not uttering a word. Its eyes were filled with resentment. "Speak." With force, he twisted the spear. The opponent immediately felt excruciating pain, but not enough to kill it. "Indeed, I am called Peng Yin." It could no longer endure such suffering and reluctantly opened its mouth in anger. "You ride well, this big bird. My father has a purple dragon that is extremely cool. How about you become my mount? I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury." Chen Shuihao squatted next to the bird's head, patting it affectionately while looking at it. "Can I refuse, eh?" Peng Yin was filled with rage. Oh, as a demon king, how could he become someone else's mount? Yet he was no match for Chen Shuihao. However, if he became a mount, he would have no face to meet anyone upon returning. As the young king, he naturally had his pride and began to struggle fiercely. "If you refuse, I'll kill you and eat your flesh." A chilling voice echoed in his mind, causing him to shudder, a coldness washing over his heart. What kind of person was before him? He turned his gaze towards the fire crow not far off, resembling a dead bird. This creature, once a contender for the sky's dominance against him, was swiftly dispatched by that young child with a single sword. "Are you a descendant of the lonely sky or a progeny of the sacred clan?" It murmured, trying to ascertain their identities. "I am the one asking questions, not you." Chen Shuihao was also a fierce individual, having mastered a method of taming demon beasts long ago. Bringing back such a magnificent bird would certainly be impressive. Thus, he momentarily did not wish to kill it. After speaking, he struck the opponent again, gripping the bird's head while looking at it. "Whether you agree or not." At that moment, there was another commotion at the entrance. A monkey in armor swung a massive club towards Chen Shuihao, shouting, "Release our young king of the myriad demon palace." Annoying. The youth unleashed his fist, intent, his bloodline power surging as thunder coiled around him. His eyes cold, he leaped high, pressing down with a thunderous palm. Boom. The monkey was knocked back, its fur exposed from its armor, now charred black by the lightning. Peng Yin's expression changed drastically. This monkey was also a child of a demon king. While they might not get along, there were only a few demonkin left at this time. Although they were wary of each other, they would still lend a helping hand if needed. Yuan Qi, retreat. You are no match for him. Hurry and find young Master Xiang. The fire crow, having witnessed the whole process of Chen Shuihao brutally beating the great Peng, exclaimed. This urged the young demon king to flee. Hearing this, the monkey's face changed drastically as he swung his staff, unleashing countless powerful waves of light. The monkey flipped backwards with astonishing speed, vanishing in an instant, leaving only a blur in the eyes of the onlookers. Mind your own business. Chen Shuhao's expression changed as he turned to the furious fire crow. With that said, he leaped into the air, his foot infused with magic, and struck the opponent's head with a blast of true phoenix fire, exploding it. The true phoenix then began to devour, consuming all the beast fire from the opponent. Chen Shuhao could clearly feel that the flame in his dantian was more vibrant. I have yet to taste the flesh of the fire crow. After saying this, Chen Shuhao removed the restraints, skillfully plucking the feathers from the opponent and igniting the true fire to roast it. Right before Peng Yin's eyes. The fire crow was already a top-tier bloodline among the demon race, and its meat was extraordinary. Under the scorching of the true phoenix fire, a mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air, filled with spiritual intent. Just as Chen Shuhao was enjoying his meal, Peng Yin could not help but swallow. Brother Fire Crow, you smell so good. Chen Shuhao waved a leg of the fire crow in front of him. Become my little brother, and he'll treat you to fire crow. If you refuse, he'll roast you instead. He said this nonchalantly, but to Peng Yin's ears it sounded like the whisper of a devil. I'm sorry, Brother Fire Crow, but I must make a decision that goes against the 10,000 Demons Hall. Just let me have a bite. In a branch of the divine tree, a half-human, half-elephant demon stood firm in place. In front of him, countless human corpses lay piled up. This is the branch closest to the top of the tree, and there has been no news from Peng Yin and the Fire Crow. If Yuan Shi has not returned, we should go up and take a look. The elephant man held a meteor hammer in his hand. Below, countless human cultivators dared not approach. He relied on his powerful physique, blocking the only path to the Phoenix Palace. Young Master Elephant. Behind him, a somewhat disheveled figure of Yuan Shi leaped down from above, landing in front of him. What happened? Is there something terrifying inside the palace that has left you in such disarray? Regarding Yuan Shi, a descendant of the Demon Kings of the 10,000 Demons Hall, he was well aware. His agility was remarkable, yet he appeared so disheveled. What exactly is inside the palace? Peng Yin and the Fire Crow have been suppressed by a young human in the open space in front of the palace, and he is forcing Peng Yin to submit. His strength is indeed formidable, while I could barely exchange a few moves with him. Had it not been for the Fire Crow's reminder, I might have been left there as well. Next to young Master Elephant, there were also a dozen descendants of Demon Kings, and as they listened to Yuan Shi's news, their eyes were filled with disbelief. Everyone present understood Peng Yin's strength. He was not weak. Even when facing the holy son of the human race's immortal sect, he had remained undefeated. Moreover, over the years he had slain quite a few human prodigies. Young Master Elephant's eyes sparkled with excitement. I didn't expect there to be such a prodigy among humans. Follow me up. Young Master Elephant trembled, his blood surging, and power incomparable. Young Master Elephant, should we continue to hold our ground here? There are more and more humans below. Young Master Elephant looked down from his elevated position and chuckled. No need. Oh, what will it matter if we let them come up? Even if an ancient being of the transformation stage is suppressed, they are not my match. The other demons felt invigorated by his confident tone. Indeed, young Master Elephant had been stationed here for over 2 hours, yet no human had managed to break through. Only after the demons left did the humans begin to climb upwards. Where's that magic elephant? Watch me, the holy son of the Tianhe, slay him with one sword. Below, a boisterous voice rang out as a young man bearing a silver sword stepped out from the crowd. His gaze was fixed upward towards the place where the demons were stationed. I didn't see you earlier. The opponent must have left already. Nearby, some people made way while others murmured in resentment. As he walked, many human cultivators bore injuries. Among them were 2 elderly figures. Holy son of Tianhe, you should be cautious. That magic elephant is extraordinarily strange, and the power within it is terrifying. In the foundation establishment stage, our human cultivators are clearly at a disadvantage in terms of physical strength. The 2 elders reminded him, also bearing wounds. Thank you for the reminder, but I He Yao am not like you. The other person walked past with his sword, looking down on the 2 elders. He could tell at a glance that the other party was a transformation stage cultivator from a certain force who had been defeated by a younger demon. Truly, one has lived long enough to become foolish. Moreover, there are over 1,000 human cultivators gathered here, yet they cannot break through the blockade of more than a dozen demon beasts. To preserve their strength, how shameless. Among humans, there are too many who engage in underhanded tactics. Including these 2 old figures before him, having lived for so long, how could they not have been defeated by a younger demon? Everyone understood what was being thought. As He Yao finished speaking, the nearby crowd felt somewhat awkward. Several people glared at him in anger. He paid no mind, and continued to walk up step by step carrying his sword. Upon reaching the blocked area, he discovered that the beasts had long since fled. This caused a change in his expression, and he cursed under his breath, a bunch of fools. He lightly stepped forward and continued his ascent. Below the divine tree, several youthful figures merged into the crowd. Upon learning the news, they were similarly disdainful, each carrying weapons as they climbed towards the summit of the divine tree. So delicious. At this moment the Dapeng was chewing on a piece of fire crow meat, his mouth greasy. Chen Shuho beside him was equally satisfied, wrapping his arms around Dapeng's neck saying, "Isn't it right? Become my little brother and enjoy the best. What do you think?" Lightning flickered in Chen Shuho's eyes, his blood surging like the sea. "Yes," Peng Yi nodded frantically. "All right. Beast controlling technique, seed of the heart." Chen Shuho began to chant, his eyes shimmering with spiritual light, drawing in the heart and soul. "Beast controlling technique, die for me." At the entrance, a furious magic elephant heard the incantation Chen Shuho was chanting. Its demonic energy surged into the sky as it charged towards him. What a nuisance! With a booming sound, a surge of blood rushed forth as he punched towards the opponent. Boom! A clash raised a mighty whirlwind, causing the few demons following behind to stumble. "You humans will all die. Dare to kill the descendants of the Demon King of the 10,000 Demons Hall." Young Master Elephant roared as he saw the severed body of the fire crow not far away transformed into a head of an elephant with a human body looking bizarre. In his hand the spear radiated with astonishing light, a formidable aura, and with a stomp it created a force capable of toppling mountains. Behind him several descendants of demon kings involuntarily took a few steps back. Even among those of the same rank, young Master Elephant's strength was incredibly terrifying. Yet Chen Shuho did not retreat and inch his gaze indifferent. Thunder wrapped around him, and the icy power flowed. The two exchanged blows again, a loud explosion resonating in the air. The tremendous force of the collision left the surrounding demons shaken with fear. How could there be someone capable of facing the young master in a contest of strength? Even those with unorthodox training are no match for the young master. "Human cultivator, I advise you to surrender. The young master is not someone you can withstand. You arrogant fool." Outside, Yuan Shi arrived shouting angrily. "You're just a dog relying on its master." Chen Shuhang replied coldly, leaping into the air, his figure flickering like a rainbow across the sky. In just a moment, he reached Yuan Shi, his feet shifting as they crackled with the power of thunder. He struck fiercely against the opponent's chest, sending him flying backward. All the demons could see that the opponent's armor was pierced and his chest was destroyed, his life extinguished by the violent force of thunder. He fell from the peak of the divine tree, likely to his death. "Damn it, you actually killed Yuan Shi." The young master turned around, his eyes filled with rage as a dark glow erupted from the spear in his hand, his long trunk whipping through the air. If only he had hair, he would truly experience a rage that would make him explode. "What if I killed him? How many of my kind have perished at your hands?" Chen Shuang noticed that the demons bore traces of fresh blood. The murderous aura they exuded was astonishing, clearly indicating that many had died at their hands during this time. "With a body like that, you look utterly hideous." The young master was enraged, a beam of light gathering in his mouth before he unleashed it. The power was terrifying, and Chen Shuhang quickly dodged. Unrelenting, the opponent threw the spear infused with a fierce, murderous aura aimed directly at Chen Shuhang. "Retreat." A wheel of Bagua appeared in front of him, and several thunder seals were unleashed. Endless glaciers blocked his path, forcefully intercepting the spear. The opponent, seeing his strike ineffective, revealed a meteor hammer and swung it down fiercely. Countless manifested glaciers shattered under the blow, providing no resistance. The terror was immense. If it struck a cultivator, they would instantly be reduced to a puddle of flesh. Chen Shuhang's pupils contracted sharply as he quickly dodged. The opponent's power was terrifying. In a contest of physical strength, few could withstand it. But who was Chen Shuhang? A child raised on the blood of beasts, possessing dual elemental roots of thunder and ice. His strength was also astounding. With a wave of his hand, thunder roared. The strike landed on the opponent, the overwhelming power of thunder leaving everyone present in shock. Even the young master, with his formidable physique, felt pain from the impact. Boom! The young master took a staggering step forward, rapidly swinging the iron hammer in his hand. The material of the meteor hammer was extraordinary. As a true phoenix's palace, it could shatter the protective gold and stone beneath. In an instant, gold and stone flew everywhere. A single strike would surely spell death. However, despite its great power, the meteor hammer lacked agility. Chen Shuang capitalized on his advantages, dancing across the ground. His magical energy surged within him. A long sword grasped in hand, it shimmered with thunder patterns inscribed with a supreme thunder diagram. The magical energy flowed from the sword's hilt, activating the thunder diagram. In an instant, the long sword became enveloped in thunder, crackling with energy. A single strike unleashed a terrifying wave of lightning. The surrounding demons were stunned. The thunder sword slashed out, radiating dazzling brilliance in the air, while the ground was blanketed with frost. In no time Frost crawled up the young master's calves, slowing his movements significantly. Among the other demons, a magnificent striped tiger stepped forward, its paw striking the ground and dispersing the surrounding frost. Good technique, the massive tiger said softly, its magical energy surging, whipping up a storm in all directions. Let me tiger domination challenge you. Chen Feng swung his sword, but the great tiger crashed into him, forcing him to abandon the strike and retreat. The sword plunged into the opponent's chest, unleashing a furious wave of thunder. He also took a hit. You demon clan are truly shameless. At the entrance, He Yao arrived, witnessing the two powerful demons besieging Chen Feng. He cursed angrily and seized his sword, ready to join the fray. He Yao, this path is blocked. Outside, another figure approached, a black panther, majestic and imposing. At this moment, several human figures appeared, blocking a few demon beasts. Beneath the divine tree, several more demon beasts were climbing upwards. A chaotic battle erupted. What if I face two at once? Chen Feng's black hair danced wildly, his eyes flashing with lightning as he calmly faced them. It felt as if an iceberg had descended. Slash! The long sword in his hand gleamed with lightning, erupting in a dazzling radiance, striking the young master, who coughed up blood. His entire body became charred. Great tiger, you look just like my father's mount. After repelling the young master, Chen Feng focused entirely on tiger domination, finding the appearance somewhat familiar. Outrageous! Tiger domination roared. The comment felt like an insult, likening him to a mount. How could he tolerate that? The winds howled around, turning into blades that sliced through the air. Chen Feng's body glowed with golden light as he continued to battle fiercely. Suddenly, the entire earth trembled as a colossal creature awakened behind them. Its massive form obscured. The momentum emanating from above was astonishing, prompting the battling demons and human elites to halt their actions. They looked in shock at the enormous creature present. A demonic elephant. He Yao said, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. They watched as the creature's body swelled, standing tall within the palace. Some trembled, retreating to the entrance of the palace. All humans, get out. The demonic elephant bellowed, its voice booming, stirring up a storm of dust and stones. This made Tiger Domination, who was battling Chen Feng, involuntarily back away. With a wary expression, it retreated. Human cultivator, you've angered me. The demonic elephant's crimson eyes fixed on Chen Feng, its blood energy surging, a terrifying, murderous aura enveloping it. Chen Feng showed no fear, flipping the sword in his hand and swirling it in the air as he shouted, "Thunderous dance of the demons." In the sky, the sound of thunder roared, countless bolts of lightning danced wildly. Enveloping the enormous creature in that instant, the overwhelming aura sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Boom! Lightning flashed, swirling madly, striking the creature. In an instant, the massive demonic elephant was engulfed in thunder, only faintly visible through the flashing lightning. Who dares to challenge me? Chen Feng shouted with a booming voice, his presence commanding respect, echoing throughout the scene. Everyone, both human and demon, displayed expressions of shock. This display of thunderous might stunned all beings present, the lightning illuminating his towering figure. Sword in hand, he radiated divine authority. The presence of the figure struck terror into all living beings present, making them dare not gaze upon his divine might. Amidst the thunder feast, young Master Xiang emitted a series of painful howls, roaring in fury. I wonder which family this genius belongs to, for he possesses such remarkable abilities. Truly, I am in awe of him, He Yao. He Yao wore an expression of admiration, mixed with a hint of battle intent. Cultivators must compete. The fact that his opponent is also a sword-wielding genius ignited a spark of rivalry within him. Mountains and rivers in a thought. Swords sweeping across the four directions. He bellowed, his whole body radiating sharpness as the long sword in his hand flashed, the sword light dazzling. With a single stroke, the piercing sound of the sword echoed, along with the figure of Hu Ba being sent flying. After Chen Chihao, he showcased this skill again, causing the demon clan present to change color in fear. Brother Yao, you have actually comprehended the ultimate move of your Tianhe immortal sect. Impressive. Around him, a wave of praise arose. He Yao looked over, and at the entrance, a man holding a long spear and wearing a gentle smile stepped in. With each step he took, the pressure of his spear grew heavier. Dongjian. He Yao's expression darkened, the long sword in his hand trembling lightly in response to the presence before him. He sensed a tremendous battle intent. Upon hearing that this opponent had not been subdued after his defeat in the genius ranking, but instead had gained enlightenment from it. Within the Immortal Alliance, he had challenged various forces geniuses, gaining a fearsome reputation. He became a renowned genius cultivator in the realm of the Immortal Alliance. I have long heard of Brother Xian's great name. I did not expect our first meeting to be here. He Yao spoke solemnly, his eyes bursting with battle intent. I was just about to go challenge you at Tianhe Immortal Sect, but unexpectedly encountered the opening of the true Phoenix ruins on the way. Meeting here is also a stroke of luck. The other party chuckled and stepped closer. Who is the cultivator within the thunder pool? Dong Jian glanced towards the thunder pool where Chun Chihao resembled a descended thunder deity, his expression revealing a hint of astonishment. I don't know, but he is very strong. He suppressed that little demon elephant. He Yao's tone carried a hint of admiration. Impressive. Dong Jian, feeling the violent thunder within the thunder pool, couldn't help but praise. Despite his cultivation being suppressed to foundation establishment, he was able to unleash such a wide-ranging spell. It was truly terrifying. How are you still going to fight? From a distance, Hu Ba spoke in a deep voice, his gaze fixated on Dong Jian, who stood beside Yao. His eyes carried a hint of wariness. If it came to 2 against 1, he would surely be at a disadvantage. Just as the two were about to continue, a furious roar erupted from within the thunder pool. Waves of light spread out in circles, the power terrifying, causing the skin of these genius cultivators to ache. The little demon elephant has gone mad. Dong Jian's expression darkened, his caution heightened as the spear in his hand trembled, its might soaring into the sky. I wonder if that cultivator can withstand the little demon elephant. Yao's sword body surged with magical power, his gaze fixated on the thunder pool. Suddenly the earth trembled as if the mountains were shaking, and black waves of energy surged outward. Roar. In the center, the demon elephant let out a thunderous roar, its voice filled with unparalleled rage. It's getting dangerous. Both of them wore solemn expressions. Behind them, a deer demon appeared, somewhat excited. Young Master Xiang is about to explode back. When it was at foundation establishment, it fiercely resisted a golden core cultivator, trampling him to death. That human cultivator is doomed. As everyone watched, eagerly waiting for the explosion of a great battle, they found that the fluctuations within the thunder pool had ceased, leaving only a magical phantom hovering in the air. In an instant, the entire area fell silent. Did everyone get played? Young Master Xiang roared in fury, unleashing a black wave of energy that obliterated the phantom instantly, erupting into a rage. The opponent had launched a powerful attack, and then fled, taking away half of the firecrow's body. Even the nailed Peng seal had been taken away. Damn it! The demon elephant howled, losing its target, and turning its gaze towards the human cultivators present. In an instant, countless people changed color. Run! He and Dong exchanged glances, the two great human geniuses swiftly escaping. They dashed into a nearby hall, even their magical fluctuations vanished. Surrounding human cultivators followed suit. Hu Ba quickly reacted, picking a direction and vanishing like a streak of light. Damn it! Young Master Xiang roared, yet there was nothing he could do, having to return to his elephant form and find an entrance to enter. The other demon clan members followed suit, entering different palace entrances and delving deeper. On the palace square, more and more people arrived, the search for opportunities officially beginning. The shattered ground had been significantly depleted. Like locusts passing through. Suddenly a divine light surged outside the true phoenix nest, revealing beast patterns. The entrance was instantly sealed, marking the end. Now no one else could continue entering. Outside the nest, many human powerhouses awaited. There were also several cultivators who had just arrived, feeling disappointed. Chun Ruashi and her group arrived at this moment. Upon learning that the true phoenix nest had closed, their faces displayed regret. We arrived too late. Surrounding them were countless human cultivators, including several transformation ancestors and nascent soul great cultivators waiting outside. The arrival of Chun Ruaxi's group only slightly drew the attention of many before they returned their focus. Shoo shoo. Behind them, a robust voice rang out as a transformation cultivator descended, looking at the four with surprise in his eyes. In the group, Lan Shu's expression suddenly changed. Among the 3 women present, their ears were all very pointed. Before them, a middle-aged transformation cultivator blocked their path, his expression filled with joy. Uncle Wang. Lan Shu knew she couldn't escape and had to speak up bravely. The 3 women were also somewhat astonished, realizing that their sister beside them had such a background. You have no idea your father went mad looking for you after you sneaked out. If it weren't for your divine soul burning brightly, your father would probably have turned the dynasty upside down. I know you're still resentful towards your father, but that incident back then was also unavoidable. Enough, I have long since stopped blaming him. I just wanted to come out and see you. I've nearly gone mad staying in the palace all these years. Isn't this just like being imprisoned? Lan Shu suddenly spoke up, interrupting him. Silly child, this is also to protect you. The middle-aged man referred to as Uncle Wang sighed lightly. He then turned his gaze to the 3 women beside her, speaking gently. Shushu, are these all your friends? Lan Shu's lips twitched, slightly, feeling somewhat helpless. What else could it be? Ha ha, very good, very good. Lani laughed, looking at the 3 women. The 3 of you are my family Shush's friends, thus you are all esteemed guests of my Lan Yu dynasty. After your journey, ends come to my Lan Yu dynasty as guests. The three girls were somewhat surprised to find that Lan Shu beside them was actually a princess of the Lan Yu dynasty. Only Lan Shu felt a bit uncomfortable, fearing that her identity might create a rift with the sisters she had so eagerly made. However, the three girls were completely unconcerned and held her hand tightly. Ding, congratulations on the family having descendants with spiritual roots breaking through 4,000, rewarded with 500 years of pure cultivation and 1,000 in any skill along with 50,000 inheritance points. On top of the immortal ascension peak, Chen Feng studied the withered little seed in his hand, when suddenly the system's prompt echoed in his mind. This made him slightly stunned. However, over the past 5 years the family had added another 1,000 descendants with spiritual roots. With the cultivation of the clan's practitioners and numerous intermarriages with major cultivation families, the probability of descendants possessing spiritual roots had increased significantly. Chen Feng first buried the seed in a spot, then moved his thoughts slightly in his mind. Pure energy flooded his body, cleansing his blood and bones, while his primordial spirit began to transcend. In an instant he broke through to the mid-stage of transformation. However, the 500 years of cultivation caused Chen Feng to drop a level in this major realm of transformation. This was largely due to the enhancement of his bloodline combined with the improved quality of the family's spiritual energy. However, most of the energy was used to cleanse his physical body, not to elevate his cultivation level. Once the foundation was laid, further improvements would make him even stronger. Distribute the 1,000 years of any skill cultivation evenly across various techniques. Currently, the inheritance points had reached 27,000. They were incredibly abundant. System exchange for the last seal of the 3 seals of heavenly turning the breaking heaven seal, and the method to unite the 3 seals. Ding, exchange successful, deducting inheritance points 50,000. Is this all? At this moment Chen Feng felt himself becoming inflated. Indulging in wealth. Upgrade all 3 seals of heavenly turning to perfection, perfectly mastering the method to unite the 3 seals. Ding, 30,000 inheritance points deducted successfully. In his mind, countless pieces of information emerged, a sense of affinity surged, and several unfamiliar techniques appeared. Heavenly turning seal, unite the 3 seals. Huh. Chen Feng let out a low shout, his hands moving as fast as shadows. Several great seals were struck out and merged. A powerful aura tore through the sky, shattering the firmament. In an instant, half of his inner energy was drained, and the energy of the 3 seals merging exploded in the air, even causing tremors in cities thousands of miles away. In his mouth, there was a second round of the great sun. It was terrifying. As the dust settled, he still had nearly 2,000 inheritance points left. With no immediate use for them, Chen Feng planned to save them for when they were needed. He walked toward the spot where he buried the seed, releasing a flow of true qi from his fingertips that surged into the seed. Suddenly, the originally dry seed gradually became plump. Slowly, a new sprout broke through the soil, and under the catalysis of the true qi, the sprout gradually turned red, resembling a slender flame. Fire Spirit Tree. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. The item he had procured from the royal treasury turned out to be one of the 5 great spirit trees, the Fire Spirit Tree. He originally thought that the claims made by the King of Mountains and Seas were all nonsense, but to his astonishment, it was true. Now the clan was guarded by 2 of the 5 elemental spirit trees, with 3 types of spirit plants standing proud within the family. Not to mention the increased concentration of spiritual energy, the benefits to cultivation alone were immeasurable. Once the Fire Spirit Tree shed its seedling form, it began to produce fire attribute spiritual energy. This allowed cultivators with fire spiritual roots to have their cultivation speed increased by 50% under the tree. The benefits were even more plentiful, and it could even nurture spiritual roots. The true qi supplied was also generous. Beneath the immortal ascension peak, over 5 5th-grade spiritual veins had been buried. The energy supply was more than sufficient. He had also buried the vein contaminated with water attributes beneath the water spirit tree. He hoped to see if that 6th-grade spiritual vein beneath the tree could undergo transformation as well. Now the clan was indeed flourishing and prosperous. At this moment, a golden talisman appeared above Chen Jun and suddenly exploded. Emergency in Wangheiqing. The 5 words made Chen Feng's expression change. To ensure the safety of the nearby waters of Chun, he had slaughtered 2 sea tribes with transformation power backing them. He even sent the former ancestor of the Yu-Hai Immortal sect, now known as No. 9, to guard the area. However, 5 years had passed, and those sea tribes had not learned their lesson. The rusty sword unsheathed, and Chen Feng stepped on it. Riding the sword to fly, he transformed into a streak of light, heading toward Wangheiqing. At this moment outside Wangheiqing, a terrifying sea beast entered the nearshore area, frantically crashing against the barriers set up by Chen Feng. Behind the sea beast were thousands of sea tribe cultivators. Among them were not a few nascent soul cultivators. In an instant the barrier was on the verge of collapse. Above Wang Haiqing, Chen Mu was equally furious. Shark Clan. The son of the Shark Clan's leader had caused trouble in Wang Haiqing, and after being forcefully killed by him, he shamelessly came seeking revenge. Chen Mu, Chen Clan, you killed our third young master. You will pay for your actions. I want you humans to feel our wrath. On the giant beast was a shark man wielding a sharp weapon violently attacking the barrier. Boom. More than 10 attacks from the Transformation Sea Tribe had long since caused the barrier to be on the brink of collapse, and finally with the collision of that terrifying sea beast it exploded. Immediately waves hundreds of meters high surged on the sea, sweeping a multitude of sea tribe powerhouses toward Wang Haiqing. This is the territory of the Chen clan. Outrageous. Within the city a furious shout rang out, and No. 9 made his move. The might of transformation surged forcefully, blocking the waves and preventing them from approaching Wang Haiqing. You from the Yuhai Immortal sect, wasn't your sect destroyed by the Chen clan? Why are you still standing up for them? The transformation cultivators from the Shark clan recognized the practitioner who blocked the waves before them. Presumptuous. What Yuhai Immortal sect? I am No. 9, an elder stationed in the Chen clan's guarding pavilion. Back off. No. 9 unleashed his energy, transforming it into a giant hand, intending to send the waves back. In the sea, a cultivator from the Shark clan stepped on the waves and disdainfully said, "Just you. You think you can withstand the might of the sea?" As soon as he finished speaking, the waves beneath his feet surged violently, obscuring the sky, and immense energy surged into the sea. Boom. The sound of rolling waves echoed as No. 9 engaged in battle with this Shark clan cultivator. Suddenly the entire world seemed to spin, with endless waves crashing against Wang Haiqing. The fluctuations caused by the clash of transformations felt like the very earth was shaking. Within the city, countless people felt this terrifying aura, their hearts racing. Boom. Another transformation practitioner made his move, and No. 9's primordial spirit emerged, his energy shaking the air. The force of the waves surged, attempting to block the onslaught. Useless. Another transformation practitioner joined the fray, causing the ground to shake. Even the sea was carved out into patches of vacuum. In the chasms, the sea water vanished. The ground was also riddled with cracks. Elder No. 9 can't hold on any longer. On the city wall, Chen Mu was filled with deep concern. No. 9 had already fallen into a disadvantage, his body battered and broken, with only the primordial spirit still radiating an indomitable divine light. Outnumbered, he was no match for the enemy. Elder No. 9. On the city wall, another member of the Chen clan clenched his fists. They could see that Elder No. 9's primordial spirit was already somewhat dim. The sea continued to roar, and there were still 6 members of the Shark clan yet to make their move, along with the giant beasts thrashing on the surface of the sea. Without No. 9 unleashing the power of his transformation, merely the leaked aura was enough. It caused countless people to feel unsettled, unable to move in place. Boom. A beam of light was struck down, crashing heavily against the city wall of Wanghai City, instantly penetrating through. A figure that was nothing but half a skeleton fell onto the open ground behind the city gate. One could vaguely see the light of the primordial spirit still flickering within the shattered skull. Once one's cultivation reached the transformation state, dying became exceedingly difficult unless all of the opponent's primordial spirit power was extinguished. That would be a complete downfall. Elder No. 9. Chen Mu also shouted angrily, his eyes filled with grief and fury. The aura of peak golden core erupted from him, but before he could step out of the city, a powerful pressure suppressed him, preventing any movement. Whoosh. Just as the enemy's transformation pressure was about to envelop the entire city, the undying primordial spirit within the half-skeleton shone brightly, pushing back the opponent's aura. Not dead yet. Outside the city, an angry shout rang out. A massive fist imprint descended, its power like an ocean enveloping half the city. Endless brilliance flowed within it, the power of transformation pressing down on the world. It seemed as if in the next moment everyone would be obliterated. Stop! Chen Mu shouted angrily, his hand casting the sea-covering seal, striking towards the fist imprint in the sky. Yet before he could get close, he was obliterated by the immense pressure. Mu-yi, run. If you can escape, do so. On the city, a member of the Chen clan shouted, for there remained the last line of defense left by Chen Feng over Wanghai City, sufficient for them to abandon the city. You all go. I promised my grandfather to develop Wanghai City, to venture out to other Dao states, to traverse the seas, and become the king of the entire ocean. If I retreat, it would be a doubt in my beliefs. His gaze revealed determination, grasping a sword that shimmered with silver light, with a skull engraved on the hilt. He raised the sword, slashing at the fist imprint in the sky. One sword to establish the realm. His conviction unwavering, his entire aura surged violently, breaking through to the next realm. Ha, truly worthy of being my grandson Chen Feng. One sword to establish the realm. A hearty laugh resounded in the square of Wanhai City. The statue of Chen Feng in the square shimmered with spiritual light suddenly coming to life. The stone sword at his waist was gripped in hand, slashing towards the fist imprint in the sky. One large and one small, two beams of sword light swept across. The large fist imprint in the air was dismantled and exploded. The sword light had yet to dissipate, cleaving through the towering waves. This made all the Sea clans tremble in their hearts, feeling the threat of death in this strike. The Chen clan members were invigorated, especially Chen Mu on the city wall. He suddenly turned around. He saw the statue in the square, revealing a gratified smile. With a crack, the statue could not withstand the power of Chen Feng's descent, exploding into countless fragments scattered across the ground. Grandfather! Chen Mu shouted, his heart tightening at the sight of the broken pieces. The Sea clan's powerful figures also felt a sudden relief upon witnessing this scene. I wondered what it was. Turns out to be a secret technique. Wanhai City still cannot escape destruction. The Chen clan is merely so. Suddenly Chen Mu felt a strong, powerful hand resting on his shoulder. A familiar voice rang in, "Is that so?" Chen Feng looked at the terrifying waves that were being resisted by his own restraints. The scene indeed horrifying. 10 transformation cultivators and a latest-stage transformation deep-sea giant beast. You Shark clan truly hold my Chen clan in high regard. Chen Feng chuckled lightly, stepping into the void, gradually rising to the level of the Sea clan's powerful figures. Oh, and so many nascent souls and golden core level 1s. Did your Shark clan bring out the entire family? You are Chen Feng. The leader of the Shark clan bore a somewhat serious expression. The humans standing before him brought immense pressure just by being present. His aura was not comparable to the transformation that had just fought against him. Indeed it is I. I want to know, why have you targeted my Chen clan's territory with such ferocity? Bringing so many powerful figures, are you planning to wipe out my Chen clan? Chen Feng smiled with a hint of mockery in his eyes, lightning flickering within. Leader, why waste words with him? The Chen clan is extremely arrogant, having killed 3 of our clan's young masters. In the ocean, they have also acted wantonly, slaughtering 2 major Sea clans. A Shark clan cultivator wielding a spear spoke in a deep tone beside him. He looked at Chen Feng with a face full of hostility, revealing his sharp teeth, aiming to intimidate. Hee. Chen Feng chuckled lightly, holding his sword, his robes billowing in the air, his black hair dancing in the breeze. Are you not afraid of following in the footsteps of those 2 major Sea clans? We have 11 transformation cultivators here. How could you possibly be a match for us? The Shark clan cultivator laughed heartily, his expression somewhat mocking. Our Shark clan is not like those 2 small clans you destroyed. Even in the deep sea we can hold a name. Then I shall see just how powerful your Shark clan truly is. Chen Feng chuckled lightly, his black hair swirling, his aura erupting. The power of bloodlines surged, the light of vitality illuminating half the sky, enveloping him in golden light. Clang! The sword in his hand grew increasingly restless. The Sea clans above the waves all revealed expressions of caution. Many Sea clan nascent souls and golden core cultivators quietly retreated to the back. Since we have come, we shall make ourselves at home. Since you have come to my Chen clan's territory, then stay. Chen Feng laughed loudly, and immediately lightning danced around him, freezing the surroundings for 100 miles. The seawater within 100 miles was completely frozen by extreme cold, while violent thunder illuminated the area. In an instant, countless Sea clans perished tragically. Heavenly kingdom in the palm. Again, endless power enveloped numerous Sea clan cultivators, leaving only a multitude of transformation Sea clans at the scene, seeking death. The leader of the Shark clan was enraged, sharp spines like corals sprouting all over his body, moving at incredible speed, leaving behind a trail of shadows. Not enough. Let the thunder come even more violently. Boom. Thunder roared, and the icebergs trembled. A terrifying scene appeared before the eyes of all cultivators in Wanhai City. Before them lay an expanse of boundless icebergs, raging divine thunder, sparking atop the glaciers. The heavens and earth echoed with roars, the sounds of colliding powers, and the rumbling of thunder. In the sky, mysterious ice fell like torrential rain. The ice was stained with blood. With a thunderous roar, the primordial spirit of a demon was forcefully expelled from its body, being refined by the Dan fire. Completely fallen. This all happened in a mere moment. General Shark pattern. Someone shouted angrily. The sound of crashing waves echoed continuously. Yet moments later, everything turned into glaciers. In Chen Feng's hands, their domains were rendered ineffective. Terrifying. In the city, there were Sea tribe cultivators who had not managed to escape. Feeling the intensity of this battle, their expressions revealed fear. With a sigh, their understanding of the Chen clan was once again refreshed. At this moment in the near sea, a mermaid leapt high, her eyes seeming to see miles away. High-level cultivators clashed nearby, the battle intense. Suddenly her expression changed, and she dove into the water, her fish tail moving, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Beast, kill him! The leader of the shark tribe roared at the giant beast behind him. The winds howled, and the glaciers stained red by the high-level cultivators began to crack inch by inch. Both sides had reached a point of no return. Their side had lost over 1,000 cultivators and a divine transformation realm. This enmity was as deep as the ocean. The sea beasts roared, their massive bodies sliding across the icy surface, shattering glaciers in their wake. The leader of the shark tribe opened his mouth wide, a long spear spewing forth from his belly. Around him, the remaining 8 divine transformation cultivators spun their powers at their feet. Like threads they intertwined, connecting the 9 cultivators and 1 beast. Instantly Chen Feng found himself surrounded. Useless. Chen Feng chuckled lightly, golden light flashing, and another figure was obliterated, their indestructible primordial spirit consumed by transformative power. Slash. With a gust of wind beneath his feet, he appeared above the giant beast and executed a strike called Mountain Splitter. The ice surface shattered layer by layer, even the dark clouds in the sky were dispelled. The giant beast sensed the threat of death and immediately turned to flee. But it was too late. Puff! The sound of flesh being sliced echoed, blood flowing like a river. Countless shards of ice were stained red, appearing exceedingly eerie. This colossal creature was thus split in two. Chen Feng stood with his sword drawn, an aura bursting forth from him. The 9 divine transformation cultivators present felt as if a sword was suspended above them, ready to take their lives at any moment. Chen Mu's eyes were filled with admiration as Elder 9 struck, nearly causing his primordial spirit to collapse. His father had only made 3 strikes so far, one annihilating over 1,000 cultivators, and another slaying a divine transformation. This time he had even slain this terrifying giant beast. The visual impact was overwhelmingly intense. For a moment, the leader of the shark tribe was unsure whether to take action. A chill ran through their bodies and fear surged within their souls. Before them, the golden light on Chen Feng dissipated as he stepped forward, sword in hand. The opponent's heart raced, and they retreated. 5 years ago, I warned all sea tribes in the near sea that you are being ungrateful. Now only your blood can bring a semblance of peace to your sea tribe. With that, the sword light flashed, and another divine transformation cultivator fell. In the early stage of divine transformation, they couldn't even withstand a single sword strike from Chen Feng. With all his trump cards revealed, Chen Feng unleashed his full power, able to fight even against peak divine transformation cultivators. Kill. The leader of the shark tribe felt deep regret. Now there was no turning back. Having chosen this path, even if he didn't wish to continue, he could not escape the fate of annihilation. I am unwilling. He roared, leading the charge, unleashing the power of his primordial spirit, stirring the very heavens and earth. A torrent of blood surged forth, crashing toward Chen Feng. The 7 divine transformation cultivators also acted decisively. Their momentum was earth-shattering, darkening the skies. If we do not kill him, our clan will be slaughtered to the last. The leader of the shark tribe was split in half by Chen Feng's sword, his primordial spirit intertwined with his flesh. In front of his body, a smooth bloodline appeared, looking quite sinister. Boom. In an instant, a divine transformation cultivator self-destructed. The power was immense, forcing even Chen Feng to retreat momentarily. The barrier of Wang Hai City shattered, and another divine transformation cultivator arrived. Withstood the aftershock. He could watch closely. This sword is called heaven slashing. Instantly, Chen Feng's sharp light retracted, and the bloodline power surged into the rusty sword in his hand through a medium. A force began to gather. Suddenly, the long sword in his hand trembled and slashed out. The ocean beneath his feet was cleaved open, creating a ravine that could not heal for a long time, as if the sky itself had been split in two. The thunder gradually ceased, replaced by the sound of explosions echoing through the void. The leader of the shark tribe and 4 divine transformation cultivators exploded. The remaining 2 decisively abandoned everything, their blood being violently drained. Transformed into a blood arrow that left the bowstring vanishing into the void. Their aura disappeared in an instant, fleeing rapidly. I will return soon. A surge of true chi of longevity was infused into the body of Elder 9 by Chen Feng. A talisman ascended rapidly, shooting toward the depths of the sea. Chen Feng also pursued the talisman, disappearing on the horizon, leaving behind the surviving Wang Hai City. The Chen clan's disciples exited the city to clean the battlefield. Even the sea beast was brought back into the city. At the junction of the near sea and the deep sea, 2 blood arrows plunged into the depths. Immediately after, a golden figure chased to this location. Without hesitation, he jumped into the deep sea, continuing the pursuit. The commotion here triggered a chain reaction. Countless sea tribe ancestors awakened, their gazes fixed on the territory of the shark tribe. Even deep within the sea, several sea tribe cultivators sensed the changes here. Suddenly, the waters of the shark tribe's territory roiled and boiled. A vacuum even appeared for a moment. The once calm sea surface became turbulent with waves. The disturbance continued to affect the seas within 1,000 miles. The seawater turned red and strange flames ignited. Beneath the sea, a sixth-grade spiritual vein was uprooted, a massive stone coffin clinging to the spiritual vein. In an instant, it could not be removed. Old thing, can't you rest in peace even after death? Chen Feng's gaze fell upon the stone coffin, golden blood dripping from his left arm, and his back was pierced by a sharp weapon. The stone coffin was damaged at two corners, emanating a profound aura that resisted Chen Feng's attempts to remove the spiritual vein. Chen Feng, however, was too lazy to care, seizing the spiritual vein and flying towards Chen Di. Boom! The sea surface in the distance roiled. A killer whale leapt into view, and atop its head, with an arrogant expression, he held a trident that exuded bloodthirsty energy. Sir, the spiritual vein of my ocean belongs to the entire sea. Leave it behind. The other party blocked Chen Feng's path, his voice slightly heavy. What if I say no? Chen Feng pressed down on the coffin lid with one hand, holding the rusty sword in the other, looking at him indifferently. Then you cannot decide. The other party snorted coldly, the trident in his hand radiating a blood-red glow. In an instant, the winds and clouds changed, lightning flashed, and the sea roared. The stone coffin in Chen Feng's hand trembled violently, a terrifying aura spreading, as if it was about to burst forth from the coffin at any moment. Heh! Chen Feng chuckled lightly, raising the spiritual vein using his own blood to condense the stone coffin into a talisman for suppression, and calmly stated, even if I bear the endless sea, needing one hand to support the void-returning stone coffin, I, Chen Feng, remain invincible. Arrogant. The Jiaran roared, mana flashing in his hand as a trident-shaped gleam danced in his eyes. A Haitian phantom rose behind him, majestic and fearsome. What use is mere roaring? The path I tread is just to those who slay shall be slain in return. Chen Feng sneered. The Shansha clan had already landed, his slaughter of them was in his eyes entirely justified. The sea's races had treated the matter as spectacle, and now seeing both he and the Shansha left grievously wounded, they leapt forth to divide the spoils. What kind of justice is that? Ha ha! I am not of your kind. This is the ocean, the domain of the Haizu. You, a mere Renzu cultivator, come to butcher my kin, that itself violates all reason. The Jiaran champion brandished his trident, eyes brimming with contempt. Here whatever he declared held weight. The ocean was his realm. Spare me the rubbish, pompous actors all. Chen Feng murmured, bloodline power boiling as he fully suppressed the stone coffin behind him. Both fists slammed forth, a vast wave of magical might surging. No sooner had they moved than the Jiaran general thrust his trident, murderous intent unfurling with a thunderous clash. Retreating fist, advancing palm. An incisive palm strike sent ripples through the air as the two men's mana collided, whipping up a tremendous billow. Good heavens, that is Jiaoshan, general of the Jiaran. The surge of power from the Shansha clan's clash, the aftershocks of the fierce battle, was plain to see. The sea's various races could not help but take notice. They swarmed to watch. In the waters around Lingwen Daozhou, the Shansha clan counted among the stronger Haizu forces. No sooner had they arrived than they heard Chen Feng's brash proclamation. They also saw the Jiaran confronting him. Many Haizu cultivators' faces changed, unknown to Chen Feng. Those Haizu knew this Jiaran cultivator quite well. He stood as the Jiaran's backbone, long lauded as a prodigy, an heir to the Jiaran marshal. His renown was illustrious. Within Haizu circles, he was a figure of great import. His strength was fearsome. I did not expect Jiaoshan general to act. This Renzu cultivator dares rampage in our Haizu territory. A fish demon, cried roused. He had lurked nearby for some time, watching Chen Feng pursue the Shansha elder here. If the Shansha were wiped out, and this Renzu sought to seize the sea's spiritual veins, it was insolent beyond measure. Now that the Jiaran's champion had intervened, he would surely be able to subdue him, slay him, and send a warning to those Renzu who fancied themselves overlords of the land. With your methods you think to kill me? Ha ha ha, ridiculous. Jiaoshan repelled Chen Feng with a thrust of his trident, overflowing with arrogance. The Renzu before him was not remotely his match. Hiss! A mouthful of golden blood spat forth as flesh began to peel from his left arm. The trident was formidable, and so was his power. Were he not forced to divert part of his mana to suppress the old specter within the coffin behind him, he could have fought more freely. It's not over yet. Chen Feng smiled. The rusted sword in his hand surged with mana as he cleaved, then unleashed the Fu Hai seal. The two assaults overlapped, forcing his opponent to meet them with caution. Boom. This is somewhat interesting. Pity that if it's only this you will not survive. I had hoped to find a worthy opponent. TSK. The adversary grew arrogant, his trident flared, and he stirred up raging waves in a slicing onslaught. Chen Feng's gaze went cold as he stepped through the void to circle his flank. A sword thrust was met by the opponent's trident. Chen Feng gave no haste to unleash a killing technique. He fought on to feel out his foe's openings. The enemy seemed to treat Chen Feng as a practice target, striking with casual abandon. Yet in his eyes there remained a constant vigilance, fear that Chen Feng might vanish and spring a strange stratagem. For a time the sea boiled and surged, water tornadoes spun through the air, sweeping the two. Around them the gathering of Haizu cultivators only grew. When his trident stabbed forth mana, heaved a 1,000-layered wave. Chen Feng flashed aside again, sidestepping the blow, and with an uplift of his hand a bolt of thunder smashed out. He let his foe savor a thunderous volley. Waterborne beings instinctively dread lightning. Oomph! A chill radiated from Chen Feng. He raised his hand, and a white vapor spread outward. He meant to clear the crowd. Too many Haizu had gathered, and were closing in. If something went awry, he would be doomed. Sankianli ice seal. In an instant, layer upon layer of seawater froze into bitter ice, a white expanse spreading with terrifying speed. In moments a 50-li radius was locked in ice. Countless Haizu were sealed within the frost. Yet they were not yet dead. Presumptuous. Jiaoshan roared, driving his trident down. The ice split and shattered at once. Thanks, Chen Feng laughed. He had intended to expend vast mana to grind the ice and let those trapped within perish. He had not expected his opponent to lend him a hand. The rival's mana skated across the ice and caused it to fracture. Countless Haizu were torn apart as the ice shattered. Renzu cultivator, you have wronged me. Jiaoshan realized, but it was already too late. The extreme cold stilled even their blood. Within a 100-li span, there was no vitality. In sea combat, Chen Feng felt no compunction over such things. Had he slaughtered ordinary mortals, his conscience might have stirred. But these were alien races. Haizu, neutral at best, hostile toward the Renzu. Chen Feng harbored not the slightest hesitation. A culling would only serve to cow others. What of it? Kill. Jiaoshan roared, brandishing his trident as he charged. His intent to slay was unmistakable, and his blows were merciless. Trident light and sword shadows clashed, shattering islands, and leaving the sea in turmoil. Boom. At the same time, the Haitian phantom behind Jiaoshan stirred, casting a blinding radiance as the trident's aura deepened. Suddenly a thrust cleaved forward, transmuting into a razor beam of light that ripped a corner of the void. Terrifying and peerless and irresistible, might descended. Ching! Simultaneously Chen Feng drew sword, and earth-shattering force roared. It seemed as if the vast sea itself were overturned. Innumerable sword lights flared, filling sky and water. They sought to intercept the airborne beam. In an instant, 3 seals merged into one, forming an ultimate strike that slammed forth, its world-upending force chilling to the bone. Like heaven collapsing and earth sundered. Boom! Light danced as the power of the 3 seals and the singular merged stamp was shattered into 1,000 fragments that tore toward Jiaoshan. Die! Behind him the coffin quaked violently as Chen Feng drew back all his mana and unleashed 2 successive supreme techniques. The burden on his body was colossal, the fissures at his wounds widened. Yet now there could be no retreat, no chance to grant his adversary respite. He stepped into the void and endured the tremendous backlash. Black vapor billowed and coalesced into the form of a true dragon around him. He raised his hand as mana surged, and the dragon's roar rent the air. Dawei Tianlong, great might, heavenly dragon. A brilliant burst of law light erupted, and a black dragon clawed its way out of the frame, crashing towards Jiaoshan. Jiaoshan felt an overwhelming pressure of bloodline descending upon him, causing his aura to shrink and his pupils to fill with astonishment. Impossible! This is merely an illusion of a true dragon. How could it possess bloodline pressure? The black dragon bit down, and Jiaoshan swung his trident to block, while the sea god's phantom behind him was furiously enraged. The commotion echoed with the seawater exploding and rising into the air only to crash back down. It was incredibly terrifying. The black dragon was remarkably valiant, forcing its opponent to retreat, continuously exuding an imposing aura. However, this was ultimately something conjured from magical power. Even with the use of bloodline force, it was still too contrived. If a true dragon were to descend upon the world, even one at the transformation stage could tear Jiaoshan apart. As one of the most powerful celestial races in the world of cultivation, their combat strength was fearsome. The various sea tribes felt the pressure of the true dragon pressing down on the ocean, trembling in fear. In the sea, many races had ties to the dragon race. Roar! It's just an illusory dragon, oh, it thinks it can kill me. Jiaoshan's explosion. Boom! In the sky, light shone brightly, momentarily blinding as the magical fluctuations surged with residual waves sweeping across hundreds of miles. Chen Feng felt a chill in his heart. The opponent had pushed him to the brink and had directly erupted in power, which was terrifying. This kind of divine ability was exceedingly fearsome. If he were to take a hit, his chances of survival would be slim. The merfolk, as a great clan of the sea, had continuous heritage and even produced numerous jiaoshen, merfolk who ascended to immortality. Within the clan, there were many bloodline divine abilities, as well as several offensive divine abilities. Unlike those who relied solely on themselves to struggle and crawl up, they were even further from divine abilities. To create divine abilities, one could not rely on the transformation stage. At least a returning void cultivator was needed, possessing boundless knowledge, insight into the principles of heaven and earth, and self-awareness creation. However, to Chen Feng this meant little. The spells he mastered that could be called divine abilities exceeded 8 types. You are the first human cultivator to force me into this state. I will remember you. This is your honor to witness my full glory. From within the mist, Jiao Shen walked through the water, exuding an imposing divine might with hair wildly flowing. Upon his fishtail, divine scripts flowed, shining brilliantly, while the trident in his hand radiated fearsome power. Behind him, the originally radiant and holy sea god Phantom transformed into a demon god, with sharp teeth wielding a trident. The opponent approached step by step, and the aura gradually rose. Open! Chen Feng shouted in a deep voice, and the blood that splashed onto the stone coffin erupted with dazzling divine light, while golden light burst forth from his body. His body also grew tall, with the phantom being extended. Sitting in midair, drops of blood solidified within the rotating symbols, shooting out frightening divine light. He directly forced down Jiaoshan, with runes manifesting on his skin, and behind him a character resembling a person burst forth with astonishing divine light, illuminating the world as if a celestial god had descended. Human divine ability? Jiaoshan laughed, displaying contempt in his eyes. Watch my Jiaoshan divine might. The merfolk, prideful of their profound bloodline, inherently believed themselves superior to the divine abilities that humans had developed. Though Chen Feng's divine abilities were vast and radiant, in his eyes they were merely insignificant. Whoosh! A strong wind swept over and a tempest rose upon the calm sea surface. In the sea, an illusory giant beast opened its gaping maw and swallowed Chen Feng whole. Above the sky, the trident ascended, instantly expanding like a small mountain, thrusting towards Chen Feng. Attempting to encircle him with the giant beast would surely lead to Chen Feng's demise. Heaven shocking. At this moment, Chen Feng struck back, the power of his bloodline, surging as violent energy surged everywhere, causing turbulent waves in the sea. On the surface of the sea, true fire burned while thunder flashed in the sky, and endless fiery rain fell down, engulfing Jiaoshan. In an instant, a water and fire vortex formed, the sea roared, and the giant beast exploded. The trident was sent flying, the sea surface was cleaved apart, and Chen Feng's figure emerged carrying a sacred might. In his eyes, golden light shimmered. He raised his right hand, gathering golden light in his palm, transforming it into a long spear. God-slaying. Chen Feng's voice echoed across the sea, sounding like a deity or an immortal. With you, a mere mortal, dare to think of slaying a god? Ha ha ha. On the surface of the sea, Jiaoshan unleashed a torrent of blazing flames against Chen Feng, laughing derisively. The sea god Phantom behind him also laughed, along with demonic light emerging. Chen Feng paid no mind, his indifferent gaze sweeping over him as he spat a mouthful of blood onto the spear. This further enhanced its power. As he thrust the spear forward, there were no drastic phenomena. The sea surface remained calm, and the flames ceased to dance. In Jiao Shan's eyes, a flicker of fear appeared, quickly suppressed by the encroaching demonic energy behind him. Sea god decision. He roared, and the calm sea surged once more with dense raindrops falling from the sky. A demon god descended upon the world, wielding a trident shrouded in demonic energy, pressing down towards Chen Feng. However, just as the image of annihilation appeared, a distant sound of a plop was heard. Jiao Shun's eyes were filled with disbelief as the golden spear pierced through the sea god's defenses, obliterating his flesh. Even the indestructible primordial spirit began to crack inch by inch. Flesh and blood collapsed, everything returned to annihilation. The demon god in the sky crumbled with Jiao Shun's demise. The sea seemed to return to calmness. Behind Chen Feng, his flesh and blood cracked inch by inch, and the stone coffin could barely contain itself. The spiritual vein was also boiling, emitting a ghostly glow. The entity within the stone coffin sought to break free from Chen Feng's suppression by borrowing the spiritual power of the spiritual vein. At this moment, Chen Feng was in a weakened state. His bloodline power had also returned to normal, and his aura was declining. The flesh on his left arm had already vanished, leaving only bones inscribed with human runes. The magical power within him was nearly all but gone. Even consuming a dragon fruit could not allow him to recover quickly as he did in the nascent soul stage. Resisting the sea god's phantom inflicted significant harm to his primordial spirit. Fortunately, Jiao Shun had fallen. A purple charm flickered, sweeping away the remnants left by Jiao Shun and coming to Chen Feng's side. Master you. Do not speak, someone is coming. Chen Feng's eyes suddenly narrowed. The bloodline power was compelled to surge forth, and his aura soared. He returned to that unbeatable form, and the stone coffin behind him was instantly suppressed. The wounds on his back were also collapsing crazily. Do you seek vengeance for that merfolk? Chen Feng's gaze swept around, his voice booming like a great bell as sacred light enveloped his body. It was difficult to discern Chen Feng's current state. As his words fell, 3 figures broke through the water surface, rising like 3 water dragons, standing level with Chen Feng. They scrutinized Chen Feng, their gazes ultimately resting on the stone coffin. Amid the golden light, Chen Feng's pupils slightly contracted. The golden radiance dimmed, and Chen Feng's silhouette emerged, his indifferent eyes fixed on the few before him. The long sword in his hand whispered, as if in the next breath it would unleash an overwhelming blade wave. Beside him, Zihua transformed into a dragon form, allowing Chen Feng to stand upon its back. It bared its fangs in a fierce guise and stared at the group. You have gone too far, fellow cultivator. A sea clansman shaped like a toad spoke in a hoarse voice. What concern of yours is that? Chen Feng's cold gaze swept over them. The golden light behind him trembled, and his aura instantly locked onto the other. The Toad Elder's face turned green, his eyes fixed on Chen Feng with chill. You slew Jiao Shun. The clans in this sea will all be implicated. You must remain here. Ha ha, what a joke. Chen Feng laughed, his voice suddenly hardening as runic light flowed along the long sword in his hand. So you think the 3 of you can stop me? The Toad Elder's voice was low, a sharp light exploding in his eyes. Fellow cultivator, had you been at your peak, we truly would have withdrawn, but in your current state, how much of the power you force is truly real? Having spoken, the 2 Sea Clan strongmen beside him edged closer, as well, forming a triangular. A sly gleam flickered in the Toad Elder's eyes as he smiled. You are a powerful cultivator too. If it ends in mutual destruction, neither side benefits. So, leave the spirit vein and the stone coffin to us, and we'll let you go. What say you? It was a test. That they had arrived so swiftly meant they had heard much rumor. They had certainly heard many whispers. Even against the formidable Jiao Shun, Chen Feng had not abandoned the spirit vein, but had fought him outright. In the end, Chen Feng's skill prevailed, dealing with the somewhat weaker 3. If out of caution, they chose compromise rather than risk spoiling the prize, it meant he must be grievously weakened. That made matters all the more interesting. Absurd. Chen Feng's gaze fixed upon him, and he gave a scornful laugh. The medicinal potency of the yulong fruit had been mostly absorbed. His inner mana had recovered considerably. Chen Feng watched him, calculating inwardly. The man's strength was no small thing. Pinnacle Hua Shun divine transformation, a peak figure within a great sea clan. He would naturally possess many methods. And Chen Feng had only one chance to strike. If he could not kill with a single blow, then only he would die. Feeling flesh beginning to grow on his left arm, Chen Feng sighed. The power of his bloodline surged, his form began to take on an almost immortal, illusory quality. He stepped several paces through the void to stand before the Toad Elder, his indifferent eyes meeting the man's. Seeking death? Then it depends on whether you possess that ability. The Toad Elder showed no fear. The full might of his Huashan aura erupted, chilling the air around them. He was resolved, testing whether Chen Feng truly had the strength for a duel. After all, he had just fought the sea prodigy Jiao Shun. Both sides had been pushed to the brink. The Elder could not believe this human still retained much strength. At best, only a sliver might remain. First, he had wiped out the Shansha tribe, and then confronted Jiao Shun. Moreover, here stood 3 Huashan pinnacles. How could he hope to contend? The other 2 Huashan also unleashed their momentum. 3 pillars of light broke the sky. Behind him, Zihua, uneasy under the pressure of the 3, drew even closer to Chen Feng. Only beside Chen Feng did she feel safe. Heaven is merciful. I have given you a chance. Storms twisted and the sea heaved. With a wet sound, a golden spear pierced the Toad Elder's body. In terror, his undying primordial spirit began to collapse. No. Impossible. How could you still have strength? In the end, he was obliterated by that stroke. Chen Feng's brow tightened as he forced down the blood rising in his throat, calming his churning entrails. That strike had nearly drained the power of his bloodline, and even left wounds upon his body. This blow was not as domineering as the one that had slain Jiao Shun, yet it took a few agonized words before the other's spirit was extinguished. That showed that even had Chen Feng forced a desperate breakthrough, it was still too strained. The flesh on his back was rapidly disintegrating. The stone coffin began to show signs of stirring again. Leave or die. In that instant Chen Feng could not retreat. Turning toward the depths like a god, he looked coldly at the two, still trembling with fear. Seeing no movement from them, Chen Feng's heart clenched. He bit down and squeezed more qi and blood into his strike. A golden spear rested in his hand as he regarded them with utter cold. Power coalesced behind him, his body immense. A phantasmal king of gods descended and stared this way. Jushin spear, god-slaying spear, Bushio talisman, immortal talisman, cut down the gods, extinguished the sea kings. You. Before the words had finished, the two figures trembled, staring at Chen Feng's golden spear with abject fear. Zhao Shun and the Toad Elder had been annihilated by such a blow. Those great ones could not even withstand a single strike, let alone ordinary opponents. An icy dread ran through them. After cultivation spanning millennia, no one would accept falling so. Besides, the two had been the greatest pillars of one side of the Sea clan. They could not be allowed to perish. Thus the two broke and fled, even calling upon secret arts. They flew with shocking speed, terrified of becoming the next sacrifice to the heavens. With the Toad Elder's fate as a warning, they dared not gamble. Chen Feng snorted behind them. 2 bars of golden light shot from between his fingers toward the fleeing pair. They were so terrified their souls nearly fled. They coughed blood and ran for their lives. Chen Feng's phantasmal form continued to watch them go. Zihua had already beaten her wings and flown off at speed. After a tease time, the two returned. Seeing the phantoms still towering over the sea, they were filled with puzzlement. Once the sensation registered, fury boiled over. The sea erupted into gale and towering waves. Jiren rode colossal sea beasts and rushed over, incandescent with rage. The beasts' howls echoed through the deep. Countless sea clans stirred, streaks of light shot toward the shore. Far out in the deep sea lay a desolate, uninhabited islet. A purple behemoth dragon descended, shattering what life remained on the islet. 2 battle banners unfurled, and the islet vanished into the waters in an instant. From within the islet rang a furious roar. Old ghost, you took advantage of me while I was gravely wounded. See me enter the coffin and fight you to the death. 2 beams of light dropped upon the Chun-Di coastline, as vast magical powers swept the surroundings. Many coastal cities could not avoid the onslaught. After their sweeping produced no result, the 2 great cultivators took positions at the north and south ends. Their magic wove into a vast net, severing the connection between Nanzhou Chudi and the Chun-Di Sea regions and the land. That day, countless nearshore sea clans mobilized, searching every isle and seabed inch by inch. What are the Jiren looking for? They have sealed the coasts of the 2 regions. In the Lan Yu dynasty, Lan Ye's face darkened as he watched the scene upon a glazed mirror, veins pulsing at his temple. Were it not for the opposing strongmen's restraint and not recklessly coming ashore, Lan Yu would have already taken action. The 7 elders of the Jiren have sent word a rogue Jiren has gone missing within a human city on this. Damn it. Lan Yu cursed, feeling a persistent displeasure in his heart. Your Majesty, should we take action to teach them a lesson? The Merfolk clan has recently given birth to 2 clan leaders, and they have begun to meddle in the affairs of our human race, even occupying many coastal islands through various means. A cultivator in a blue battle robe walked in from outside the palace, speaking in a low voice. They have no favorable impression of the Sea tribe. Initially, when the Sea tribe revolted attempting to invade our human territory, they were purged by the Alliance leader and the Demon Lord, and now they are growing restless again. I believe that since they do not adhere to the rules, why should we remain steadfast? Are they threatening us? The cultivator in the blue robe revealed a hint of killing intent in his eyes. I know. In recent years, the scars on the hands of these Sea tribes have healed, yet they do not learn from their lessons. In the territory of the Immortal Alliance, disturbances have occurred frequently. Even the likes of the Swallowing Evil clan have emerged. Lan Yu sat on the throne, his voice deep, and his gaze flickered with lightning. Tell the old daoist that I can no longer hold back. Lan Yu stood up, his gaze directed at the cultivator in the battle robe. The battle robe cultivator trembled, a glint of sharp light appearing in his eyes filled with battle intent. A killing aura leaked out, and he laughed heartily. I will heed the Emperor's command. A change began in the Imperial City as Lan Yu stepped on his flying sword, soaring towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, another coastal city was annihilated, and the Merfolk cultivators were venting their anger. Damn it, how could that human cultivator just disappear? Could it be that he dares to run to the deep sea? In the coastal city, countless human beings suffered, tragically crushed by overwhelming pressure. The enemy was not in a hurry to kill them all at once, but rather enjoyed the pleasure of tormenting them. In Shu, a beam of light shot up into the sky. The blade intent sliced through the ocean, heading straight for the miscreants on the small island. What kind of monsters dare to run rampant in my great Shu, slaughtering my subjects? A furious roar came from the horizon, belonging to an old man with white hair and youthful features. He wielded a green dragon blade and suddenly slashed towards the aura emanating from the island. His eyes were filled with fury. He had already visited several other islands, and every human on those islands had been exterminated. Their methods were extremely cruel. Even in family power struggles, one would not resort to such means. In fact, 2 islands had been completely leveled. Interesting. The blade intent was extinguished, followed by a light chuckle. In the sky, a projection of a fish-tailed humanoid emerged between heaven and earth. Above, one could faintly see a pair of blue eyes coldly staring at Chu Yunjie's direction. A wave of pressure swept across, as if the world itself had fallen into silence. Returning void merfolk. You are violating the sea treaty. Chu Yunjie roared, his body flying backward as he attempted to escape. Suddenly, waves of pressure surged, rendering him completely immobile. His flesh was being compressed violently, and blood gushed from various parts of his body. In an instant, he became a bloodied figure terrifying to behold. Old, you do not come over. The sea tribe is causing trouble in the returning void. Quickly summon the returning void cultivators of the Blue Universe dynasty. Oh, I, a human cultivator, would rather die than suffer humiliation. A furious roar echoed across the sea. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, creating a massive hole in the ocean, shaking even the earth. Old Chu. A cry of anguish came from the distant land. A streak of light instantly fled towards the north. You cannot escape. On the island, a faint voice sounded as a merfolk cultivator with a fish tail and a trident stepped forward. With a single step, he crossed the ocean, spanning a vast strait, and reached out a giant hand towards Huayu. Sky feather transformation. Quickly. Huayu's eyes were filled with rage and grief as he witnessed his old friend being suppressed, in an instant forced to self-destruct to maintain his final dignity. Yet the opponent remained relentless, reaching out a great hand towards him. A spell was cast, the speed surging, and a pair of wings appeared behind him. With a flap of his wings, he flew several dozen miles away. Behind him, the giant hand drew nearer. Along the way, countless human cities were crushed by the residual pressure. Huayu could only flee desperately. Just like that, after half a cup of tea's time, even with the advantage of distance, he was still caught by the opponent's magical hand, feeling immense pain. The vast magical power locked onto his primordial spirit and the energy within him. The enemy had learned from Chu Yunjie's previous experience and was much more cautious. To prevent Huayu from self-destructing, they had invested considerable resources. You see, tribe, do you intend to start a war? Huayu roared, but he had no way out, his face turning red from compression. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was also isolated. Helpless. You are overestimating this situation. I am merely here to find someone. This person you Huayu might know. I originally wanted to find Chu Yunjie. I did not expect this young one to self-destruct at the slightest disagreement. TSK tisk, truly resolute. The other's words were filled with disdain. Huayu felt anger welling up inside, but could not muster even a trace of energy. Who are you looking for? Huayu retorted, glancing towards the north. He hoped that the strong warriors of the Blue Universe dynasty would sense the disturbance here and come to provide rescue. Otherwise, he would also find it difficult to escape death. This person. The merfolk ignored Huayu's expression that seemed intent to kill him. In the void, they pointed a few times, and the image of Chen Feng carrying a stone coffin appeared in Huayu's eyes. Huayu's face showed no signs of emotion, yet deep within his heart, he was startled. If he only looked at the image, he might indeed dismiss Chen Feng. After all, the figure in the image was too grand. Even if one said he was the ancestral master of returning void, many would surely believe. The merfolk utilized a certain secret technique, not only bringing out Chen Feng's image, but also capturing a lingering trace of his aura. Feeling this familiar aura, Huayu slightly closed his eyes. He put on a thoughtful expression, then shook his head with a look of regret. I do not know him. What is your purpose? Since he is merely a returning void cultivator searching for someone like Chen Feng, clearly the other party was in serious trouble. For someone with whom he had dealt multiple times, maintained a good relationship, and even helped lay the foundation for the second southern state of Great Chu. Such a person, if part of the Great Chu royal family, would undoubtedly be an ancestor of revival. His status would not be lower than that of the founding emperor. Are you sure you do not know him? If I am not mistaken, this person is called Chen Feng. He is the master of Chen Di, named Chen Feng, right? The other party said with a slight smile, a hint of cunning in their gaze, clearly indicating, do you take me for a fool? One who contributed so greatly to Great Chu, once the king of the south, now the master of Chen Di. If you say you don't know, I fear no one would believe you. Huayu fell silent, struggling to lift his head and look at him. How do you know this? My sea clan does not always dwell in the deep sea, nor are we isolated from the world. Of course we need to understand our neighbors. If it weren't for my inability to go too deep ashore, I would have sought you out long ago. I can only gather some scarce information from the souls of these sea folk. I didn't expect you two to come right to my door. The merman's eyes were filled with amusement as he fixed his gaze on him. Tell me, where did he go? If you don't speak— This merman was convinced that Chen Feng had gone ashore, otherwise he would have found him in the sea long ago. Hua Yu frowned and tightly shut his eyes. He did not speak, even knowing he wouldn't betray Chen Feng for his own life. Moreover, he hadn't even touched— Then he definitely couldn't say anything. He wouldn't reveal any information, not even a bit of movement from the other party. He could also keep the other side's mindset in check. Seeing that the other party was getting annoyed, this merman was also a bit angry. If he went to search for the memories of mortal souls, he could gather quite a bit of information. But against a cultivator like Hua Yu, he had no means. If the other party refused to speak, even if he forcibly invaded the soul, it would only lead to the other's soul collapsing. Then he would gain nothing. Deep, we will take revenge for you. The wrath of my merman clan is not something He silently vowed to himself, lifting Hua Yu in one go. Since the other party wouldn't speak, he would take this important figure back to the clan. Gradually, he could extract useful information. Staying ashore was inadvisable. Just as he reached the coast, he suddenly caught sight of something and decisively abandoned Hua Yu to flee into the sea. As he left, he did not forget to shoot a spear of light towards the back. Jiao Yue, do you think I, the human race, have no one to call upon? From afar, an angry roar echoed, shattering the spear of light that had forced Hua Yu to spit blood. In the sky, a blood-red light swiftly fell, striking heavily upon the sea, heading straight for the fleeing Jiao. In an instant, the sea water surged back and the sky darkened. Lan Yu, this is my ocean. You have crossed the boundary. I cross your mother. You go too far. Even if your merman king comes, he will die. Boom. The sea stirred violently, and in an instant this area of the ocean was in turmoil. The sea surface sank several feet, and heavy rain began to pour down. A scene as if the world were ending appeared before Hua Yu's eyes. Puff. Finally here. A mouthful of blood was spat out, and Hua Yu fell from the air, landing heavily on the beach, creating a deep pit. The battle in the sea continued, and at that moment dozens of beams of light rose from the depths of the ocean. A mighty white whale soared into the sky, letting out a shrill cry that echoed across several sea areas. At the edge of the near sea, a phantom of a six-eyed toad let out a cry to the sky, its deep croak shaking several sea areas. Even beyond the deep sea, several phantoms rose into the sky, exuding immense power, gazing at the area where Lan Yu and Jiao Yu fought. It seemed to demonstrate might, or perhaps to intimidate. All the cities along the coast, including the major coastal cities, were filled with fear. Is the Sea Clan about to wage war against the human race again? The ancestors of various families awoke, and the strong of various factions looked gravely toward the sea, thinking this in their hearts. Countless factions in the continent were shaken, and celestial light rose into the sky, illuminating the land and calming everyone's emotions. Above the overseas immortal mountains, several towering figures stood in the air, gazing into the depth. In the center of the continent, a golden wheel suddenly appeared in the high sky, dazzling with light, emanating endless divine radiance like a second sun. In an unnamed sea area, a shocking phantom appeared. Without saying a word, it swung a fist towards the deep sea. One could only feel the sea surface rolling, and the brilliance of the great sun was obscured. This is a personal grudge between the Merman clan and our human clan in the southern state. If you dare to intervene, I will definitely slaughter your entire clan. A voice extremely domineering and arrogant resonated across various sea areas and throughout the continent. As the voice fell, the phantoms in the deep sea disappeared, and the phantoms of those sea beasts also vanished, leaving a moment of utter silence. Once again, a tremendous battle wave resounded over the sea area in front of the Great Chu. Above the Chunlan Sea area, another powerful aura was rising rapidly, approaching the Great Chu Sea area. Another great returning void sea clan cultivator appeared. When Zhou Dong, Zhou Tian, Zhou and Zhou overseas immortal islands, all the strong one's gazes focused on the Great Chu Sea area at this moment. The sea churned and boiled, countless lives were annihilated. What exactly happened? How could these two old geezers from the Merman clan come ashore? In Wenzhou, the ancestor of the Dong family, had numerous thoughts arise in his mind, feeling somewhat worried. The clash between the Merman clan and the southern states' forces was also the largest confrontation between the human and sea clans in nearly 10,000 years. Even if there were some minor frictions, usually it wouldn't lead to a full-blown conflict. What exactly was happening? Even Duga Tian and the Demon Lord were paying attention to this battle. The Demon Lord acted fiercely, actually managing to suppress those old monsters in the deep sea with his own strength. Demon Lord, you must have stepped out of that half-step by now. The ancestor of the Dong family expressed a hint of emotion in his eyes. The situation of the human clan in the Lingwen Dao state wasn't particularly good. If the Demon Lord successfully took a step forward, then all problems would be easily resolved. Demon clan, I hope you won't mislead yourselves. The ancestor of the Dong family turned his gaze to the southern end of Wenzhou. There he could feel the aura of Dugutian and that astonishing demonic energy. At this moment something else happened in the sea area. Chen Feng, why did you appear at this critical moment? He sighed, his entire being soaring into the sky. Ancestor, your injuries have not fully healed. Where are you going? Upon seeing the ancestor of the Dong family, Ascend Dong Wujin also took to the air from the family hall. I don't know what deal the alliance leader and the old devil made, but it actually allowed that fire crow to enter the realm. This is the legacy of the true phoenix, and there may even be a transmission. I fear that fire crow may mislead itself. There's no need for you to take action, ancestor. Dong Wujin expressed some concern. This is Wenzhou, the stronghold of my 5 surnames and 7 sects. The ancestor of the Dong family snorted lightly, his figure disappearing beyond the horizon without continuing to listen to Dong Wujin's words. In the true phoenix ruins, at the top of the divine tree. Don't let them escape. Those 2 brats obtained the legacy of the true phoenix. Do you see the featherless bird on their shoulders? There is a scent of the phoenix bloodline up there. The magic elephant's body stirred with excitement, licking its lips, its eyes shimmering with a greedy light. Staring at the daft bird perched on Chen Chuo's shoulder, an insatiable desire filled the air. Around them, countless human cultivators gathered greedily, gazing at the daft bird. Brother, it seems we are in quite a bit of trouble. Chen Chuo turned to see a mark of a flower from the other shore on Chen Chufan's forehead, making his face appear rather eerie. Just a bunch of useless fools consumed by greed, helping the foreign races to deal with us. Chen Chufan's eyes showed disdain as he surveyed the surroundings. Some powerful human cultivators were also mixed in this group. Leading them were 2 with emaciated figures, their eyes flickering with a dim fire. These 2 had not been suppressed before entering the realm and were at the transformation stage. Even though their power was compressed, they remained incredibly formidable, yet they had been concealing their true abilities. In the end, during the struggle for the true phoenix divine ability, they clashed fiercely, with the young master of the elephant revealing their strength and forcing the demon race to retreat in defeat. Chen Chuhua and his companion managed to escape. Junior, we do not want the true phoenix divine ability. You only need to hand over that bird on your shoulder to me. I promise I can escort both of you out of here, and even after leaving the true phoenix's lair, I can still assist you. What do you say? The greed in the eyes of the 2 elders was apparent as they fixed their gaze upon the 2 who were merely a child and one who had yet to reach adulthood. Just a mere child, what do they understand? It was only because of their strong background that they achieved such success. In terms of experience, how could they compare to the 2 old men? Seeing the 2 remain unresponsive, the elders spoke in deep voices. You must understand the importance of respecting your teachers. We are seniors, how could we covet your belongings? The softness in their eyes seemed to reflect the demeanor of esteemed elders, their aura of approachability radiating outward. Yet the surrounding cultivators looked on with disdain. The young master of the elephant showed no fear, scanning the 2 with contempt and mocking. You 2 old fools truly have no shame. If you were among my demon race, you would have no place to hide. Tisk. This is why I say the greatest weakness of the human cultivators is their mixed ranks. Even such scoundrels are allowed to roam free. No wonder there is constant infighting among you. Even the powerful sects led by demon lords are belittled. The young master of the elephant mocked, although deceit is also prevalent among the demon race. However, once an alliance is formed, such methods are only used against outsiders. If discovered internally, everyone would surely rise against it. Such is the law of the wolf pack. This is revered by the demons of the desert. It has led to the desert demons thriving, standing toe-to-toe with the human race. Do you dare to meddle in human affairs? The 2 elders turned and shot a cold glare at the young master of the elephant. Ha, I dare. Do you 2 dare to play your trump cards against me? Just a stench of self-serving insects. The expressions of the surrounding human cultivators soured. The internal matters of the human race were being vigorously pointed out by outsiders, exposing their family shame. Yet what he said was indeed quite right. Among the crowd, many cultivators showed uncomfortable expressions, self-deprecatingly shaking their heads as they retreated from the encirclement. Within the palace, a bright voice resonated. A young man in a Dao robe walked out carrying a long sword. Although you, this little magic elephant, are a foreign cultivator, your words are not wrong. There are far too many parasites within our human race, allowing your demon cultivators to see a joke. Hiao stepped out, drawing his long sword and looking at the 2 elders in the arena. Brother Huo, brother Fan, what do you say we 3 join forces to slay these 2 shameless old ghosts? These 2 are known as the Jinshan brothers. They have committed numerous heinous acts in the outside world, engaging in countless atrocities, selfish and self-serving. Here they have ambushed many talented members of our human race for some opportunities, seizing the spoils, utterly shameless. He Yao's voice was filled with indignation. He himself had suffered their retaliation. If it weren't for triggering the restrictions, he might have ended up alongside the deceased true phoenix resting eternally in this desolate world. Chen Shuhua and Chen Shufan exchanged glances, their eyes sparking with murderous intent. These two old ghosts, fearing their methods, had not hesitated to employ tricks against the two of them within the true Phoenix Palace. Then let's kill them. Brother Yao, you are straightforward. Without a second thought, Chen Shuhua stomped down his fist, striking with immense force. None of the cultivators stood beside the two elders. They all retreated far away. The young master of the elephant and other demons were more than happy to see this. The internal strife among the human race was something they relished. Moreover, these five posed a threat to themselves, especially Chen Shuhua. He hadn't expected that his words would prove effective. While the opponents fought to the death, he could reap the benefits. For a moment, he felt his intelligence was superior to everyone present. Regardless of who among the two sides fell, he could act with impunity. Joining forces with the descendants of the various demon kings, seizing the legacies from these human cultivators, and retreating with ease, wasn't that simple. The more he thought, the broader his smile grew. Not caring at all about the wounds on his back that felt like charcoal, he laughed heartily, attracting the gazes of the surrounding human cultivators who thought the young master of the elephant was going mad. Young one, do not delude yourself. Seeing this, the Jinshan elders' expressions darkened. As they took Chen Shuo's punch, disbelief filled their eyes at the overwhelming power behind it. Chen Shufan did not rush to act, his gaze fixed on the young master of the elephant, cautious of a sudden attack from him. He Yao also joined the battlefield, his sword radiating an imposing aura like a swimming dragon. One of the Jinshan elders was locked in a fierce battle where neither could gain the upper hand. This kid. The young master of the elephant sensed a gaze that pierced through his defenses, constantly fixated on him. It sent shockwaves through his mind. It felt as if his very soul was being seen through by the other. Startled, he turned sharply, following the gaze to find Chen Shufan among the crowd smiling at him. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the small figure. A twinge of pain shot through his magical eyes. Something is amiss, he murmured, sensing an energy within the other that made his heart race. There was also a peculiar wave that made his magical eyes unable to focus. Hey kid, what is... The young master of the elephant couldn't hold back, stepping forward towards Chen Shufan amidst the puzzled looks of the surrounding demons. He spoke loudly, his magical aura surging, his enormous elephant eyes fixed on the other's body. Chen Shufan. Chen Shufan replied indifferently, his gaze deep and calm. The young master of the elephant looked into those eyes, feeling a strange power that made one who gazed too long fall into an abyss. Indeed, something is amiss. Young Master Xiang's expression was somewhat grave. He vaguely sensed that the danger posed by the other party was even stronger than that of Chen Shuhua. It was as if he were a fierce dragon imprisoned. If released, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. Xiang Batian. Young Master Xiang spoke in a low voice, revealing his true name for the first time in front of a human cultivator. This caused the surrounding demons to wear expressions of surprise. It was hard to believe, for young Master Xiang was an exceedingly proud demon. Even among his kind, few of the demon kings knew his true name. In the distance, a fierce tiger slowly stepped out from the palace, its gaze fixed on He Yao, who was engaged in battle with the two elders of Jinshan. A hint of mockery flickered in its eyes. The two combatants appeared somewhat cautious in response. He had some recollection of these two old fellows. Tiger Ba, over here. In an open area, the gathered demons called out to Tiger Ba. In the vast desert, he was among the strongest of the demon race's prodigies. Much stronger than the rock. He Yao, my friend. A figure stepped forward from the crowd with sword-like brows and starry eyes, the intent of the spear he carried behind him surging. I'm joining too. After confirming with a glance, Dong Zhuyin directly grabbed his weapon and joined the fray. He had heard plenty about the two elders of Jinshan, who were extremely shameless. Coincidentally, the human prodigy who had struck young Master Xiang with lightning was also among them, surrounding the enemy along with He Yao. This indicated that the two elders of Jinshan must have committed some heinous acts. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to engage in battle with these two weakened transformation stage cultivators while foreign races were present. Though the two old fellows' cultivation was suppressed, they might still have many hidden cards. Surprise dragon. Puff. The elder of Jinshan who was fighting Chen Shuhua was being overwhelmed. The moment Dong Zhuyin struck, he attacked the opponent. He aimed to kill one before surrounding the second. With a loud roar, his spear shot forth like a startled dragon diving down. Chen Shuo's eyes sparkled with intent as he turned his body, landing a punch that sent the opponent flying. Their cooperation was flawless. The elder had not even had the chance to use his hidden cards before Dong Zhuyin pierced his head with a single thrust. Instantly, the head exploded like a watermelon. Chen Shuhua felt a chill in his heart. Suddenly, his expression darkened as he noticed the blood pooling on the ground, beginning to writhe and converge. Even if their cultivation was suppressed to a low level, these latent characteristics were remnants of the true phoenix's power, impossible to completely suppress. The second elder relaxed his expression as he endured a strike from He Yao, and then turned to stab at him with his sword. He Yao narrowly dodged the lethal blow, but his thigh was pierced, causing his combat strength to plummet. Originally a golden core cultivator, his strength was already suppressed, so such an injury could not be easily endured. He shifted from a proactive stance to a passive defense. Seeing this, Dong Zhuoyan could only temporarily abandon helping Chen Shuhua with the blood on the ground and turn to aid He Yao. It's just a mere pseudo-immortal characteristic, let me handle it. Chen Shufan stepped forward, and Chen Shuhua moved aside. He had gathered some understanding of his brother's various mysterious abilities. The onlookers furrowed their brows, clearly dissatisfied with what Chen Shufan said. After all, this was a substance of the immortal soul. Had it not been for the suppression of the true phoenix here with sufficient energy, it could instantly regrow lost limbs. Even so, lying here with only foundation establishment cultivation, what could they do to obliterate it? Don't be ridiculous, friend Chen Shuhua. Don't listen to your brother. How old is he? While the opponent hasn't reformed, we should separate and throw this blood far away. This suggestion gained widespread agreement among the crowd. This was indeed the most pragmatic approach. Yes, let's do as this friend suggested. Everyone chimed in, each taking on the role of a dog-headed military advisor. However, they did not dare to go further, fearing the resentment of the two elders of Jinshan and possible retaliation later. Chen Shuhua ignored them, focusing intently on Chen Shufan's actions. In contrast, the demons remained considerably calmer. Although they were skeptical of Chen Shufan's words, their eyes revealed curiosity. Even if it didn't succeed, it would still be beneficial for them. Chen Shufan lightly called out, spitting out 3 uniquely shaped runes with an aura of profound mystery that flew into the pool of blood. In just a moment, the blood pool began to boil violently, black tendrils of smoke wafting outward. The stench was unbearable. Among the surrounding cultivators, there were certainly some simple-minded individuals, but even they kept their distance from the foul aroma, fearing contamination. This evoked a wave of disdain from Chen Shuhua. The gazes of the crowd shifted from initial disbelief and suspicion to shock and incredulity. The elder of Jinshan, who had been the strongest, had now completely vanished without a trace. His body and blood, even his aura, had been dissolved. In this realm, one could find no trace of him. Elder brother. Not far away, the second elder, pressured by the two prodigies, suddenly displayed a face of grief and anger. It was evident that he sensed something. The fierce and renowned elder of Jinshan had completely fallen. Impossible. How could you young ones possess the means to extinguish a soul? A roar resonated as he shook off the two attackers and ran frantically toward Chen Shufan, his eyes glowing red with immense grief. He looked at Chen Shufan's youthful form, sensing the innate talent without needing close inspection. The opponent was merely a child. What qualifications did he have to possess methods of soul destruction? Suddenly a flicker of realization crossed his eyes, mingled with disgust and surprise at the same time. Dare I ask, friend? No need to guess. Oh, I am not your friend. Chen Shufan interrupted him, raising his hand. In his palm a silver light gathered, and he smiled, saying, no need to say more. I wish you a safe journey. Phoenix invincible, I will repay your grace. Extinguish the path. Suddenly Chen Shufan's hair began to flutter wildly as his small body broke free from the suppression of the true phoenix. He slowly began to float in midair, his face bearing an expression of indifference. Suddenly the silver light in his hand expanded, blindingly bright, like a silver river engulfing the opponent. Puff. No. What is this method? Senior, spare me. The second elder suddenly realized something, understanding he had miscalculated as a powerful ancestor of the void had intervened. And coincidentally, they had provoked the other party. The radiance was too dazzling. All that could be heard were cries of agony and incessant pleas for mercy. It sent chills down their spines, causing their hair to stand on end. This is truly a transformation into divinity. At last the screams grew fainter until they turned into nothingness. The silver light dissipated, and the body of the second elder had vanished from sight. Chen Shufan also appeared at the center of the venue, holding a glob of crimson liquid in his hand. Inside it, runes wrapped around, seemingly suppressing something. Here for you, silly bird. The crowd had yet to recover when Chen Shufan, acting as if nothing had happened, walked over to Chen Shuho and fed the glob of blood to the silly bird. The crowd was filled with terror, staring at Chen Shufan. Yet he treated it as if nothing had occurred, chatting and laughing with Chen Shuho. Brother Fan, that move you just performed was so cool. What is its name? Can I learn it? Chen Shuho felt a surge of excitement. The move was dazzling like a brilliant star. You cannot learn it now, but you may in the future. I only activated it with the permission of this place's master, using some of its power. Chen Shufan spoke softly. This is also for the benefit of the silly bird. Chen Shuho nodded, turned around, and swallowed the glob of blood, falling into a deep sleep like the silly bird. What was frustrating was that this little creature fell into a deep sleep and was snoring like a bear. It even produced a snot bubble that grew and shrank. Chen Shuho couldn't help but poke at its bubble. Chen Shufan looked on with a face full of black lines. This little creature is quite unique. For a moment the whole place fell silent after Chen Shufan dramatically killed the second elder, even annihilating his soul. No one dared to utter a sound. Xiang Batian silently retreated to a corner, reflecting on life. In his heart the other party must be some ancient monster dismissing the risk of falling. He had come here to seek great opportunities. This kind of courage was admirable. Outside, several human powerhouses in the returning void looked covetously at the true phoenix's nest, not daring to enter. Even the Fire Crow Demon King, who was extremely eager for the true phoenix's legacy, did not dare to enter, merely watching enviously. He sent his offspring inside, hoping they would find the legacy. This was equivalent to a pipe dream. Moreover, the little Fire Crow had been slain and cooked by Chen Shuho. Do you have any matters to discuss? Chen Shuho spoke calmly and firmly. If there's nothing, we shall take our leave. Seeing that no one from either the human or demon races spoke up, Chen Shuho and Chen Shufan began to step towards the exit. You two share the surname Chun, but I have never heard of you in the Chun lineage of the Tian'an Immortal Alliance. We are from the southern state Chen clan. Chen Shuho waved his hand, dismissively jumping down, without looking back, sliding away. Southern state, Chen clan. Hiao was taken aback, his mind failing to search for this force's name. Could it be some hidden family? How could my Tianhe Immortal sect not know? Beside him, Dong Xian's pupils slightly contracted, a name flashing through his mind. He was about to inquire, but found that Chen Shuho and his companion had already vanished without a trace. Helpless, he had to give up. Xiang Batian and the other demons quietly noted this name. Since the big heads have left, we have no need to stay here any longer. Indeed. Hiao waved his hand, leaving with his sword. He had gained much here, and was unwilling to linger. Xiang, young master, what about you? Beside him, who Bas eyes glinted with killing intent, the human powerhouses had already departed. There was almost no one left who could threaten them. If they were to block the door and capture these humans in one fell swoop, their spoils would surely be abundant. Perhaps they might even find some good treasures. Though many places here had been ravaged, there were still numerous treasures. Moreover, several alchemy rooms and herb gardens had been discovered. There were indeed many good treasures inside. Xiang, young master, shook his head. Forget it, this is the heartland of the human race. If we anger those old monsters outside, whether we can leave is a question. Furthermore, I am by no means invincible. At this point he recalled two figures in his mind, feeling a slight regret. One had yet to battle, and the other had not finished fighting. Under the divine tree, Chen Shuho was eager to try proposing to block the exit and demand a toll. This suggestion made Chen Shufan's eyes flicker slightly. They have their own fateful connections. He wanted to say that the things here were all left by the true phoenix, meant to filter investments. To entangle oneself with cause and effect, one might fear repayment in the future. Am I afraid of fate? Chen Shuho laughed, shrugging, gesturing for his companion to look at the silly bird on his shoulder. Isn't this a huge cause? Chen Shufan couldn't help but chuckle. Let's go, brother. There are too many good things here. I haven't been able to take much and am a bit itchy to grab more. Let's earn a bit more. What's the harm in a few more lice? Chen Shuho spoke, rubbing his fists together. In front of the entrance of the divine tree and the true phoenix's suddenest, a stone lion descended, majestic and awe-inspiring, guarding the entrance. On the lion's head a banner was unfurled. Exit toll required, or be responsible for yourself. Chen Shuho stood on the lion's head, gazing ahead. At this moment many people had already jumped down from the divine tree. Upon reaching the entrance and seeing the banner, their faces turned green. We are all human cultivators, we see each other often. This isn't right. One cultivator tried to reason, appealing to emotions and logic. Indeed, it's not right. Chen Shuho chuckled, swinging his fists. He treated the other as a stake and hammered him down into the ground. If you're unwilling, then stay here. If you want to challenge me, come and try, you otherwise hand over 1/5 of your game. Around them more and more cultivators gathered, but the stone lion blocked their path. Only two exits. On the left, Chen Shuho stood guard, surrounded by a crowd. On the right, Chen Shufan displayed a no-entry demeanor, and not one person dared to disturb him. In their hearts, the two paths represented life and death. Everyone here had witnessed Chen Shufan's immense power. Naturally, they did not dare to overstep by even a fraction. Why are you like this? We are all human cultivators, you can't do this. Can I? Chen Shuho smiled, locking onto the female cultivator who had spoken, instantly stepping forward. Without a word, he punched her into the ground. Anyone who disagrees can step out. If you can defeat me, you can pass, or otherwise leave your toll. I don't believe you can block us forever. A middle-aged man in the crowd grumbled, turning to walk towards the door. However, individuals like him are few and far between. After realizing that reasoning was futile, the cultivators present exchanged glances, fully aware of the formidable strength of their opponent. I don't believe that you alone can stop so many of us, said a rather short cultivator. Fellow daoists, do not let this rogue act arrogantly. Let us unite and drive him out. He raised his arm to rally the others, and indeed a few responded. Each brandished their weapons and charged at Chen Shuhai. Why are you all so stubborn? Chen Shuhai sighed and stepped forward. With each punch, he incapacitated them, rendering them unable to fend for themselves, then pulled out a storage ring. He drove them into the ground and shrugged helplessly. Unless all of you attack together, I truly don't believe you can do anything. Seeing the first wave of warriors being swiftly dispatched by Chen Shuhai, a sense of fear began to grow within them. Many cultivators took out some items and placed them on the ground before Chen Shuhai. Chen Shuhai glanced at them, gave a symbolic look, and then allowed them to leave. Observing this, more people approached, pulling out worthless items, mimicking the actions of the previous ones. Do you take me for a fool, eh? You leave that blue flower from your storage ring behind. You leave that small drum. He pointed out 5 individuals in succession, accurately naming the items hidden within their storage rings, causing everyone to tremble in shock at Chen Shuhai's ability to see through the storage rings' restrictions. Seeing the items within their storage rings was terrifying. What kind of means was this? After this commotion, the cultivators walking behind also became much more subdued. However, most of the people present were still unwilling to give up their gains. They could only watch. Chen Shuhai, uninterested in them, kept his gaze fixed on the direction of the divine tree. In that direction, the few demon beasts had yet to descend. It seemed he was waiting for something. Suddenly, a golden light streaked across. It was a fierce bird. Little brother, over here. Chen Shuhai waved his hand upon seeing it. It was a rapidly growing rock moving at incredible speed. After circling in the air for a while, it landed beside Chen Shuhai. Big brother. The rock seemed somewhat resigned and hesitantly approached. That's it, follow me, and I guarantee you'll enjoy fine food and drink. Chen Shuhai said with a smile, patting the rock's head with an authoritative demeanor. The surrounding crowd looked on in amazement. Some even displayed expressions of pity. This rock was truly unfortunate to be under Chen Shuhai's oppressive authority. What about those from the demon clan? Many cultivators in the crowd were looking towards the divine tree, waiting for the demon kings to arrive, to defeat Chen Feng and open a passage. Chen Shuhai understood clearly what was on their minds. After a while, He Yao and 2 others pushed through the throng, lamenting to the cultivators around them. They approached Chen Shuhai. Friend Shuhai, we will not fight today. Someone will surely come to find you in the southern continent. Without saying another word, He Yao pulled out a somewhat decayed divine sword from his storage ring. He handed it to Chen Shuhai. This is about 1/5 of it, a weapon of a returning virtual cultivator, but unfortunately too much of its divinity was obliterated in that battle. However, it's no worse than a spiritual treasure. Such a clean and straightforward exchange left Chen Shuhai somewhat astonished. Then the other party said, there are too many pests among our human race. I suspect that soon many will seek assistance from the demon clan. Remember these people. If you kill them, it would be considered revenge. After saying this, he walked towards the passage without looking back, leaving behind a carefree silhouette for Chen Shuhai. He had long been displeased with some cultivators, but was restrained by his identity and found it difficult to act. I feel the same at the True Phoenix Palace. I believe you sense quite a bit as well. Dong Jian took out a spiritual herb resembling a small beast and placed it in Chen Shuhai's hand. This is called demon god grass. I see you raise spiritual beasts, so this will be useful for you. If possible, please deal with that cultivator from the Song clan for me. Dong Jian pointed to a cultivator in the crowd with a bald head and a missing piece of ear. All right. Chen Shuhai nodded in agreement. The other party had at least fought alongside him, so he considered him a comrade. This small request could be fulfilled. MHM. After saying this, the other party brushed past Chen Shuhai. Do you know Chen Ruashi? Just as they were about to step out of the portal, Dong Jian asked another question. Hearing that familiar name, Chen Shuhai was somewhat surprised and turned to look at him. I know her. Ha ha, I see, just as I thought, truly a remarkable person. I will visit your Chen clan. He laughed, waved, turned his back, and stepped forward, disappearing into the world. After the two left, Chen Shuhai turned around. He chuckled lightly. Whether to leave or not is up to you. This was the last time Chen Shuhai spoke. Thereafter he said nothing. After another cup of tea's time, many people gradually began to leave. Still remaining were around 300 individuals, including the cultivator Dong Jian specifically mentioned. Chen Shuhai kept this in mind. Now his spiritual sense remained nearby, waiting for Xiang Batian and the others to arrive. What choice would they make later? In this world, the law of the jungle prevails. He had done nothing wrong. Furthermore, according to the record in About Cultivation, Chapter of Opportunities, If one encounters an opportunity that could change their life, what would it matter if all living beings were eliminated? Cultivation is inherently defying the heavens, seizing the creations of the world. If one always follows the rules, they will eventually be eaten and obliterated in this world. Even if he killed them all, what could be done? Is there a fault in that? No fault. Yet he still adheres to his bottom line. Taking lives without reason is no different from evil. This true phoenix nest was ultimately opened by himself and his brother Chen Feng. These people are merely latecomers. Furthermore, since they inherited the true phoenix's legacy, one could argue that this place essentially belongs to them. Everything here is also theirs. Taking only 1/5 from these people's belongings is not excessive at all. How would other cultivators act? They would certainly take more. The true phoenix ruins are equivalent to a celestial legacy for the human race, although this place once suffered great turmoil. The remaining legacies are few and treasures even fewer. Yet it remains exceedingly terrifying. Not even the entire foundation of the southern continent could compare to this place. Had it not been for the spiritual vein being destroyed, this place could undoubtedly be called a blessed land. Young Master Xiang. From the crowd stepped forward a bold figure, shouting toward the distant demonic elephant. My. Xiang Beixiang turned his gaze, his eyes flickering with faint curiosity. He vaguely recalled no prior encounter with this human cultivator. Watching the other wave enthusiastically, he felt a quiet bewilderment. Yet one does not strike a smiling face, so he approached. His gaze drifted toward Chen Feng and the stone lion standing guard. A question stirred in his mind, a suspicion began to take shape. He looked down, fixing his gaze upon the humans below, tiny as ants beneath his towering presence. My name is Song Litian, a cultivator of the Song family of Dongzhou. I believe I have never had dealings with your Song family. Young Master Xiang shifted into a humanoid elephant form and stared intently at him. It is like this, young Master Xiang. The arrogant Chen Feng has issued a brazen ultimatum. And within it, he specifically named the demon clans, declaring that if you wish to depart, you must surrender all your spoils, or crawl beneath his legs. Song Litian babbled, incessantly pouring out every detail. Xiang Beixiang's initial confusion gradually dissolved as the tale reached its climax. Understanding dawned, and with it a mocking glint in his eyes. We the human cultivators gathered here willingly join forces with you, young Master Xiang, to slay that presumptuous youth. At the same time his heart quivered as he glanced toward Chen Feng beside the stone lion. Before him stood an alliance of elite demon geniuses. Surely even that one could not prevail against them. Ha ha ha, how amusing. You humans truly are fascinating. But why, pray tell, should I lift a finger for you? A playful glint shimmered in young Master Xiang's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Song Litian standing before him. Dark demonic energy erupted from his body. Crushing weight descended upon Song Litian, making his knees tremble. He glanced back at his comrades, then presented the prearranged proposal. We offer you 1/5 of all treasures obtained within this ruin. Ha ha ha. You humans truly are fascinating. Young Master Xiang laughed aloud, his overwhelming aura radiating outward. Turbulent demonic energy surging like a tidal wave. Though they stood at the same cultivation realm, Song Litian felt an unbearable, terrifying pressure that forced his head downward. Shall we kill them, young Master Xiang? Hu Ba strode forward with measured lotus-like steps, tiger eyes blazing, murderous intent seeping from his glare as he locked on his Song Litian. Song Litian shuddered violently. Lifting his head hastily, he stammered. We seek genuine cooperation, beneficial to both sides. Hu Ba cast a swift, wind-slicing glance at young Master Xiang, then struck. One palm sent Song Litian flying, a claw pressed hard upon his skull, as Hu Ba coldly intoned. When we speak, do you presume to interrupt? Earlier he himself had proposed sealing the palace gate, to bar their exit, or even slaughtering them all and seizing their spoils. The artifacts hidden within the Phoenix Palace held fatal allure for the demon clans, yet young Master Xiang had rejected the plan outright. Now these two human cultivators, Chen Feng and his companion, had done precisely what he'd refused. This humble servant admits fault. Song Litian dared not utter another word, paralyzed by terror. He sensed death looming palpable and imminent. That one might actually kill him, and there would be no recourse, no justice, no appeal. Worthless. Hu Ba spat the word, utterly disinterested in Song Litian. With a single claw strike, he hurled Song Litian back into the crowd, then declared, voice heavy with killing intent. Each of you shall surrender 2/5 of your spoils, or die. Since they had come offering themselves to be plundered, refusing would now seem ungrateful, almost insulting. For a moment regret washed over the crowd. These demons played no by-the-rules game. But make no mistake, they would slaughter everyone present. Unlike Chen Feng, who merely crippled dissenters, pinning them half dead to the earth, these were no mere blusterers. Now regret was useless. They could only grit their teeth and comply. Inviting a god is easy. Sending him away is perilous. Deer and mink, you two inspect them. If any resist, execute them. Young Master Xiang remained silent. Hu Ba spoke and commanded. Two demonic beasts entered the crowd to collect tribute. Song Litian, you wretch. I'm done playing with you. A cultivator roared from the crowd. He wouldn't even part with 1/5. Now he was being asked for 2/5, with his very life hanging in the balance. He shot skyward in a blur, racing toward the pass, where Chen Shihao stood, shouting, I'll surrender 1/5. Let me pass. By contrast, Chen Shihao's earlier actions now gleamed with unexpected nobility. Dare to die. Hu Ba would have none of it. Wind followed the tiger. In an instant he closed the distance, and with one strike shattered the man's skull. Silence fell upon the entire assembly. Those who harbored similar thoughts felt their rebellious fervor instantly extinguished. In secret, they cursed the fools who'd invited the demons in. Grief and lamentation rippled through the crowd. Wish to die? Then shut your mouth. No sooner had someone muttered 2 words than the mink beast tore open his abdomen with a single claw. Blood spilled profusely. All fell hushed. The leaders among them were stricken with deep remorse. Yet no cultivator present could stand against Xiang Beixiang. Not even Hu Ba had an equal among them. What good was regret now? They surrendered their resources and spoils, meekly obediently. Slumped and dejected, they withdrew to the side. Chen Shihao watched them thoughtfully. These turncoats, these opportunists. Chen Shihao, let us pass. Yet young Master Xiang had no intention of championing their cause. He walked straight toward the pass, and Chen Shihao gave them a cool, dismissive glance. Surrender your resources. Without hesitation, young Master Xiang withdrew a heap of items from his spatial ring, glanced not once, and tossed them carelessly before him. Is this sufficient? Chen Shihao's expression hovered between amusement and irony as his gaze lingered on the great trunk-like nose. You may go. An intriguing fellow indeed, murmured young Master Xiang, who had expected battle, not this effortless departure. His impression of Chen Shihao had subtly shifted. Should we meet again in the great desert, I shall show Still he harbored caution toward Chen Shufan. Chen Shihao merely waved his hand, offering no further reply. Clearly he had no desire to engage. Young Master Xiang, is this course truly advisable? Hu Ba stood baffled. Was this not the moment to clash fiercely and seize control of the pass? What manner of maneuver was this? He simply did not comprehend. Even the cultivators lingering near the pass wore identical expressions of bewilderment. Young Master Xiang refused to fight, and Chen Shihao let him walk away unharmed. What logic governed such conduct? Had they been deceived? An oppressive silence settled over the scene. I said 1/5 of your spoils. Now go. We shall meet again, by fate. The figure of Xiang Gongzi gradually disappeared into the passage. Hu Ba's expression darkened. Having witnessed Chen Shuhao's capabilities, he knew he was no match. With gritted teeth, he reluctantly surrendered 1/5 of his gains. Not enough. Chen Shuhao smiled and pointed at the crowd. 2/5 of what they hand over, I want that too. Hu Ba's anger surged. Could he, with his violent temper, tolerate this? Not convinced. Little did he know Hu Ba decisively struck his tiger claws fierce, and his magic power surged with might. Once you strike, I want everything from you. Chen Shuhao replied with a smile, his fist enveloped in golden light, dodging a fatal claw with a swift movement. He turned and leaped, landing atop his opponent's body. A heavy punch aimed at Hu Ba's head. Chen Shuhao had gained considerable benefits from the true phoenix's lair. His combat power doubled once more, and his strength had also significantly increased. The power of his physical body was terrifying. With several strikes, Hu Ba became dizzy. With another flip, a punch landed squarely on the tiger's face. The opponent fell heavily to the ground. Chen Shuhao did not kill him. After taking all his gains, he tossed him back through the door. The series of actions flowed like water. Many watched in shock, as if witnessing a god of slaughter. Hu Ba was effortlessly dealt with by Chen Shuhao. Even Song Lishan's expression turned grim. The opponent's strength was unexpectedly formidable. Previously, he had not heard of such a prodigy emerging. Each of you hand over 2/5 of your gains along with all your acquired resources, and you may leave like this. Chen Shuhao looked at them indifferently. Originally, he wanted to capture a couple to establish authority. However, the few demons before him immediately took out what Chen Shuhao had mentioned and left without a word. Only Chen Shuhao remained, confronting a group of cultivators. Daoist friend Chen Shuhao, we have come to an understanding. We will hand over 1/5 of our gains. Song Litian, noticing the departure of the demons, felt the intense gazes of those around him, as if they wanted to devour him. He was somewhat anxious, wishing to escape this place as soon as possible. He immediately approached Chen Shuhao, painfully producing his gains. Around him, many others followed suit. Not enough. Chen Shuhao flashed his bright white teeth and shook his hand. I have changed my mind. Give me everything or die? Seeing Chen Shuhao's gentle demeanor, everyone dismissed it and continued to argue for more. I do not wish to waste words with you, die. As his words fell, he struck with a thunderous force. Song Litian, standing before him, was instantly obliterated. The look of flattery in his eyes had not yet faded when he died without a chance to react. Chen Shuhao's overwhelming strike shocked all present. Boom. The blood chi surged and magic power gathered, unleashing another powerful blow. Several more perished. His father was right. In this world, humans are but a small part while the rest are mere beasts. One cannot view others as human. When it's time to be ruthless, do so, and everything will become simpler. Previously, Chen Shuhao had some doubts, thinking his father's views were too extreme. But now he believed. The crowds, once resistant, surrendered their gains obediently under the threat of death. It should have been this way. The voice of Chen Fan echoed in his ears. The stone lion had vanished without a trace. Let's go. Before they could even count their gains, the two quickly departed. Passing through the barrier, they found themselves in the outside world. Engaging in such actions must have attracted many eyes. Surely many would come forward under the pretense of enforcing justice to take the two away. As soon as they stepped out, countless gazes turned towards them. Are you Chen Shuhao and Chen Fan? A nascent soul cultivator was the first to act, descending before the two. His brows twitched slightly, then his eyes gleamed with delight. The opponent was indeed only at Foundation Establishment. A large magical hand surged towards them, reaching to grab the two. You killed my disciple. Oh, I will take you back to my sect for proper punishment. He spoke with an air of righteous indignation. No way, they also killed members of my clan. They must be taken back for our clan's handling. Another nascent soul cultivator descended, shattering the large hand. He produced a flying carpet-like magical artifact and attempted to envelop the two. Many cultivators present were also itching to act. Even Xiang Beishan, who had just exited the True Phoenix's lair, looked somewhat surprised. His pupils trembled slightly. One of the two was merely at the peak of Foundation Establishment, while the other was only at Chi Refinement. He had misjudged, though everyone had. They were not the so-called powerful beings. Capture them. Hu Ba immediately interjected. These two possess the True Phoenix's legacy and have killed the Fire Crow brothers. Beside him, the Fire Crow, who had learned of his son's death, suddenly shuddered. The feather fan in his hand was thrown away, exerting a crushing force upon the world. Those who were still attempting to seize and take Chen Shuhao and Chen Fan found themselves suddenly pressed down, kneeling under the weight of the heavens. Fire Crow, this is the territory of our human race. Two returning void cultivators stepped in, blocking the opponent's magical artifact. In the distance, the Ancestor Dong appeared. The three returning void cultivators surrounded the Fire Crow. Let's leave. His face betrayed a look of regret. After firmly memorizing the auras of the two below, he swept away the surrounding demons. He was not a fool. Attacking here would be tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, this was under the watchful eyes of three returning void cultivators. Otherwise, he would have dared to take the risk. He could only helplessly transform into a streak of fire and depart. The expressions of the cultivators present relaxed. The great demon of the demon race had left. However, almost all cultivators present heard Hu Ba's voice. Originally unaware cultivators revealed greedy looks fixated on Chen Fan and Chen Shuhao, who were surrounded by several nascent soul cultivators. Brother, it seems we are in trouble. Chen Fan rarely displayed a serious demeanor, pulling out the jade talisman given by their father. If those old fellows do not intervene, we still have a chance to leave. His eyes turned a light golden color, peering through the clouds at the three returning void cultivators above. No matter. Chen Shuhao's golden light flashed in his hand, and a golden talisman soared into the air. Luckily, the transformation god cultivator did not intervene, allowing the nascent soul cultivators to take the lead. The several returning void cultivators, though tempted, were all too proud. They did not personally appear, watching the situation unfold from the air without intervening. The two seemed to have no background. You two juniors, if you are willing to hand over your inheritance, I can take you as disciples and lead you away from here. How about that? A figure floated in midair among the crowd, approaching the two with an olive branch. I am the third elder of the boundless immortal sect. Following me will not lead to any loss. He had waited a long time, finally confirming that no force backing these two would come to their aid before descending, aiming to entice the two. Both individuals possess exceptional talent. Their cultivation level at most reaches the peak of Foundation Establishment, yet they have arrived here without any backing. They might be wandering cultivators, and by taking them in, one could also obtain the inheritance of the True Phoenix. Why not? In his eyes, he could already see the boundless immortal sect slowly rising. His heart surged with exhilaration. You are nothing, the third of the boundless immortal sect. Two young friends come to my way family, and we have 4 ancestors at the divine transformation stage alone. As long as you hand over the inheritance, my way family will protect you and even marry our clan's women to you. Once you come, you will be a part of my Wei family." Another nascent soul cultivator descended, speaking gently, yet with a hint of temptation. The surrounding nascent soul experts cursed shameless. There were too many people watching, making it inappropriate for them to forcibly abduct the two. They could only offer these benefits to entice them. It was as if a group was incessantly clamoring, arguing over the two. From the sky, a furious shout echoed. "You two reckless juniors dare to kill the direct descendant of the Song family from Dongzhou." A latest-stage nascent soul cultivator descended with a face full of rage, reaching out to grab the two without a word. "Whoever dares to stop me is opposing the Song family of Dongzhou." Behind him, another divine transformation cultivator spoke, releasing pressure as he prepared to make a bold move. As for the reason he spoke of, it was merely the death of one person. "Old Ghost Song Ming, you really are shameless." A divine transformation cultivator from the Tianhe Immortal sect struck back against the pressure from the Song family's divine transformation expert. However, the Song family's nascent soul cultivator had already arrived in front of Chen Shuho and the others. His eyes gleamed with delight, as long as he could capture the two and take them away. Returning to the clan, the ancestor would surely reward him heavily. Just as he envisioned a beautiful life ahead, a sound of breaking air echoed behind him. A massive iron hammer was descending straight towards his head. Bang! Heavenly water condensation. A delicate shout rang out, sensing the murderous intent from behind. The Song family cultivator felt a chill before he could turn around. He was ensnared by a water dragon, and his vision went dark. His consciousness was dragged into a world filled with darkness. "Old Ghost also wants to touch my two brothers die." The overwhelming power erupted, and the Song family's nascent soul was turned into a puddle of mud. Without a physical body, the nascent soul lost its source and became lost in the dark world, annihilated. "Big sister," Chen Shuho exclaimed in surprise, turning to see a familiar face. It was certainly her. "Let's go." The two felt a gentle force lifting them, bringing them to Chen Ruox's side. "Why did you two little brats run so far? You came here to train." Chen Ruoxi was somewhat miffed. These two boys were too reckless. One at the peak of foundation establishment, and the other a 7th level Qi refining disciple running around everywhere. They even dared to cross the Great State and come to the northeastern edge of Wenzhou. The dangers along the way were imaginable. "And you, howdy, why are you running around with Fandi? You might as well go back and cultivate properly, breaking through to the Golden Core stage soon. You dare to wander around at the peak of foundation establishment. If I weren't here today, who knows what would happen to you too." Hearing Chen Ruoxis reprimand, the two remained silent and obediently accepted the scolding. "You dare to kill my Song family's steward in public, seeking death. No one can stop you. Prepare to be punished." The divine transformation cultivator from the Song family was immediately enraged. Gathering the power of his divine soul, he took 2 steps forward, wanting to kill Chen Ruoxi and take the two boys away. "Song Ming, you are really getting more and more backward." A figure blocked Song Ming's path, striking him back with a palm and pressing down with immense power. He confined him in place. "Over the years, your Song family has truly become more arrogant." Lonnie walked up to him and struck him twice in the face. The damage was not high, but the humiliation was extreme. Song Ming was filled with helpless rage, unable to even break free from the confinement. "Lonnie, on what grounds do you strike? Are these people from your Lon Yu dynasty? You are meddling too much. Mind your own business." Lon Yi ignored him, raising his head to look into the sky. "Elders, forgive me for the disturbance." "No problem." The voice of the ancestor from the Dong family echoed from above, and Lon Yi breathed a sigh of relief. With acquaintances here, everything would be fine. The 3 major void-refining cultivators in the sky were also dissatisfied with the Song family's recent high-profile actions. They were eager to see the Song family's cultivators take action, especially with the ancestor from the Dong family present. "Is this your family member?" "Big sister." As Chen Ruoxi brought the two to safety, they attracted curious glances from those around. 3 girls surrounded Chen Shuho and the others tightly. They pinched here and looked there, causing Chen Shuho. He cast a glance at his sister, who was covering her mouth and giggling. "Save me." Chen Shuho made a silent plea. Only then did Chen Ruoxi come over and pull the 3 apart. All right, have you all looked enough?" Chen Shufan was also somewhat stunned. It was his first time being played with like this. Being a child, he didn't take it too seriously. "I, a reincarnated person, actually." Fortunately, Chen Ruoxi arrived in time. Otherwise, his little face would have been pulled. Women are too terrifying. He felt a bit of panic, taking a deep breath. In his past life, his choices were indeed correct. What Dao partners and such? Chen Shuhao's little face was also flushed. "All right, little brother, do you have someone you fancy?" "I have a Enough." Chen Ruoxi interrupted the grinning Yang Lian. If this continued, she would have to turn her close sisters into family. "Sister, you are from the Chun family in the South State, right?" Lan Shu looked at Chen Ruoxi and spoke. I heard that decades ago during the talent rankings someone from a small dynasty in the South State ranked first. It is said that they defeated the young master of the Dong family, killed the direct descendant of the Song family, and defeated the saintess of the heavenly demon sect. Listening to what Lan Shu said, the girls became interested, including Chen Shufan, who listened with great interest. That person was also named Chen Ruoshi. Lan Shu blinked, looking at Chen Ruoshi, who was smiling gently, and raised an eyebrow. That must be Big Sister. Yang Lian and the others exclaimed in unison, their eyes sparkling with excitement. That's right, I initially thought the talent rankings were mere illusions. I didn't expect anyone to remember. Chen Ruoshi directly admitted it. These were all her sisters and brothers, nothing to hide. Sister, the young master of the Dong family you mentioned, could it be Dong Jian? Chen Shuo recalled what Dong Jian said at the passage. That's right, it's him. Lan Shu nodded. So that's how it is. Chen Shuo recounted everything that happened in the true Phoenix ruins. I will take them away, and let's see who dares to stop me. As they listened intently, a sudden roar from Lan Yi echoed from afar. Originally on his way back, Lan Yi was surrounded by 3 transformation stage cultivators. We shall see about that. The Lan Yu dynasty has truly played a clever game. These 2 brats, regardless of whether they possess the true Phoenix inheritance, must remain here. Someone from my family has also fallen. This matter must be investigated. Seeing the malicious smiles of the others, Lan Yi's expression tightened to the extreme. Among them, 2 possessed strength comparable to his own. As the situation escalated, they even reached for his niece. He completely erupted. Retreating now would lead to an inescapable predicament. Among them was also a descendant of one of the 3 void return cultivators. The patriarch of the Dong family could not intervene. Lan Yi, it has been years since we last fought. I wonder if you have truly caught a glimpse of the secrets of the void return. This came from a cultivator of the Yu family from Wenzhou. You are not yet qualified, Yuzhua. Lan Yi's pupils constricted, quickly changing as a pale blue glow filled his eyes. His aura became ethereal. He swiftly shielded Lan Shu and the others, weaving a great net of magical power in the air. Let's see if you can truly stop me. Yuzhua chuckled. Ordinarily, he would not be so restless, pressing forward step by step. Now Lan Yu was still fighting above the ocean. The old monsters of the Lan Yu dynasty were all fixated on the sea, having no mind to pay attention to this. If they do not act now, when will they? Which of those present does not covet the true Phoenix inheritance? Just as he was about to take action, a sigh echoed in the air. It's over. This was the voice of the patriarch of the Dong family, his figure emerging from the clouds. He displayed an attitude of blaming the heavens. Patriarch Dong, do you wish to protect him? Yuzhua paused in his actions for a moment. Nearby, several transformation cultivators, eager to try their luck, shifted their positions. They did not want to get involved, pretending as if nothing was amiss. Dong Ning, let the juniors handle their own affairs. Let's just chat and drink tea, shall we? Meanwhile, another major void return cultivator, Dan Chenzi, had already departed. He did not wish to get too involved. Wang Kuan, you have not clashed with the Yu family. This breaks the rules. Is there really so much to say about rules? The so-called rules are merely established by us powerful beings. If you find them unsatisfactory, we can change them. Wang Kuan waved his hand dismissively. Sigh. Dong Ning glanced at the Wang family elder, who was eager to try his luck and knew full well. With a sigh, he turned and left the place. Even his aura vanished from his plane. Before him was, after all, the legitimate daughter of the Tianluo family. And the head of the Tianluo family was a formidable expert of the void return stage. I am here after all. Wudu raised his hand, signaling everyone not to be tense. With a smile, he looked at Tianluo Xiaoxiao. Then it depends on whether your father arrives in time. Having said that, a spike appeared in his hand, plunging directly into Tianluo Xiaoxiao's formation. In an instant, the earth began to tremble. Wudu was also a man who spoke little. Once he acted decisively. With his move, the people from several major forces who had joined in also had to act. Lan Yi, I've long found you Yuzhua shouted loudly, attacking Lan Yi repeatedly. With you alone, it's not enough. Lan Yi's eyes flickered with blue light as he effortlessly countered the attack with one hand and spoke calmly. He truly intimidated those from the Wang family who intended to surround him. He is just one person. You can't really think he can fend you all off. Let's do as previously agreed, capture these 2 and share the inheritance. If anything happens, my Wujia will take responsibility. Wudu felt somewhat irritated as he dismantled Tianluo Xiaoxiao's restrictions. His teammates were slacking off, making things difficult. With his words, the few hesitant transformation stage cultivators finally acted. In an instant, Lan Yi found himself at a disadvantage. The battle spread widely, and the various forces that had come to watch began to withdraw. They left behind a sufficiently large area for the combatants to unleash their powers. After all, the land here was vast and worthless, allowing for unrestricted fighting. In the distance, the still present Dong Ning and his companion sensed the outbreak of chaos outside the true phoenix nest. Dongning for a moment wished to return to the original spot, but they were intercepted. Dongning, my friend, the Wujia also wants in on this, don't meddle, or it could end poorly for you. You are already injured. After saying this, Wang Kuan fell silent, savoring his tea. Dongning sighed, quickly folding a piece of golden paper into a small paper crane. It flew towards the Lan Yu dynasty. Lan Yu, my friend, there is only so much I can do. He raised his hands to create an energy shield enveloping the area where the transformation stage cultivators were clashing. He ensured the battle would not extend too far, while keeping an eye on Lan Yi's life and death. Sister, why haven't we received a reply from father? Feeling the earth-shaking fluctuations around him, Chen Chuho felt a sense of gloom. This was the first time he faced the intense clashes among many transformation stage cultivators. Moreover, it was all happening because of him and Shin Shufan. The distress signal he had sent out received no response. For a moment, he felt extremely worried. According to his father's methods, the signal should have reached him. That signal leaf could contact him even across several major states quickly. Yet now there was no reply. After informing Qin Ruashi of this, he clearly noticed his elder sister's expression freeze. Not long ago, when he encountered trouble in Tianshui City, his father had crossed the states in no time. In just 2 cups of tea's time, he had received a reply. Now, according to Qin Shuhao's account, more than an hour had already passed. This was far from normal. Qin Ruashi frowned tightly, continuously sending messages. She used the jade talisman at her waist to communicate, but it was as if casting a stone into the sea. There was no response. She became anxious. Master, do you have any means to contact my father? Hua Qingwu was also at a loss. She had been listening to their conversation clearly. It was quite strange. In her heart, Chen Feng was someone who should not completely lose contact. It makes no sense who I have been able to reach out to him when he was acting before. After finishing this sentence, she suddenly covered her mouth. Chen Ruashi slightly raised her brow. What method did her master use to contact him? Her communication talisman. However, at this moment, she was not in the mood to pursue the matter. Master, do you have a way? Currently, the only one she could turn to was her master. Hua Qingwu, having regained her composure, was continuously deducing. Suddenly the talisman at her waist shattered and ignited. He is in the deep sea, I cannot predict anything else. If he had not been harmed in the last few days, I could have attempted to contact him. Hua Qingwu felt a bit disheartened, but at least she sensed that he was still alive. Perhaps you could use the treasure your father gave you, maybe he would sense it. Just as the two were discussing and searching for a solution, the formation was about to break, and Tianluo Xiaoxiao's complexion turned pale. Young miss, I will help you. With that, Yang Lian, who had been silent all along, stepped in. She threw out a sphere which suddenly exploded in the air. Golden light illuminated the world, suppressing the movements of the attackers, and a phantom emerged. Who dares to bully my granddaughter? A booming voice echoed, and the attacking transformation stage cultivators felt their bodies quiver. The ancestor of the Yang family. Wudu's expression froze, feeling that things were going badly. First, the legitimate daughter of the Tianluo family was blown out, and now the direct descendant of the Yang family had appeared. These people should be quietly cultivating in the core area, or wandering around with swords. Oh, why are they appearing in Wenzhou? Especially the direct descendants possessing the ancestral spirit power. Yang Lian shouted loudly, Grandpa, it's this guy who looks like a big sister from the Wujia. He's bullying me. Yang Jiaojiao. Wudu's face turned green as he followed the sound. He saw a girl jumping beside Tianluo Xiao shouting. He felt that things were going terribly wrong. Wudu, you rascal, you dare to bully even my granddaughter. The old man asked no questions and reached out with his large hand. The overwhelming power weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. How could another heavyweight have appeared? Wudu gritted his teeth and shouted, Senior, please don't blame me. After this matter is resolved, I will certainly come to apologize. This matter is too significant, and my ancestor has also noticed this side. I will capture you to see that the 5 major forces of the Tianan Immortal Alliance were already discordant. The ancestor of the Yang family did not care much and attempted to capture the opponent. Please don't blame me, Senior. Wudu gritted his teeth and formed a hand seal. A demonic statue appeared out of thin air between heaven and earth, radiating immense power. He clashed palms with the ancestor of the Yang family. Wushu statue. The wushing truly spares no expense. The phantom was entangled by the Wushu statue, and Wudu's mindset began to change. With the arrow on the string, I must release it. You have all already offended the Tianluo family, but what does adding the Yang family matter now? Everything is under my control. After saying that, a mighty hand emerged from the void, striking hard at the hexagram formation. The great formation trembled. It had already begun to crack layer by layer, and the spiritual light within the magical prohibition tome had dimmed somewhat. On the other side, Lan Yi was being overwhelmed. He simply couldn't spare a hand to provide support. Even if he caught a glimpse of a secret of returning to void, he was no match for the combined forces of many transformation realm cultivators. Suddenly, a burst of pink light broke through the sky at the location of Chun Ruashi. 3 jade talismans twisted in the air, merging their energies. A gentle voice resonated in the air, "Thank you, Father." The 3 avatars left by Chen Feng were merged by Hua Qingwu using secret techniques. Moreover, he even contributed a significant amount of his own spiritual power to strengthen Chen Feng. He descended into this realm. "Do not fear." Chen Feng looked warmly at his daughter and son. "Feigner, lend me your sword for a moment." Chen Feng said no more and turned his gaze toward the cracked formation. Chen Shufan suppressed the excitement within drawing out a 3-foot green blade from his body. "Good sword," he praised as he took the green blade in hand. He stepped through the void, arriving beside Luo Xiaoxiao and the others. "Thank you both, I will take it from here." A gentle breeze blew, causing the ethereal strands of hair to dance slowly. He smiled gently at his daughter's 2 good friends and took a step forward. "Heavens severing." Chen Feng spoke softly, exuding an air of confidence, his entire being radiating an indescribable aura. The void trembled slightly. In the distance, the phantom engaged in battle with the shaman god statue was filled with shock. Its aura reverted to its original state, its demeanor changing drastically, as if it intended to cleave the heavens and the earth. "Who are you?" The shaman god faced the sudden appearance of the man, his expression slightly darkening. He then saw the opponent's aura erupt. It felt as though he was locked on by a ferocious beast, a sense of impending doom flooding his heart. Clang! Hua Qingwu merged with the power she had left, pouring it all into the sword. The sound of the sword rang out with sword shadows intertwining. In that instant, sunlight lost its radiance. "Stop!" From afar, a loud shout erupted, and a vast ethereal hand blocked in front of the shaman god. It attempted to intercept this attack. The void trembled. The sword light flashed past. The magical hand was split in 2, and the shaman god's pupils shrank as the jade talisman on his chest activated autonomously. A shield of petrified light appeared before him. Crack! With a sound, the jade talisman shattered. Before the shaman god, a phantom began to coalesce, only to be obliterated by the sword light. The shaman god was also struck, his body split in 2. Blood sprayed into the air. As he looked at himself divided, excruciating pain surged. Unable to bear it, the shaman god's overly demonic face turned deathly pale, and a painful howl echoed. Chen Feng did not continue to strike, his figure already becoming ethereal. He approached Chun Ruashi and the others. "I must leave. Without a trump card in hand, I need to return home soon." After saying this, Chen Feng's figure began to fade. "Father, where are you going?" Chun Ruashi rushed forward as she saw Chen Feng's phantom about to disappear. "I don't know." The phantom vanished, leaving only a sword with a slightly cracked green blade on the ground. Chen Shufan, astonished, caressed the sword's body and looked up at the area where Chen Feng had disappeared. "Shaman god, my friend." A figure rushed from the horizon, hastily catching the 2 halves of the shaman god's body. With great magical power, he suppressed the residual aura of the opponent's body and forcibly stitched it back together. The shaman god looked pale, raising his head to gaze at where Chun Ruashi and the others were, asking, "Senior Wang, who was that person just now?" In his perception, that person's energy was peculiar, mixed with 2 distinct auras. For a moment, he couldn't discern the realm. Yet he could clearly tell that the other's foundation was absolutely inferior to his own. Yet he had been severely injured by such an ethereal figure. If it weren't for Wang Kun's intervention and his protective talisman, his fate would have been far worse. "I don't know, among the returning to void cultivators of the Tianan Immortal Alliance, there is no trace of this person." Wang Kun's expression darkened, having searched his mind for a long time, yet still shook his head. His eyes also held some shock. If this man before him were to die, Wenzhou would likely face a great upheaval. Seeing the other party's ignorance, the shaman god sighed. He activated his magical energy, stabilizing himself with his primordial spirit's power. He stood up and walked toward the ceiling barrier left by Dongning. "Where is shaman god going?" Wang Kun became anxious, looking at the shaman god's retreating figure. If the other left, he would have no face to investigate the secrets of the true Phoenix inheritance. "Returning to my clan to cultivate in seclusion." That person is definitely not a transformation realm cultivator, yet he could use an ethereal body to severely injure me. I must take revenge. The shaman god walked away without looking back, casting aside his thoughts of the true Phoenix inheritance. The opportunity has been lost, I will not linger. Wang Kun cursed inwardly as he watched the other disappear into the horizon. He sighed at the perplexed Wang Ruhai. "Stop looking, let's go." If they did not leave soon, the Tianluo family, the Yang family, and even the Lan family would send people. They had acted excessively without reaping any benefits. He sighed inwardly, casting a reluctant glance. If it weren't for Dongning being present, Qin Shuhai would have wanted to directly abduct them. Unfortunately, he could not. The Wang family had lived in Wenzhou for generations, and if the inheritance were to be destroyed, because of him, he would be an eternal sinner. That was a responsibility he could not bear. The two from the Wang family left. The transformation realm cultivators present also began to feel the urge to retreat. The changes occurred too quickly. The side that had initially been confident was instantly dismantled. Lan Yi, whose physical body was somewhat damaged, burst forth from the ground, laughing heartily. That felt good. Aren't you all leaving? Do you want to practice with me? Lan Yi's shadow now clearly showed a unified appearance rather than just a rough outline. Behind him, the light reflected from his primordial spirit also merged into the void. Are you about to break through? Yujua's expression shifted as he noticed Lan Yi's changes. A hint of desolation crossed his heart. Is that so? Lan Yi opened his mouth wide, absorbing all the spiritual energy within 100 miles. His physical injuries began to heal. He shook his body, feeling the changes, and laughed. I was too invested in the fight earlier, I didn't expect. Ha ha, it can be considered a blessing in disguise. His mood brightened significantly, and he found Yujua's face somewhat more pleasant to look at. Your master has already left, what are you still doing here? He waved his hand, holding no interest in Yujua. 6 transformation realm cultivators joined forces, yet failed to do anything to him. They even allowed him to advance several steps in the battle. Yujua glared at him. This remark was extremely insulting. Had it been before, he would have fought with the other for 300 more rounds. But now he could not do it. The opponent had taken a step further than him, and their strength had improved significantly. He was far from being a man. On the calm surface of the sea, a sudden splash erupted. Something seemed to be slowly rising from the depths of the water. It was a stone coffin, surprisingly buoyant. Like driftwood, it floated through the ocean. Ruoshi Hauer Feiner. Damn it. A series of low whispers emerged from within the stone coffin. A gap opened in the coffin lid, and a fishbone was thrown out. Within its spiritual light surged, causing ripples in the surrounding water. Ziho, return home. Chen Feng murmured, and a massive purple dragon suddenly appeared in the void, pulling the heavy coffin towards the sea. The purple dragon led the way, diving into the water, pulling the stone coffin forward. The aura of a transformation beast caused the sea creatures to scatter. Encountering a few powerful presences, they all avoided the path. Thus they rapidly approached the direction of southern province. Inside the stone coffin, Chen Feng was swiftly healing his injuries, relying on the mechanisms laid within. As for the original owner here, he was slain by the divine extermination technique and had his spiritual body devoured. He vanished without a trace. Due to the special material of this stone coffin, it could evade many forms of detection. Along the way, it was relatively unobstructed. Few sea beasts with poor judgment dared to provoke a transformation dragon beast. At this moment, at the coast of southern province, the battle's fluctuations ceased, and a giant sharkman corpse over 100 feet long washed ashore at the southern end of the Great Chu coast. The nearby sea was soaked in blood. We won. Hua Ye's eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed at the distant shattered corpse that still exuded a sense of pressure. His face was flushed with seawater. Hua Yu, the aftermath is up to you. The sharkmen will not approach the southern province coast within the next 300 years. Lan Ye's figure soared into the air, leaving behind a word for Hua Yu before dragging the sharkman's corpse away. After the sharkman corpse was taken away, this area was no longer under the suppression of powerful cultivators. Ascending into the air, he gazed at the coastal cities ravaged and destroyed by the sea disaster. There was a twinge of pain in his heart as he looked up at the sky, his voice heavy. Old Chu, your revenge has been avenged. But the vengeance for my great Chu people is far from over. 2 great returning void sea race cultivators battled against Lan Yu. The aftermath of their clash was immense. The earthquakes and tsunamis alone obliterated a large portion of the city. It affected over 100 million subjects. Countless mortals and cultivators perished. Chen Di. He turned his gaze southward, where there had once been a returning void cultivator from the sea stationed there, and he wondered how many lives were lost. There was a sense of oppression in his heart. The great Chu royal family outside the affected area had all arrived. Senior Hua Yu, what about my ancestor? As a ruler of a nation, Chu Tianhan had long arrived at the front lines. However, his cultivation was insufficient, forcing him to remain on the periphery, resisting the aftermath of the returning void cultivators' battle. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. This caused him immense sorrow. He approached Hua Yu, but did not sense the presence of Chu Yunjie's aura. An ominous premonition arose in his heart. Many present wore somber expressions. The recently arrived king of mountain and sea was especially silent, bowing his head with a sigh. Hua Yu looked at Chu Tianhan and patted his shoulder. Tianhu and you are the ruler now. The burden of great Chu rests entirely on your shoulders. Hua Yu sighed softly, turned, and left to move mountains and fill voids, repairing some of the damage caused by the aftermath and rebuilding the cities. Chu Tianhun had already calculated in his heart, after hearing Hua Ye's words he felt as if he had fallen to the depths of despair. The royal family was without a god, and his greatest support, that old man who stood before him, was gone. From now on he would have to rely on himself. In an instant he felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. The king of mountain and sea sighed and sent a message to those closest to him, like the king of mountain and sea. Within the royal ancestral hall, Hua Ye's soul tablet shattered. Life and Tao ceased. In that moment the atmosphere among the various kings of Great Chu and the three prominent families grew heavy. Brother Tianhuan, my Tianyu immortal sect will always be Great Chu's iron wing. Yu Mingli patted his shoulder, bringing along a group of cultivators from the Tianyu immortal sect to repair the damage done to the region post-battle. Chu Tianhun felt a tinge of bitterness in his heart after Great Chu occupied the two major dynasties. Under the concentration of resources, talents emerged in droves. Among the four kings, the king of mountain and sea had already grasped some secrets of transformation. The nascent soul was beginning to transform. He too had successfully reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. If given another 20 years, he believed he would certainly step into transformation. By then the king of mountain and sea would also similarly undergo a transformation. At that time the royal family would have 3 transformations. Now the unexpected arrival was too rapid, resulting in the fall of Chu Yunjia. The royal family's transformation was severed. With the fall of an experienced ancestor, everything else would have to be done by him alone. Brother Chen Feng, what would you do if you were me? Chu Tianhun gazed in the direction of Chen Di, thinking of that self-made family that had established a significant enterprise, which the Chen family had recently extended to Wenzhou. For a moment, he felt that although he was the ruler of a dynasty, his foundation was still lacking greatly. Thus he fell into silence for a long time. The aura of despair was swept away. As the ruler of Great Chu, how could I despair? A long sword gifted by Chen Feng appeared in his hand, and he trembled all over. His momentum surged once more. In an instant his Tao heart was unclouded. He sat cross-legged on the spot, the light within the nascent soul flickering as the nascent soul shed its shell, giving birth to strands of spiritual strength. This change startled even the king of mountain and sea. Her eyes held a look of astonishment, though she was fully aware of Chu Tianhun's transformation. She immediately sent a message to those around her, protecting the surroundings. She also crushed the precious spirit stone she had kept. The emperor. The king of mountain and sea's pupils constricted, then a look of joy appeared on her face. Why wait 20 years? The indestructible does not require 20 years. Chu Tianhun roared, and his entire being rapidly expanded, his flesh suddenly exploding. Flesh and blood flew in all directions, and blood rained down upon the ground. Those waiting were momentarily stunned, then suddenly horrified. All 3 kings went mad. The ancestor had died, and now the emperor had gone berserk and exploded. Don't move. Hua Yu, having rushed over upon hearing the news, stopped those who wanted to gather the scattered flesh. He pointed to a spot. The blood on the ground began to autonomously absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Upon the blood a strand of incantation flickered. After absorbing spiritual energy for a while, it began to gather. On the ground the scattered flesh twitched, forming a small mound of flesh. The blood flowed in, and bones began to form. In the sky a massive dragon of fortune roared, seemingly welcoming Chu Tianhun's rebirth. The scattered flesh on the ground had already coalesced into a human shape. A nascent soul emerged, surrounded by indestructible power, as the nascent soul transformed into a vibrant divine being, joyfully soaring through the air. Without destruction there can be no establishment. I shall transform here. The human-shaped mass of flesh suddenly shouted. The divine beings still joyfully danced in the air, diving downwards. They plunged into the flesh, scattering divine light. The figure of Chu Tianhun suddenly appeared beside the 3 kings. He was invigorated, his aura like a vast ocean. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on achieving transformation into a divine being. Beside him the transformation of Hua Yu cleared the gloom from his face due to the death of Chu Yunjia, revealing a smile. The 3 kings were also shaken, filled with disbelief, yet immense joy, as they exclaimed, Congratulations, Your Majesty, on successfully transforming into a divine being. Our great Chu shall surely prosper for countless generations. Chu Tianhun merely smiled slightly. Thank you. Now what we must do is to repair the aftermath of the war and properly settle the displaced citizens. After achieving transformation into a divine being, Chu Tianhun was filled with confidence, waving his hand to command the ministers. The vast machinery of the dynasty began to operate. Under the statistics, 20 cities were affected. More than 80 million people fled the disaster, among them many cultivators. This was only the number of those who escaped. Most of the ordinary people, without cultivation, perished amidst the calamity. This weighed heavily on Chu Tianhun's heart. In this world imperial power meant little. What was truly useful was an immensely powerful cultivation base. Only then could one protect their citizens and loved ones. Otherwise, if terrifying cultivators engaged in battle, even the residual waves could cost one's life. This point he now felt deeply. After delegating the settlement, he imitated the Chen clan to establish an internal affairs cabinet. Then he began preparing for his retreat. In Chen's land, close to the sea, a sailboat set out towards the vast ocean. On the boat, Chen Mu stood at the bow waving goodbye to the once glorious Wanghai city in his hands. His homeland, Chen's land. On the boat were 2 crew members, both survivors from Wanghai city. Merfolk, endless sea. I, Chen Mu, vow that in this life you will bow to me. He roared, eyes filled with rage and grief radiating an unparalleled aura. The 2 surviving crew members stood up in respect, straightening their backs. 5 days passed, and within the sea region the sailboat traversed. The sea boiled as a massive purple dragon burst forth from the water, soaring through the air. Behind it trailed a thick chain of magical power, pulling an ancient stone coffin 5 zhang in size. As the purple dragon took flight, a splash of bright red spread in the sea. The bodies of several merfolk cultivators floated on the surface. Another magic whale had a bloody hole torn in its abdomen, its primordial spirit captured, blood flowing. After a moment, a series of bubbling sounds arose on the sea surface. First a human head surfaced, then a body and a fish tail. A merfolk wielding a spear stared at the corpses floating in the water. His pupils constricted slightly, the stone in his hand was crushed, and he shouted urgently, "Something's wrong." Outside Wanghai city, the stone coffin was retracted. Chen Feng stood atop the dragon's head, gazing down. Even after a long time, he could sense the residual power remaining on the sea's surface. This made his heart tighten. Upon arriving at Wanghai city, his expression darkened completely. There was no sign of the once prosperous city. Only a murky stretch of sea remained. Wanghai city had been erased. In his sensing, the 9th magic seed dissipated. A sliver of residual memory conveyed through the information after the magic seed's disappearance. He saw the last scene before Wanghai city was destroyed. A massive merfolk figure stood between heaven and earth. One hand struck down as if to annihilate the world. It completely obliterated the city. If one looked closely at the murky waters before him, they blended with the land, resembling a massive palm print. Chen Feng fell silent, quietly closing his eyes. Return to void. His aura suddenly became agitated, and his presence began to fluctuate, rising crazily. A bloodline halo appeared behind him, making him seem like a celestial being. With grand momentum, he struck a fist towards the deep sea. His heart was restless. Merfolk, a roar shook the entire world. Previously, several terrifying auras in the deep sea were felt by Chen Feng within the stone coffin. He also sensed the actions of a human from this side, intimidating the 3. As for more, he could only vaguely feel the ongoing battles on Chen's side. Now his strength was insufficient. After a moment of silence, Chen Feng turned towards other cities, traveling without seeing any corpses. Under his governance, support arrived quickly after the disaster. Many cultivators stepped in, saving numerous ordinary lives. Although the coastal cities were destroyed, they were in much better condition than Wanghai city. Reconstruction was currently underway. After silently remembering the merfolk, Chen Feng began flying towards Qin County. The runes in his hand glimmered, attempting to contact his daughter and 2 sons. However, there was no response. This made him somewhat worried. The heavenly talisman leaf in his hand had also run out. In Chun County, the clan affairs cabinet was bustling with activity. The situation regarding Chen Qiu had a significant impact. Countless descendants of the Chun clan mobilized to provide assistance. This brought some comfort to Chen Feng. Although cultivators held high status, they were still human. Ancestral father. Within the bustling clan affairs cabinet, a busy member finally looked up to handle the situation. He collided into Chen Feng, momentarily stunned by his appearance, then filled with respect. The ancestral father has returned. This made them find their backbone. This remark compelled all members of the clan affairs cabinet to raise their heads in respect. These days, aside from handling these matters, there was also the most important issue. Chen Feng had been out of contact. Now the anxious heart was finally at ease. No worries, continue. Chen Feng smiled and nodded, exchanging a few words with Chen Chuan to understand the recent happenings. Chen Feng was amazed that so much had occurred during his half-month absence. Listening to the other party recount how the merfolk cultivators destroyed Wanghai city with a single palm, endless anger surged within him. He then learned that Lan Yu had battled 2 merfolk in transformation into a divine being, slaying one which was stranded on the coast of Great Chu. This brought him some relief. He just didn't know if the one who died was the one who destroyed Wanghai city. Is Chun Mu still alive? Within the clan core, descendants, including the city lord, all retained soul jade. Chun Mu's soul jade is unbroken, but he has been missing. At this point, Chen Feng felt a bit reassured. His grandson possessed considerable talent and exceptional abilities. Moreover, he had a fierce determination. In the future, he would surely achieve great things. What of Chen Ruoshi, Chen Shihao, and Chen Shufan? Chen Shuren asked. All are well, came the reply. How many in the clan have perished? Chen Feng answered in a low voice. Shadow Pavilion members 56, Martial Pavilion 61, clan members 567. Chen Shuren drew a deep breath as he reported the tally. The catastrophe was ruinous. Even though Lan Yu had intervened to draw away the Jiaran who remained in Chen territory, to Fanshu the losses were still considerable. And the subordinate branches of the clan. Apart from the main family, there were many affiliated houses, and all cultivators across Chun lands fell under the Chun clan's jurisdiction. They compiled a rough accounting. Over the years, the Chun Clan Academy had produced many talents. Academy students lost 211, losses among affiliated families negligible, cultivators lost 979. Upon hearing the figures, Chen Feng's brow eased somewhat. The overall loss was not catastrophic. Yet the Academy's casualties were grievous. These were the clan's future lifeblood external recruits. Upon hearing the figures, Chen Feng's brow eased somewhat. The overall loss was not catastrophic. Yet the Academy's casualties were grievous. Within their family, there were many nobles and marquises of Dechu, and numerous Chen scions had taken positions within the Dechu court. They occupied offices across the great prefectures. In Dechu cities, Chen descendants were active everywhere. After absorbing countless merchants, the Chun trading guild flourished throughout Dechu. They even had influence penetrating the Lanyu imperial court. Dechu. Elder Chu Yunjia has perished. 20 coastal cities and Chu lands were affected, some utterly destroyed. Estimated losses exceed 10 million superior spirit stones, over 80 million mortals, displaced thousands of cultivators relocating en masse. Do we have people going to lend aid? Chen Feng felt a pounding in his temples. Chu territory had suffered far worse than their own. That even Chu Yunjia had fallen filled him with profound sorrow. Not long ago they had met, drank with easy laughter, speaking of the old man's breakthrough, and of following him to stroll about the Tian'an Xianming. And yet he perished. Fate plays cruel tricks. Much of this had ties to him. Wan Wutian is gone, and Elder Mu Lingwan with Xiao Chun and the others went as well. Seeing the complexity written on Chen Feng's face, Chen Shuren understood fully. This affair had been stirred up by their family progenitor, his old father. He had not hesitated in action, pouring nearly all support into it. The Chen family lacked nothing save spirit stones and material resources. Did Wainer go as well? Chen Feng paid no mind to the way his grown children addressed their mothers. In his household, the elders were often called Darren, as a mark of respect. Chen Feng had tacitly consented to that arrangement. Indeed. Yet the Dechu royal house finds blessing and calamity entwined. The Dechu sovereign, provoked by these events to shatter and rebuild, has achieved Huashen. Oh, Chen Feng's interest was piqued. His former comrade had broken through to Huashen, news that still surprised him. The man's talent was not slight and resources were abundant, yet for a breakthrough to Huashen, mere accumulation of resources proved futile. With Chu Yunji's fall and Chu Tianhun's ascension to Huashen, the royal house's peak combat strength was effectively restored. Moreover, a Huashen sovereign was a rarity in Dechu's history. I must find an opportunity to offer my congratulations, Chen Feng said coolly, intending to go once Dechu had settled its coastal affairs. After gathering the reports, Chen Feng left the clan affairs pavilion. In his private courtyard, he sensed a familiar aura. Sure. Chen Feng hurried over. Even during his absence, the courtyard had been kept neat, and someone had remained on watch. Husband. In the room, Xiaoqiuer, who had been rearranging the chamber, started as a pair of strong arms. Xiaoqiuer had now broken through to Golden Core. Her looks remained unchanged, but a matured grace had been added since their first meeting. When did you return? Xiaoqiuer felt the warmth at her back. Even as an older couple, they felt a flush of heat stir them. Just now. At that, Xiaoqiuer's lovely eyes curved like new moons. She realized she was the first of the courtyard's ladies to see Chen Feng. Chen Feng recounted the events of recent days. Xiaoqiuer listened at his side, her heart occasionally racing with anxious concern. At that moment, Xiaoqiuer pushed open the gate and barged in with a carefree air. Sister, I knew you would be here. Come keep me company. Husband. With a startled cry, Xiaoqiuer took a breath, tempered her impetuousness, and entered with a composed, mature bearing. Shuer, there are no outsiders here. What are you doing? Chen Feng teased, ruffling her hair. Xiaoqiuer had always been lively and unrestrained. Even after so many years, she was the same. Seeing the unchanged beauty of old eased much of the heaviness in Chen Feng's heart. Holding the two women close and chatting, they went up Dangxian Peak to brew a little wine. News of Chen Feng's return began to spread from the clan affairs pavilion. In an instant, all in Chun County learned of it. The return of the Dinghai divine needle settled many anxious hearts. In the Guardian Pavilion, 2 more beams of light departed carrying students from Qin County. Students of the Chun Clan Academy main campus set out for Dechu. At that time within the Dechu Imperial City, 3 figures bid farewell to the cultivators who had escorted them. Walking the streets that felt at once strange and familiar, Chun Ruox's eyes flickered with memory. Yet she sensed that within the Imperial City the mood among the common folk and some cultivators was off. For a moment the group was at a loss. It was not the same as their last visit. Even Qin Shufan, who was here for the first time, perceived something amiss. As they walked they arrived at the gate of the Taiwei mansion. Chen Ruoxi paused and glanced at the plaque. Since we are here, let us go in and inquire whether something is happening. That is easy, Chen Shihao smiled, folding a paper crane and tossing it into the courtyard. After a while a youthful, somewhat childish voice answered. Beyond the gate, a chubby little bundle came dashing, shouting happily. Cousin Shihao, when did you arrive? Why did you not notify me in advance so I could come into town to greet you? This is... Chen Ruox's face grew odd as she looked at the unfamiliar little fatty. He is my mother's eldest brother's son, my maternal cousin. Chen Ruox's expression became even more peculiar. The person appeared somewhat disheveled. What would happen to me? Would I be super reincarnated or something else? Qin Shuhong, however, was unconcerned and pointed at Chen Ruoxi, saying, This is my elder sister. Qiu Qianduo's spirit light flickered and many memories surfaced in his mind. Hello, elder sister, my name is Qiu Qianduo. You can call me Xiao Ran or Little Fatty. Qiu Qianduo chuckled despite his silly appearance. In the Taiwei mansion, among such top-tier forces of the dynasty, how could a fool be born? Chen Ruoxi nodded, casting a look of appreciation. We should visit the Taiwei himself now that we have arrived at the Taiwei mansion. But now we have important matters to attend to, so we will come back another time. I would like to ask you some questions now. Chen Ruoxi looked at Little Fatty and spoke. Qiu Qianduo was also a clever person and scanned the 3 of them. Elder sister and cousin, you have just returned from your training, right? Yes. Qiu Qianduo's cheeks showed a hint of emotion as he had the guards bring a few chairs. After everyone was seated, he began to speak slowly. Then I will be brief. Qiu Qianduo's expression grew serious as he recounted the events of these past few days to the 3. The expressions of the group shifted as they heard that Chun Di had also been destroyed, affecting several cities. Their faces did not look good. What about my father? Qiu Qianduo shook his head. I don't know. However, Ling Ho came 10 days ago with Chun clan disciples for support and is currently at the Ling Ho mansion. As a member of the Chun family, the information was not comprehensive. Now the core disciples of the Chun clan were precisely in the Imperial City. Thank you, cousin. Chen Shuhang clasped his hands, lost in thought. At the Ling Ho mansion, Brother Chuling. Chen Shuhang waved warmly as he was welcomed into the mansion. Brother Chuling, do you know any news about father? Chen Shuhang asked directly, having learned that the turmoil in Daju was closely related to his father. About 20 days ago, Wang Haiqing was attacked. A dozen divine transformation cultivators came to annihilate Wang Haiqing and strike at the Qin clan's might. Afterwards, Chen Feng made a strong move, annihilating the arriving Sea clan cultivators and chased the 2 fleeing divine transformation beings into the deep sea. After that, there was no news. The merfolk cultivators were furious, searching for traces of Chen Feng. Even 2 merfolk returning from void cultivators came to block the entrance. It seemed they had not found Chen Feng. This then triggered disaster and a great war. The 3 listened with trepidation. If the returning void cultivators came ashore, both Qinchu and the surrounding areas would suffer calamity. It was uncertain how much would be destroyed. Fortunately, the strength of the Lanyu dynasty was not weak. Even the Lanyu emperor could fight against 2 and slay one of them. Hearing about this shocking feat stirred great waves in the hearts of the group. At that moment, outside the mansion, Chen Chiyuan, the vice president of the Qin Academy, arrived with 2 nascent soul cultivators from the guarding pavilion. He came here also to bring news of the family's return, completely clearing the gloom in everyone's hearts. Father has returned. The 3 exchanged glances, joy evident in their eyes. Since father has returned, I shall not go back. Chen Ruoxi stood up, gazing towards the north. Elder sister. Chen Shuang also stood up as they had now arrived at the Daju Imperial City. It was not far from Qin County. My journey is not yet over. Since the family is well, I will continue my training. Chen Ruoxi smiled faintly, with just 4 years left. The battle for the title within the family would soon commence. Her 3rd brother Chen Shu was said to have sat atop the ascending immortal peak for a month before suddenly disappearing 4 years ago. It was estimated that he had left for this matter. Deep in her heart, she still held some pride, wanting to be the first to catch up to her father's footsteps. Before her there was still a martial arts genius, her younger brother, who matured later. After speaking, she slowly moved her steps and disappeared within the mansion. Chen Shuhang exchanged a glance with Chen Chuling. He left Chen Shufan behind here. Brother Chuling, since elder sister continues her journey of training, I will not go back either. I have not yet achieved my goal. Chen Shuhang smiled and left the mansion. Silly bird quickly spit out that Chen Shuhang patted the silly bird on its head. Suddenly its small frame bulged and its belly swelled. A golden egg was spat out from the bird's mouth. Mother, oh mother. The golden little ball shivered as it re-emerged into the world, its eyes filled with tears. Be quiet. Chen Shuhang slapped its head. The giant bird instantly calmed down, its eyes now filled with fright, no longer possessing its earlier fierceness. Clearly it had been greatly frightened. Take me away. Without another word, Chen Shuhang pulled it open and jumped onto the giant bird's head. Upon hearing Chen Shuhang's voice, the giant bird looked as if it had seen its ancestor, its fear diminishing significantly. Where to, big brother? However, it had not yet recovered from its fright, and its voice still trembled. I don't know, just fly in one direction continuously. Chen Shuhang replied lightly. The giant bird was taken aback by this request, but turned to meet the lazy gaze of the bird on Chen Shuhang's shoulder. For a moment it felt as if its soul were trembling. The giant bird soared high into the sky, heading towards the edge of the blue sky. Chen Shuling gazed at his brother's departing figure, feeling a tremendous pressure. As the first in the family to possess spiritual roots, his current cultivation was surpassed by his brother, who had no spiritual roots, and even Shin Ruashi was catching up. Moreover, several emerging talents were also faintly on the verge of surpassing him, which greatly increased his stress. Now he had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, yet had no idea how to reach the nascent soul stage. As for taking the transformation pill in his heart, he was unwilling to do so 1,000 times. A truly strong person must achieve their strength through their own efforts. Lingo, what are you thinking about again? Chen Shuyuan placed a hand on his shoulder. As fellow cultivators of the same generation in the Chun family, the two were not only brothers, but also friends. In fact, initially Chen Shuling had even taught Chen Shuyuan for a period. It's nothing, just feeling a bit lazy these days. I don't have the same drive as before. Chen Shuling sighed, revealing a hint of determination in his eyes. Previously he had helped Chen Chu fight against a general of Great Purple, Senior Chu Tianan. He murmured, gazing towards the vast blue sky. Yuan Di, I will be leaving for a while. As the first cultivator of our clan after father, I cannot. He smiled as his magical power transformed into a silver dragon, stepping onto the dragon's head and ascending towards the heavens. Yuan Di, I will leave the family's affairs to you in the coming days. Only a single word remained as the silver dragon transformed into a small black dot and vanished at the horizon. Indeed, how could Ling Guess pride allow us as his younger siblings to surpass him? In an instant, Chen Shuan's aura surged, and he smiled. Turning away from the scene, his state of mind ascended to a new level at that moment. A mysterious energy swirled around him. Chen Shuling had his pride, and so did he. As Chen Shuling, his target to chase, pushed himself to improve madly. How could he be willing to fall behind? Witnessing all this, Chen Shufan gazed at Chen Shuyuan as he turned away. He understood in his heart that his brother would soon break through. Golden core perfection. He also stayed within the imperial city, Qianfu Xinzong. Under the support of the sect's regulations, all disciples were required to join a faction established by fellow disciples. Alternatively, they could create their own faction. This was also a rule set by the sect to stimulate the development of disciples, to ignite their fighting spirit and facilitate better resource distribution. Thus, a small faction of 3 was founded by the Qifeng trio. The main leader was the eldest disciple of Qifeng, who had been persuaded by a fat and a thin person. This day also became a significant entry in the history of the sect. A turbulent organization emerged, creating chaos within the sect, causing headaches throughout the entire Wenzhou. Meanwhile, deep beneath the sea, in an underwater palace, a remnant soul wore a look of relief. The path I walked is not without a future. This self, truly marvelous. It's a pity that I will no longer see the one who pointed out this path to me. The remnant soul's figure appeared somewhat worn, and the brilliance surrounding him was rapidly fading. Chu, the development of the human Bodhi's hidden chambers, is a bright path originating from the same source of myriad paths. There is no distinction between the noble and the base, nor between the strong and the weak. What matters is the one who holds the Tao. The remnant soul smiled, a look of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. I am leaving. Remember to greet your father, that senior. I will. Chin Shu replied, his voice somewhat heavy as he watched the remnant soul quickly fading before him. A hint of sorrow emerged in his eyes. This path is still long and new. The achievers are the teachers. My old path is merely a rough grain unsuitable for the new road. However, these peculiar techniques have compensated for the lack of divinity on this path. After saying this, the remnant soul completely dissipated from this world. A wisp of spiritual light entered Chen Chua's mind. Before him lay a spatial ring and a token inscribed with the character Qi. In his mind was a secret technique book, Ren Shun, using oneself as a seed to become a god, senior's great talent. He sighed. This old man had taught him for 4 years, but never allowed him to become his disciple due to the self. He left only a sentence: my Tao is wrong, unfit to be your master. However, although he never became a disciple, this old man had diligently taught him for 4 years. In the end, he even consumed the last trace of his soul power to help him completely break free from the self. Within him, the first hidden chamber of the human body was opened, enhancing his combat power. Yet this path was only suitable for him to walk alone. This left him somewhat regretful. As the remnant soul faded, it took this erroneous path with it. Wu, I congratulate you on your ascension, senior. Chen Chu said solemnly, his token flashing. The magnificent underwater palace began to shake violently, gradually sinking into the depths of the sea. Another blue patterned stone came into view, and Chen Chu used his finger as a pen to inscribe above, Tianya Daoist, for large characters, then polished the stone before sinking it into the sea. Little master has the old master left. Such a large-scale underwater palace sank, yet it did not attract the attention of the powerful sea tribes. This was because here there was also an old turtle and even a great race stationed. Chen Chu turned his head and nodded heavily. He has left. That's good. The old master waited for 50,000 years and has finally welcomed you, little master. Those 50,000 years he was too lonely. The old ghost's expression was somewhat wistful, followed by a moment of relief. A few tears slipped from his eyes, and before they hit the seabed, they transformed into glistening pearls. Ancestral grandfather, we have arrived. Chen Chu silently accompanied the old turtle. In the distance, a group of uniquely shaped turtles swam towards them. Surrounding the old turtle, they bowed respectfully. The old turtle's eyes showed a hint of reminiscence as his gaze scanned the group of pitch-black turtles with mysterious patterns on their shells. Somewhat graceful, the turtles. The old turtle waved his hand, pointing at Chen Chu. This one is our new master of the Xian Gui lineage. Treat him with the same respect as you would treat me or the old master. Yes. The turtles were somewhat curious, their eyes scrutinizing Chen Chu. Young master, please give some of your blood to our old turtle. Chen Chu suddenly understood something in his heart. Looking at the old turtle, whose light had dimmed, and its massive body, it no longer held the same divine might he had seen at first. Now it resembled an elderly man nearing the end of his days, heavy with the weight of age. Even when he had seen the old turtle recently, it was not like this. Chen Chu sighed and glanced at the sunken palace. Waron Senior, you still have a long life ahead. Tianya Senior's meaning is. Little master, no need to say more, I understand. But the master has left alone. It will be very tiring without anyone to carry him. The old turtle's aged face revealed a hint of a smile, his voice very soft. He even used magic to shield their conversation. For a moment, Chen Chu fell silent. He knew that the other party had made up their mind. He hesitated, no longer grasping a heavenly knife and directly plunging it into his heart. This action startled the old turtle and all the Xian Gui. The power of this knife could be sensed from a distance, exuding an aura worthy of a divine weapon. No, Chen Chu smiled, and under his guidance a small droplet of crystal-clear golden blood floated before the old turtle. This was Chen Chu's utmost respect and importance. This was also the last wish of the Tianya Daoist. It was also the old turtle's wish. The old turtle accepted the droplet of blood, his claws moving slightly. Chen Chu felt as if he was enveloped in a gentle force. Originally pale due to the loss of a portion of his life essence, his complexion became somewhat rosy. In that instant, the deficit was replenished, and even his vitality surged. The second great hidden chamber within him was also stimulated and activated. On his back, a majestic Xian Gui totem was etched onto his skin. Waron Senior. Chen Chu's expression darkened. The other offered no answer, only slowly turning his head. Children, the new master has taken his place. Follow the master's steps, embark again upon the journey, and aid him in fulfilling the pledges my predecessor and I could not complete. With that, a gentle magical force enveloped the Xian turtles. Chen Chu's blood dissolved into slender threads and flowed into their bodies. At that moment, Chen Chu felt a link form between himself and the Xian turtles. It was no enslaving pact, but an equal covenant of comrades. Chen Chu stood in silent reverence, saying nothing. Wu Tian greets the new master. We greet our master. Then another roar filled the air. Everyone, I Chen Chu will not let you down, he declared as the totem behind him completed. Young master, this is a gift I leave you. Please take my children across the immortal bridge. After he finished speaking, the old turtle sighed in relief. With a long piercing cry, the deep sea itself trembled and countless ancient beasts' faces changed color. A phantom of a blackwater Xian turtle rose upon the sea, majestic and awe-inspiring, proclaiming the rebirth of the Xian turtle clan. Even cultivators in other Dao states sensed the portent. Shock filled every eye. My lord Xiao Waron has come to accompany you. It has been 650,000 years, the nether realm has still not taken him. A hearty laugh rang out, and the old ghost's deathly aura shuddered, and quickly faded. His aged form regained dignity and strength, and began to withdraw. At last a warlike Xian turtle, like the legendary Xuanwu, spanned the sea. Then its figure contracted, settling at roughly 100 zhang in size. The surrounding Xian turtles uttered mournful cries. Chen Chu shouted aloud, "We send off Senior Waron with respect." The turtle's life energy dissolved into motes of spirit light that cloaked its kin. Its flesh gradually turned to stone. A steel long buried beneath the seabed burst through the silt, and fell upon the stone turtle's back, countless fine inscriptions appearing upon its surface. Thus the stone turtle bore the great steel and sank into the depths, swallowed by the silt, submerged along with that palace in the mysterious deep sea. The Xian turtle's cries did not cease, and the great sea clans trembled. Has that old turtle truly fallen? In the merfolk tribe, the lid of a stone coffin was suddenly flung aside. An aged merperson, eyes wide with shock, stared toward the sea where the Xian turtles gathered. At the same time, other great sea clans reacted in the same way. From the dragon shark clan, a shark with draconic features awoke in the deep astonishment on its face. It had grown up on tales of that old turtle, and had even met it once. It should not be so, the turtle god cannot perish. From the dragon turtle clan, the ancestor rose from the seabed, accompanied by countless dragon turtles. They sped through the ocean together, their resonant calls echoing across the sea. In Dao states near the dragon turtle clan, innumerable strong practitioners were roused. I did not expect Senior Waron to depart as well. An ancient dragon turtle murmured, its gaze-piercing allusion to reach the Xian turtle domain. His tone was filled with sentiment. Such turmoil in the sea, shaking several Dao states, sprang from the passing of a single old turtle. Chen Chua's face was equally complex. The old turtle before him had once visited the immortal realm, and was a being of tremendous power, a member of a longevity-rich tortoise lineage. Its life could have continued for hundreds of thousands more years, yet it chose to abandon vitality and follow the Tianya daoist. Is there reincarnation in this world? Chen Chu murmured. He vaguely remembered tales his father had told in childhood. Even the mightiest cannot locate reincarnation, or perhaps they have long since already been reborn. They can only regretfully journey to a higher dimension. Here, those souls exist, there is no notion of reincarnation. Death means the dissolution of the Tao. That is the norm. Yet having realized the true self, one dares to vainly conjecture about reincarnation. Chen Chu said, with a self-mocking chuckle, eyes fixed in the direction he had come from. Perhaps my father would know, he said, then appeared above the sea. It is not yet time. In the Chen region, atop Dengxian Peak, Chen Feng looked toward the sea. There was the aura of an overwhelmingly powerful being, though it lay too far away to see. Yet even across such distance he could sense that terrible might, something he had not felt even on Dugatian or from the demon lord. Cultivation, Chen Feng murmured, stroking the Mo-lay tree at his side. After the battle at sea, he had devoured the remnant soul of the Shan Shark clan's ancestor from within the stone coffin. His nascent spirit advanced another step. He glimpsed a sliver of the return to emptiness mystery. Now he stood only in the late stage of Huashan. Placed within Dachu and the Chun lands, he was already a towering power. Yet amid the vast Lingwen Daozhou, he merely ranked among the upper echelon. True mastery lay beyond return to emptiness. He set aside trifles and devoted himself to expanding his lineage, reaffirming goals, and urging his people to grow. For a time the clan blossomed. Half a year later, Mu Lingwan returned. Dachu had largely settled, and countless members of the Qin clan came home. Claim the reward. Chen Feng spoke aloud. He felt the refined cultivation cleanse him, dispelling chaotic energies within, and his cultivation broke through again to the pinnacle of Huashan. The return to emptiness secret. Chen Feng glanced over. When he had risen to Huashan, this had not appeared. Now, as his nascent spirit prepared to return to emptiness, it had manifested. Each realm of cultivation is a great hurdle. After the nascent soul, every major advancement is as if one ascends to the immortals. The leap from Huashan's pinnacle to return to emptiness is a fearsome heavenly tribulation. That spares much trouble, Chen Feng said, looking to the blue sky before vanishing. In Mu Lingwan's separate courtyard, she was his beloved wife and Xia Jiao's close sister. The wife he had been forced to accept had been neglected all these years. Her strength had now reached midstage. The two spoke of their hearts until deep into the night. Candlelight flickered, dragon and phoenix entwined. That night was gentle and warm. They spoke with delight. Time slipped by like a white horse through a gap. 3 more years passed. After he reached Huashan's pinnacle, he took fewer wives. To others, Chen Feng, a high Huashan, had become aloof and transcendent. Perhaps without sufficient cultivation, even with bedroom arts and other secrets, it became harder to expand the family. Fortunately, Mu Lingwan had already entered mid-stage nascent soul. After 2 years of pregnancy, she was finally about to give birth to a son. Thunderclouds swirled as divine lightning descended, booming constantly. Heaven and earth were subdued by the thunder's might. More astonishingly than the lightning, a crescent rainbow hung in the sky, eerie and uncanny. In the delivery chamber, a strong infant cry rang out. In an instant, the clouds parted. The thunder deity withdrew, and the dark clouds dispersed. The crescent rainbow shone even more brilliantly, and golden light sprinkled down. From the continent's depths, a strange beast's cry rose in unison, wondrous and portentous. Chen Feng's brow twitched in surprise. It was yet another method, one that at least reached toward the path of immortality. Chen Feng paid it little mind, and instead turned to the newborn who had wailed at birth. Now the child was utterly still, eyes wide, and curiously studying the other infants. His features were extraordinary, his gaze pure. Chen Feng's eyes softened as he looked at the exhausted Mu Lingwan, took her hand, and transmitted longevity, true qi, into her. "Wainer, you have endured much," he said tenderly, rubbing her head and teasing the little one. Smiling, he declared, "Soaring dragons across the 9 heavens, my son is extraordinary. Well, I shall name you Chu Tung Chen Shuding. Wainer, what do you think?" Chen Feng set Chen Shuding's hand down and looked at Mu Lingwan. A spiritual light danced in her eyes, and she smiled gently. "Of course I follow my husband's wish. The name is fine, grand, and extraordinary." "Huh?" Chen Feng laughed freely and cradled the child, playing with him. He wondered whether a child burdened with such great karma could withstand it. In the imperial city, the Bu Pavilion's gates slowly closed. At this moment, the Bu Pavilion stood empty. Compared with the bustling former first pleasure house of the capital, it had grown desolate. "Mother, are we leaving like this?" Shang Guaning asked, clad in a spirited red outfit with a high ponytail, her bearing heroic. There was reluctance in her eyes. "Yes. Since we cannot wait for him, there is nothing left here to linger for." Bu sighed, a trace of reminiscence in her gaze. She seemed to recall a certain night, and that smooth-talking man. A look of loss passed over Shang Guaning as she murmured, "He said he would come for us." Shang Guaning gazed with eager longing. Unfortunately, she still did not see that person. "Let's not wait any longer, let's return to Anzhou with Mother," she said, her tone somewhat heavy. There was a hint of disappointment in her voice. He had promised to come find her and take her home. It had already been nearly 100 years in the imperial city of the Great Chu. Now thoughts of returning home had begun to sprout in her heart. There was no place for her here. Just as the two were about to turn away, a gust of wind brushed past their hair. Both felt a warm and powerful hand clasp around their waists. A cry of surprise rang out. They both turned around simultaneously. With glistening eyes, they finally saw the man they had been longing for. Night and day he had come. "Sorry for keeping you waiting," a gentle voice echoed in their minds. The door of the Bu Pavilion opened once more, only to close with a gentle breeze. Above the pavilion, soft whispers resonated. As midnight approached, the candlelight flickered. At this moment, in the imperial palace of the Great Chu, having just broken through, he sought to replan. Chu Tianhuan, who aimed to elevate the Great Chu to new heights, found himself in a dilemma. The reason was simple. The land of the Great Chu was too vast, and its resources too scarce. If he concentrated efforts to forge a sacred cultivation site, the cultivators of the Great Chu would absolutely flourish like bamboo shoots after rain, sprouting one after another. Consolidating resources in one place would undoubtedly yield countless powerful beings. However, once consolidated, many territories would be abandoned, leading to greater desolation in those areas. This was something he did not wish to see. What he desired was to build the Great Chu into a dynasty like the only one in the southern state. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly felt a surge of blood energy throughout his body. In that instant, he felt the urge to leave. At that very moment, a hand suddenly patted his shoulder. A storm of emotions surged within him. Who could disregard the royal family's restrictions and approach him without a trace, even under his divine sense of transformation? It was only when the other party made contact that he became aware. "Tianhun, brother," he exclaimed, his body stiffening as the fear in his heart dissipated. He turned back in surprise, recognizing that familiar face. Chen Feng, brother. He hadn't expected it to be Chen Feng, the only one he could truly call a friend. The stone in his heart finally settled down. "What troubles you, Tianhun, brother?" Upon entering, Chen Feng saw the frown on his face. Chu Tianhun smiled wryly. "Isn't it still the resource issue? The moment the Sea Clan's powerful beings landed, it hit me hard. How important it is to possess great strength. Everyone wants to consolidate resources. But currently the land of the Great Chu is so vast. If all the spiritual veins and resources are concentrated, countless citizens will struggle to cultivate." Chen Feng looked at him and smiled. "In my view, it would be better to concentrate resources, taking them one step at a time. We must walk the path step by step." Without powerful beings to oversee, the Great Chu would merely possess an expansive territory, but would lack the ability to resist in times of crisis. Chen Feng shared his insights, knowing there's no perfect solution. It would be better to first use vast resources to nurture a powerful being capable of reopening the source. In the vast ocean and desert, resources abound. Once true powerful beings arise, one will not worry too much about a lack of resources. Chen Feng concluded, looking at him with a smile. Chu Tianhun's frown relaxed, and a spark of light flashed in his eyes. He realized he had been too limited, focusing only on the Great Chu. He had forgotten that there was a broader world beyond his place. I understand now. Well, thank you, Chen Feng brother, for clearing my confusion. Chen Feng's gaze fell upon the map of the Great Chu. He noticed the southern region had been planned out. It had already been renamed Chendi. Now within Chen district, the cultivation environment was not inferior to that of the imperial capital of Lanyu. With the 60-year spiritual veins of the Shan Sha clan releasing vast spiritual energy, along with several 8-tier spiritual veins placed in the core area of the Chen residence. The Immortal Ascension Peak had also been crafted into a sacred mountain in terms of environment. It could likely rival the core areas of the Lanyu dynasty. In the southern state, besides the Lanyu dynasty, only Chen Di possessed 60-tier spiritual veins. Moreover, Chen Feng held an 8-tier spiritual vein in his hands. However, with his current strength, he still couldn't break through the restrictions to exploit it. Chu Tianhun had also taken note of the developments in Chen Di. They had plundered and destroyed the 3 great sea clans to seize their spiritual veins, and had collected all the 5-tier spiritual veins within the region of Chen Di. All were gathered together. It was said that the cultivation environment in Chen district was excellent. Now he had made up his mind. No breaking, no establishing. I did not come today to discuss political matters. Chen Feng smiled lightly, pulling out several jars of spiritual wine and placing them in front of him. The two exchanged smiles. Time flowed by. 2 years passed. During this time, the Great Chu Emperor undertook major projects. He relocated all the 4th-tier and above spiritual veins from the original Great Purple and Great Cloud. Moreover, he initiated a large-scale construction to rebuild the imperial city. Concentrating all 4th-tier and above spiritual veins in Chu, he constructed the new imperial city. Such a significant move caused great dissatisfaction among the factions. Eventually, after Chu Tianhun took decisive action to suppress several factions, things gradually settled down. He also opened up entry tickets for the new imperial city. Among some factions, many old entities that had half their bodies buried in the ground emerged from their coffins. Leveraging the excellent environment of the new imperial city, they aimed to break through to transformation. In just 2 years, 4 transformation cultivators were born. Among them, one from the royal family Qiu Lingzuan advanced Yu Mingli successfully transformed, along with one from a gradually declining nascent soul force. The ancestor had incredible luck, successfully breaking through, far surpassing the contemporaneous coffin-level ancestors. After the 4 transformations were promoted, Chu Tianhun's reputation changed again. He was praised for his extraordinary vision, among other accolades. At this time, Chen Di was bustling with activity. The selection of nobles in the Heavenly King's palace was finally about to commence. This was the greatest prosperity since the establishment of the Chen clan. Chen Feng sent out invitations to all major factions in the outer world, inviting them to witness this grand event of the Chen clan. Numerous descendants of the Chen clan arrived from all directions. On an immortal island above the sea, a golden talisman leaf circled outside the restrictions. In the air, the talisman leaf exploded. In midair, several large characters appeared. The Chen clan of the southern state sincerely invites the friends of the Heavenly Saint sect to come and witness the grand event of the Chen clan. In the Heavenly King's palace, the selection of nobles. At the same time, after the noble battles concluded in the name of the nobles of the Heavenly King's palace, they invited the top talents of various factions. This was prepared by Chen Feng to create momentum for his offspring. In the territory of the Tian'an Immortal Alliance, there are many powerful factions. Talents from all sides emerged like bamboo shoots after rain. Yet none from his own Chen clan were recognized. Husband, do we really have to do this? Xia Jiao lay in Chen Feng's embrace. There was a hint of concern in his tone. After all, the Chen clan's foundation was still too weak. So far, it had been less than 300 years since its establishment. Compared to those families with histories spanning thousands of years, it was far too young. Moreover, the strongest member of the Chen clan at present was Chen Feng, who was merely at the Huashan stage. It's nothing, he said, smiling as he gently caressed the hair of the person beside him, his gaze fiercely fixed on the distant sea of clouds. He was contemplating how to use this battle to spread his family's reputation. Additionally, he aimed to invite numerous forces to come to Chen County. It was also to let them witness the Chen clan's foundation. Though the clan had been established for a short time, it was no less than any other. At the same time, it was to let Xing Qinger see it. The current total population of the family was 299976, with a total of 5475 descendants possessing spiritual roots. Chen Feng looked at the number of his clan's offspring, noting that there was still 1 month until the selection for the nobility. Now they were just 24 short, which was enough. With the cultivation rewards from a population of 300,000, he would also use the secret of returning to the void. In front of the many families attending the ceremony, he would advance to the realm of returning to the void. At the same time, it was also to build momentum for himself and the family. The little troublemakers in the clan had mostly grown up. If there wasn't a strong background to rely on, troubles would be endless. With the title of a Huashan family, he could still intimidate others within Nanzhou. However, outside of Nanzhou, it wouldn't be secure. Although a Huashan family was indeed top tier, yet there was still a gap. Chen Feng would not believe that his little troublemaker offspring would not provoke the descendants of those powerful forces. Having the younger generation encounter the older ones would be troublesome enough. It would be better to make their reputation known, and when issues arose, he would only need to say, "My father is Chen Feng." This would reduce unnecessary troubles. "It's all up to you, my husband," Xia Jiao said, gently leaning against Chen Feng's embrace, gazing at his handsome face. Her faint golden eyes reflected that the distance between herself and Chen Feng was becoming increasingly vast. "Huashan." Xia Jiao's gaze flickered. "A little-known family invites us to attend." The Grand Elder of the Tianhe Immortals sect looked at the paper envelope in his hand. His brows furrowed slightly. "Grand Elder, should we send someone? That Qin clan is not insignificant. There are quite a few Huashan in the clan, and the force that previously destroyed Tianshui City was them. Furthermore, the recent chaos in the Southern Sea region is said to be related to the ancestor of the Qin clan," said an elder in green, sharing the intelligence he had gathered. "Even so, they are not qualified to have my sect send someone to attend the ceremony," he said in a deep voice with a hint of disdain in his tone. "What kind of people would dare to seek favor from the Tianhe Immortal sect?" The elder in green slightly nodded, about to turn and leave. Suddenly, several pieces of information flashed through his mind. "Hey, this Qin clan is actually the family of that girl who ranked first in the last genius rankings. Moreover, the 2 young cultivators who obtained legacies in the True Phoenix ruins also came from the Qin clan." "Oh." The Grand Elder of the Tianhe sect became intrigued. "This is indeed interesting. You mentioned that the head of the Chen clan proclaimed that after the selection of the nobility, he would challenge the geniuses of various forces, right?" The Grand Elder mused, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. The elder in green nodded. "That's perfect. I'll let that brat Hiao go. If he's so bold as to challenge the geniuses of all realms, he must be prepared to pay a price." The Grand Elder's tone carried a hint of greed. The elder in green signaled and turned to leave. Within the Blue Jade Dynasty, Lan Yu also received the news. As a force within Nanzhou, the Blue Jade Dynasty was relatively knowledgeable about the Chen clan, and Lan Yu was also aware of some insider information. It was said that the leader of the Chen clan had a murky relationship with the last holy maiden of the Tiansheng sect. Moreover, his precious daughter was friends with the legitimate daughter of the Chen clan. He laughed heartily, saying, "Since the Chen clan has invited us as neighbors, we should go take a look. This Tianwang Hall is rather interesting. Oh, let me see the girl who ranked first in the genius competition." The many forces of returning to the void and Huashan forces were all invited by Chen Feng. In fact, even the higher-ups of the Immortal Alliance received the news. Everything was ready, only lacking the east wind. At this moment, deep in the sea within the territory of the merfolk, inside an underwater palace, a figure clad in golden armor sat high on the central throne, observing the merfolk around him. "I heard that the human who killed our clan's general and caused the death of our great commander has appeared in his territory." "Indeed, your majesty. This human clan is called the Chun clan, or I've heard they are holding a grand event and have invited major human forces to attend." "Oh." A glint of sharp light flashed in the eyes of the merfolk king as he spoke in a deep voice. "Since it is so, he has severely damaged our clan's reputation. We cannot allow him to have it easy. Over these past few years, our clan has lost a general and a vice-general. 2 top-tier combat powers were taken away by him from the depths of the sea, along with a 6th-level spirit vein. It was simply an extreme humiliation. Your Majesty, what about the Blue Jade Dynasty and the River Human clan?" "No need to consider that." The merfolk king chuckled, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. "Did he not invite various forces to attend? As a powerful force adjacent to Nanzhou, we should also—" He smiled, his gaze piercing through the depths of the sea and directly towards the heavenly skies. "Let it be known that our merfolk will attend the ceremony. Isn't that human rather arrogant? To challenge the geniuses of the human race." He stood up from his throne, his golden armor clinking. "Thus our merfolk shall also challenge the human geniuses, engaging in an exchange between land and sea. We see clans have scores to settle with the human clan. The grievances of thousands of years shall be resolved in a different manner." He waved his hand, directing his merfolk generals to act. He set out alone to visit several other major groups within the Sea clan. In his heart, he had formulated some plans. At this moment, before an unnamed island, several powerful figures from the Sea clans arrived. From within the island, a towering figure emerged to meet with the three powerful figures of the Sea clans, and they discussed matters. A ray of light shot towards the depths of the continent. At this time within the Tian'an Immortal Alliance, in Anzhou, the Immortal Alliance city. This is just right. Dugu Tian looked at the letter transmitted to him by the demon lord, reading the contents above in the scene of the meeting. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. I have long had this intention. The internal strife has lasted too long. It is time to let everyone see the blood of external races. The letter in Dugu Tian's hand burned several rays of golden light, disappearing from it. They merged into the locations of the five major forces within the Tian'an Immortal Alliance. One could see that among the five major forces, powerful auras were surging. In the city of Qinjuan, Chen Feng held the jade slip in his hand, his expression peculiar. His lips twitched slightly. These sea tribes really know how to handle things. With a helpless smile, Chen Feng reflected on the events of the past half-month during the selection of kings in the southern seas. On a deserted island, the sea tribes made bold claims. The various prodigies of the sea tribes challenged the prodigies of the human race. Following the previous battle in the southern seas, the aquatic races were not satisfied and did not wish to initiate an all-out war. They proposed a contest of prodigies where both sides would wager their stakes in each match. This news stirred up a great commotion within the Tian'an Immortal Alliance. Various factions began to prepare. However, this had little to do with the Chen clan, who continued their preparations for the Battle of Kings. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Descendants have surpassed 3.0, rewarding pure cultivation of 1.0 years, randomly distributed skill cultivation of 5.0 years, and 1.0 inheritance points. 9 Heavens Mystic Art 1. After seeing the last reward, Chen Feng's pupils contract. In his hazy memory, he vaguely recalled this powerful secret art. Hiss. Receive the 9 Heavens Mystic Art. Chen Feng said in a deep voice as streams of information surged into his mind. With these memories flooding in, he immediately felt a throbbing sensation in his head. The innate bloodline of the human race stirred before calming down. Impressive as expected of the 9 Heavens Mystic Art, it resonates with the daoist sound. The life of that extraordinary figure also surfaced in his mind, a dazzling genius. However, how powerful would that figure's 9 Heavens Mystic Art be in this world? A curious expression flashed through Chen Feng's mind, yet with his current cultivation level, he could only play the prelude. All 5.000 years of skill cultivation should be applied to the 9 Heavens Mystic Art. Chen Feng felt a shudder as pathways before him disintegrated. Countless memories and information surged into his mind, cleansing his entire being. The ancient flute beside him resonated softly, vibrating gently. With the completion of the 9 Heavens Mystic Art, he grasped a significant killing move. People are all striving to cross regardless of the world they belong to. Each layer of the heavens represents a tribulation. Chen Feng sighed, deeply straightening his posture as he gazed up at the night sky. Where does his path lie? System, open the personal panel. Open the system panel. Name Chen Feng. Realm, peak of divine transformation. Bloodline, innate human race. Techniques, creation, immortal canon. 9 Heavens Mystic Art. Heavenly ascension, 3/10,000 spirits, longevity technique. Dao heart, cultivating demons. Void secret art. 5 elements, decision. Pure yang, immortal technique. Primitive 3 seals. Flying dragon in the sky. Rune technique. Mastering the immortal kingdom. Great might, heavenly dragon. Purple star, astrology. Formation mastery, peak of 5th level. Alchemy mastery, 5th grade, alchemist. Refining mastery, 5th level, refiner. Talismans mastery, 5th grade, talismancer. Lifespan 34256. Inheritance value 373000. Family members 3001 with descendants having spiritual roots 5298. Main quest none. Side quests none. Family reputation 1050 known throughout the southern region, can use 91000. Achievements, renowned reputation, head of the family, famous in the imperial city, ruler of a county, top flow in the southern region, 9 great families, ambitious. His lifespan has unknowingly reached over 30,000 years. After his bloodline transitioned from postnatal to innate, his lifespan almost doubled. In the process of advancing to the void return, he wondered how terrifying his lifespan would become. Even among the same level, the tortoise race's lifespan could not compare to Chen Feng. Little demon thunder. Chen Feng approached the demon thunder tree and gently stroked it. Unbeknownst to him, the tree's age had already surpassed 20,000 years. It could threaten many divine transformation old monsters. It could be considered a significant trump card. Coupled with his formations, it could even contend with weaker void return beings. Now he looked at the previously unreachable void return cultivators and realized they were not so formidable. With each step up, his perspective and experiences changed. From one small world to another. They should have returned by now. Most of the family members had essentially come. However, the strongest batch was still unaccounted for. Even his worry-free son, Chen Chuling, was not in the southern region. He didn't know where he had gone. In his own courtyard, Xiaoqiuer had also entered the nascent soul realm. After her cultivation rose, he had not forgotten the wives who followed him in the beginning. Lu Binger and Nye In had all advanced to the golden core realm. As for what would come next, it depended on their own fortunes. Resources were never scarce. After entering the void return, he could start arranging for his clan members to enter the heavenly dragon realm. In terms of resources, he lacked nothing. Taking out all his assets, he feared he might be richer than the Lanyu dynasty. The Chen Academy was also thriving and developing. The first batch of foundation establishment students had graduated and were traveling far and wide. Even in the great Chu, many families sent their youth to Chen Academy. In the depths of the sea, a man with his upper body bare adorned with a mysterious tortoise totem on his back stood with his hands behind his back on the back of a colossal black water tortoise heading towards the southern region. Wherever he passed, no force dared to investigate. Master, is that your homeland over there? Is that also where that esteemed person resides, eh? In the near sea, the giant tortoise curiously peered through the void towards the distant continent. He faintly recalled hearing his ancestor mention it before his demise. He followed the master's father, who was once revered by the old master as a senior. There was no diminishing respect. Once you bring me here, you cannot go ashore. Chen Chu spoke solemnly, his eyes reflecting a hint of longing. It had been nearly 9 years since he left home. He had not seen a human for 9 years. Some had stubble on their faces, but they appeared exceptionally spirited. Yes, the giant tortoise replied in a deep voice. Chen Chu leaped off the giant tortoise and walked across the surface of the sea. His entire being radiated with vitality like a sun. This attracted many sea beasts lurking below, their eyes gleaming with greed as they gazed at the surface. To these sea beasts, Chen Chu was like a walking elixir. Consuming him could save them countless years of cultivation. Yet they dared only to watch, intimidated by the giant tortoise beside him. Now that giant tortoise had left. Only this walking elixir was left alone on the surface of the sea. In their eyes, he was like a treasure that could run freely without a master. The currents began to quicken, and the previously tranquil scene grew tumultuous with crashing waves. However, in their hearts, Nanzhou was merely a small place. The strongest force was just a large virtual power and a single dynasty. The enormous teeth opened wide, resembling a blood-filled abyss. It was utterly terrifying. The faintly red glow in its eyes possessed a power that could ensnare the soul. Boom. Sizzle. A tremendous sound of chaos erupted above the sea. The giant maw rose from below, devouring Chen Chu, who dangled like a fish in water. Damn you. Oomph. With a cold snort, the giant beast's body exploded like a bomb, flesh and blood flying through the air, staining a large area of the sea red. The beasts that had been lurking around Chen Chu, this humanoid treasure, retreated in unison. A hint of calmness appeared on Chen Chu's face. Clearly, encountering such events was not a first or second occurrence for him. He had long grown accustomed to it. As he stepped onto the sea again, no beast dared to impede his path, even though he yearned deeply within. On the other side, disciple, there is only so much I can assist you with here. Hua Qing's figure appeared within the palace. It could be as substantial as reality itself. This was my palace, my cave. Now it belongs to you. After her words fell, the entire palace rapidly compressed into a ring, landing in Chen Ruox's hand. At this moment, after 4 years of diligent cultivation, Hua Qingwu was at this stage with Chen Ruoxi. All the supreme arts had been comprehended. Moreover, she could even utilize some unique factors within her spiritual roots. Her strength doubled, and a pattern of 3 petal-like leaves appeared on her forehead. Disciple, as you break through to the transformation god stage, crossing the endless sea to the illusory flower Dao prefecture. A purple light appeared in Hua Qing's hand, which she released into the air. A purple light curtain emerged, resembling a gateway to another realm. It unfolded before Chen Ruoxi, catching her by surprise. Master, have you restored your strength? This is a void secret technique that even my master has learned. However, to achieve void displacement, one must at least reach the Great Ascension stage. If my master can now use it, does that not imply? At that moment, Chen Ruox's eyes sparkled with stars. Thick thighs. You little girl, what are you thinking about? Hua Qingwu, having been with Chen Ruoxi for decades, saw through her immediately. At this moment, Chen Ruox's thoughts were evident. She immediately received a light knock on the head. Ouched. Although it was different, Chen Ruoxi couldn't help but let out a surprised cry, looking at Hua Qingwu with a wronged expression. This amused Hua Qingwu, causing her to laugh heartily, rising and falling. It's time to return. There are only a few days left until your father's arrangement for the Heavenly King's Hall and the title of Marquis. Moreover, there have been some storms in the outside world these days. Hua Qingwu shared the news she had gathered through her spiritual sense over the past few days. She informed her precious disciple, "Thus I expended my remaining spiritual power in my palace to construct a void bridge. Hurry back. Your father's actions aim to establish a name for the family, and perhaps some powerful talents from other forces will come to challenge you. You must absolutely not fail." A serious glint flashed in Hua Qingwu's pink eyes. Clearly, after she emerged from that cursed world, she had grown increasingly fond of the atmosphere of the Chen family, or rather a certain mysterious man. The things Chen Feng brought forth, his insights, even those novels, all made her unable to let go. Previously, her life had been far too monotonous. Now she was in love with such a diverse and vibrant environment. How could she bear to let it be destroyed? "Let's go." Chen Ruoshi seemed somewhat anxious, having heard so much. In these 4 years, she had not learned anything about the outside world. Chendi, located at the easternmost part of the Lingwen Dao Prefecture. Now Chen Ruoshi was at the westernmost part, the territory of the demon beasts. Stepping into the void bridge, she felt everything transform into darkness, leaving only fragments of light that slipped away in the void. In the depths of the sea, amidst a vast island shrouded in mist, a golden light burst forth, breaking through the mist. It sped towards the outside world like lightning, incredibly swift. Suddenly, just as the golden flash emerged within the misty island, a giant hand suddenly appeared, attempting to intercept the golden light. The hand blotted out the sky and the sun, its power boundless. At the same time, a hoarse roar echoed from within the island. "Kid, you deceived me. You promised to stay here and rescue me from the restrictions." The only response was a piercing clap of thunder. The golden flash illuminated half the sky, swiftly darting past the colossal hand of power. "I deceived you, but weren't you deceiving me too? You wanted to seize my body and consume the dull-witted bird and the little Pong." Chen Shuho turned back and made a face while the dull-witted bird below unleashed its spiritual power. The sound of breaking through the air resounded, tearing through the void, vanishing from this realm. The misty island at this moment became filled with demonic energy. The ghostly aura spread out, transforming hundreds of miles into a domain of spirits in an instant. Countless living beings perished in that moment, their souls lingering, wailing in the sea. It was chilling to the bone. Moreover, countless bones floated to the surface of the sea, drifting towards the nearby waters. All living beings in sight would be pounced upon by these skeletal beings, tearing them apart. They sought to reclaim their flesh. The marine tribes nearby were in a frenzy, fleeing for their lives. The skeletal army continued to wander around, taking away the vitality of all living beings. In the depths of the sea, the dragon turtle clan trembled once more. A voice that pierced the heavens stood tall above the sea. In various sea territories, figures rose one after another, breaking through the ground. Another series of sounds of breaking through the air echoed, as if the entire ocean was rolling. The sea water surged back as if the end of the world had come. In the Lingwen Dao Prefecture atop the Immortal Island, that towering figure once again stood between heaven and earth. In an instant it quickly vanished, and the once turbulent sea, in that moment, returned to calm. Time quietly passed. Finally, the day of the Marquis selection had arrived. This grand occasion for the entire Chendi. Countless families came to witness the event. How could my Lanyu dynasty be absent from such a grand affair in Nanzhou? After the arrival of the Daichu royal family at the edge of the sky, a towering flag engraved with large blue characters fluttered in the void. A golden carriage appeared in the air, drawn by several heavenly steeds. It was incredibly majestic, causing the various forces that had come to witness to feel a sense of dread. A transformation god family, what virtue and capability did they possess to allow the Lanyu dynasty, a top-tier force among the returning void powers, to come and witness? Surely no significant figures are coming, right? The Lanyu dynasty might just be here to support the Qin clan. A transformation god family from Wenzhou spoke up. They were also invited, being part of the transformation god forces. They approached with a watchful eye towards the emerging Qin clan. However, in their hearts, Nanzhou was merely a small place. The strongest force was just a large virtual power and a single dynasty. Compared to other states, it was far too inferior. When these people arrived, they carried a certain arrogance. Third uncle, you mentioned that after the battle of their so-called princes, I should challenge the prodigies of their family. So can we, after defeating the so-called princes of the Heavenly King Hall, bring back those two who obtained the true Phoenix inheritance? A somewhat dark-skinned man with a sharp glint in his eyes spoke up. He was not here for any ceremonial observation. It was just an obscure family. Furthermore, Kong Huan said, a glimmer of light also flickering in his eyes. Clearly what this dark-skinned youth said made him contemplate. His gaze, however, remained fixed on the main seat above. The head of the Qin family had yet to appear. He couldn't gauge the depth of this family's heritage. What if they were a fierce dragon crossing the river? At the same time, Kong Jing felt somewhat displeased. What kind of airs was this Chen family putting on? The head of the family did not even personally welcome them, despite the fact that the Kong family had come to show respect. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed through the void. A man donned in a white robe exuding an ethereal aura made a sound, as if he were a true immortal. The arrival of Senior Blue Jade Monarch is truly surprising. Chen Feng is honored. Please take a seat. The Blue Universe dynasty showed such respect, even Blue Jade himself had appeared. To attend a gathering of a mere transformation family was simply an absurdity. Yet the other party indeed acted this way. It would be best to extend maximum respect to them. What Blue Jade Monarch? Kong Huan's heart trembled, disbelief in his eyes as he gazed at the sky. Ha ha, my young friend Chen Feng is too modest. Isn't it normal for neighbors to interact? Moreover, your daughter and my daughter are good friends. Blue Jade did not act high and mighty in front of Chen Feng. He walked out of the carriage to stand alongside Chen Feng. The two did not deliberately conceal their conversation, and many families present could hear it clearly. So it was like this you scared me. Kong Jing rubbed his chest. He had rarely seen a returning virtual cultivator in his lifetime. Today, however, he encountered the renowned Blue Jade Monarch. Third uncle, I think this family is nothing but. Jinger, don't speak. Kong Huan's eyes narrowed slightly as he could not see through Chen Feng, the head of the Chen family. He couldn't even sense the slightest fluctuation of the other's magical power. It was as deep as the ocean, like a calm, ancient well, making it impossible for him to fathom. Tisk. Kong Jing, however, was unbothered and began chatting with other family disciples. As a transformation family, other forces also showed respect and sent representatives. The members of various major forces present were not few. Young friend Chen Feng is impressive. Your speed of cultivation is astounding. Blue Jade praised, exclaiming in wonder. He had met Chen Feng before, noting him while suppressing the blood evil. Later he learned about the other party's connections with the heavenly sacred sect. Thus he became more informed. Yet, even 20 years ago, Chen Feng was merely at the early stage of transformation. Now, however, he gave Blue Jade a feeling of being in a mysterious realm. He felt a certain kind of surrealism. This sensation was quite clear. He was not far from returning to the virtual realm. Haha, thank you for the compliment. Some celestial cultivators just end up like this after a while. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Blue Jade Monarch left a very good impression on him. Not arrogant. He was a person who got things done, and he even felt that he owed him a favor in an unseen way. The other's cultivation was also beyond his perception, remaining in a kind of illusion. This was also one of the two closest encounters he had with a returning virtual cultivator. I've met Uncle Chen Feng. A pleasant female voice rang in his ears. The tall Blue Shu stepped out of the carriage, revealing an elegant smile. Hello, Shu Shu. Chen Feng smiled and nodded. He had met her once before, so they were somewhat familiar. As Shu Shu, do you know each other? Blue Jade's originally friendly smile suddenly changed. His brows furrowed as he stared rigidly at Blue Shu. Blue Shu smiled slightly, addressing her father. I was practicing in the field. Qinshui City. Saved? After explaining all the twists and turns, Blue Jade relaxed his brows, laughed heartily to ease the awkwardness, and patted Chen Feng's shoulder. So it was like this. Qinshui City was actually your handiwork. I didn't expect that. He had heard of Chen Feng's methods from the intelligence. However, after he broke through to the nascent soul stage, he had seen less of it. Until now, he had even become a moral model in the land of Qinchu. He didn't expect his actions to be so decisive. He was also so protective. In an instant, his goodwill towards Chen Feng increased significantly. Thank you, young friend Chen Feng, for helping my daughter vent her anger. It was just a casual effort. Chen Feng chuckled, seeing that the people from the Blue Universe dynasty had been escorted to the VIP seats. This is my fourth brother's son. I heard that the Chen family is hosting a grand event, inviting the prodigies of various major forces to feast. After sitting down, Blue Jade introduced the personnel who had come with him to Chen Feng. Indeed, a talented individual with great strength and exceptional talent. Chen Feng looked at him and nodded in praise. The other's strength was not weak at the late stage of Golden Core. Furthermore, despite being merely in his 40s, he was already extraordinarily impressive. He must be a hidden royal talent of the Blue Universe dynasty. Even as a young genius, he had no arrogance towards Chen Feng. He could hear the conversation between Blue Jade and Chen Feng clearly. Chen Feng had already touched the threshold of returning to the virtual realm. He had also heard quite a bit of news about the Chen family. This head of the Chen family was now barely over 300 years old. To have such a talented powerhouse praise him brought a hint of joy to his heart. Who doesn't like being praised? It was still being recognized by the old predecessors. Thank you for your kind words, Senior Chen Feng. The other party was clearly someone who had been buried in cultivation, their joy evident in front of several people. Ha ha, I wonder if my nephew can spar with the prodigies of your noble family. Seeing Chen Feng praise him so much, Blue Jade also felt pleased since this was one of the better talents among his juniors. Thus he brought him along. With a talent like Chun Ruashi emerging from the Chun family, the future generations would surely not be lacking. At the same time, it would also allow this young man to witness the prodigies of various major forces. Of course, that would be great. I couldn't ask for more. Why did I invite the major powers? It is simply to accumulate prestige and establish influence. Such talented individuals challenging us are rare indeed. Among my descendants, there are those who can face them. That kid how should have broken through by now. Chen Feng's mind conjured the image of Chen Chuho. If he has advanced to the golden core stage, then I should find him a powerful opponent. If not, then have Chen Chuyuan or Chun Xingxing step up. There are indeed some who can rival Lan Song. At the edge of the sky, a scroll descended from the heavens. The Grand Elder of the Tianhe Immortal sect has arrived. The master of the Chen clan should come and greet him. The scroll floated in the air for a long time, yet no one came to welcome it. A haughty voice emerged from within, and a large ship sailed forth from the scroll. It was exceedingly ostentatious. It's the people from the Tianhe Immortal sect. Kong Jing marveled. Another returning void power has arrived. However, this was different from the arrival of the Lan Yu dynasty. This force seemed to be a bit too flamboyant. Yet the members of the Kong family felt nothing amiss. In the realm of cultivation, each level is a mountain that cannot be surpassed. The Chen clan is merely a family of the transformation stage, though they possess some peculiarities. In the face of a returning void power, they are still insufficient. No one from the Chen clan responded to him. Seeing the lack of response, someone in the air shouted, "I, the Tianhe Immortal sect, have come at your invitation, yet not a single person has come to greet us. Do you look down on our sect?" Within the words was a hint of disdain, as the flying vessel cast a vast shadow precisely enveloping the area of the heavenly king hall. Many disciples of the Chen clan looked up at the sky with anger. That massive flying vessel adorned with the words Tianhe was indeed imposing. This grand elder of the Tianhe Immortal sect is truly lacking in the grace of his sect. Lan Shu shook his head, feeling indignant. Lan Yu said nothing, looking at the main figure. He wanted to know how Chen Feng would handle this blatant disruption. Chen Feng remained silent, quietly sipping the tea brewed from the leaves of the water spirit wood. At this moment, several figures flew up from the Chen clan. As guests, we of the Chen clan will naturally welcome you, but you must not be so presumptuous. If you wish for respect, we shall reciprocate in kind. However, you act so arrogantly, commanding my ancestor to come greet you, completely disregarding my Chen clan. Chen Chuyan's anger was palpable, flames igniting in his eyes as he stared at the flying vessel. Haha, joke. I come to your Chen clan, and you should be grateful. And you, a mere golden core cultivator barking in front of me, without any sense of hierarchy, are utterly uncouth. With that, the Grand Elder in the flying vessel let out a cold snort. The pressure of the transformation stage concentrated in the air, bearing down on Chen Chuyan. This was a move no one present had anticipated, including Lan Yu. Crack. The teacup in Chen Feng's hand shattered, the tea and shards turning into sharp arrows that struck the hull. The ship swayed violently, its structure much sturdier than a spirit treasure, yet it was pierced by the fragments of the teacup, creating numerous small holes. We of the Chen clan do not welcome you. Please leave. Chen Feng, sitting high above, spoke in a deep voice. You, the Grand Elder of the Tianhe Immortal sect, was momentarily taken aback. Having displayed his might so many times, he was now humiliated by the lord of a mere transformation family. He had not forgotten why he came. He intended to establish dominance, first to facilitate subsequent dealings. Yet he did not expect this place does not welcome you, please leave. With a wave of his hand, Chen Feng signaled to Chen Chuyan above the sky. He shouted. Around him, the auras of Zihua, Huda, and the three-massed transformation stage cultivators suddenly erupted. The might of 5 transformation stage cultivators stirred the winds and clouds, causing the flying vessel to be pushed back several dozen meters by the fierce wind. You all are quite remarkable. The tiger does not show its power, and you think I am a sick cat. Hand over Qin Shuho and Qin Shufan, or else. Chen Feng chuckled, his figure shattering into pieces, disappearing from his seat. In an instant, he stood at the bow of the ship. With a hint of wicked charm in his eyes, he laughed. Or else what? The Grand Elder of the Tianhe Immortal sect felt a chill as Chen Feng suddenly appeared just 3 meters away from him. He was covered in goosebumps, a sense of fear creeping into his heart. At the pinnacle of the transformation stage, he had not even noticed how Chen Feng had instantaneously appeared beside him. If he were to attack, he would likely already be in pieces by now. You are quite ruthless. The Grand Elder of the Tianhe Immortal sect retreated rapidly, and a defensive barrier appeared around the flying vessel. It merged into the scroll, transforming into a stream of light, disappearing into the horizon. This turn of events left countless people in shock. Did the visitors from the Tianhe Immortal sect just run away like this? Chen Feng's sudden move startled even Lan Yu. He could only perceive a slight fluctuation in the other party's aura, and then it disappeared. Then he suddenly appeared on the flying vessel. What kind of divine power is this? Lan Yu took a deep breath, sighing in terror. Looking around Chun County, the spiritual energy here was incredibly dense, and there were quite a few strong individuals. Just a moment ago, the Chen clan had revealed 5 transformation stage cultivators. Among them, there was even a dragon-blooded demon beast, and a mid-transformation stage illusion wind tiger. A small incident occurred, allowing you all to see a bit of a spectacle. Just as Chen Feng was smiling and addressing those below, a patch of void suddenly tore open in front of the Heavenly King Hall. A purple void gate appeared before them. This caused countless hearts to tremble, and Lan Yu felt like he was facing a great enemy. In that instant, he sensed an unmatched wave of magical power. His pupils widened as he stared at the purple void gate, fearing what great terror might emerge from within. A chill ran through his entire being. The transformation stage families present, some of the transformation stage cultivators, were like mice encountering a cat. They stood frozen in place. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. He was very familiar with this method of magical operation. His gaze fixated on the void gate. Suddenly, a figure clad in snowy garments emerged from within. Upon her arrival, countless people stared at her, as if she were a monster. Father! In the midst of many gazes, she spotted her father, and sighed in relief, heading towards the chair that floated in. Shoo. Over there she also saw someone familiar. The sisters reunited, both feeling a bit excited. Lan Yu too breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that no monstrous entity had appeared. However, curious glances were still directed at Chen Ruashi. Shoo, is this person Ruashi? Lan Yu felt a bit surprised that the other party could emerge from that void door. It was extraordinarily mystical. Chen Ruashi pays her respects to Uncle Lan Yu. While training with Shoo, she often mentioned how brilliant and mighty her father was. Seeing him today truly confirmed that. Chen Ruashi smiled and nudged Lan Shu with her elbow. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu trembled with excitement and burst into hearty laughter, feeling immensely satisfied. There is awareness. Chen Feng observed all this and nodded slowly. Lan Shu maintained his smiling demeanor, which never left his face. Father, when do we start? Now. Chen Feng directed his gaze into the distance, smiling indifferently. Chen Ruashi followed Chen Feng's gaze. A great rock soared high, and atop its head stood a handsome young man with his hands behind his back. Howdy. Chen Ruashi waved her hand happily. The other party nodded with a smile. This? Father, look at how he learned from you. Chen Ruashi turned with a puffed-up expression, hands on her hips, looking at Chen Feng. What Chen Shuho did was precisely what Chen Feng often did. That kid hasn't grasped the essence yet. Chen Feng teased. That's the great rock of the demon race, right? How did it end up as a mount? Some nascent soul and transformation realm experts below expressed their astonishment. Standing on the back of this great rock was merely a cultivator at the golden core stage. That was truly perplexing. Oh. Someone below seemed to have discovered something unusual, exclaiming. I saw this great rock in the True Phoenix ruins. That person is Qin Shuho. Many young elites who had participated in the True Phoenix ruins recognized that familiar face. They hadn't forgotten the incident where they were robbed on the road. Among them were several nascent soul cultivators. At that time, Qin Shuho was just a foundation establishment cultivator. How embarrassing. Many family elders, even heads of families, had been beaten by Qin Shuho. They couldn't bear to look at him, fearing recognition. So he is Qin Shuho. Many family disciples had also heard. They all looked up at the great rock, witnessing the spirited and elegant young man. Good. A shimmer of light flashed in Lan Yu's eyes. The reflection in his eyes revealed some extraordinary things. This child is extraordinary. Chen Feng glanced at Lan Yu and smiled, saying, You're overpraising him. Chen Feng, my young friend, among your descendants there truly are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I am utterly amazed. Lan Yu exclaimed, filled with wonder and envy. If these young talents were born in Lan Yu's imperial city, there would certainly be several more top-notch cultivators. The Chen clan possesses boundless potential. Not at all. In the imperial dynasty of the past, that truly was a place of talent leading the charge in our southern province. Chen Feng chuckled. At this moment, a surge of overwhelming vitality came from afar. A figure resembling a ferocious beast slowly approached. The vitality surged like the tide, truly horrifying. Nascent soul. Lan Yu was taken aback and took a deep breath. The intensity of this blood energy could rival some high-level transformation realm cultivators. It was simply terrifying, like a human-shaped tyrannosaurus. Shuho. Chen Feng stood up from his chair, a smile on his face. Since Chen Shuho left the clan 8 years ago, there had been no news of him. If it weren't for the soul jade not being damaged, Chen Feng would have gone to fetch him. Today he finally returned, his cultivation at its peak. In the martial arts lineage, he had found his true self and sought his own path. Congratulations, Chuho. Chen Feng rarely took a step forward, leaping through the void to appear before Chen Chuho. He joyfully patted the other's shoulder. The martial talent of the other was simply invincible. If he hadn't been born in the wrong world, he would at least be a legendary figure. However, fortunately, he had embarked on a path of his own. In a higher world, there might be things that suit him. In this world, the physical bodies of demon beasts were incredibly powerful, but they were two different entities compared to Chen Chuho's martial arts. Chen Chuho scratched his head. Father, you seem to have become even stronger. As Chen Feng approached, Chen Chuho sensed a pulse from their bloodline. Then he sensed the energy within Chen Feng's body. Although it wasn't released outwardly, he still caught a glimpse of it. It was incredibly terrifying, as if containing the mysteries of the universe. Let's catch up later. In the dragon realm, a new round of yulong fruits was ripening. With a wave of magical power, all the fruits on the tree were harvested and divided into 5 portions, falling into 5 rings. Take this. Chen Feng handed a ring to Chen Chuho. Father, what is this? It will be useful to you. After speaking, Chen Feng brought Chen Chuho to Lan Ye's side. The latter was astonished, almost wanting to dissect Chen Chuho. Cultivators do not possess such powerful physiques. Even martial artists have their limits. However, this was a secret of the Chen clan, and he did not inquire further. In his heart, he already considered Chen Feng to be a peer-level cultivator. If it were a nascent soul family, or a regular transformation realm family, he might have genuinely intervened. As Chen Chuho arrived, a dragon's roar echoed in the distant sky. A silver dragon broke through the horizon, roaring as it came. The dragon's might overwhelmed the heavens and the earth, causing some captive dragon-blood creatures to tremble uncontrollably. Even Zi was suddenly turned to look at the location of the silver dragon. The dragon blood within her was already fairly rich, at least half-blood or more. The pressure from the other party's bloodline even made her feel a call from her own bloodline. Its bloodline was evidently superior to Zihua's. Even the dragon's body was entirely pure white, without a trace of blemish. Its claws were 5-fingered, a symbol of the dragon race's royalty. On the dragon's head stood a man dressed in black with short tousled hair and a resolute expression. Shuling Guk. Sharpie Chen Chuho immediately recognized the man on the dragon's head. Chen Feng wore a faint smile, welcoming Chen Shuling's return. Good lad, turns out you've become a dragon knight. Royal blood of the dragon race. Lan Yu could no longer remain seated, his eyes filled with shock. This was beyond terrifying. The top experts of the royal bloodline within the dragon race were renowned on the immortal spirit continent. Such a powerful core bloodline existence actually willingly became a mount. Before his astonishment could fade atop the overseas immortal mountains, a magic lotus descended swiftly, arriving in Qin County. Heavenly sacred sect invited to witness the ceremony. Welcome, welcome. Chen Feng stood up to greet them. For a moment, he captured the attention of everyone present. The heavenly sacred sect. This was the Heavenly Sacred Sect, a coalition of the 5 core forces equivalent to the Heavenly Peace Immortal Alliance. Among them, the demon lord of the Heavenly Sacred Sect was incredibly powerful, one of the guardians of the human race in the Lingwen Dao state. However, once everyone had arrived, Chen Feng still glanced toward the sea. But he did not wait long for the enthusiastic youth to arrive. The Hall of Heavenly Kings has opened. Chen Feng sighed softly. He withdrew his gaze. With a tug of his magical power, the Heavenly King Palace halfway up the mountain suddenly trembled. A ray of colorful clouds shot out from the top of the main hall of the Heavenly King Palace, soaring into the sky and stirring the heavens. The entrance gate of the Heavenly King Palace slowly opened. All members of the Chen clan were eager to try. Chen Feng had previously spread the word that the rules had changed. They only needed to enter the Heavenly King Palace and pass through the barriers and trials set by Chen Feng. This excited countless people. They were filled with immense spirit. They had originally prepared themselves among the top warriors of the Chen clan. Selecting spots through bloody battles was no longer necessary. System, elevate the proficiency of the illusion technique to the current pinnacle that can be achieved. Chen Feng thought to himself. A flicker of illusionary light flashed in his eyes. Ding, deduction of 210 inheritance points. Successful, current remaining inheritance points 321456. Exchange for the sky illusion technique. And elevate it to perfection. Ding, deduction of 11000 inheritance points. Successful. Current remaining inheritance points 211456. My descendants, today the Heavenly King Palace opens, and the rest of the path is up to you to walk yourselves. Pass through the trials I have set and gain the recognition of the Heavenly King Palace. Heavenly Illusion Great Array. Chen Feng's robe billowed as he waved his hand. The foot of the immortal peak up to the entrance of the Heavenly King Palace was completely covered by a round formation. Within the formation, a mysterious aura of illusion flowed. Chun Ruox's beautiful eyes trembled as a wave of pink mist emanated from the bracelet in her hand. Within the bracelet, Hua Qianhua's pupils shook. As a master of illusion, she could only glimpse a tiny fraction of this formation and technique. The rules contained within were even akin to a small world. Feng Lang. The enchanting shadow of Sheng Linmei flashed beside Chen Feng, grasping his hand. Chen Feng's gesture startled her greatly. Waves surged in her beautiful eyes. Chen Feng's level of illusion far surpassed hers. Meyer. Chen Feng smiled slightly and turned to look at the countless young members of the Chen clan. Today the Heavenly King Palace is established as the most core special cosmic pavilion of my Chen clan. It will establish positions for kings and lords and leave all classic texts of the clan. Each king and lord will possess a soul candle that belongs to them and will never extinguish. In the Heavenly King Palace there is no distinction of rank. Even among kings and lords it is the same, with only the distinction of elder and younger. At the same time, the Heavenly King Palace will be home to the pinnacle of talent and strength of my Chen clan, possessing the right to participate in clan meetings and the authority to mobilize resources within the clan. Moreover, when necessary, they can lead the clan's combat strength. If a king or a lord is in trouble, the whole clan will support them. All the members of the Chen clan listened intently, their eyes filled with excitement. The power and status of the kings and lords of the clan were greater than they had imagined, only second to Chen Feng, the patriarch of the Chen clan. Moreover, they could even mobilize the combat strength of the Chen clan. This was truly terrifying. It also meant that the combat strength guarding the pavilion could also be mobilized. Those were at least at the nascent soul stage. Destroying a transformation legacy was not difficult. The clansmen were also exceedingly excited. Let's begin. Set off towards the Heavenly King Palace. After saying this, Chen Feng waved his hand. Countless Chen clan cultivators, even those unprepared, surged into the illusion realm in a frenzy. What is this? Chen Shufan was also among them, stepping into the illusion realm. He felt as if all his senses were blocked. Another wave of transformation occurred. He found himself in an utterly isolated space. There were no battles as he had imagined, nor were there any terrifying barriers. Only boundless earth and a sun hanging high in the sky. Chen Shufan's heart trembled, his eyes filled with vigilance as he groped forward. Day and night alternated, and this land seemed endless. Apart from the vast plains, there were only vast plains. There were not even any living beings. Not a mountain or river in sight. Only boundless loneliness remained. Here he felt no hunger, thirst, or even fatigue. He sensed the endless solitude. Chen Shufan gave up searching and sat down on the ground. What did his father want to test in this trial? While pondering, the sun in the sky was replaced. The moon hung high, but the surroundings were eerily silent. He could even hear the sound of his own heartbeat and the flow of blood. As he waved his arms, he heard the sound of bones rubbing together. Such strong illusion techniques. Or perhaps this is a world of its own. Chen Shufan was somewhat uncertain, but as a reincarnated person, this solitude was nothing to him. At the same time, he guessed a few things. What did Chen Feng want to test? Thus he transformed into a solitary traveler walking on this land. He felt the movement of every organ in his body, the flow of blood, and the state of himself. His heart was exceedingly calm. At this moment he seemed to have a slight understanding. He continued on his previous path. Suddenly he felt himself drifting further away from the world of light. He arrived at a realm of endless darkness. The light behind him gradually faded until not a trace of it was visible. Even so, he felt no intention of retreat in his heart. His footsteps continued to move forward. In the darkness, only the echo of his footsteps resounded. He did not know how long he had been in this darkness. Finally, a ray of light appeared before him. The surrounding darkness receded, transforming into beams of light. Chen Shufan took a step forward, suddenly feeling a jolt. He felt as if heaven and earth were spinning. In another moment of daze, he opened his eyes. The boundless darkness had vanished, revealing only a path leading up the mountainside. The aura on him stirred once more. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart, smiled, and said, "The road lies beneath my feet," and continued to step forward, traversing the forest path. He arrived before a grand gate. Above the entrance, the ancient and majestic craftsmanship of blue gold stone added a touch of mystery. Upon entering the gate, his vision shifted. In his ears, a steady and grand voice sounded. It seemed less like a human voice and more like the emotionless voice of a divine being. "Descendants who pass my test to seal kings and lords, there are still 9 levels of challenges. They are refining heart, refining wisdom, refining body, refining soul, refining will, refining courage, refining good and evil, refining self, and refining the Tao. Those who complete the 9 levels can be crowned king. Those who pass the 7 levels can be made a lord." After the voice fell, there was no further sound. Around him, not a single person was present. He pondered the meaning of those words in his heart. He also surveyed the Heavenly King Palace. The layout here felt of a much higher caliber than even that of the true Phoenix relic. Let me see what is the Royal Nine refinements. Chen Fan stepped forward, and the scene before him began. To be called a royal of the Chen clan, not only must one possess formidable combat strength and exceptional talent, but also one must have high comprehension talent and character. What will my heart be like? A voice echoed within the Hall of Kings, yet its source was nowhere to be seen. At that moment another figure stepped in. She was Chen Ruoxi, and at this time her aura was remarkably stable, her state of mind as calm as water. After hearing the voice of the deity, the challenges continued. Chen Shuhua, Chen Shuling, and others also began their trials. Chen Feng's gaze was fixed on the Hall of Kings. Their more than 10 heirs had already begun their trials. The first to enter, Chen Shufan, was stuck at the refining. He was unable to progress for a long time. Chen Feng quietly observed him, aware of his exceptional offspring. He was also clear in his heart, fearing that an unexpected incident might occur. The Hall of Kings granted by the system is not simple at all, Chen Feng thought. Before his reincarnation, Chen Shufan was a powerful figure. His soul could even be suppressed by the Hall of Kings. Observing his painful expression, his aura became ethereal and unstable. It was likely that in the next moment he would dissipate and fail to pass the refining soul challenge. Sigh. Chen Feng let out a breath, withdrawing the hand that was being washed with hostility by Xia Jiao as she stared at Sheng Linmei, a thought stirring in his mind. The entire person vanished into the void, entering the very center of the Hall of Kings. He gazed at the mirror reflecting the image of Chen Shufan. It was an existence of ultimate strength, reflecting a complete form, yet only a vague figure could be seen. Foolish child, you are you, regardless of past or present. At the same time, you are also my child. Chen Feng's words drifted from the void into Chen Shufan's. Suddenly his body trembled. Golden light erupted from him, brilliant and dazzling. A strange aura began to disintegrate and separate. Then it reassembled, and in the void a tall man clad in golden robes appeared. He bowed to Chen Feng, and his entire figure began to dissipate into countless fragments. These fragments entered Chen Shufan's body, scattering points of celestial light. His aura suddenly surged, and the small figure in the void vanished into nothingness. It was both annihilation and reincarnation. Father. Chen Shufan's soul returned, abruptly awakening as he gazed deeply into the Hall of Kings, lost in thought. A voice filled with love echoed. He suddenly understood, his figure feeling much lighter as he stepped forward into the next challenge. In just a moment he passed the will challenge and entered the courage challenge. He walked through it effortlessly, also smoothly surpassing the good and evil challenge. Upon reaching this point, if he were to retreat, he would qualify to become a marquis. Myself. He laughed. What is there to fear? Yet this step lingered for a long time. Shin Shuo, on the other hand, directly passed the previous 8 challenges and arrived at the final challenge. The refining path. Chen Ruoxi was also stuck at the self-challenge. Later arrivals, Chen Shuhua, Chen Shuling, and others all lingered at the self-challenge. They struggled to comprehend for a long time. At this moment, Chen Shu exuded an enigmatic aura that even the surrounding light could not approach. My path lies within myself. He shouted in a deep voice, breaking the layer of ethereal shackles binding him, his aura ascending. He directly stepped into the peak, even touching the edge of the next realm of martial arts. Martial arts lies within my very being. He shouted again, this time not waiting for Chen Feng's transmission of teachings. Instead, he moved forward according to his own thoughts and insights. With each step his aura became ethereal, his blood surging wildly. His bones became golden, resembling sacred bones. The mysterious tortoise behind him roared, and a miraculous phenomenon appeared. 10 suns hung high in the sky, yet a giant reached out and plucked 9 of them. Boom! The sound of surging blood echoed like a tidal wave, akin to the roar of the sea. Bang! The second hidden path within him was open, surrounding him with 9 luminous rings. Above his head a bridge of light emerged, linking one luminous ring after another, stabilizing them upon the bridge of light. Chen Shua's aura also surged dramatically, scattering outward. Miraculous phenomena erupted frequently, astounding to behold. Fortunately, the Hall of Kings had its own restrictions confining these phenomena within its bounds. Above the city of Chen, dense dark clouds loomed. Purple divine thunder roared, resembling thunder dragons rolling in the sky. An aura akin to apocalyptic destruction spread out. What is this phenomenon? Sheng Qing'er rose from the soft chair specially arranged by Chen Feng and looked. Having seen much, she surprisingly could not recall any records of such phenomena in her memory. Lan Yu was similarly astonished, and after a moment of shock could find no reference. She waved her hand, trying to dispel the thunder, but felt a mysterious connection. If she dared to act, an incredibly terrifying entity would target her. For a moment her body stiffened. She gazed at the mortals and Chun trembling amidst this terrifying atmosphere, merchants passing by, along with the various families invited by Chen Feng. She waved her hand, creating a barrier of light to shield this world from the terrifying aura of the divine thunder. Not simple at all. Sheng Qing'er couldn't figure it out for a moment and turned her gaze to the Hall of Kings. This phenomenon resembled heaven punishing a prodigy with divine thunder poised to strike. It seemed to be targeting a specific being or person. Could it be you? The light in Sheng Qing'er's beautiful eyes shimmered as Chen Feng's figure surfaced in her mind. His speed of cultivation was indeed astonishing, coupled with various strange and peculiar methods. It made her unable to see through him, as if he were omnipotent. Even his skills in illusion surpassed hers. Lan Yu suddenly realized at that moment, filled with emotion. Could he be on the verge of returning to the void? The changes occurring outside were also sensed by Chen Feng within the Hall of Kings. At the same time, he sensed that two more returning void cultivators were approaching. Fortunately, the Hall of Kings could isolate the external influences. Otherwise, the thunder would have struck Chen Chu long ago. At this moment, Chen Chu was still refining his body and the bridge. His aura was gradually rising, and this was a law that completely did not belong to or have appeared in this world. As the master of the Hall of Kings, Chen Feng could clearly sense who the divine thunder was targeting. My child, let me show you what I can do. Chen Feng looked up and smiled. Chen Chu also suddenly opened his eyes, and the space above the heavenly king palace was instantly opened, revealing a sky filled with thunder. In another moment, Chen Feng made his move, ascending into the air. Receive cultivation, use the secret of return to void. Huh. His black hair danced wildly, divine light radiated from his eyes, his bloodline surged like a tide, and a golden sun shone behind him, pressing down the thunderclouds. Countless pure energies surged into his body, and a fragment of nothingness exploded, transforming into beams of light that fell into his body, upon his soul, and even onto his phantom. A terrifying aura rose from the ground, felt throughout the entire Qin territory. A dreadful presence descended like a ferocious beast from the wild, yet also like a holy deity. Countless beings trembled as the might of the innate human race erupted completely at this moment. Golden light enveloped the heavenly king palace. Countless eyes turned to Chen Feng in the sky. Today I, Chen Feng, return to the void. With me the path of immortality is possible. Boom. The winds and clouds stirred, and the colors of the heavens changed, summoned by the divine thunder of martial arts. Suddenly it surged again. Chen Feng's black hair danced wildly as he stared at the thunder in the sky. Is this? Return to void. Blue Jade gaped, looking towards the sky. Chen Feng's aura had already reached a terrifying height, even making him vaguely sense danger. This was too horrifying. He was a powerful figure in the mid-stage of return to void, capable of covering thousands of miles of sky with a single hand. The bloodline power surged, making countless human cultivators present feel it. They all sensed an inexplicable calling force. Within the heavenly king palace, Chen Chuling awakened from his self-imposed barrier, successfully stepping through. He suddenly looked up at the sky. His bloodline, mixed with dragon blood, was being summoned and transformed. Gradually turning golden, his entire body was agitated, almost unable to contain it. Father. He looked through the hollow above his head, gazing at the wildly dancing Chen Feng, who resembled an immortal. His pupils shrank sharply. This is impossible. Sheng Qing'er's expression changed as she looked at the thunder in the sky. 1,000 doubts filled her heart, while the creation's sacred decision within her body was in operation. Each moment grew more alarming. This was a heavenly tribulation, a calamity from above. However, typically cultivators entering return to void, or even merging, did not face heavenly tribulations. Yet Chen Feng attracted such a vast and terrifying scale. It left her utterly perplexed, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Out of the corner of her eye, as she looked with concern, operating the creation's sacred decision, trying to divert part of the divine thunder from her precious daughter. With a sigh, a flash of brilliance passed, and Sheng Linmei fainted instantly. Silly daughter, don't waste your life, even I cannot do it. Perhaps only Yen Lang can resolve it. Looking towards her future son-in-law, although a bit flirtatious in every other aspect, he was undeniably impeccable. She was also unwilling for him to face such a heavenly tribulation and ultimately perish. Young friend Chen Feng. Blue Jade's expression was troubled. The selection process for the aristocracy had been going well. How did it suddenly happen that Chen Feng comprehended the final step and directly began to advance? It even attracted such a terrifying phenomenon of heaven and earth. Boom. The thunder above roared, locking onto Chen Feng. Moreover, another divine thought locked onto Chen Chu within the heavenly king palace. Both father and son were caught in tribulation. Come verify my path. Chen Chu shouted, and the heavenly bridge above him suddenly virtualized. Connecting to the peak of the sky, he leaped onto the heavenly bridge. Divine bridge. Let the thunder come even more fiercely. The divine bridge suddenly disappeared, but Chen Chua's figure was engulfed in the thunderclouds. Boom! Two bolts of lightning struck towards the two. The innate human race bloodline upon entering return to void might attract heavenly tribulations for body refinement according to their talents. Now using Chen Chua's Dao tribulation, his own heavenly tribulation was also drawn out. With the dual tribulations overlapping, Chen Feng's heavenly tribulation overshadowed the aura of the Dao tribulation. After a thunderous sound, Chen Feng's hair floated upwards charged with electric light. In his eyes the thunder danced. The thunder spirit root within him became extremely active. There are still 18 bolts. Chen Feng looked up and flew to meet them. Countless bolts of lightning illuminated the earth as if to obliterate the world. Terrifying. Kong Jing took a deep breath, all previous contempt thrown aside, leaving only already the terror in his heart. That single bolt of lightning could probably strike him dead countless times. Yet Chen Feng handled it effortlessly. Not knowing how many bolts of lightning passed, a voice bellowed from within the thunderclouds. Golden light erupted like a small sun. Demonic thunder, assist me. Above the ascending immortal peak, the demonic thunder tree, crackling with black electric light, suddenly stirred its size, swelling, rising from the ground. A loud sound came from the peak of the ascending immortal peak. A purple electric light akin to an atom fell into the hands of the divine being within the thunderclouds. Huh! A loud shout, and the pressure swept across the earth. The thunder exploded from within the thunderclouds like a nuclear explosion, shockwaves rippling, washing everything away. The two great return to void cultivators made their move, countering the impact of the shockwave. The human race cultivators below looked on in astonishment, their eyes filled with excitement and yearning. Isn't cultivation supposed to be like this? Shaking heaven and earth. Not just you spitting fire and me spewing water. In an instant, countless hearts surged with blood, etching this scene into their minds. However, no one noticed that behind Chen Feng, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a blood-red streak fell, entering the Heavenly King Palace. On the overseas Immortal Island, the demon lord halted his cultivation, gazing towards Chen territory with a slight frown. How could this be? I clearly sense the arrival of something that the Tao of heaven and earth cannot accommodate. In the core of the Tianan Immortal Alliance, in the sea and the desert, the strongest beings shared this sensation, all puzzled. Within Chen territory, holy light shone throughout the world. A phantom that shook heaven and earth stood tall in the void, magnificent beyond compare, resembling a divine being radiating golden light. Congratulations, Dao friend Chen Feng, for successfully returning to the void, taking another great step on the path of immortality. Another phantom ascended, a bluish-green figure slightly cupping their hands. Then a crisp and melodious voice sounded. Congratulations, Dao friend Chen Feng, for returning to the void. My Lingwen Dao province gains another top-tier cultivator. Similarly, a wheel of holy light ascended, transforming into a figure holding a lotus flower resembling a fairy among flowers, standing tall in the world. Chen Feng had returned to the void. The leaders of several transformation god families present were stunned, their minds ringing. They stared blankly at the three phantoms in the sky, lost in thought. Brother Chen Feng. Chu Tianhun gaped, his eyes filled with awe. He had once believed them to be a true friend. Yet now, though they stood again at the same cultivation realm, the other had unexpectedly surged far ahead. In an instant, they transformed, becoming one of the most formidable cultivators across the Lingwen Dao prefecture and among the absolute elite in the entire southern prefecture. Leaving him behind by a vast margin, 10 streets away, 10 dynasties away. A pang of quiet desolation stirred within his heart. Senior brother Chen Feng, how shall I ever catch up to your footsteps? Within his heart, Chen Feng had already become his paragon, his very benchmark to surpass. A sudden sharp tremor surged through his chest. His eyes narrowed slightly, his fingers clenched tightly. My thanks to you both. A faint smile graced Chen Feng's lips as the ethereal silhouette behind him dissolved, and he savored the overwhelming power of his newly attained return to emptiness realm. He felt capable of manifesting as a Siberian Titan dragon, punching a small asteroid into oblivion. Return to emptiness marked not mere progression, but a fundamental metamorphosis. A single self at this stage could overwhelm 10, or even more, of his former selves. A fine child, murmured Chen Feng, turning his gaze, piercing through illusion itself. His eyes fell upon Chen Chu, seated upon the sovereign throne within the Heavenly King Hall. In that moment, the martial king reclaimed his rightful seat. The flame of the soul candle flickered within the grand mirror of heaven, a sacred bond ignited between it and Chen Chu. Another thunderous boom echoed. The Heavenly King Hall blazed with a decree of investiture. A new sovereign rises in the Heavenly King Hall, the Phoenix Sovereign. Bestowed by Chen Feng. Chen Roashi shuddered as the hall's divine resonance bound itself to her soul. At the hall's core, a grand throne engraved with the characters Heavenly Phoenix descended. A new soul candle ignited. The Ice Sovereign, the Martial King, the Phoenix Sovereign. 3 sovereigns, now formally enthroned. Chu Ling. Chen Feng's gaze turned toward Chen Chuling, who had just entered the final trial. As his first offspring to awaken a spiritual root, she commanded his utmost regard. Should her talent prove modest, he would pour resources without restraint. Should her insight falter, he would guide her personally through enlightenment. He even produced numerous azure dragon fruits to refine her innate constitution and purify her bloodline. Though he could not elevate her to the legendary primordial human bloodline, he did awaken something profoundly extraordinary. A fusion draconic essence interwoven with traces of the primordial human bloodline, utterly anomalous. Chen Chufan and Chen Chuan had likewise reached the final trial, each a prodigious seedling among his descendants. Xing. Chen Feng shifted his gaze to the 7th trial, where Chen Chu's grandson stood, his own great-grandson. In martial aptitude, he rivaled even Chen Chu himself, and pursued the Tao of martial arts through an entirely novel path. Unsurprisingly, he would pass the 7th trial effortlessly. After all, every core descendant had been nurtured under Chen Feng's direct tutelage. Any lapse in ideological clarity would be met with no hesitation. Chen Feng himself would intervene, swiftly and decisively. The true self. Chen Xuan had also arrived at this trial, his mind already frayed by the arduous trials of the first 6. Yet he succeeded in the 7th, and advanced into the 8th. Senior fellow cultivator Chen Feng. What precisely is this Heavenly King Hall? Lan Yu, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, finally asked. Even with his divine eye art, he could not pierce its veil. Only a halo of sacred light, encircling the hall, obscuring all illusion and reality within. His wonder only deepened. He had observed the Chun clan disciples, none lacking in cultivation or talent. He'd even tested the first illusory barrier himself, and found it truly terrifying. Merely the first trial had culled 99% of the Chen cultivators. The remainder fell gradually across the other trials within the Heavenly King Hall. His curiosity burned fiercely, especially seeing those expelled unconscious, some even driven half-mad. Chen Feng merely smiled. As for the trials yet to come, he saw no need to conceal them. There was nothing to hide. The Heavenly King Hall holds 9 trials in total: refinement of the heart, refinement of wisdom, refinement of the body, refinement of the soul, refinement of will, refinement of courage, refinement of virtue, and vice, refinement of the self, and refinement of the Tao. Truly so profound. Lan Yu and Sheng Qing'er leaned and captivated, eyes alight with fascination and thoughtful intensity. If indeed the Chun clan's heirs could attain sovereignty within the hall, then outside, across the great immortal sects, they would be fiercely contested, surpassing even the most esteemed saint princes. Those granted marquisate would already be hailed as peerless geniuses. Such a prospect was staggering, especially given the clan possessed such a rigorous selection mechanism. And if this continued, the two dared not even imagine what lay beyond. The Chen clan had existed for barely 3 centuries. If this trajectory held, would it not shake heaven and earth? Chen Feng offered no further elaboration. His words had served their purpose to kindle curiosity and build momentum. Ultimately, he intended for his clan's prodigies to stride forth bearing illustrious titles, challenging sect after sect. To cultivate the Tao well, one's mindset must remain unshaken. Chen Feng mused inwardly. Once he mastered the cycle of reincarnation, he would cast his own heirs into successive lifetimes, letting them experience rebirth after rebirth. Let them taste life's full spectrum, its sweetness and bitterness, warmth and cruelty, peril and treachery. Only through profound experience could one mature into true greatness, ideally each enduring a tragic arc, the fallen genius. As Chen Feng remained lost in thought, Chen Chuan broke through his bottleneck. Enlightenment struck. Ancient runes embedded within his bones flared violently, and divine radiance pulsed fiercely within his eyes. As Chen Feng remained lost in thought, Chen Chuan broke through his bottleneck. Enlightenment struck. Ancient runes embedded within his bones flared violently, and divine radiance pulsed fiercely within his eyes. Chen Feng drew a deep breath, stirring the divine edict of the Heavenly King Hall. Chen Chuan has completed all trials of the Heavenly King Hall. He is hereby enfeoffed as a sovereign, bestowed the title Huang the Desolate. The Heavenly King Hall trembled. The sovereign Sin Marquis's scroll shimmered with a new character, Huang, blazing like a star. The Desolate Sovereign. Chen Chuan shuddered. His very footsteps grew heavier, weighted by destiny. That proclamation echoed outward from Chun Commandery, reverberating across the entire Chun domain. Countless Chun disciples learned of it. Then a soft chime rang out. Chen Feng silently lamented. Chen Shuyuan has passed the Heavenly King Hall's trials and awakened his true self. He is henceforth enfeoffed as a marquis, bestowed the title Tianyuan Celestial Origin. Above the hall the divine edict coalesced into two luminous characters. Another low resonant roar followed. Chen Shufan shattered his restraints, awakening to the great Tao. Chen Feng declared solemnly, Chen Shufan has conquered all 9 trials and comprehended his own Tao. He is enfeoffed as a sovereign. Bestowed the title Sheng the Sacred, this edict thundered anew across the entire Chen domain. A dragon's cry rose from within the Heavenly King Hall. Chen Shuling too awakened to the great Tao. Chen Shuling has conquered all 9 trials and pierced through the path ahead. Bestowed the title Ling the Spirit. Another soul candle blazed to life. For sovereigns, and 1 marquis, had now arisen. Later Chen Shuyun barely passed the trial of virtue and vice, regrettably enfeoffed only as a marquis inheriting his prior title Lu Yun Drifting Cloud. As Chen Feng's gaze lingered upon Chen Xingxing, who had suddenly entered a state of feigned death, another figure surged forward shattering through 6 trials in swift succession and piercing the trial of virtue and vice. Awakening the true self, reaching the Tao directly. Chu Xiao. Astonishment flickered across Chen Feng's eyes. This is the first child born to him, in Mu Ling Wan. A strong constitution possessing a single thunder spirit root. Exceptional talent. However, his attention towards this child has been somewhat less than that of Chen Shuho and others. Yet there has not been a lack of careful teaching. I shall be the Thunder Emperor. Boom. Thunder flashed surrounding Chen Shuxiao. The deafening thunder revealed his understanding of his own path ahead. He has obtained a ticket to the realm of transformation, even higher possibilities. Chen Shuxiao for the title of Thunder King. Chen Feng's voice resonated once more. Following that, Chen Xingxing broke through his aura, soaring, transcending to the pinnacle of the human realm. He felt a sense of release, realizing his true self and understanding his own path. He, like Chen Chu, did not wish to follow the path pointed out by Chen Feng, but instead he intended to forge a new path by borrowing the Tao of Chen Chu and Chen Feng, the path closest to his own. Chen Xingxing crowned as a king for the stars. Since Chen Xingxing, no one else has been crowned. Just before the crowning ceremony, an unexpected descendant broke through to the 7th barrier. Chen Shunan. This is the child born to him, an In Xing. Although he has dual spirit roots, he is extremely hardworking. Myself. Ultimately, he passed the test of good and evil, yet he could not overcome himself, defeating the shadow lurking within. Foolish child. Watching the increasingly despondent Chen Shuanan with worry in his eyes, Chen Feng sighed. Over the years his care has been relatively lacking. Even until today, he just discovered. The other has developed an inner demon. I am not willing. Why can I only stop at the 7th barrier blocked from the 8th barrier? I also wish to be valued by my father, to fight alongside my brothers and sisters. He shouted in anger, already somewhat deranged. Though he is already a noble, his heart is filled with dissatisfaction. Fortunately, he can distinguish between good and evil. He is a talent worth nurturing. Chen Feng sighed, his hands glowing with brilliance. A new world abruptly descended, resembling a celestial realm, as Chen Chunan was enveloped within it. Foolish child, what you have done your father has witnessed. Noble titles are equal. Do not mislead yourself. Persist in your true heart and continue onward. Chen Feng's voice echoed in Chen Chunan's mind. After that, he fell into a bizarre world. Chen Feng unleashed the celestial realm within his palm and the heavenly illusion technique. Chen Chuanan crowned as the Duke of Perseverance. After Chen Chunan was crowned, Chen Feng flew above the Hall of Kings. A decree appeared in his hand, and a name emerged above. Crown Prince, Chen Muyi, King of the Divine Sea. 8 kings, 2 dukes. Today the selection of nobles ends. The 8 kings and 2 dukes take their positions. Congratulations to the nobles. Chen Feng proclaimed loudly. Within Chen County, countless descendants of the Chen clan voiced their congratulations. Congratulations to the nobles. The cheers resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. Within the Hall of Kings, the congratulatory voices were not silenced. Chen Shu and others felt their blood surge, standing tall as they exited the Hall of Kings. Congratulations to the Chen clan. Chen Shu was the first to shout, his voice spreading throughout Chen County. Congratulations to the Chen clan. Chen Shu's blood surged for 300 miles, an incomparably terrifying sight, his expression exuding great martial spirit. He was enveloped in a circle of radiance. Congratulations to the Chen clan. Chen Ruashi also spoke loudly, her bloodline stirring. Congratulations to the Chen clan. All the nobles echoed, followed by all the descendants of the Chen family. The sound shook the heavens, utterly terrifying. This made Lan Yu and others tremble all over. The Chen clan possesses such might and coordination. Incredibly terrifying. Next, Chen Feng raised his hand, indicating for himself to speak. The selection of nobles has concluded. The next Hall of Kings will commence in 100 years. My descendants, I hope the next Hall of Kings will not be smaller in scale than this one. After his words fell, he turned to Lan Yu. From today, the nobles of the Hall of Kings are below the transformation realm. Go challenge the top talents of various forces, prove your Dao, and let the might of the Chen clan spread throughout the entire Tian'an Immortal Alliance. Lan Yu, my friend. Chen Feng smiled, and Chen Shuho had been summoned by him without him realizing. When will the duel occur? Lan Yu raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze at Chen Shuho. His impression of him was deep. He was indeed a person with the Phoenix inheritance. No need to mention his strength. Now he is also in the mid-golden core stage. His nephew, however, is in the late stage. Moreover, within the Lan Yu dynasty, even throughout the entire Tian'an Immortal Alliance, he also possesses a certain level of fame. In terms of momentum, he cannot lose ground. As a member of the Void Returning Forces, he brought Lan Tsang here to challenge the top talents of the Chen clan. How could he be afraid? Moreover, the other is merely in the mid-golden core stage. Still in the early phase of a breakthrough, his aura somewhat unstable. After foundation establishment, every small realm for cultivators leads to a tremendous change in combat power. Not to mention, this is a contest among top talents. He does not believe that his nephew would be provoked by the other. At this moment, Lan Tsang also stood up, brandishing his spear. The Savage King of the Chen clan. I have long wanted to understand the high-level techniques of the Chen clan's top talents. His heart was also somewhat serious. The first place in the last contest of top talents, Chen Ruoshi, has been his target of pursuit and challenge. Now she has entered the nascent soul realm. Her brother stands before him, both being nobles. Isn't that even if he is inferior, it shouldn't be by much, right? Lan Tsang. After finishing, Lan Tsang raised his spear to sign up. Chen Shuho. After exchanging names, they landed on the prepared arena set up by Chen Feng. They even used many precious stones to create it to avoid the terrain being destroyed and affecting the battle. Moreover, this is the core area of the Chen clan. Pits and hollows would not look good if they were damaged. When the two landed, the entire venue erupted. Members from various families gathered around as the Chen clan's descendants spontaneously encircled them. At the same time, Chen Chufan also made his move. He patted Kong Jing's shoulder. Hey, you, single challenge. His words were brief, though devoid of any emotional undertone. Kong Jing turned his head, seeing the indifferent gaze of the other, feeling displeased. Kid, I am not someone you can challenge. Kong Jing frowned, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Even though the other is a member of the Chen clan, he believes nobles and other descendants of the Chen clan are not qualified to be his opponents. You are merely at foundation establishment, while I am in the early golden core stage. I'll let your noble come forth. He chuckled, acknowledging the youth's high talent. However, he is too young and has too low cultivation. If it were the previous Chen clan, he would gladly step in. Now the head of the Chen clan is a void returning cultivator. How could he dare to bully the weak? If caught, he would be skinned alive, and no one could help him. Chen Shufan's eyes showed no emotion, dressed in golden robes that accentuated the youth's indifferent face. On the contrary, there was a unique seriousness. Chen Shufan said slowly, I am the one. Saint. With an indifferent tone, Chen Shufan was met with the respect of the Chen clan's younger generation, who all responded, we pay our respects to the Holy King. In that moment, anyone with keen eyes could see the stunned expression on Kong Jing's face, filled with disbelief in his eyes. In the Chen clan, someone of the rank of a king must at least be a golden core genius. So what was he? The other party was too young. He shook his head, saying, forget it, I won't bully the weak. Earlier you were intentionally criticizing my Chen clan behind my back. I heard it clearly. I came for an explanation. If you win, we will let bygones be bygones. If you lose, it will also be the same. Chen Shufan spoke plainly, making his meaning clear. No matter what, if you fight me, I won't hold your words against you. If you don't fight, then it will be dangerous. I can't believe I'm being threatened by a mere brat. Kong Jing opened his mouth, chuckling. Having been present outside the true Phoenix lair, he quickly recognized that Chen Shufan was the one from back then. One of the two who received the inheritance. Are you Chen Shufan? He looked at the young man who had been conferred as a saint by Chen Feng, feeling somewhat uncertain. Though it had been 4 years, the other party's progress in cultivation was incredibly monstrous. Late foundation establishment. He had crossed a large stage. Truly a prodigy. Indeed. If I remember correctly, you were also outside the true Phoenix lair back then. Chen Shufan said, lightly looking at him. My memory is exceptionally strong, not to mention that I had even used my eye power back then. I remember the auras of everyone present very clearly. Young friend, you have good eyesight. However, the Chen clan is vast and powerful. It is indeed inappropriate for my grandson to speak ill of others, but we came here today for the purpose of attending the ceremony as invited. Don't you think that's inappropriate? Chen Shufan could hardly be bothered to say more, stating blandly, if I win, I will privately hand over the true Phoenix inheritance to you. As his words fell, the two of the Kong family exchanged glances. Let's do it. Kong Jing rubbed his fists together. Instantly his gaze towards Chen Fan grew friendlier. Wasn't this a gift of inheritance for himself? You must swear that afterwards you won't hold me accountable. Everything is voluntary on your part. Chen Feng Sr. also mentioned that the royal system of your Chen clan wields significant power, which you can assist with. I agree to your terms. Seeing the other party agree, both felt relieved. Then let's proceed. Rest assured I won't kill you. Kong Jing felt somewhat cheerful. Chen Fan's demeanor was exactly what he wanted to see. Cut the nonsense. The two arrived at a vacant space within the Chen clan. The clan members were also perceptive enough to clear out, forming a ring for a stage. Without saying a word, Chen Fan threw a punch. Heavenly Emperor Fist. With a flash of golden light, Chen Fan struck out, resembling a deity, as ripples spread through the air, causing even the surrounding cultivators to sense immense pressure. Everywhere was filled with a single layer of golden light. After the battle between Chen Chuho and the others commenced, Lan Yu noticed that another battle broke out in a different clearing. It was still in the late Foundation establishment stage, fighting against the Golden Core. Impulsive, Lan Yu shook his head. This was no different from crossing the distance between heaven and earth. In his heart, he wasn't very optimistic about Chen Fan. After all, the difference in their cultivation levels was too vast. No matter how prodigious, it was impossible to bridge such a significant gap. Boom. Suddenly, with a flash of golden light, blood mist erupted in the air. Countless people were left dumbfounded. One strike. Just one strike. On the seats above the heavenly curtain, Chen Feng silently nodded, then turned his gaze towards the battlefield, where Chen Chuho was located. Chen Fan's battle was no different from a dessert before a meal. A powerful being's reincarnation battling against a golden core prodigy from a divine family was akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. He resolved it with ease, leaving the Kong family members feeling as if they had swallowed a fly. They had no face to remain there, nor dared to retaliate. Even though they were filled with rage within, they cast a resentful glance at Chen Fan, then looked at Chen Feng, who was smiling at them from midair. After revealing a stiff smile, they left dejectedly. Things were different for Chen Chuho. Lan Song was indeed of the Lan Yu royal bloodline, with formidable strength. His talent was also impeccable. Powerful. Chen Chuho swung his heavy sword, aiming for the opponent's forehead. The overwhelming magical power was like a roaring tsunami. Like a daytime tiger, it pounced fiercely. The sky was stained red. Lan Song resembled a blue dragon, his spear piercing through the heavens. Roaring, he clashed with the daytime tiger. In an instant, the collision of magical energies rippled outwards as the two engaged in an intense battle, weaving white and red lights together. The youth who bore a long sword like a rogue. Hiao. Lan Song stepped forward, switching hands with his spear, speaking in a deep voice. I have never fought him, but I have defeated the one. The youth who bore a long sword like a rogue. Hiao. Lan Song stepped forward, switching hands with his spear, speaking in a deep voice. I have never fought him, but I have defeated the one who caused his defeat. Are you stronger than him? No, about the same. Lan Song replied indifferently, suddenly furrowing his brow as blue light sparkled in his eyes. His entire being transformed into a flying dragon, spinning the spear while riding the gale. Transforming into a blue dragon, he locked onto Chen Chuho's flaw and lunged forward. Bring it on. Chen Chuho also became interested. He had spent 4 years on a deserted island. Always accompanied by a demon, his strength had improved. Yet no one had been able to fight him. Now in a conventional duel, he unexpectedly found a formidable opponent. The heavy sword has no edge. The Wasteland King does not attack. Shock. Boom. Chen Chuho lifted the heavy sword and thrust it towards the ground. A phantom of collapsing mountains and earth appeared. The fluctuations of magical power surged like gigantic waves, one layer upon another. Howling as they came, the blue dragon was knocked back, roaring as it swung its claws, baring its dragon teeth to bite. The dragon battled in the wild. The two exchanged dozens of strikes. The immense momentum caused the spectators to involuntarily retreat several paces. The heavy sword has no edge. From the heavenly saint sect's side, one disciple accompanying the elder stood the heavy sword he carried on his back before him. I insist on having an edge. I insist on attacking, he said in a deep voice, staring intently at Chen Chuho. This opponent was very much to his liking, making his body tremble with excitement. Song Dong. The elder accompanying him looked at him and said solemnly, I want to challenge the one below the Wasteland King, right? A smile appeared on his lips as the heavy sword seemed to sense its owner's mood and began to tremble slowly. You wish to compete with Chun Ruashi and test her methods again? The elder said in a deep voice. Ha, if the Wasteland King does not appear, I am inclined to battle that person who surpassed the Holy Maiden by half a step. And why do you think you have the right to command me, eh? Ha ha ha. Song Dong laughed heartily, his entire being surrounded by overwhelming demonic energy. Master of the ritual, I wish to seal my cultivation and battle the Wasteland King. Saint Ching'er frowned slightly and said indifferently, no, your cultivation surpasses his by too much. Even if you seal your cultivation, it is still unfair to him. Saint Ching'er looked at Chen Feng, her dissatisfaction diminishing considerably. Although the other party had many wives and concubines, his talent was high and his cultivation strong. There is no need to break up a couple if his daughter likes him. Chen Feng was also listening to Song Dong's side. Song Dong was already at the late stage of nascent soul. He was unwilling to seal his cultivation to fight his own son. After all, even if he sealed his cultivation, the opponent's experience, comprehension, and even physical strength far exceeded that of Chen Shuhang. Isn't this bullying the honest person? I request the ritual master to seal my cultivation. In this life, if I can meet a cultivator who wields a heavy sword and practices physical strength, I will definitely fight. Song Dong's gaze was sharp and extremely serious, as the demonic energy was almost uncontainable. Chen Feng, what do you think? Saint Ching'er looked at Chen Feng, who was the real decision-maker. What do I think? I just sit and watch. Chen Feng smiled and pointed to Chen Shuhang, who was gaining the upper hand and pressing down on Lan Song, likely to determine the outcome soon. Saint Ching'er understood. After this battle, you will personally invite him to fight. Understood. Song Dong nodded while holding his heavy sword. In his heart, the demonic flames surged. In the cultivation world, there were very few who wielded heavy swords. They were considered heretics. Swords, spears, knives, and various magical treasures were the mainstream. Things like heavy swords were classified as tools of commoners. Now that he could encounter a peer who also wielded a heavy sword, how could he not be excited? If Chen Shuhang knew about this, he would definitely scoff. Your brother How does not only wield a heavy sword, he is proficient in all kinds of weapons and magical treasures. The heavy sword was merely one of them. Lan Song is about to be defeated, Chen Feng said softly, his gaze fixed on Lan Yu, observing his expression. He appeared quite natural with no major issues. Clearly he had accepted this outcome and felt quite relieved. He was also very emotional. The Chen clan's second generation had no shortage of talents. This was just one of the 8 kings of the Chen clan. How strong could the other 7 kings be? He still remembered when Chen Chu returned to the clan, the phenomenon spreading for hundreds of miles. His physical body was incredibly strong, with blood, qi vast as the sea. Such a terrifying existence. Lan Yu believed that even if he returned to the divine transformation stage, he would struggle to defeat him. The combat power that Chen Shuhang had displayed thus far was also extremely terrifying. In his experience, outside of a few geniuses from the 5 great families of the Immortal Alliance, only the geniuses from the Holy Gate could match him. This meant that each of the 8 kings of the Chen clan was not weaker than the heirs of the 5 great families. If that were true, it would be too terrifying. For a moment, he fell silent, even indifferent to whether his nephew won or lost. Saint Ching'er felt the same, as Song Dong was among the top 5 nascent soul geniuses in the Holy Gate. His greatest confidence lay in the immense power of his nascent soul after entering that stage, which almost transformed into his divine sense attached to the heavy swords, sweeping away strong enemies of the same level. Within the Holy Gate, he was also gaining fame, hailed as the successor of the elders, possessing the potential to return to the void. He was a seed player in the Holy Gate. Even if I lose my nascent soul power, I fear nothing. Song Dong was filled with immense confidence. Chen Shuhang could not have imagined that even before one battle was finished, the next one was already queuing up. Lan Song, you are a very good opponent, Chen Shuhang said with a hearty laugh. The might of the heavy sword was exceedingly fierce. To be able to clash so many times at the same realm was quite rare. You did not use your full strength. Lan Song swung his numbed arm, his eyes slightly darkening. Chen Shuhang's power was simply beyond his imagination. In fact, apart from placing the heavy sword on the ground and using that powerful magical power, the subsequent battles had all been fought with physical strength against him. This made him feel quite dissatisfied. Seeing that Chen Shuhang had not spoken, he felt he was being underestimated. With a roar, he thrust his spear like a startled dragon. Blue Universe, 18 spears. Dragon Universe. Heaven shaking. Suddenly his aura surged sharply, preparing to unleash a powerful attack with his body and magical power in a frenzy, stirring the momentum of the heavens and earth. A piercing clang. The winds and clouds in the sky were disturbed. The long spear in his hand was enveloped in a deathly light, and the world seemed shrouded in gloom, only to hear the sound of the startled dragon singing. The gloom was pierced through and retreated. The long spear in his hand shook violently, and the magical power transformed into a long dragon bearing its sharp teeth and roaring, stirring the great momentum of heaven and earth. The surrounding audience gasped in astonishment. Heavens, that's the ultimate technique of the Blue Universe dynasty. Isn't it meant to be comprehended only in the nascent soul stage? The little prince of the Blue Universe dynasty is too terrifying. Among them, many knowledgeable, strong cultivators were astonished, covering their mouths as they watched the scene. Feeling this fierce wind, it was extremely terrifying. Even if he had just entered the nascent soul stage, taking this blow heathen would lead to defeat, even death. Can this wild king withstand this blow? He is the one I bet so many spirit stones on. If he loses, he'll be left with nothing. An elderly nascent soul cultivator was anxiously watching, his eyes wide open. The old companions beside him were in the same state. Very strong, Chen Feng said with a smile. This is called Dragon Universe, right? Lansong did not reply, merely nodded lightly. All right then. I have a move called 3,000 Dao Cuts. To encounter a genius like Brother Lansong on my first trial with the sword is enough. Chen Feng smiled, slightly shaking the heavy sword in his hand. Numerous small magical patterns extended from the ground, and a bright light illuminated, dimming the sunlight slightly. Or rather, it was the brilliance of this place that was too dazzling. The void trembled, and the shocking light pierced through the clouds like a pillar. Lansong was also cautious, filled with astonishment. His heart raced wildly, excitement surged. This meant that the terror of this strike made his bodhisattva instincts. He immediately took action. He was unwilling and dared not wait any longer. He could not withstand this strike. Brother Chuhong, receive my move. Here it comes. Chen Feng also let out a loud shout, releasing half of his momentum and forcefully striking. With a thunderous sound, the earth shook and fierce winds swept through. The terrifying collision's aftermath swept for miles. Many cultivators with insufficient cultivation turned pale. The winds and clouds trembled. The sounds of explosions were relentless. No one present could clearly see who would win or lose at the center of the collision. Cough. Only to hear Lansong cough out a mouthful of blood. The spear in his hand shattered, and his whole body was sent flying backwards. The residual force of the 3,000 Dao Cuts was still terrifying enough to shred a person. Even Lansong's body was being ripped apart by the aftermath, with countless small wounds appearing in an instant. Silence. A soft shout came from above the sky. The residual force dissipated. Chen Feng made his move. A magical hand retrieved Lansong. The aftermath vanished without a trace, erasing even the signs of battle. Only the indelible memory and image remained in the hearts of the crowd. Thank you for your kindness. Upholding the Chun family's tradition of politeness. Chen Chuhai clasped his fists and smiled slightly. Brother Chuhai's strength is truly astonishing. Pooh. Lansong spat out another mouthful of blood, looking utterly miserable. He was listless. Lan Yu immediately fed him a blue pill and set him aside to recover. Your son's strength is indeed formidable, and his talent is terrifying. Lan Yu sighed. Chen Chuhai's final strike had greatly excited Song Dong. This was the feeling he sought. A master of the great sword. He immediately flew down from midair. Putting away his demonic energy, he politely spoke. I Song Dong think you are quite formidable. Fight me. With that, he beckoned with his finger. He looked somewhat provocative, yet his tone was incredibly gentle. Chen Feng glanced at Sheng Qinger, who in turn looked at the accompanying elder. The elder smiled awkwardly and explained, this child Song Dong has always been like this. Discipline has no effect, just let him be. Haha, indeed. Quite stylish, very good. Chen Feng waved his hand with a smile, leaving the rest to the young ones. He was also curious about this Song Dong. His strength was not weak. Chen Feng could sense that the opponent's nascent soul had undergone a change. It must be similar to the undying daoist, belonging to a weak, primordial spirit. However, the opponent's physique was extraordinarily strong. Calling him a humanoid beast would not be an exaggeration. Facing the sudden appearance of this strange person, Chen Chuhai was momentarily stunned. Who is this person? Why does he want to fight me? His cultivation is higher than mine. Is he bullying me? He looked up and opened his mouth. Song Dong spoke first. Daoist friend Chen Chuhai, we are both cultivators who wield great swords. Let us appreciate each other. Eager to learn from you, rest assured I will not bully you because of my higher cultivation. Song Dong patted his chest and drew out his great sword. He placed it before Chen Chuhai, seemingly indicating that they were of the same kind. He wished to experience your skills. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew. Both were dressed in black attire, with the wind fluttering their sleeves and dark hair. Okay. Chen Chuhai paused for a moment and looked into the other's eyes. He could sense that the other was strong and confident. He also noticed a small badge with the character Sane on the chest of the opponent's robe. Now, he was not entirely ignorant of the cultivation world. He knew about the two major superpowers of the human race in Lingwen Daozhou. They were the Tian'an Immortal Alliance and the Holy Gate. To be more precise, it was the core of the Tian'an Immortal Alliance. Brother Yu. He thought Chen Chuhai would refuse and was about to speak again to reassure him. Unexpectedly, the other readily agreed. As fellow great sword users, we understand each other's intentions. He sighed, his admiration for Chen Chuhai growing even stronger. Truly a powerful figure he had set his sights on. A cultivator who also wielded the great sword. Lord's sacrificial master. He turned around and called out. Suddenly, a gentle pressure descended. It swept over his body, suppressing the various meridians within, compressing his magical power and binding his nascent soul's strength. Only the physical strength could not be confined. He could only force his cultivation to be suppressed at the mid-golden core stage. Beyond that, he would be unable to hold it back and would explode. Feeling his strength retreat, his nascent soul's power became unusable, and for a moment he felt a bit dazed. After the sealing completely ended, he smirked wickedly. The demonic energy was fully unleashed, and the blade of the great sword flashed menacingly, radiating cold light. In an instant, he transformed from a chivalrous figure into a ruthless demon, instilling fear. He is the demonic sword user. The demonic sword user from the Holy Gate, the one who killed the heir of the Golden Shark clan with 3 strikes. A gasp arose from the crowd. He was a disciple of a maritime sect and had dealt with the Holy Gate numerous times. Though much time had passed, he still recognized the infamous powerhouse from the Holy Gate. What? He is the demonic sword user. After someone learned about the opponent's background, they exclaimed in astonishment. He dares to challenge a golden core cultivator. This is unbelievable. An elder sighed, casting a sympathetic glance at Chen Chuhai. This child's strength was indeed impressive. He had even bet on Chen Chuhai to win earlier and had made a small profit. Now he had no confidence in Chen Chuhai at all. Another betting round began. He decisively wagered on the demonic sword user. Huang Wang, may you seek your own fortune. After placing his bet, he sighed. Chen Chuhai's strength was indeed great, but in his mind, he was not strong enough to rival the renowned prodigies. Betting is final. Betting is final. Demonic sword user wins 1-1. Chen Chuhai wins 1-3. A somewhat sly, chubby cultivator dressed in Tianfuxian sect attire was shouting. Countless cultivators rushed to the betting table, hesitating in front of it. Next to the chubby cultivator stood a healthy, sun-kissed, somewhat simple-minded man. With a simple smile, he spoke to the surrounding cultivators. It is said that this demonic sword user is. The two shouted together, and most cultivators all placed their bets on the demonic sword user. Owner, want you lose money doing business like this? With such high odds on both sides, how do you profit? An inquisitive cultivator asked. He was curious. These two seemed to be here for charity. They clearly knew who would win. One was compressing his cultivation to suppress a golden core cultivator. The other was a golden core cultivator who had just gone through a fierce battle. Any discerning eye would know which side to bet on. Yet the chubby man was counting spirit stones with a smile on his face. We're not short of money. We're just here for fun. This is my hobby, though I have plenty of spirit stones. After saying this, he deliberately displayed the token of a core disciple of the Tianfuxian sect, and a handful of high-grade storage rings. This completely dispelled the doubts in the heart of that cultivator and his hesitation. Since he was a wealthy descendant of a large sect, especially a core disciple of a money-spending place like the Tianfuxian sect, there was nothing to worry about. Now completely free of worries. Many placed their entire fortunes on the line. They were overly excited. They could enjoy a feast while watching the prodigies battle and also win spirit stones. Such a good deal, where could they find it? Countless people were extremely satisfied, eagerly awaiting the start. Rest assured, as a fellow daoist, I will hold back. Song Dong smiled, stepping forward, and suddenly transformed into a demonic figure. The great sword in his hand was surrounded by demonic flames, looking extraordinarily terrifying. No need for that. Chen Shuho smiled indifferently as the heavy sword in his hand ignited with a spark of nirvana light. In an instant, flames surged like a tidal wave. Within the fire, the sound of a phoenix echoed. Silencing all creatures, they bowed in submission. Phoenix, true fire. Lan Yes pupils constricted. Indeed, Chen Shuho had acquired the inheritance from the true phoenix relic. Every phoenix is accompanied by a flame of its own. It is incredibly precious. Moreover, it possesses the characteristic of nirvana. With another tremor, Chen Shuho's aura began to rise once more. Within his body, the brilliance of his bones erupted, and the power of runes illuminated his entire being. On his forehead, the true phoenix pattern pulsated, indicating his extraordinary constitution. His combat power doubled. In his hand, lightning flickered. Surrounded by golden light, the energy of the golden bones within him intertwined, as if a divine being had descended. A fierce clash between a deity and a demon. Two beams of golden light, one black and one gold, intertwined in the arena. The sound of sonic booms resonated endlessly. At the center of the battlefield, the intensity was unmatched, with various lights dancing. In his eyes, lightning flickered as he wielded his heavy sword. The two figures intertwined, their powers clashing. Chen Shuho also unleashed his full strength. In his eyes, lightning flickered as he wielded his heavy sword. The two figures intertwined, their powers clashing. Chen Shuho also unleashed his full strength, feeling it resonate within his body. The opponent's strength was formidable. He was a nascent soul cultivator suppressing his own cultivation. In the outside world, it was different from the suppression within the true Phoenix relic. Inside, it was a suppression of true immortals, or even higher, capable of subduing all divine essences. In the outer realm, even if the ancestor of void were to intervene, it would merely compress the cultivation existing in another illusory realm. The ceiling of the nascent soul's characteristics could not be too severe, lest energy compression lead to fatal explosions. After all, the opponent was not an enemy, but a disciple of his own sect. What was needed was to battle while suppressing cultivation without being affected. Not merely a simple suppression. The heavy sword collided, lightning erupting. In the arena, a realm of thunder appeared with the sound of thunder deafening. Song Dong retreated, avoiding the thunder zone. Although he was very confident, he did not dare to be overly arrogant. The person he was fighting was extremely strong. In terms of strength, his physical power had not been completely sealed. In the hands of the Chen clan's wild king, he was even slightly weaker. If he had been given another 100 years, the entire Tian'an Immortal Alliance would have been overshadowed by his brilliance. They would all be unable to hold their heads high under his halo of genius. A worthy opponent. He sighed and chuckled wryly. If I were truly a golden core, I might have been able to match you more closely. But would Song Dong be a person of few words? In this battle, as long as he wins, the strength of his opponent aligns with his heart. He could leverage the Chen clan's power to advance further. To expand his title once more. To gain more resources from the holy sect's favor. Boom. The heavens lit up as a sphere of electric light exploded, sending lightning in all directions. The flashes and demonic energy surged together, engulfing the entire arena, causing the ground beneath to tremble. Many cultivators were compelled to retreat several miles, clearing a larger space for the two, to avoid being caught in the fallout. Finally, the light parted, revealing Chen Shuho stepping back a few paces, his body unscathed. On the contrary, his body became even more refined, and his expression grew more excited. His battle intent surged, and he appeared like a great general, robust and commanding. Countless people gasped. They had witnessed Chen Shuho's strength as the renowned genius of the Lan Yu dynasty had fallen at his hands. Everyone understood his terrifying nature, yet they had not anticipated just how formidable Chen Shuho was, his methods seemingly inexhaustible. Now countless cultivators suddenly realized, awakening from their stupor. Many had a hint of regret in their eyes. During the earlier battle with Lan Song, he had not utilized any other abilities. Now his tactics were ceaseless, and his lightning techniques resembled a thunder god incarnate. It was utterly terrifying to withstand a genius of the level of the demon swordsman and actually gain the upper hand. In contrast, Song Dong staggered back several steps, his hair resembling charred remains. On his arm, a few drops of blood faintly trickled. Unexpectedly, Chen Shuho had emerged with such overwhelming strength that it commanded respect. This was merely the tip of the iceberg for the Chen clan. This clan had only been established for 300 years. Fight! Song Dong bellowed. The blood on his hands evaporated, and demonic flames ignited, casting a black glow as the sharpness of his heavy sword became extraordinarily mesmerizing. Demonic energy surged into the sky, even the air was scorched, transforming into nutrients. The heavy sword was sharp and unstoppable. He transformed into a shadow, vanishing in an instant. Heavenly Demon Blade. A heavy slash, a breaking edge. This was the mightiest strike he had comprehended, unexpectedly forced out so quickly. In his heart, he believed that with this strike, even a god transformation would have to retreat. Everyone felt a jolt, sensing the terrifying momentum of this strike, with a hint of concern growing within. Yet more than that, it was excitement. Many had placed their bets on Song Dong. With this strike, everything would be severed and crushed. A good sword, Chen Shuho said, solemnly, enveloped in golden light, his eyes radiating a crimson glow, with thunderclouds gathering above him, launching a thunderous assault. The might of the thunder combined with his extraordinary constitution unleashed an overwhelming strike. Moreover, having realized his path within the hall of the Heavenly King, he added a touch of Tao edge to this blow. At this moment, the earth quaked, and the true phoenix cried out. Boom! The demonic light and golden light intertwined, melding and exploding, filling this world with brilliant light. The fluctuations caused by this battle could have annihilated nascent souls countless times within the core area. Two figures were seen flying backwards. Song Dong spun in the air, unable to control his form due to the immense force. The flesh on his arm exploded, and the heavy sword flew far away, crashing down heavily. Drops of blood fell. The blood of a nascent soul was already a highly valuable medicine. It landed on an unnamed grass, rapidly growing, wildly swaying with a hint of demonic nature. On the other side, Chen Shuho also staggered, finally managing to stop his feet, carving long drag marks on the ground made of golden stone. Brother Song Dong, you are very strong. At least since my emergence you are the first person who could bring me to this point. Chen Chuho sincerely remarked, filled with emotion. His eyes were filled with admiration. This battle had not yet reached its peak as his opponent was still suppressing his cultivation somewhat restricted. Once he breaks through to the nascent soul stage, he would have a full battle with his opponent. Chen Chuho's words, though unspoken, clearly caused Song Dong's face to twitch, becoming stiff once more. What is this? In his heart his pride was also unwilling. The demonic light surged again in his hand, the momentum climbing. You are also worth me using my trump card. Haha, this was originally prepared for the Holy Maiden, but I didn't expect to use it here. Song Dong laughed heartily as his bald head seemed to erupt with wild hair. The demonic light began to surge, revealing a six-armed demonic statue behind him. In a vague moment it opened its eyes. As the statue gazed, Chen Chuhai felt an overwhelming pressure. I wish to hear more details. Chen Chuhai smiled, yet the seriousness in his eyes could not be concealed. Behind him the nirvana flame burned, and a true phoenix's phantom rose soaring through the 9 heavens. In this battle if you die, do not blame me. Song Dong was prepared to unleash his full strength utilizing his ultimate techniques. This statement was directed at Chen Chuhai, as well as the 3 powerful beings observing from above. Come! Chen Chuhai shouted loudly as the flames transformed into a phoenix, and he dove into its body. The phoenix spread its wings and flew towards Song Dong. On the other side in the ocean, a merman stealthily came ashore, concealing its aura. It headed in the direction of Chen County. The Chen clan, I am curious to see what kind of goods they are. The merman had purple skin with the sea god's totem engraved upon it, exuding an energetic demeanor. However, its teeth were as sharp as a shark's. Its appearance was somewhat terrifying enough to make a child stop crying. After being on shore for a while, the merman soared through the wind. In Chen County, Chen Feng, who was watching Chen Chuhai's thrilling battle, suddenly frowned. Merman, he shouted in a low voice as the formation he had set up was triggered. A powerful member of the merman clan had come ashore. Unaware of the danger, Chen Feng snorted coldly, and his magical power shifted. Another Chen Feng split off. The merman cultivator has landed. Lan Yu also heard this, furrowing his brow as he stood up, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Clearly the entanglement between the Lan Yu dynasty and the merman clan was significant. The hatred was palpable. Audacious, openly violating the agreement, watch me mobilize my forces to sweep them away. Lan Yu scoffed coldly. Chen Feng, shall we go together? No need. Chen Feng waved his hand, his eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty gleam. Since they dare to land on the territory of my Chen clan, they are tired of living. No matter their purpose, they must die. His mind recalled the ocean city that was reduced to ruins. A wave of sorrow and anger surged within him. Today was a perfect opportunity to establish his authority. Lan Yu understood this as well, so he refrained from saying more. He watched Chen Feng's disappearing figure and the magical avatar left behind. He sighed slightly. Chen Feng's methods are indeed unfathomable. His gaze pierced through the illusion, looking towards the direction where Chen Feng's aura reappeared. There a purple figure was hastily moving through the air. This is the territory of my Chen clan. A foreign cultivator's landing, without permission, must be killed. A furious shout echoed from the heavens. Chen Feng's figure blocked the path of the purple merman. He looked at it coldly. Who are you? The merman furrowed its brow, slightly feeling a sense of caution. Before him stood a master, at least a returning void cultivator. Chen Feng. Chen Feng said solemnly, watching as the other party's pupils constricted. In an instant, a 3-pronged demonic spear magnified in his pupils. Clearly the other party had been prepared for Chen Feng's arrival. With a sudden strike, if one were careless, they might truly fall for it. Today, as I Chen Feng break through to the returning void, you shall serve as my first trial stone. Merman cultivator. Chen Feng said coldly, kicking the trident aside and lunging forward. He pressed down with his palm. The opponent was instantly slammed into the ground. Chen Feng's towering phantom rose up, casting half the sky in shadow. Want to escape? The opponent, having been struck into the ground, quickly began to tunnel away. This move made Chen Feng pause slightly, then, with a flicker of golden light between his fingers, he activated the ZY Doshu. He predicted where the opponent would appear next, and the golden light pierced through. The ground trembled, and the nearby mountains erupted. Blood rained down, and divine essence lingered in the void. You cannot be this strong. Who gave me the wrong information? The merman cried out in pain, rapidly burrowing through the earth. If he continued to tunnel like this, he feared another blood hole would appear on his body in the next moment. Chen Feng's strength. Lan Yu and the others were also extremely surprised. Chen Feng had easily pierced through the same rank merman Zhuan Duo. The strength of his magical power was simply astonishing. However, for a cultivator who had reached the returning void, it was not so easy to die. Zhuan Duo's thoughts shifted, and the blood hole in his chest rapidly healed, returning to normal in moments. I want to leave, you cannot stop me. The other party said coldly, the trident in hand vibrating. With a thunderous roar, the merman's phantom wielding the trident pressed down upon the earth. This caused powerful beings from miles away to sense the fluctuations in aura here. Oomph. Chen Feng sneered, lightning crackling in his hand, like a world-destroying demon. Monster, watch me act in the name of heaven. Chen Feng, filled with malicious intent, unleashed the thunder, as if all things in the world transformed into lightning, blanketing the area with divine light. Impudence! I am a descendant of the sea god, a priest of the merman clan, and how can I be insulted by you human cultivators? The other party was also enraged, the light of the trident in hand bursting forth as they engaged in close combat. The merman clan's physique is also powerful compared to human cultivators of the same rank. What kind of sea god? Long ago the sea god ascended to our clan's celestial prodigy, made him cry for help. Sheng Qinger said coldly. The merman's landing had already crossed the bottom line. Moreover, this was a returning void cultivator. Not long ago they had invited humans to participate in the Sealand celestial prodigy battle. Now they had sneaked ashore to cause trouble, and were caught. 5 spirit decision, fire rains from heaven. Chen Feng shouted lightly, flames igniting as the heavens and earth turned into a sea of fire, the most powerful magical power gathering, blood surging. The might of burning the heavens and boiling the seas pressed down upon the opponent. You are merely a junior. Your fire cannot counter my true water dye. Zhuan Duo became somewhat deranged, seeing the opponent use fire-based magical power to attack, filled with wild joy. Chen Feng's earlier strike had given him a scare. Now he was unaware of his own recklessness, attacking a grand cultivator of the Sea clan with fire-based attacks. It was simply seeking death. Lan Ye's expression changed. Chen Feng wielded the heavenly flames, pressing down towards the opponent. He should have used lightning. His heart was roaring. The principle of the 5 elements countering each other applies even to high-rank cultivators unless there is an overwhelming difference in strength. Chen Feng's actions were presumptuous. The two of them thought this way. The battle of returning void cultivators had already attracted the attention of many cultivators on the continent. The commotion of 2 returning void cultivators clashing was simply too great. The earth shook, mountains collapsed, and cracks opened in the ground. As the two collided, the sound of Zhuan Duo's true water being burned was heard. The surface of the opponent's body, their phantom, was stained with firelight. The body of the void returner ignited with blazing spiritual fire, and the expression of Zhao Duo was one of immense pain. What torment is this? Even the soul is being burned. The suffering was unbearable. The sound of evaporating moisture echoed throughout this realm. With another crisp sound, Zhao Duo's figure froze in midair. The phantom split in two, the trident in hand shattered, a sharp point of the spear piercing through. It was as if a heavy mountain fell from the sky, collapsing a portion of the land. You are too weak, Chen Feng said indifferently, stepping lightly with his sword. The phantom remained in place, yet he himself approached Zhao Duo. A faint light shone from his palm, and as the other endured agony, he struck a heavy blow to the heart. Suddenly the other's expression changed, suppressing the pain of the scorched soul for the moment. A mouthful of vital blood spewed forth, darkening the world. When the last glimmer of light faded, Chen Feng stood opposite Zhao Duo, staring coldly at him. Zhao Duo's heart was grasped in Chen Feng's hand, the powerful sound of its beating resonating through the silent space. Chen Feng stood there, watching the other's soul diminish and flesh turn to vital essence. Creation. With a sudden exertion of strength, he unleashed the essence formed from the other's disintegrated body. The essence was smacked into the ground below, and the surface affected by their clash returned to its original state. Precious spiritual herbs began to grow in this land. This was the lifelong efforts and energy of a void returner. In years to come, this region would transform into a sacred place for cultivation, establishing a great city. Creation. Chen Feng felt somewhat indifferent, gazing at the land. He took a deep breath, feeling a multitude of emotions before turning to leave. In the void, Chen Feng stepped forward. The phantom returned, and Chen Feng resumed his place above. In Shun County, countless cultivators sensed the change. A surge of powerful energy fluctuated while another strong presence vanished. It was evident that a victor had emerged between the two great cultivators. However, the speed of it was somewhat astonishing. Lan Ye's expression was complex. Chen Feng's speed in dealing with a void returner was simply too fast. So fast that it was beyond his imagination, and it was even a counterattack. Feng Lang, is he dead? Sheng Linmei appeared beside Chen Feng, her eyes full of astonishment as she asked, barely able to believe it. Yes, Chen Feng nodded faintly. Outside, waves of turmoil had already arisen. In one prefecture, Dong Prefecture, Tian Prefecture, and in Prefecture, countless people were shaken. Even the void returners in the desert sensed it. Another void returner had fallen. This aura of a void returner I have never encountered before. In Wen Prefecture, a few old fellows gathered discussing the events occurring in Nan Prefecture. Let's go take a look. Let's go. Let's meet this fellow daoist. The sound of breaking air resonated in Wen Prefecture. 3 void returners had arrived heading towards Nan Prefecture. In the sea, the Shark King was furious. Deep within the ocean, a tremendous wave surged. A demon stepped onto the giant waves approaching the continent. Get back. On the Immortal island, dark energy filled the sky, and a towering figure, holding a black lotus, shouted angrily. The light of the black lotus flickered in the air, enveloping the heavens and earth. Demon Lord, don't let me the Shark Clan frighten you. A roar echoed from the depths of the sea. Then let's battle. A cold voice resonated in the deep sea. Immediately after, the sea surged, and towering waves pressed down on numerous coastal cities of the human race. They aimed to extinguish these cities, turning them into ocean. On several immortal islands, phantoms rose their powerful aura, suppressing the sea. Laughter echoed above the ocean. After a long while, the fluctuations ceased and the tides receded. The aura above the immortal island also completely converged. Enough. The pressure shifted. As the two clashed with lethal moves, Chen Feng intercepted the energy from their confrontation. The energy dissipated. After the energy dispersed, Song Dong collapsed, his body covered in flesh torn apart by the heavy sword. Blood flowed everywhere. Chen Shuho was not any better. After all, the opponent was a suppressed nascent soul. However, both had unleashed their final strike. Chen Shuho's lethal move utilized the earth-shattering technique from the 3 slashes to heaven. His concern was not for Chen Shuho's safety, but rather that Song Dong might die here, and Chen Shuho could be injured in the process. At that point, it would be problematic. Father, I can still fight. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth, and Chen Shuho's aura plummeted, his mana becoming chaotic. Your cultivation, forcibly using earth-shattering, no matter how strong your physique, will still sustain injuries, Chen Feng said calmly, as the true chi of longevity spread towards the two. He began to heal their injuries. Moreover, you have already shown him the utmost respect and demonstrated your strength. Next time, wait until you catch up to his original cultivation before fighting again. It wouldn't be good for Song Dong to die here. Chen Shuho nodded and adjusted his chaotic aura. This battle had provided the spectators with a visual feast. They were all astonished. This stunning battle would surely leave an indelible mark in everyone's hearts. Alright, can anyone still challenge the Wang Ho of our Chun clan's Hall of Heavenly Kings? Chen Feng declared loudly as Chen Chu and others stood tall in the sky, not hiding their auras. I want to humiliate myself further. In the crowd, a person long renowned as a genius hailed as a on sin 1,000 years prodigy within his family's side and merged into the sea of people. Within the Heavenly Saint sect, a man dressed in purple hesitated, his gaze fixated on Chen Chuan. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder. Pale-faced Song Dong shook his head at him before returning to the demonic lotus of the Heavenly Saint sect. Forget it. The man in purple shook his head and turned back to the demonic lotus. I lack even the courage to fight. How can I talk of victory? Senior, why isn't Qian here? Shun Ruashi approached Chen Feng as no one initiated a challenge. Taking a few steps, she cupped her hands towards Sheng Qing. Knowing that she was a formidable foe of Sheng Qianqian, she was also a friend. She is in seclusion, as she will appear to battle the young master of the Sea Wolf clan in the battle on land and sea. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Chen Ruaxi's eyes. At this moment, in the distant sky, a few powerful auras approached. Radiant light fell. Chen Feng stood up, gazing in that direction. At this time, inside the Tianhe Immortal sect, the sect master was enraged upon hearing that the Great Elder and others had been driven away by a mere transformation god family. It was utterly intolerable and reckless. Furious, he immediately broke through his seclusion and took out a token. In the forbidden area of the Tianhe Immortal sect, a stone cave exploded. An old monster emerged, stepping into the void, bearing a scroll that turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the horizon. The old monster of the Tianhe Immortal sect has made a move. The patriarch of the Dong family, Dong Ning, immediately sensed the disturbance from the Tianhe Immortal sect. His old friend has suddenly re-emerged. There must be something unusual about this matter. Watching the direction in which the other party departed, he felt a hint of confusion. Does this old fellow really have such good intentions? Are you going to congratulate the new fellow daoist? In his memory, the other party was not such a person. Instead, he found him somewhat shameless. Since that is the case, I will go and see who this new daoist is. After a moment of thought, Dong Ning gave up on recuperating and headed south. Greetings, fellow daoist. Our Tianhe Immortal Alliance has gained another top-notch cultivator. This is indeed a cause for celebration. In the distance, a loud laugh echoed. The visitor was none other than the patriarch of the Chui family from the 5 families and 7 sects of Wenzhou Chui Yan. Wenzhou is the closest to Nanzhou, so he arrived first. He also wished to witness this new fellow daoist. The birth of a returning to void cultivator among the human race is a significant event. Indeed, a red-haired old man beside him responded. He was a powerful cultivator from the Wang family among the 5 families. Wang Kuan. The other one was the leader of the Tianfu sect among the 7 sects, the woman who ranks just below the demon lord Fu Qianxi. The arrival of the 3 returning to void cultivators left all the attending cultivators momentarily stunned. Most of them had never seen so many returning to void grandmasters in their lifetime. Now they were even more astonished. 6 returning to void cultivators gathered together. The Chen clan of Nanzhou Chen Feng. Greetings to all fellow daoists. Chen Feng cupped his fists and responded with a smile. I have long admired all of you fellow daoists. Now that I can catch a glimpse of your true forms, and be able to call you fellows daoist is indeed a stroke of luck. Others came to offer him respect, traveling thousands of miles to congratulate him. Or perhaps they thought him strong and sought to befriend him. However, since they had come, he had to maintain his dignity. This statement made the other party feel quite comfortable. They waved their hands repeatedly. Not at all. Not at all. Fellow Daoist Chen Feng is truly a gifted talent. Do I have heard before that a prodigious family was born in Nanzhou? Seeing it today is truly impressive. Cui Yin did not expect Chen Feng to be so adept at flattery. When they met Chen Feng, the information they had previously encountered suddenly resurfaced in their minds. As a decades-old elder, he did not even need a moment to collect himself. Though he was extremely astonished to discover that the head of a transformation family had returned to void. Yet he still reacted incredibly quickly, leaving no trace of flaws to be caught. After some mutual flattery, they turned their attention to the 2 individuals beside Chen Feng. The ruler of the Lanyu dynasty Lanyu, and the priestess of the Tiansheng sect, a woman whose status was second only to the demon lord Shengqing. Greetings to both fellow Daoists. Next they looked down below. There were many traces left behind from previous battles. Even without intelligence, one could not help but speculate. However, they maintained an unperturbed demeanor. In their hearts, they recalled the fluctuations from half a day ago when the transformation to void occurred, and the recent battles involving returning to void. They were also incredibly shocked. The aura emitted was distinctly different from that of Chen Feng. Their hearts were filled with wonder. Originally, they believed this matter was done by a powerful cultivator hidden within the Immortal Alliance, or Tiansheng. After all, it was only a moment before a returning to void cultivator was annihilated. Those capable of achieving such a feat among the returning to void realm could be counted on 2 hands. However, which of those present had not seen such entities? They all believed it to be one of the top 2 powers. Yet to their surprise, it turned out to be a newly advanced returning to void cultivator, and beneath him was a family that had been established for about 300 years. A returning to void cultivator with less than 400 years of history was incredibly astonishing, even frightening. In the history of the Tian and Immortal Alliance, no one had ever achieved this. Not even the alliance leader Duga Tian could accomplish this. They were filled with immense surprise. Fellow Daoist Chen Feng has truly left us in awe. That Jiaodua has long been famous. I have even fought against him before. I did not expect him to be obliterated in an instant. Shocking indeed. Cui Yin praised Chen Feng a few more times, but each word was genuine. Even if he were to take on the task now, he could at most achieve a stalemate, but he could not kill him. Wang Kuan had remained silent all this while gazing at the Chun clan below and the Chun clan nobles not far away. Upon seeing a few familiar figures, he was momentarily dazed. Afterwards, he recalled the events that transpired outside the true Phoenix lair. He felt the aura of Chen Feng was incredibly familiar. It turned out to be the mysterious powerhouse summoned by Chun Ruashi, who had slain one of his defenses. At that time, the other's energy level was merely that of transformation to spirit. Now having broken through to returning to void if the other party were to investigate further. Just as Wang Kuan was lost in thought, a voice filled with hatred echoed from the distant sky. Ancestor, it is him, the master of the Chun clan, Chen Feng. It is he who looks down upon our Tianhe immortal sect, calling us nothing but decayed wood. He even drove our disciples away, humiliating us. The elder of the Tianhe immortal sect exaggeratedly recounted the events, presenting various pieces of evidence. The river guardian, who had just been forcibly interrupted from his breakthrough due to failure, was also infuriated. His aura was somewhat chaotic. The elder of the Tianhe immortal sect, upon further provoking him, had his anger fully ignited. How dare this little Chen clan be so arrogant? Without further thought, he roared his magical power, transforming into a gigantic hand that blotted out the sky, its might capable of overwhelming the cosmos. With overwhelming magical power, a single hand could likely erase the entire Chen county. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Releasing the pent-up anger in his heart, it was a perfect excuse to create chaos. The several returning to void cultivators, engaged in lively conversation, all furrowed their brows. In the sky, the enormous hand descended with unstoppable might, enveloping them as well. He Yuxing has truly gone mad. Fu Qianxi frowned and scolded. Coming to my Qin clan to run wild, seeking death. Originally, he believed that after returning to void, the infighting within the Tian'an Immortal Alliance would cease, but unexpectedly, after the congratulatory guests arrived, another troublemaker appeared. Tianhe Immortal Sect. Chen Feng said coldly, drawing his rusty sword. I have already given you an opportunity. Now it seems you want blood. All members of the Chen clan prepare for battle. Nobles stand by, mobilize the troops. With a command, Chen Feng drew his sword and confronted the gigantic hand. At that moment, Chen Chu shouted loudly, all clansmen get ready. The 8 kings and nobles shouted in unison, and the clan affairs hall began to operate rapidly. The Chen clan, which had been in a tranquil atmosphere, quickly sprang into action. The Chen clan once again surged with power, their momentum like a rainbow shaking the heavens and the earth. One spirit boat after another was prepared to set sail. All foundation establishment and above cultivators of the Chen clan were fully equipped with the divine transformation experts from the town, guarding the pavilion, mobilizing. It will be you then. Ladies and gentlemen, I must take my leave. The title of nobility for the Chen clan has now come to an end. With a single sword strike, Chen Feng shattered the palm that obscured the sky, his figure piercing through the space between heaven and earth. His magical power surging like a rainbow, intimidating the surroundings. Destination, Tianhe Xinzong. Chen Chu stood at the bow shouting loudly. The spirit boat slowly started gliding past the ascension peak. Straight toward Wenzhou they headed without a moment's pause or hesitation. At this time, most of the cultivators of the Chen clan had departed. Even so, the members of the major forces remaining behind dared not entertain any wicked thoughts. They did not even dare to breathe. So many spirit boats exhibiting formidable execution capabilities. With just a command, the entire clan mobilized. The destination of the Chen clan's expedition was, after all, a long-time hegemonic power. Their hearts were shaken with intense emotion. In the air of battle erupted with the return to the void. Chen Feng, no, it can't be. This was the message received from the accompanying personnel within the scroll. He Yuxing was taken aback, his heart shaking violently, instantly waking up. 2 or 3 sword lights cleaved through the scroll, turning it into fragments that fell away. Countless powerful figures swept into Tianhe Xinzong, all meeting a tragic end. On He Yuxing, 3 sword marks appeared. Blood from his spirit dripped down. How is this possible? He roared in anger, puzzled, then turned his gaze to his old friends. Help me. A divine thought reached out, causing the faces of several return-avoid cultivators present to change slightly. They hurriedly waved their hands, indicating their unfamiliarity. Just 3 simple swords were enough for those present to see the extraordinary nature of the situation. Who would dare to step forward to block it? Even if they could, his personal relationship with He Yuxing was not particularly good. You are still a bit too impulsive. But I like it. On the Immortal Island, the demon lord's gaze pierced through the void, looking toward the direction of Qin County. Chen Feng's actions made him feel at ease. A pleasure in vengeance. Or rather, daring to act and hate without so many concerns. There are also means to cut down those concerns, possessing method, strength, and a courageous heart. This is the path that the Heavenly Saint sect has always followed. The weak are prey to the strong. It is also about following one's heart. Because of this, the Heavenly Saint sect, even among the 2 top powers in Lingwendao Prefecture, is still called the demonic sect. In contrast to this group of self-righteous immortals who dislike slaughter, they seem out of place. Duge Tian, you must bear the consequences of what you have brought upon yourself. Within the territory of the Immortal Alliance you command, decay has already begun. Oh, it is time for him to stir things up. The demon lord's voice addressed a string of void in front of him. The demon's eyes flickered slightly, as if there was a hint of a smile. Very well, let's do as you say. A sigh echoed in the void. On the islands within the sea, the strong from the Heavenly Saint sect, the powerful from the Immortal Alliance, and the formidable cultivators from each of the sea tribes were all stationed here, establishing the venue, fortifying the strength of this island, awaiting the impending battle between the chosen of the sea and land. After all, return-avoid cultivators cannot easily engage in battle. At that time, once the real fire is ignited as the actual controllers of the major forces, the true war will begin, and the struggle for interests will be left for the younger generation to handle. Saint Linming, I see that your human territory is quite unsettled. The strong from the Sea Wolf tribe spoke with a hint of mockery. The fluctuations of the clash between return-to-void cultivators were clear even to them as top-tier cultivators. In an instant they could sense everything clearly, even from thousands of miles away. Previously it was the priest of the Merman tribe who came ashore. Now there is also internal strife among the human race. It seems that 2 return-avoid beings have ignited real fire for some reason, and one of them is the cultivator who previously killed Jiaodua. The entire Sea tribe adopted a posture of enjoying the show. They mockingly looked at the human cultivators present. If you can't speak, then keep your mouth shut. Saint Lin Ming said coldly, the demon's eye flickering, and a short sword was already drawn. Still so hot-headed this time, it's not our fight. Just wait a bit. The elder of the Tian Luo family lightly patted Saint Lin Ming's shoulder. He spoke softly, his lips curling into a harmless smile as he looked at the Sea tribe cultivators. You can't meddle in our internal affairs. You don't know what has happened. How about sending someone else ashore to take a look? Oomph. A cultivator from the Merman tribe snorted first. This was unearthing the wounds of the Merman tribe. Just as a group of top-tier powers were bickering, a colorful tale came ashore on the Immortal Island. Ru Lian, long time no see. The demon lord revealed his true form and personally stepped forward to greet her. Long time no see. What came ashore was an extraordinarily beautiful and alluring mermaid. However, the other party did not show a good face to the smiling demon lord. From the exchange of their gazes, there were likely many stories in between. You should focus on being your demon lord. You keep thinking about seeking immortality and exterminating the sea tribes in our Lingwen Sea. Ru Lian lightly snorted twice. Ru Lian, you didn't come here just to see me, this old friend, right? The demon lord withdrew his smile and spoke softly. To see you. The other party disdainfully snorted, transforming her fish tail into 2 legs and stepping forward. After the revival of Demon Island, it awakened the spirit demon clan among the sea demons and brought them out. Do you think that the old fish spirit Jiawenren has the ability to unite the major sea tribes? Ru Lian did not finish, her gaze sweeping across the Immortal Island. She clicked her tongue. She isn't here. Not here. The demon lord's eyes narrowed slightly, momentarily regaining composure, his face showing no signs of emotion. Please have a cup of tea and he'll tell you more. For his old friend the demon lord was also well aware. Sighing, the two made their way to a small lake at the center of the Immortal Island. In the center of the lake, there was a small boat where the two prepared wine. On the other side, the 5 return-avoid cultivators watched as Yushing's aura became increasingly weak. His body shattered. He was suppressed within the small world held in Chen Feng's palm. His spiritual power was being exhausted and his divine nature was being suppressed. Clearly, Chen Feng could kill him at any moment. This action was meant to completely suppress him. As for what would be done afterwards, it was unknown. Fellow Daoists, forgive me for the disturbance. Chen Feng sheathed his rusty sword, adjusted his robe, and took out a jade hairpin to secure his hair, instantly projecting an air of a transcendent being. Looking at Chen Feng's gentle smile and the spiritual orb pulsating in his palm, everyone temporarily found themselves at a loss for words. I kindly invite you all to step aside. Chen Feng smiled, and a square platform appeared in his palm, indicating to the fellow Daoists to come up onto the stage. Several of them looked somewhat confused. Sheng Linmei felt a moment of realization, as if she had thought of something. Holding Sheng Qinger's hand, they walked towards the square platform. What is this? Sheng Qinger surveyed the platform, finding it to be utterly ordinary. Seeing Sheng Qinger go up, the others hesitated for a moment, but then also joyfully stepped onto the platform. After the various returning void cultivators ascended, Chen Feng smiled slightly. I will now embarrass myself. With a wave of his hand, a wave of magical energy surged, engulfing several people in a void. Chen Feng stood at the center of the spirit platform, executing the void's secret art, leaping with everyone. In an instant, they arrived at Wenzhou. With Sheng Linmai's help, they captured the coordinates of the Tianhe Zone. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, they leapt once more. Upon entering the returning void, they undertook a void journey. It was enough to traverse 1,000 miles. Everyone felt as if they were in a dream, leaping through the void. Even the well-traveled returning void cultivators were extremely astonished. Some even felt a hint of fear. It was truly extraordinary. After returning from the void, many cultivators also came into contact with the concept of the void and nothingness. Beyond this realm, there existed a pseudo-realm. Within it, there was no flow of time, or rather one could not perceive the flow of time. The speed inside was countless times that of the outside world. Even more terrifying was that within the void there were almost no constraints. The only drawback was that there was no spiritual energy or vitality present. This left the returning void cultivators who were experiencing the void for the first time feeling somewhat oppressed. Within a few leaps, they entered the territory of Wenzhou. They found the address of the Tianhe Zone. At this moment, the Chun clan's spirit vessel also arrived here. Today we will destroy the sect. After uttering these words, it left several returning void cultivators present momentarily speechless. All were taken aback, finding it hard to believe. Chen Feng was actually so ruthless. He still missed the old ways that he hadn't engaged in for a long time. Kill! Chen Chu roared. Countless Chen clan cultivators surged forth. In an instant, the protective formation of the Tianhe Zone vanished. Who dares to infringe upon my Tianhe Xianzong? An angry shout echoed from within the sect. The sect master of Tianhe Xianzong arrived at the entrance radiating immense power. Following him were 10 transformation stage cultivators, those who had not been taken away by He Yuxing. Shatter. In the air, Chen Feng let out a soft grunt. The transformation stage cultivators of the Tianhe Xianzong were all frozen in place. Following that, a massacre began. The methods of the Chen clan had been ingrained in every descendant's heart. With the spring breeze blowing anew, one must eradicate the roots of the weeds. Even the land that nurtured them was scorched. For a moment it felt as if the blood surged like a dragon crashing toward the sect master's main hall. Above the heavens, 2 individuals joined forces. The Thunder King and the Desolate King together summoned the heavenly thunder to strike. Xia Jiao boldly made a move, unleashing extreme cold power that froze the territory of the Tianhe Xianzong. Kill! Another roar erupted, accompanied by a long cry of a silver dragon. The dragon's might pressed down upon the world. This was actually a transformation stage giant dragon. With Chen Chuling and a dragon, they shattered the mountain gate of the Tianhe Xianzong in an instant. Several kings made their move. What on earth is happening? The heavens wish to destroy my Tianhe Xianzong. Which returning void senior has made a move? Please show mercy. In the library pavilion, an ancient transformation stage elder, decayed, yet still lingering. He stepped out, arriving above the heavens, blocking the path of Chen Chu, who seemed to be entering an uninhabited realm. He cupped his fists to the returning void cultivators in the air. Looking at the devastated Tianhe Xianzong, he felt immense sorrow. No need for more words. Chen Feng's voice rang out, locking onto the transformation stage elder with his divine sense. The elder's figure already showed signs of fading. Unfortunately, his years had taken their toll, and he had reached the twilight of his life. His strength was far from what it once was. There was no hope of advancing further. Chu, your opponent. Chen Feng's voice echoed. Chen Chu instantly surged forward. His fist struck like a raging dragon, causing the earth to tremble, the vast blood energy vibrating throughout the field. Alas! The elder sighed, catching Chen Chu's fist with one hand. Is the senior truly going to do this? He still held hope, looking up at the void. This time, however, he received no response. Though his eyes were dim, he could still make out several familiar faces among the returning void cultivators. At this moment he despaired. The Tianhe Xianzong, as a top force within the Tian and Xianming, was being attacked. Logically, someone should intervene. The lifeline he clung to in his heart shattered at this moment. Enough. At this moment many thoughts crossed his mind. Perhaps the Xianming had abandoned the Xianzong, or perhaps it was due to something He Yuxing had done. He no longer cared about any of this, nor did he wish to pursue it. Young man, your blood energy is vigorous, you are strong. But you are not my opponent. Retreat. Then do not blame the old man, I only seek a glimmer of life. The elder sighed lightly, his entire aura beginning to transcend. His essence blood was being refined, and his magical power rapidly revolved and compressed. His thinning hair began to alternate, growing thick black locks. His momentum reached its peak. He aimed to seize a glimmer of life, burning his soul at this moment. Even the illusory figure he manifested was burning. To reach my father, you must first pass through me. In the distance, Chen Chu erupted with power. Unexpectedly, the seemingly decrepit elder before him, on the verge of death, was able to unleash such immense strength in an instant. His aura could instantly return to its peak. He is burning his soul. Even if you do not make a move, he will perish within a quarter of an hour. Chen Feng was somewhat astonished, instantly recognizing the elder's condition. The elder's determination earned Chen Feng's respect. However, he did not plan to intervene personally. He wanted to see how far his good third son Chen Chu had progressed. Boom! Chen Chu's blood surged, crossing the divine bridge, the tortoise totem behind him vibrating. His eyes erupted with astonishing divine light. On the other side, Chen Chuho finally encountered an old friend. Their thunder rumbled and flames soared. Within the Tianhe Xianzong, someone had employed secret arts to dispel the icy aura that Xia Jiao had unleashed. Brother Hiao, I never expected our reunion would be under such circumstances. Chen Chuho sighed, his gaze resting on Hiao. The long sword on the opponent's back trembled, and his eyes were filled with complexity. No questions about origins, no inquiries about the process. Let's fight. The opponent took a deep breath, his gaze igniting with brilliance. Perfectly well, his sect was suddenly dealt a fatal blow. The attacker was none other than Chen Chuho, with whom he had once fought. The twists and turns within left him momentarily perplexed. He had to cast aside these confusions. Growing up in the Tianhe Xianzong, now facing an extermination crisis, he could not think of anything else. No questions about the reasons, only taking a stand. Fighting was the only option.